When Li Xingjian died, he had nothing, his reputation was shattered, and even his last breath failed to attract anyone's attention. In this life, she burned her youth for her family, but in return she received endless indifference and humiliation. Her mother was biased and forced her to give up her childhood fiancé to pave the way for her sister's future. Her father was cowardly and watched her being used without any reaction. And the arrogant grandfather thought she was a waste and didn't even show any concern for her. In order to please them, she gave everything without reservation, but in return she ended up alone and dying. And all this was just a scene in her destiny. When she was reborn, everything was no longer the same as before. She is no longer obedient or well-behaved, starting from being unfilial. She wants to live for herself. Standing on this land that once suffocated her, she will make all those who once looked down on her regret their contempt and indifference. This time, she will no longer bow to anyone, and her destiny will be in her own hands. The sounds of men and women indulging in sex were in her ears, and Li Xingjian felt extremely repulsive because of the shadow of the past. She wanted to vomit and subconsciously waved her hand away. Bang! Her hand hit something. She quickly opened her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar place. A middle-aged man approached her with a dazed look in his eyes. She looked down and found that she was only wearing a pair of torn jeans, which barely covered her chest. The surroundings were unfamiliar and disturbing. Li Xingjian calmed down and immediately kicked the man in the stomach, causing him to fall down weakly. She took the opportunity to grab her clothes and put them on hastily, preparing to flee. Another man approached, and she quickly grabbed the ashtray and smashed it on his forehead, causing the man to fall to the ground and lose consciousness. Li Xingjian did not hesitate, her heart full of hatred. She knew that unless they died, no one would hold her accountable. She suddenly realized that she might have been reborn and returned to the time before she was framed in her previous life. In her previous life, due to the conspiracy of her mother and sister, she attended a party she was not familiar with and ended up being drunk and suffered inhuman treatment. A scandal broke out in the town. Although her photo was not published in the newspaper, her parents still suppressed her after they found out. The boy she liked even announced the cancellation of the engagement in front of everyone, which almost made her collapse. All the tragedies were caused by her being framed by her sister and mother. Li Xingjian's life fell into a slump, and she was even forced to death by her mother's conspiracy. In her previous life, she lived like a maggot, being trampled on by others, but they took advantage of her pain to get what they wanted. This time, she will not live like this anymore. She wants to change her fate. She quickly opened the door, ran out of the room, and saw the familiar girl Shan Baiyu, who was once the white moonlight in the heart of the gold owner. Li Xingjian recalled that Shan Baiyu was brought here because of a dispute with the sponsor. In her previous life, she and Shan Baiyu were very similar, and Shan Baiyu was her substitute. She was no longer at the mercy of others, and no longer made any sacrifices for Li Xingjian. She dressed Shan Baiyu and dragged her to the corridor, finally feeling relieved. She knew she had escaped from that hell. This was a mountain villa in the suburbs, prepared for certain people. Li Xingjian understood that as long as he escaped from the back mountain, he could avoid being discovered. She dragged Shan Baiyu through the backyard and found a phone booth. She checked her pockets and found no phone, but she found a phone card. She dialed 110. In her previous life, she did not call the police, and eventually the group of men escaped. She would not let the mastermind get away with it again. She entered her card number and birthday password and answered the call. She searched Shan Baiyu's pocket and found a phone book. She saw a name that made her heartbroken, Song Yanjun, who had once been her financial sponsor. She called the paging station, left an urgent message, and waited for a return call. A moment later, the phone rang. Li Xingjian pursed her lips tightly and picked up the phone. There was silence on the other end of the line. She was extremely nervous, afraid that the other party would hang up. She finally spoke in a low voice. "Come to Hot Spring Villa. Something bad happened to your friend." "Who are you?" The young man on the phone had a clear voice, even younger than the adult Song Yanjun, but with a calm and restrained tone. This voice made Li Xingjian's heart skip a beat. She was so familiar with this voice that she could still feel the time she had spent with him. At that time, she was pregnant with Song Yanjun's child, but she chose to abort it. She didn't want her child to face rejection from the Song family, nor did she want to be a lover anymore. She lived every day as if it was stolen. She wanted to live for herself and set an example for her children. So she asked Song Yanjun for 500,000 yuan, left everything behind, and hid in a small town. She once missed Song Yanjun very much, especially when the fetus moved. She wanted him to feel the power of life. But she knew that Song Yanjun would never marry her in his life, and he would not like her children. Her emotions were somewhat out of control. Her eyes were wet, but she made no sound. She gently wiped away her tears, trying not to keep Song Yanjun waiting for too long. "I'm also a victim." Her voice was hoarse. "Come here earlier. If it's too late, I'm afraid you will regret it." Li Xingjian knew clearly that this time, she would not let Shun Baiyu become a tool for Song Yanjun to untie his knot. She did not want to be the one being sacrificed. Time passed by minute. Li Xingjian tried to wake up Shun Baiyu, but failed. Shun Baiyu was already unconscious. Suddenly, two car lights illuminated her sight, and a Mercedes SUV stopped in front of her. A teenager got out of the car, about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans with a shining gold watch on his wrist. Li Xingjian was stunned for a moment. This young man was exactly Song Yanjun, but he looked 20 years younger. He had sharp features and a stern look in his eyes, giving people a cold feeling. He came alone, obviously expecting what would happen. He did not alarm the guard, and it was clear that the car had a pass and could enter and leave freely. He saw Shun Baiyu lying on the ground, frowned slightly, walked over and picked her up, then turned to Li Xingjian. "Get in the car first." Li Xingjian stood there without moving. Song Yanjun put Shun Baiyu in the car, looked back at her, and frowned. "Don't you need to go to the hospital?" Li Xingjian responded coldly. "No need. I've called the police and am waiting for them." "You called the police?" Song Yanjun's eyes became sharp with a hint of impatience. He took a few steps forward, looked her up and down, and asked with a hint of doubt in his tone, "Are you telling the truth?" Li Xingjian looked at him calmly and couldn't help but smile. She didn't want to argue with him, but just said, "I won't lie. I'm a victim, and I want the bad guys to pay the price. If the police ask me, I will tell the truth." Song Yanjun was silent for a moment, his eyes turned cold. "It's up to you. I'll take her away. Don't tell anyone that she was here." His words were commanding. Li Xingjian smiled faintly. "I'm afraid that's impossible." Song Yanjun frowned and turned to look at her, obviously a little surprised. "Are you talking to me?" Li Xingjian remained calm and looked straight at him. "Are you talking to a ghost?" Song Yanjun paused for a moment. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and then he sneered, "You are quite arrogant." The danger in his tone did not dissipate. "Are you really going to mention her?" Li Xingjian answered firmly, "I will tell the police whatever they ask because it is my right and I want to make the bad guys pay the price. If the police don't ask, I won't tell them." She would no longer compromise and would not give in. In her previous life, she chose to endure, but now, she wanted to live for herself. Hearing the sound of sirens coming from afar, Li Xingjian didn't look at Song Yanjun again and walked straight forward. It was already dawn when Li Xingjian walked out of the police station. She finished her statement with the police, and she knew that the case would not end in a short time, and she knew that this was just the beginning. She knew very well that every step she took was leading to the next step of her plan. The police inspected the scene and took the perpetrator away, and Li Xingjian successfully underwent an injury assessment. When the female police officer asked her if she needed psychological counseling, Li Xingjian shook her head and refused. She didn't need it. Psychological counseling would only weaken her anger, which she had accumulated for too long. What she needed was revenge, not comfort. The town is not big, and Li Xingjian is not in a hurry to go home. As she walks back, the voices of injustice are still echoing in her mind, and the pain and humiliation in her memories may invade her thoughts at any time. She understood that she was no longer the person who was at the mercy of others and forced to endure. When she got home, it was already daybreak. She opened the door and saw her grandmother Jing cooking impatiently in the kitchen, cursing. "I don't know where he went. He didn't even cook." Guo Jing's voice was filled with strong anger. When she saw Li Xingjian returning home, her face became even gloomier. "You didn't come back all night. You're just a little girl, and you didn't come back all night. Where did you go? You didn't even make breakfast. Are you going to die?" Guo Jing almost roared. Li Xingjian no longer responded to these words. She was used to this kind of indifference and scolding. She walked up to Guo Jing and coldly stretched out her hand. "Do I have a father? That's great. Give me 2,000 yuan. Guo Jing was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, 2,000 yuan? Are you crazy? Even if I have it, I won't give it to you." She looked at Li Xingjian carefully, with obvious distrust in her eyes. "How can you be worth 2,000 yuan? What kind of trouble have you caused? You are really crazy. If you have caused trouble, don't expect me to give you a penny." Li Xingjian ignored her reaction and continued coldly. Li Qinzi gets 300 yuan pocket money every month, but I haven't had a penny in 15 years. Is this fair? I want 2,000 yuan. What's wrong with that? Guo Jing's expression gradually turned cold. Are you comparing yourself with others? Do you think I'm not as good as Li Mingli and that the money I give you is not enough? She angrily threw the spatula into the pot. Why didn't you despise me for being poor when we were kids? Why didn't you despise me for being poor when you were in school? Now that you've gotten better grades, you start to despise me? She was so emotional that her voice became increasingly sharp. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? No one wants you except me. You still despise me? I should have let you die outside. Li Xingjian sneered in her heart. The unreasonableness and cruelty of all this had long been deeply imprinted in her memory. In the past, she had endured these insults in order to survive, but all this would never happen again. Today, she is no longer the Li Xingjian who once endured humiliation in silence. She replied coldly, I don't owe you anything. You can choose not to support me, but your son and daughter-in-law have to. I'm not begging. As for the money, I want what Li Qinzi has, so I should have it too. If you don't give it to me, I'll go borrow it. Guo Jing was speechless for a moment, her hands shaking with anger. She had never expected Li Xingjian to be so direct and cold. Guo Jing looked at her calm and resolute expression and felt a sense of uneasiness in her heart. Li Xingjian stood there, with a firmness in his eyes that could not be ignored. In the past, she might have been overwhelmed by this dilapidated house and her grandmother's cold words, but now, she is no longer that cowardly girl. Every step she takes is paving the way for her future, and no one can restrain her anymore. Li Xingjian's eyes darkened instantly. She had never expected to meet Ji Yanli at this time, the person who had helped her but later betrayed her. Ji Yanli still looked familiar, wearing a white shirt and jeans with a gentle expression, looking like a gentle and jade-like boy with a bookish air. But Li Xingjian only had a sneer in his heart. The past of Ji Yanli and Li Xingjian is full of drama. In the past, Ji Yanli was her neighbor, 1 year older than her, and had lent a helping hand when she was suffering. Whenever Guo Jing beat her, Ji Yanli would comfort her, bring her food, and make her feel a little warmth. It can be said that Ji Yanli's help to her partly determined that she was able to grow up in such an environment and become who she is today. However, after Ji Yanli was found by his biological parents, his life trajectory changed dramatically. Because of the noble status of his biological parents, Ji Yanli and Li Qinzi became closer and closer, and even fell in love with Li Qinzi. And what about Li Xingjian, her childhood sweetheart, the young man who was willing to accompany her through difficult times, eventually became her enemy? She clearly remembered what Ji Yanli had said to her in her previous life. I'm sorry, Aegean, I actually care a lot about your past. The pure and innocent Li Qinzi makes me feel that life is full of light, but you make me feel like I am living in a sewer. These words hurt her deeply, but she never asked him to marry her. Ji Yanli had promised to cherish her, protect her, and help her out of the shadows, but he chose to betray her in the end. Li Xingjian knew that Ji Yanli's good reputation had won him the appreciation of many elders, and he also gained a lot of resources through it. Even at the wedding, he stabbed her in the back and hurt her in order to please Li Qinzi, making them irreconcilable enemies. Thinking of this, Li Xingjian couldn't help but sneer. Brother Ji, young master, do you want to experience life and see how poor and destitute your adoptive parents are? Her sarcastic words were full of contempt. She knew clearly that Ji Yanli's biological parents had 3 sons, and after he was found by his biological parents, he became estranged from his adoptive parents. Even though his adoptive parents tried their best and gave everything for him, they still got nothing in return. Although Ji Yanli gave some money to his adoptive parents, he never really cared about them. In the end, Ji Yanli even severed his relationship with his adoptive parents and left them. When his adoptive parents died, he did not show up, leaving behind an inexplicable regret. You have always been so high and mighty, thinking that money can buy everything, Li Xingjian sneered. But do you really think that your conscience can be bought with money? Ji Yanli's expression suddenly became complicated. He lowered his head, as if he didn't know how to respond. Li Xingjian didn't give him any chance and continued. You came here to pretend to care about me again? You just want to see how miserable I am. You think you are doing well now, but you can never escape the fact that you hurt me. Li Xingjian's tone was still cold. She was no longer the girl who could be softened by Ji Yanli's comfort. Ji Yanli obviously didn't expect Li Xingjian to suddenly become so straightforward and sarcastic. He was silent for a while, then asked, Ajian, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? He remembered that Li Xingjian was well-behaved, gentle, and never sarcastic to others, but now her attitude surprised him a little. Li Xingjian sneered in his heart. In his previous life, Ji Yanli and Li Qinzi were the initiators of her pain. She understood that all this was not accidental, but Li Qinzi had already known that she had good grades and her grandfather was planning to take her back, so he had set up the plan carefully. And although Ji Yanli seemed to be her helper at the time, he actually hurt her deeply without realizing it. Li Xingjian thought for a moment, then smiled casually and said, Brother Ji, I do have some problems and need 2,000 yuan. Can you lend it to me? Ji Yanli frowned after hearing this, and was obviously a little hesitant. 2,000 yuan? What do you want so much money for? What happened? Li Xingjian knew clearly that Ji Yanli himself was not rich. After all, the salary of an ordinary worker was only 5 or 600 yuan, and 2,000 yuan was not a small amount for him. She continued calmly, I will return it to you and write my grandmother's name on it. If not, you can ask my grandfather for it. He is the famous medical expert Li Mingli. Ji Yanli was suddenly stunned. He is your grandfather? He obviously did not expect that Li Xingjian had such a powerful background. Your grandfather wants to take you back to study. My sister misses you too. She knows I'm familiar with this place, so she asked me to accompany her to see you. Ji Yanli said excitedly, Let's go, Ajian. I'll take you to see her. Li Xingjian sneered in his heart. Ji Yanli's current appearance was completely different from his previous life. At that time, he seemed to really care about her, but now, she knew that everything was just arranged by Li Qinzi. His love for Li Qinzi was no longer just ordinary concern. Come on, I'll take you to meet your sister. She's come here specially to see you. There was a gentle light in Ji Yanli's eyes when he mentioned Li Qinzi. Li Xingjian stretched out his hand and smiled. So, trust me, lend me some money. Oh, I should say lending my grandma's money. Ji Yanli was silent for a moment, and finally decided to lend her the money. I only have 1,500, and the rest has to be left for Li Qinzi to eat and drink. He sighed, and still took out 1,200 and gave it to her. Thank you. Li Xingjian took the money and simply put it into the inner pocket of her school uniform, which was a good place to hide money. Although she was poor, every dollar was precious to her, and she kept it very carefully. Thank you. She waved to Ji Yanli and turned to leave. Ji Yanli was stunned for a moment, then asked, Aren't you going to see your sister? Ajian. Li Xingjian did not stop. She had long lost interest in Li Qinzi's concern. She understood that Li Qinzi was just here to laugh at her. She did not want to see the person who pretended to care about her. She trotted to the bus station and bought a ticket to the city for 3 yuan. The bus was packed with people, full of unpleasant odors, and there were no seats available. Li Xingjian held her nose and endured for more than 50 minutes before finally arriving in the city. The streets in the city were more prosperous than those in the town. She found a store selling audio and electronic products and happened to see a Walkman. This Walkman was very advanced in technology and had clear sound quality. It was the standard equipment for rich children at that time. Li Xingjian had seen Li Qinzi take it in her previous life, but she was financially constrained and could not have it at all. Now, she finally had the opportunity to touch it, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She walked to the counter and saw a little girl sorting the shelves, so she went up to her and asked, Do you have a recorder here? The girl was obviously not familiar with these products. After some inquiry, she shook her head and said, We don't have a recorder, but if you need one, I can talk to your boss for you. Li Xingjian smiled and asked, Then I want a Walkman. She knew that although this Walkman was outdated, it still represented a classic of an era. Although she didn't have it in her previous life, now she decided to fight for a little bit of her past regrets. Li Xingjian tried to use her newly bought SN Walkman, counted some money, and successfully bought the item she wanted. Do you really want it? The waitress asked in disbelief. Li Xingjian smiled slightly and pushed the money over, check whether it is real or not. After the waitress confirmed it, she was obviously very happy. This business deal gave her a little surprise, and she should be able to pass the internship period smoothly. She thanked him repeatedly and packed up the Walkman for Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian took the bag and asked casually, Do you have any tapes? The clerk was obviously embarrassed. The tapes we have here are all genuine. We can't give you the junk ones. I can give you a pair of headphones. Li Xingjian nodded reluctantly. It's better to have it than not to have it. She went downstairs with her newly bought Walkman and headphones. The female clerk next door saw this and looked unhappy. She quickly asked the male clerk to find out what Li Xingjian bought. As a result, when she learned that Li Xingjian bought the latest SN model, she felt extremely regretful. After all the customers left, she yelled in frustration, "You are so rich. Why are you pretending to be a grandson? It makes me so angry." Of course, Li Xingjian had already walked away and could no longer hear her cursing. Li Xingjian unpacked the package and stuffed the Walkman into his trouser pocket to make sure it wouldn't get lost. She knew that petty theft was very common in today's society, and one could easily be robbed if one was not careful. After putting the Walkman away, she walked out of the mall. There were many vendors selling tapes and CDs on the street. Most of these tapes were pirated or parallel imported, but they were cheap and good to listen to, especially the DVDs and songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan. She was picking casually when she suddenly spotted a thin young man wearing a denim vest, curly hair, and sunglasses. Li Xingjian recognized him at a glance. He was the future rock star Qin Lang. She remembered that many young people who moved to Beijing were making music. At first, no one appreciated them, and many of them could only make a living by doing side jobs, such as selling pirated tapes and discs. Li Xingjian walked over and looked up casually. "Are you Qin Lang?" She called out his name directly. Qin Lang took off his sunglasses and looked a little puzzled. "Do you know me?" "Yes, I'm your fan. I've heard you sing Wandering River." Li Xingjian hummed the song with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Lang's face showed excitement and enthusiasm. He was no longer as indifferent as before. "Have you really heard this song? Where did you hear it?" "Of course you talked about this song on a variety show after you became famous." Li Xingjian joked, "You liked this song at the time. Although it didn't become popular, you sang it in bars and on the roadside and liked it very much." Qin Lang nodded, but his excitement faded a little. Li Xingjian's words reminded him that the fans on the roadside were not very helpful to him. After all, he had been wandering in Beijing for 3 years. If he didn't become famous, he would probably have to return to his hometown. Li Xingjian smiled nonchalantly and said, "You don't dislike me, do you? I'm just a fan." Qin Lang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "How can I dislike it? I really want to succeed so much." Li Xingjian smiled and added, "Actually, I can read faces a little bit. I think you'll become a big star this September, but you should pay attention to your throat. There seems to be a little problem in it. It's best to go to the hospital for a checkup after you become famous." Qin Lang looked at her with some confusion. "How old are you? How do you know all this?" "It's July now. We'll know in 2 months." Li Xingjian said casually, "When you become famous, you can verify my words." Qin Lang frowned after hearing this, a little confused. He looked at Li Xingjian and felt that she was not like an ordinary girl, as if she knew something about him. How could she know this? Li Xingjian continued, "By the way, find me 2 cheap tapes." She added with a smile, "It would be best if you could give them to me." Qin Lang looked at her headphones and smiled. "SN's latest model. You still have the nerve to bargain?" Li Xingjian smiled and said, "What does it matter? I can go to bars by bicycle, so I should save money and spend money. If you have money, give it to me. If you don't have money, sell it to me at a lower price." Finally, Qin Lang gave Li Xingjian 2 demo tapes that he had discarded. Although there were no songs on them, they could at least be used for recording. Li Xingjian nodded with satisfaction at the things in his hand. After getting these things, Li Xingjian plugged in her headphones and a melodious contralto sang from her Walkman. Every melody of Su Xiaofeng's, every step, seemed to be tailor-made for her, full of the power of struggle. Li Xingjian stood there, silently telling herself that every step in the future would be taken by herself, and she would not be afraid even if the road ahead was full of difficulties. Afterwards, it was already afternoon when Li Xingjian returned to town by bus. She did not rush home, but used her pocket money to go to the drugstore to buy some B vitamins and vitamin D, and then went to the convenience store to buy 2 packets of mill powder. Next, she knew that Li Qian and Sui Li would be here soon, and she had a tough battle to fight. She has to keep her body healthy and ready to meet future challenges. She also bought a pair of pure cotton shorts for $2. The sad thing is that these were all the clothes she had. The only pair of pants she had before was sewn by Guijing and had to be washed and dried that night. Otherwise, she couldn't wear it the next day. She sighed silently. All this will change. Li Xingjian looked at Sui Li and felt a chill in his heart. She once wondered why her mother always spoke coldly to her, even treating her like a stranger. Now, she truly felt the distance. Sui Li looked at her with undisguised disdain in her eyes. "You're back just in time." Guojing walked out of the door, pointed at Li Xingjian, and said to Li Qian, "She ran away for 2 days and 2 nights. and she also stole my money. You have to take care of her." Li Xingjian's heart tightened. In her previous life, she did not steal money, but stayed at home quietly, silently enduring all the humiliation. Now, facing all this, she no longer had the pain and humiliation she had in the past. Only endless calmness remained. "You're here." Sui Li's words were full of malice. "This little bitch really makes me lose face." Li Qian looked at Li Xingjian and said coldly, "Where have you been? You didn't contact your family because you were afraid of embarrassing us, right?" He paused and said lightly, "It's really a sin to give birth to a daughter like this." Li Xingjian lowered her head, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. She had naively thought that Li Qian might care about her a little, but the reality was as cold as ever. "Why are you crying? If you really care, then go to hell." Li Qian's tone was merciless. Li Xingjian held back the tears in her eyes and did not respond. She had thought about giving up, and even in her previous life, she had tried to end her life, but she was always unable to make up her mind because of that weak desire to survive. "Jian, is there something wrong?" Sui Li's eyes were sharp, seemingly concerned, but hiding deep temptation. "I heard there was a rape case in school. Could it be you?" Li Xingjian's heart trembled suddenly, but he quickly regained his composure. Guojing suddenly raised the broom angrily. "It must be you. Otherwise, where have you been?" Sui Li tried to comfort her and held Li Xingjian's hand. "Don't be afraid. I'm your mother. There's nothing we can't tell you." There was false tenderness in her words, as if she was afraid that Li Xingjian would say nothing. Li Xingjian sneered, her heart full of irony. Other parents would hold their children in their hands, but her mother was just like this. In her previous life, she had suspected all of this and even taken tests, and the results ruthlessly revealed the truth. Li Qian looked at Li Xingjian, angry but helpless. "You didn't contact your family after such a big incident. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass us?" Li Xingjian suppressed his anger and responded coldly. "Who told you that? You care about me, but you might as well care about yourself. You don't care about your own family affairs, but you know everything about the outside world." Her words were like a knife, piercing Sui Li's heart. Sui Li's face changed, and she quickly scolded, "How do you talk to me? You little bitch." Li Xingjian looked at her coldly. "I didn't do anything, did I? You know about this. As for the rape case, people in town are talking about it, and I also called the police." "Why? The police don't care. It's my family's business. Can you do anything about it?" Sui Li's expression changed. She could no longer conceal her anger and anxiety. "You called the police?" Li Xingjian curled his lips and spread his hands. "Of course I'll go to the police if there's a problem. The police are everyone's relatives. I don't have any biological parents, so of course I'll go to them." Sui Li gritted her teeth, her tone filled with anger. "What do you want to do?" Li Xingjian sneered. "What? Do you think you can control me?" Sui Li pointed at Li Xingjian angrily and asked, "Did you call the police?" Li Xingjian nodded calmly. "Yes. Why are you so excited?" Sui Li turned around and prepared to leave. Li Xingjian grabbed her and said, "Where are you going? Aren't you here to pick me up?" Sui Li's eyes flickered, and she was obviously going to look for Li Chenxi. She and Li Chenxi had already conspired to not let Li Xingjian return home unscathed. Li Xingjian ranked first in the high school entrance examination. Grandpa likes people with good grades the most. Grandpa is rich, and Li Xingjian will inherit the family property. They can't let her go back. Why would a wild child raised in the countryside come back to destroy their stable life? "Let me go." Sui Li glared at Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian raised his eyebrows. "No. Don't you think you're weird, Dad?" Li Qian also cast a questioning look. Sui Li was speechless for a moment and made up an excuse. "I'm going to the bathroom." "Go find Li Chenxi. Are you worried that you will be caught by the police? So you were nervous?" Li Xingjian laughed sarcastically. "But I've already told the police that Li Chenxi is a suspect, and the police should have taken her away. You may not be able to catch up even if you go." Sui Li's face suddenly changed, and she looked at Li Xingjian anxiously. "Did you really do this? Did you know it was Li Chenxi?" There was no denial in her words, but instead she indirectly acknowledged Li Chenxi's crime. Li Xingjian smiled coldly. "Yes, I did say she was suspicious. It seems that you and Li Chenxi had planned it long ago." Sui Li was so angry that she almost lost control. "How could you be so mean? How dare you harm your own sister? She is so young. What if she's caught by the police? What will happen to her life? You are such a jinx." Li Xingjian looked at her calmly. "Don't you think what you said is ridiculous? You actually think that Li Chenxi's jealousy can be forgiven. She ruined my life, and you actually said it was just childish behavior." Li Qian finally understood the truth of the matter and stared at Sui Li angrily. What are you doing? Sui Li was speechless. Li Xingjian glared at Li Qian. Are you really my parents? Knowing this, you are actually concerned about Li Qinzi, not me. Why don't you ask me if I am injured and need to go to the hospital? Her voice was angry and cold. You should go to jail and die with Li Qinzi. You have done so many immoral things, and you will be punished sooner or later. Li Qian raised his hand to hit Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian took a step back without fear. Okay, wait for the judge to forgive you. I will never reconcile with Li Qinzi. Li Qian slapped Sui Li in the face. What are you doing? The old man wants to take her back. If you don't want her to go back, then leave. The slap made Sui Li stagger, and her face swelled up quickly. She was stunned for a moment, and then she didn't dare to say anything, her eyes full of grievance and anger. Li Qian looked at Li Xingjian and said in a deep voice, Are you satisfied? Don't pursue Li Qinzi anymore, otherwise I won't let you go. After saying that, he hurriedly drove his car, ready to leave with his anger. Li Xingjian's heart gradually became numb, and she looked at him with a sneer, her heart filled with disappointment and pain. She once thought she had a father, but in the end, what she relied on was just an illusion. Cici has never suffered since she was a child. If anything happens to her, I will not let you go. Sui Li left these words before leaving. Li Xingjian looked at Guijing, tears in his eyes. Am I really your child? Guijing didn't care about her emotions at all and replied coldly. Are you okay? If not, stop making a fuss. Who are you? How dare you report your own sister? Shut up, old beast. Li Xingjian shouted angrily. Wait for your daughter to take care of you in your old age. She threw down these words and turned and walked away. Guijing shouted angrily. Where are you going? Don't come back. Li Xingjian squeezed into the crowded and sweaty minibus again. The second time, she had adapted to the smell, or perhaps she herself had become a part of it. When she arrived at the station, she had no money left. Looking ahead, Li Xingjian took a deep breath. She was still young, and there was still a long way to go. She would definitely be able to walk 10 miles before dark. The car horn sounded shrilly, and Li Xingjian frowned, thinking that if she continued like this, she would fall into the ditch. On a wide road, why is it so worrying for someone with poor driving skills? She stood in the shadow of the tree and looked back and saw a familiar Mercedes-Benz parked not far away. The window of the cab slowly lowered, and Song Yanjun's face appeared behind the glass, his deep eyes locked on her. Li Xingjian's heart tightened. How could she run into him? Isn't it too much of a coincidence? But did he recognize her? She walked sideways to the side of the road and made way for him, hoping that he would drive over quickly. Unexpectedly, Song Yanjun couldn't help but ask, Are you stupid? Li Xingjian was unhappy. Why did this person like to curse so much? She frowned and asked, Are you sick? Song Yanjun was stunned for a moment, then sneered. I forgot, you have a powerful mouth. Where are you going? Get in the car. Brother Jun, who is it? Do you know you? A girl's voice came from the passenger seat. Li Xingjian listened and felt that the voice was familiar. It was Shun Baiyu's voice. She frowned slightly and turned to leave. But Song Yanjun caught up with her from behind. I told you to get in the car. Shun Baiyu was still asking, Who is it? Can you just shut up? Song Yanjun suddenly got angry at the co-pilot. Li Xingjian was a little surprised. How could Song Yanjun be so rude to Shun Baiyu? Wasn't Shun Baiyu the white moonlight in his heart? Didn't he always dote on her? How could he not feel sorry for such a thing? But Li Xingjian didn't care too much. Instead, she was a little happy. Shun Baiyu's aggressive questioning made her very irritated. Song Yanjun said to her impatiently, Don't make me say it for the third time. Li Xingjian glanced at him coldly and said in a blunt tone, If you are sick, go to the doctor. Why are you pretending to be a domineering president? Why do I have to get in your car? You like others to get in your car so much. Are you a taxi driver? After saying this, Li Xingjian felt refreshed. In her previous life, she always begged Song Yanjun for money. At that time, she lived in a humble manner and even obeyed him in everything. But in this life, she no longer owed him anything and no longer needed his charity. She no longer needed to rely on him, and there was no need to bow down to him. After Li Xingjian finished scolding Song Yanjun, she turned and left. Song Yanjun was shocked by her indifference and opened his mouth but didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, he chased after her again. I just saw that you were having a hard time walking, and I wanted to help you. No need, Li Xingjian responded coldly. If you like doing good deeds so much, Then go and become a Buddha and kowtow to people and burn incense. Song Yanjun. He stopped the car and looked at Li Xingjian sharply, as if he wanted to ask her something, but she was suddenly frightened and ran away. Song Yanjun was stunned for a moment, then chased after him, shouting angrily, "Fuck, I'm not kidnapping you. Why are you running? Stop right there." He caught up with her in a few steps and grabbed her wrist tightly. Li Xingjian struggled for a while and cursed in a low voice. "Let go, are you crazy? You bastard." Song Yanjun sneered. "I just like to argue with people. You call me a hooligan, then I will show you how to be a hooligan." After that, he picked up Li Xingjian like a piglet. Li Xingjian was stunned and instantly felt a familiar breath surrounding her. At that moment, she even seemed to have returned to the time when she was with him. Although there were many sweet moments between them, these memories had long been shattered by the cruel reality. Song Yanjun, who looked cold on the outside, liked to tell jokes. He liked to hug her, watch her favorite TV series with her, and then criticize the stupid plots of those TV series. Once, Li Xingjian thought they would always be so close. But now, all of this is just a memory. Li Xingjian woke up from these thoughts. His mood was calm, but his tone was still a little disgusted. "You really look like you are sick when you do this." In this life, she no longer wants to have anything to do with Song Yanjun. Song Yanjun was stunned for a moment, kicked the passenger seat, and Shun Baiyu reluctantly opened the door. Song Yanjun glanced at her and said coldly, "Go over." Regardless of whether he was sick or not, catching her would make him feel better. After he stuffed Li Xingjian into the passenger seat, he pointed at her, warned her coldly, and then sat back in the driver's seat. Shin Baiyu looked at all this, his face pale, with disbelief in his eyes. "Brother Jun." Song Yanjun ignored her and asked Li Xingjian, "Where are you going?" Shun Baiyu, however, was holding onto the seat and said provocatively, "What are you doing in that community? You know that's where the cadres live, so you can't just go in casually, right? Are you going there to be a nanny?" Li Xingjian didn't want to respond, but Shin Baiyu's words clearly looked down on her. She couldn't help but fight back. "My real grandfather lives there. Seeing me in rags. Do you think I'm unworthy? Can't a rich lady experience life?" Song Yanjun glanced at her. Shin Baiyu asked in disbelief, "You, why are your hands so rough when you experience life?" Li Xingjian looked down at her hands and didn't respond. Her hands were indeed rough, from working as a child, leaving deep marks on them. "Actually, I know you," Li Xingjian said calmly. "The night before yesterday, we walked out of the same room, and I saved you." Shin Baiyu's face turned pale instantly, and she looked at her in shock. Li Xingjian smiled and said, "No need to thank me. It was just a favor." "Stop the car," Shin Baiyu suddenly shouted, his voice filled with anxiety. Song Yanjun frowned, obviously confused by this sudden request. "I said stop the car." Shin Baiyu's voice became more and more shrill, and then she broke down and cried. Song Yanjun looked at Li Xingjian with deep eyes, as if he didn't understand her reaction. Li Xingjian frowned slightly, guessing that he might want to scold her. "Okay, I'm an outsider, so I'd better get off the car," Li Xingjian said coldly. Song Yanjun did not respond, and the car sped up. About 5 minutes later, they stopped at the gate of a sentry compound. Song Yanjun stopped the car, looked at Li Xingjian, and sneered. "Do you still want me to open the door for you?" Li Xingjian snorted, thinking that she didn't plan to take the car anyway. She opened the door herself, got out of the car, and prepared to leave. After walking a few steps, she turned around, and Song Yanjun still didn't move, his hands on the steering wheel, looking at her. "Thank you." Li Xingjian thanked him lightly, then closed the car door, turned, and left. Song Yanjun's mouth twitched. He had never seen such a direct and arrogant thank you. Those who knew her well knew that she was saying thank you, but those who were not familiar with her would probably think she was saying go to hell. Inside the car, Shun Baiyu's voice sounded again. "Brother Jun, what is your relationship with her?" Her eyes were full of confusion. Song Yanjun looked back at her coldly, his tone serious. "Do you really want to know?" Shun Baiyu lowered his head, feeling a little uneasy. "Brother Jun, do you dislike me?" Song Yanjun raised his hand to signal her to stop talking. "I don't want to provoke you." "Didn't she just say it? She was the one who dragged you out. I met her when I went to pick you up." He finished speaking, his tone no longer gentle. "That's how we met." Shin Baiyu couldn't help crying again. With a turn of her eyes, she suddenly asked, "Then isn't she?" She sobbed and said, "No wonder she's like a madman. Maybe she's been stimulated?" Song Yanjun's expression darkened. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, and he sighed, "I don't blame you." Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove Shun Baiyu home quickly. Shun Baiyu tried to explain, but couldn't find a loophole. Brother Jun, it's not convenient at home. My mother. Shun Baiyu's eyes became moist again. Song Yanjun ignored her words, but thought to himself that compared to that beggar-like girl, Shun Baiyu seemed a little fragile. Perhaps in such a situation, most girls would react like Shun Baiyu, fearing embarrassment and being blamed. He drove the car to the downstairs of Shun's house. Shun Baiyu looked at him with a tired look. Brother Jun, won't you go upstairs to accompany me? Song Yanjun shook his head gently. Do you want to call the police? This matter is actually quite serious. We should still trust the police. Shun Baiyu sobbed, with a hint of pleading in her voice. Woo-woo, Brother Jun, are you going to force me to death? Do you want the whole world to know what happened to me? I will be pointed at by others, and I can't live anymore. Don't call the police. Don't let others know. Song Yanjun wanted to say that someone had already reported the incident to the police, but he stopped saying this. Compared to Shun Baiyu, Li Xingjian seemed much stronger. Although Shun Baiyu cried painfully, Li Xingjian's experience seemed to be more severe. He took a deep breath and decided not to continue discussing this topic. He got out of the car, poured a cup of hot water for Shun Baiyu, and comforted her. You take a rest first. I will send Aunt Xiao to accompany you. Shun Baiyu grabbed his sleeve and refused to let go. Brother Jun, don't leave. I'm scared. My mother is back. You can also accompany me. It's rare that you have a holiday, so can you stay with me for a while? Song Yanjun looked at her slender hands and suddenly thought of Li Xingjian's rough little hands. He gently pushed Shun Baiyu's hand away. You should have a good rest. I won't be here with you. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Song Yanjun went to open the door, and the police came in. He frowned and looked at the policeman, his tone displeased. What's the matter? The police showed his ID and said, Is this Shun Baiyu's home? We suspect she is involved in a prostitution case and would like to ask her to assist in the investigation. Song Yanjun heard something wrong in the words and said coldly, She is a victim. The policeman glanced at him and remained calm. We can only confirm this after investigation. Shun Baiyu frantically held onto the doorframe of the bedroom, his eyes filled with pleading. Brother Jun, I didn't do that. They wronged me. I am the victim. Song Yanjun looked at her, then slowly turned his head with a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes and turned his gaze to the police. Li Xingjian stood at the gate of Li Mingli's compound, waiting anxiously. She originally wanted to go in, but there was a guard post at the entrance of the compound, and no one recognized her. Fortunately, the guard on duty did not put on airs. He asked about the situation enthusiastically and finally contacted Li Mingli's residence. Soon after, a middle-aged aunt came over. Li Xingjian recognized her as a villager who had worked with Li Mingli when he was sent to work in the countryside, and later became Li Mingli's nanny. Although the aunt knew Li Mingli, she did not know Li Xingjian. Ew, you are Li Mingli's granddaughter? Annie asked. Li Xingjian nodded. Yes, I am his granddaughter, Li Xingjian. Auntie's eyes flickered. Grandpa said you would be back during this period. Why didn't you come back with your parents? Li Xingjian lowered his head, looking a little embarrassed. I don't want to come back with them. Aunt Lu sighed. The old man went out, but he didn't go far. I think he will be back soon. You can go back with me first. Li Xingjian nodded and followed his aunt into the compound. After walking more than 2 miles, they finally arrived in front of a 3-story villa with a private entrance. Aunt Lu swiped her card to enter the house and closed the door. Seeing Li Xingjian's worn-out shoes, she hurriedly said, It will be terrible if the old man finds out. Change your shoes first. Li Xingjian's eyes turned cold, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered, I'll wait for Grandpa here. Aunt Lu was stunned for a moment. You're standing there waiting? Li Xingjian's eyes were full of determination. Aunt Lu, you have to get used to having someone who has the final say in the family. Aunt Lu's heart trembled, knowing that she was referring to Li Mingli. Li Xingjian's words carried an aura that could not be ignored. Aunt Lu quickly understood. I'll go ask someone when the old man will be back. Just as she turned around, the doorbell rang. Li Xingjian opened the door and saw an old man in military uniform walking in. Li Mingli, Li Xingjian's grandfather, was tall and straight, with a serious temperament. Although he had some white hair on his temples, he did not look like a 64-year-old. He looked at Li Xingjian with a stern look in his eyes. Li Xingjian stood up straight with a hint of excitement on his face. Grandpa, I knew you were my grandpa the moment I saw you. She hurriedly ran towards Li Mingli and threw herself into his arms. Chapter 11. If anyone dares to exclude her, Don't blame me for being rude. Li Mingli is a serious and rigid person. Not only has he hugged his juniors, but he has never hugged Guijing like this. He was embarrassed, nervous, and extremely anxious. You should speak properly. Li Mingli asked Li Xingjian to stand up straight. He smoothed out the non-existent wrinkles on his body, then looked up at Li Xingjian. At just one glance, I knew it was correct. It must be the root of his Li family. Li Xingjian's eyes are big and round with peach blossoms, which makes him look very much like Li Qian, a gene from Guijing. Why are you dressed like this? Don't you have money on weekdays? What on earth did your grandma do? Or did you dress like this on purpose to see me? After all, Li Mingli had crossed more bridges than he had walked, and he saw through Li Xingjian's trick at a glance. Li Xingjian did not argue, but pinched his fingertips with an awkward and flustered look. Li Mingli notisa Li Xingjian zan. A child who lives a truly pampered life wouldn't have hands that rough. Moreover, Li Xingjian's facial skin is slightly dark, which is obviously not the temperament that a city child should have. He frowned and asked again, "Where are your parents? They didn't even give you a change of clothes when they picked you up." In her previous life, no one changed her clothes for her, so she took it over. Li Mingli also discovered that her life might not be very satisfactory, but because she brought shame to her family, Li Mingli never asked about this matter. So from then on, Li Qian and Sui Li were harsh on her life, and no one spoke up for her. Li Xingjian told the truth. Something happened to Li Chenxi. She was involved in prostitution. They went to the police station to get her back. They couldn't take care of me, so I came here on my own. Li Ming wanted to ask, why didn't you wait? But when he heard the words, organizing prostitution, his eyes widened. What did you say? Li Xingjian said, I don't know the details either. Li Mingli pushed Li Xingjian aside and tried to enter. Li Xingjian stajarat. Li Mingli stopped and looked back, not knowing what he was thinking of. Come in. This is your home from now on. Looking at Li Mingli hurriedly entering the room, Li Xingjian smiled. Li Mingli is the most snobbish, but also the easiest to deal with. The only thing to do is to make him study hard and behave himself. Look, this person who used to think she was dirty the first time she looked at her in her previous life. Now, in this life, didn't she say that this is her home? Li Mingli called everywhere to find Li Qian, but he couldn't find him. He could only find a roundabout way to save the situation and ask Li Chenxi what was going on. But communications were not so developed nowadays, and he only got a little information from the general administration, saying that a big incident had occurred in Wenquan town, and many public officials had committed crimes. Someone had long used money and power to lure campus students into prostitution. They were all middle and high school students. They met each other through classmates or gangsters outside the school. Some were forced by violence, some were deceived, and some were simply drugged. It has been 2 years, and the youngest student is only 13 years old. This time, there was a student who was not poisoned and was completely conscious. He escaped and reported the case. Although no names were mentioned, the other party said that some young girls seemed to be involved in the case. They helped organize people to find prey and receive benefits in the middle. Combined with Li Xingjian's words, Li Mingli was already half disappointed. After hanging up the phone, he called Li Qian's home with anger in his eyes. The nanny answered the phone. Li Mingli said, when Li Qian comes back, tell him to come over to see me immediately. Li Qian didn't arrive in the city until after 7 in the evening. After getting home, she and Sui Li heard what the nanny said, thinking that the old man was angry that they didn't pick up Li Xingjian. Li Qian looked at Sui Li and Li Chenxi angrily. It's all your fault. Sui Li, if you really can't tolerate her, then get out of here. Don't forget that this family has her share, but not necessarily yours. Dad, don't be angry with Mom. This is all my fault. Li Chenxi pulled Li Qian's sleeve pitifully. What should we say when we get to Grandpa? Sui Li rushed around all day and finally got Li Chenxi out. She no longer had the noble arrogance she had when she left the scene earlier. She also calmed down and said, Husband, now that things have come to this, let's keep it a secret from the old man so as not to make him angry. What did the old man say? Li Qian was obviously also afraid of his father. Sui Li said, Just listen to me, I will answer. The three of them drove to Li Mingli's residence. It's not far away, just 7 minutes drive away. As soon as she entered the room, Sui Li saw the old man sitting on the sofa with a sullen face, looking at them like a leopard waiting for an opportunity. Her heart skipped a beat, and she smiled apologetically. Dad, are you getting impatient waiting for a Jian? She said with grievance on her face. Dad, what do you say we should do with this child? She said she doesn't recognize us and doesn't recognize me. No matter how much we persuade her, she just won't come back with us. Li Mingli frowned as he looked towards the tea room. She refuses to come back? Yes. She said she didn't have any grandfather or father. They were all dead, and she didn't recognize us. Dad, after all, he didn't grow up with us. He might hate us. He won't be obedient when he comes back. I'm afraid we can't raise him well. Sui Li sat next to Li Mingli in a flattering manner, with her head turned to the side. There was a cup of warm tea brewed by Li Xingjian in front of Li Mingli. He picked it up and poured it all on Sui Li's face. Sui Li was startled and screamed, Dad, what are you doing? Li Qian was also terrified, not understanding why. The child is still here. You should have stayed away from her when you're scolding her. What did she do wrong? Grandpa. At this time, a panicked voice came from the corridor. Li Xingjian was wearing a refreshing blue-striped sports vest and shorts, holding a tea tray in his hand, looking helplessly at the people and things in the hall. Li Qian and Sui Li raised their heads and looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. Li Chenxi rolled his eyes and his expression darkened. You, Li Qian asked, why are you here? Why is she here? Didn't you say she didn't want to come back? Li Mingli stood up, raised his hand, and slapped Li Qian. She wanted to come back, but no one took her back, so she walked back by herself. Li Mingli got angry when he thought of what Sui Li said when she came in. She even dared to instigate Li Xingjian by saying that he didn't have a grandfather. This child didn't know how much she loved her grandfather. As soon as she came back, she hugged her grandfather and wouldn't let go. When her grandfather asked her to change clothes, she changed happily immediately and dressed up, looking neat and tidy. I would also make tea for my grandfather, ask him questions, and read newspapers to him in English. How can I not like Grandpa? I love him so much. For the first time in so many years, he understood how happy it was to be in the arms of a loving mother. It really pissed him off. Li Mingli asked Li Xingjian to stand next to him, glared at Li Qian protectively, and then said, Jian is my granddaughter, the child who looks most like me. If anyone dares to exclude her again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 12. Reputation is still important. Sui Li's eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment, and Li Chenxi gently touched her. Li Chenxi stood behind Sui Li and said, Sister, you finally agreed to come home. My elder brother, and I miss you so much. I used to envy others for having a sister, but now I have one too. It's great that you're back. Sui Li suppressed her anger, took out a handkerchief to wipe her face, looked at Li Xingjian and said, Jian, you see, when I told your dad to let you come back, you said you would never come back. Now you're like this, making me lie and look like a nobody. Forget it, just come back. Li Xingjian looked at Li Qian with moist eyes. Dad, do I really not want to come back with you? She did not forget that Li Qian clearly said he would take her home, but ended up leaving her behind. You didn't go back to pick her up, did you? She wanted to see if Li Qian was thick-skinned enough to say that she didn't want to go home. Li Qian met the eyes that looked so much like his own, and immediately felt uneasy. He turned his face away and said, Everything will be fine now that you're back. Why did you do so many things? Yes, he did a lot of things. Li Mingli looked at Li Chenxi and suddenly threw a teacup. You organize prostitution? Are you crazy? How dare you bring such dirty things to me? So Li Mingli knew that they didn't go to pick anyone up because they were trying to save Li Chenxi. It's just lying. Dad! Sui Li looked at Li Xingjian. She was so angry that she was about to explode. She didn't expect Li Xingjian to be so bold that he actually told Li Mingli about this matter. Who told you this? This is slander. Sui Li was furious. Cici is only 15 years old. Who spread rumors and slandered her like this? If this gets out, how will Cici live, go to school, and gain a foothold in the capital? Li Chenxi bit her lower lip and looked at Li Xingjian, her eyes slightly red, pitiful. Sister, you are not slandering me, are you? I think about you day and night and look forward to your return. Why do you hurt me like this when you come back? She was wearing a little white dress with floral patterns, 2 pigtails with a pink plaid hairpin on them, looking pure and lovely yet pretty. Looks very well behaved. If Li Xingjian didn't know that it was the mother and daughter who did it, he would think that he was a psychopath and had wrongly accused the little girl for no reason. Li Xingjian took a step back, looking timid. Li Mingli said coldly, I heard it from Deputy Director Gao of the General Administration. Sweetie. Li Shanxi. Li Geng. Dad, listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. Sui Li saw the old man stand up and walk towards Li Chenxi. She hurriedly stood up and blocked the way and said, The child just met a bad friend. She didn't know that the girl was a member of the organization. Think about it. She only goes to school, and our family is not short of money. Why did she do this? She was framed. Li suddenly pointed at Li Xingjian and took a breath. Dad, since you already know the truth, I can't hide it anymore. It was Li Xingjian who participated in prostitution. It was her. That girl was her friend. She asked that girl to identify Chensi. She hates us and hates us for not supporting her. So she is taking revenge on her sister. Dad, look at her. Doesn't she look like she's short of money? She went out to make money. How could Cece be like her? Li Mingli's expression changed drastically, and he turned around to look at Li Xingjian inquiringly. He particularly liked this child today. Did this child lie to her? Li said angrily, Li Xingjian, do you dare to say that you didn't go to the hot spring villa? Do you dare to say that it was not you who reported the case? The police station has a record. If you don't believe me, let's check it out. Li Mingli's eyes darkened, as if a storm was brewing. Li Xingjian, you'd better make sense. Li Xingjian secretly laughed at herself for being so cheap. She thought that because of their blood relationship, Li Mingli already liked her today. But when it comes to reputation issues, reputation is the only thing that matters. This is his grandfather, his family. Li said that she went out to make money. Shouldn't her relatives first think about why she needed money? He only cares about face and whether others embarrass him. But I can't break up with the old man yet. If she can't explain clearly, she will be kicked out today and never come back. Li Xingjian lowered his head and laughed miserably. When he raised his head again, tears were streaming down his cheeks. So, it was you, my sister, who wanted to harm me. So you bribed my classmates and let them push me into the abyss? Li Xingjian looked at the old man and said, Grandpa, I got first place in the exam, and my classmates insisted on having a dinner with me. I can't study so hard that I become stupid. I have to socialize, so I'm going to go. When he heard that she had got first place, Li Mingli's anger subsided a little, and he was no longer as fierce as before. Li Xingjian's eyes also turned red when he said this. I didn't expect them to be liars, and I didn't expect this person to be bribed by Li Chensi. Luckily, I am your granddaughter. When I was drugged, I remembered that you were a doctor. I was definitely drugged. How could I save myself? I slowly bled myself out. Later, I regained consciousness and escaped. Master, I didn't know it was Li Chensi who did it first. I only found out about it when you called me just now. They came back and admitted it. They were indeed back from the police station. Then I realized that it was all Li Chensi's doing. She was afraid that I would come back and steal her favor. So she wanted to kill me. Li Xingjian never had the chance to say these words in his previous life. She would not let anyone interrupt her chance in this life. She walked towards Li Chensi and Li and asked, You said I framed you. Did I use my own reputation to frame you? You think the police are vegetarians? I framed you, right? Then call the police now. Hurry up and call the police to arrest me. If the police want to arrest me, I will help you. I will stay in jail for life and not be a nuisance to you. But the police arrested Li Chensi. How do you explain it? This, no matter how powerful Li Xingjian is, he can't bribe the police, right? The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Chensi with a very dangerous look. Li burst into tears and held Li Xingjian's hand in grievance. Ah Jian, it was Cece who let you down. I didn't know it was so serious. Li Chensi came to his senses, knelt down in front of Li Mingli, and said, Grandpa, how could I possibly humiliate my family's reputation? I just wanted to scare my sister, but I didn't expect that she would really go. What should I do? Sister, if you go, what will you do in the future? Will you be unable to get married? I'm so damned. Why am I so damned, sister? Please beat me to death. Beat me to death. Li Xingjian. They used the method of advancing to retreat. These two guys are really adaptable. As expected, what Li Mingli cares most about is his reputation. He turned around to look at Li Xingjian and wanted to ask something with difficulty, but finally waved his hand. Then I made a phone call. About half an hour later, 2 middle-aged female doctors came to the house. Li Mingli said something to the 2 people, and then asked Li Xingjian to follow the female doctor into the room. After Li Xingjian went in, 2 people asked her to take off her sweatpants. One of them put on thin film gloves and held a flashlight in his hand to examine her body. Naturally, there was this part in my previous life. No matter how humiliated or scared she was, her grandfather always cared about his reputation. But it is impossible not to check, which is why Li Xingjian is glad that he has not been harmed by anyone. If it happened to someone else, it wouldn't be her fault at all, and all parents would care. For her, this membrane is particularly important. Li Xingjian took off his clothes and lay on the bed. Chapter 13, Punishment. Sui Li and Li Qinzi were even more nervous than Li Xingjian, waiting for the result with shining eyes. Not a virgin, not a virgin. As long as Li Xingjian is not the one, no matter how wrong she is, she has to leave. No problem, old man. The female doctor told Li Mingli the test results. Said, everything is normal. Then the two of them turned around, gave Li Xingjian a reassuring smile, and left tactfully. Li Xingjian showed Li Mingli the identification results he got from the police. Grandpa, you saved me. She said she had bloodletting. Li Mingli nodded with satisfaction. He turned around and looked at Li Qinzi and suddenly slapped her. Li Qinzi fell directly to the ground with his head on the ground, and it seemed that he could not get up. Sui Li screamed in fear, Xixi, Xixi. Then he looked at Li Mingli angrily. Dad, she is so young. How can you hit her like this? Li Qian's face was also full of heartache. He went to help Li Qinzi, then looked at Li Mingli with dissatisfaction. Dad, isn't it enough that Li Xingjian is fine? The problem has already happened, and beating Cici to death won't help. Li Xingjian secretly clenched his teeth. His eyes were sore, and he did not feel the joy of victory at all. In her previous life, it turned out that she was the one who was beaten to the ground and couldn't get up. Li Mingli called her a fool and a moron, saying that she would go on any date and was extremely stupid. But he did not curse the culprits Li Qinzi and Sui Li, who were too hateful. No one pleaded for her at that time. Sui Li wished that Li Mingli would beat him to death. Li Qian went to the corridor vent to smoke. Li Mingli had someone throw him to the empty space in the front yard, and he lay there all night. You see, they are both children of the Li family. When Li Qinzi made mistakes and got beaten, it seemed as if others had wronged her, and she just deserved it. And Grandpa Li Mingli really doesn't like anyone. He only likes people who can make him proud. Li Mingli looked at Li Qian and said, Yes, I really shouldn't have hit her. I should have hit you. Why don't you beat her when she did something wrong? Who taught you the rules? Li Qian, can you still live like this? If you can't control your wife and children, you are a waste. Li Qian raised his head like a mouse seeing a cat and looked away guiltily. Sui Li was about to say something, but Li Qinzi got up and grabbed her sleeve. Li Qinzi knelt down again, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth and her cheeks swollen. She no longer looked as pitiful as before, but she still admitted her mistakes softly. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. So please forgive me this time, sister. I was really deceived by my friend. Sui Li's expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. She said hesitantly, Dad, the police station wants the victim to reconcile. Otherwise, Cici will have a criminal record. It doesn't matter if Cici has a criminal record, but it's our Li family's reputation that is lost. Li Xingjian sneered in his heart. No wonder Li Qinzi would kneel down to him. No wonder Li Qinzi would apologize to him. So you're waiting here? She asked. When did this person ever apologize to her? Li Mingli did not allow Li Xingjian to refute at all, and turned around and said, Xingjian, go write a letter of apology. We cannot let her lose face for our Li family. Just say it was a misunderstanding. Li Xingjian bit his lower lip and nodded. Yes. Li Mingli was very satisfied. Although the child was not raised by his side, he was very obedient. Li Xingjian was tactful, so he naturally had to express his attitude. He turned around and looked at Li Qinzi and said, Tell me what you mean by being young and ignorant and being deceived. I think you are a vicious person with a family background. When it comes to studying, you are nothing, but you are very good at playing tricks. You're also harming your own sister. Aren't you just afraid that Xingjian will come back and steal your limelight and your family's love for you? Then I really can't satisfy you. Li Mingli said to Li Qian, From now on, I will not pay a penny for Li Qinzi's living expenses and tuition. Didn't she fail the entrance exam, but still want to go? You can find a way to pay for this. Send her to the juvenile detention center for 2 days during the summer vacation, and come back when she's behaved herself. After hearing this, Li Qinzi's face turned pale, and he was about to collapse. Sui Li was so angry that she asked, Dad, is the juvenile detention center a place for people to stay? What if something happens to the child? Li Qian was also opposed. Dad, Xingjian is the most direct example. She had mom to take care of her, but she almost got into trouble. Cici has been spoiled since she was a child. How could she go to a place like that? Li Xingjian was standing in the corridor and thought it was very funny. Li Qinzi made a mistake and could not go to a juvenile detention center, but she could be exiled to stay with Guo Jing for 15 years because she did nothing. Li Xingjian walked out and looked at Li Mingli. Grandpa, Children who don't have parents around suffer a lot. Isn't this punishment too severe? Otherwise, please forgive Li Xingjian this time. As for me, it's nothing. Having said this, she lowered her head and buttoned the corners of her clothes awkwardly. Tears fell down. Li Mingli looked at the many old wounds on her arms and legs and frowned slightly. He looked at Li Xingjian and said, "Did you see that? Your sister has grown up without her parents since she was a child, but you have only been here for a few days. It's settled. Sui Li, if you don't agree, take Li Xingjian and get out of the Li family. As long as you change your name, I won't care where you go. The question is, are you willing?" Sweetie. Li Mingli narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xingjian. "Your last name is Li, so I care about you. I will spare your life this time. But if you dare to kill your sisters and slander the family's reputation again in the future, I will throw you into the countryside and never let you come back." Li Xingjian clenched his hands into fists, feeling neither satisfied nor willing, but he still said obediently, "I won't dare to do it again next time. Next time she will definitely not be so careless and let herself be caught." Li Xingjian has been away from home for 15 years. Why does he want to come back? Why should she come back to share her love? It was late at night, and Li Mingli was arranging Li Xingjian's education. Li Qian and Sui Li took Li Xingjian home. Li Xingjian made some tangerine peel water for Li Mingli and returned to the room. Aunt Lu brought her a set of pajamas. It should be something Cece hasn't worn. I've washed it, you can use it. In her previous life, Aunt Lu didn't dare to go to Li Xingjian's guest room to find clothes for her. Now I have found 2 sets. Li Xingjian said thank you. Aunt Lu hesitated to speak. Li Xingjian said with a smile on his face, "Aunt, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Why are you being so reserved with me?" Aunt Lu thought Li Xingjian was a talented person. He had only been back for half a day, but he had already made Sui Li look so embarrassed. Li Xingjian, who was treated like a treasure to her, was also sent away for education. She should believe what Li Xingjian said. There is now someone in the family who has the final say. The old man likes you very much now. In fact, you shouldn't show it in front of your mother, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to stay for long. Li Mingli is the pillar of the Li family. I have at least hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. How could someone like Sui Li be willing to let Li Xingjian stay with the old man forever? Aunt Lu wanted to remind Li Xingjian that what she did was too obvious and would arouse Sui Li's suspicion. Li Xingjian smiled and nodded. I understand. That's right. She must go back to Li Qian's home, but how to go back is a problem. Chapter 14 Spit out everything you ate from me. Dad, we've already sent Cece away, and now we're here to take Jian back. Early the next morning, Li Qian and Sui Li came again. As Aunt Lu had expected, Sui Li couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't leave Li Xingjian with the old man. That would only allow Li Xingjian to gain more. Li Mingli had just finished listening to the English newspaper read by his eldest granddaughter, and he felt very happy. Looking at the 2 of them, he said, "You came at the right time. Has Li Xingjian been sent over?" Sui Li's eyes turned red when she mentioned this, and she said, "Dad, that's not a place for human beings to stay. Cece is going to suffer. Isn't that what should be done? How can you learn a lesson without suffering? Besides, what's suffering if you have food and drink? Our lives back then were far worse than that." Aunt Lu washed the apples and brought them to the coffee table, saying, when the old man first arrived in the countryside, he had no land or houses, and he ate his first meal at my house. The food we have for the winter is the potatoes that others have dug up and left behind. Li Mingli nodded and said, "Did you hear everything?" He looked at Li Qian and said, "Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. You just didn't endure enough hardships back then." He pointed at Li Xingjian and said, "Xingjian lives with your mother. Although I also give her money and the conditions are good, she is not as good as you. Look how well she is trained. Her English level is worse than both of you combined. You're just like trash." Li Xingjian thought that some people could become successful without enduring hardships, all thanks to family education. Suffering is not worth singing about. It only shows that someone is incompetent at the moment. Li Qian and Sui Li didn't dare to talk back, but they were unwilling to accept it and stood there unwillingly. Sui Li said again, then, Jian, by the way, I interrupted you. You came at the perfect time. The attached high school is holding a summer camp that can broaden children's horizons and help them make many friends. Didn't Sui Li want to sign up for Li Xingjian before? Did she sign up? Sui Li's eyes lit up and she said, I've signed up, Dad. Then I'll take Cece over. Since you've signed up, don't waste your money and let Xingjian go. Sweetie. Dad, how can that be? How can we give her such a good opportunity? She almost yelled. Li Mingli and Li Qian both looked at her with frowns. Li Mingli asked, Why? Why can't it be given to Xingjian? Don't you think Xingjian is not a child of our Li family? Li Xingjian looked at Sui Li with a smile on his face. Yes, why can't she go? Sui Li couldn't explain, so she clenched her fists and said with a smile, Dad, actually, I haven't signed up yet. Really? She hasn't signed up yet. If you don't believe me, call and ask. We haven't had time to sign up yet. You asked me for 3,000 yuan and said you were going to register, but in the end you didn't register? Where's the money? Li Mingli asked with a dark face. Sweetie. Li Mingli raised his hand. All right, I don't want to hear your explanation. Since you haven't signed up yet, go and sign up now. Li Xingjian said, Grandpa, they seem to be very busy. They have to take care of my sister or my brothers, and they also have to go to work. I better go and sign up myself. How could Sui Li sign her up? They will definitely find excuses and delay the payment. It is better to keep the money in your own hands to feel safe. Li Mingli nodded and said, Yes, she no longer has any credibility with me. Li Mingli said to Sui Li, Give the money to Xingjian and let her sign up herself. Sui Li was very hesitant. Li Mingli frowned. I asked you to take it out. Dad, the money has been spent. Sui Li said in a low voice, her eyes dodging, and then she raised her head and said, I signed up Cici and the others for a cram school. There are some in Jinnan and Junbei as well. Jinnan is the orphan of Li Xingjian's great uncle. When the senior year of high school started, they started school early. Junbei is the child of his uncle, but was adopted by Li Mingli to Li Qian. Li Junbei himself didn't know about this. Li Junbei is 2 years younger than Li Xingjian and his classmates. It is the beginning of the 3rd year of junior high school, which is also a critical time. He is now taking extra classes in a cram school. Li Xingjian looked at Li Mingli with curiosity. Brother, didn't you pay me for the tutoring? Li Mingli looked at Sui Li with a dark face. Didn't I pay? I paid everything. Why does the tuition fee cost 3,000 yuan? Oh, I heard that my sister gave that old pimp classmate of mine a bribe of 3,000 yuan. Li Xingjian was just a reminder. Li Mingli's face darkened instantly. He looked up at Sui Li in disbelief. So you gave me the money? And you said I was young? I clearly got your support. No, Dad. Sui Li was so anxious that she waved her hands and said, Dad, really nothing. 3,000 yuan, 3,000 yuan. She sneered and said, I bought you clothes. This is the outfit she is wearing. Li Xingjian knew about this. In her previous life, the old man had wanted to sign up both her and Li Chenxi together. Sui Li hadn't originally planned to sign her up, so she used the money to buy Chanel. But she didn't expect that Li Chenxi would never be able to go there in this life. Otherwise, she would continue to find excuses to ask the old man for money. You want her to go back, but you're still embezzling her money? There is no such good thing in the world. If you eat her, you must spit it out. Sui Li saw that she could no longer hide the truth and cried very sadly. Dad, I am doing this for the Li family's honor. Other people's wives wear Chanel and Louis Vuitton when they go out. I will be laughed at if I wear nothing. Who laughed at me? Who? Li Mingli was really furious. Do you know how much 3,000 yuan is? How much is your monthly salary? Tell me yourself. Tell me yourself. Sweetie. 1,018. So why did you spend all the money you couldn't earn in 2 months on clothes? The face of our Li family is hard work, seriousness, scholarship, and professionalism. It's not your face. No, if it were your face, I would have given up my life as a human being. Li Mingli was so angry that he almost fell backwards. He shouted to Aunt Lu, Go, get some scissors. Dad. Sui Li was really scared. Although this was not her most expensive dress, it was almost the same. She had to ask for help from everyone to buy it. Dad, who lives as miserable as me? I only have this one set of nice clothes in all these years. Sui cried uncontrollably. Li Qian suddenly shouted, Take out your savings and give it to her. Sui Li was stunned, then burst into tears. Where do I have any savings? I told you to give it to her, Li Qian said. Don't make me repeat it a second time. Sweetie. Li Qian is usually very easy to talk to, and he pretty much agrees with whatever Sui Li says. This is the second time this has happened that he has given Sui Li a dark face. Sui Li still remembered the slap she received yesterday. She didn't dare to cry anymore and glared at Li Xingjian fiercely. Afterwards, Li Mingli scolded Sui Li and Li Qian and told them not to spend money indiscriminately. If they wanted to spend, they should go and earn money themselves. Chapter 15, I Did It on Purpose. especially luxury goods. The old man has been wearing the unit uniform all his life, and the watch he owns is a commendation given by the state. How can it be a luxury item? He scolded Sui Li for her poor business performance and for only comparing herself with others in terms of food and clothing. He was just like an ugly person who is always misbehaving, and he scolded Sui Li badly. Only then was Sui Li allowed to go and get the money for Li Xingjian. Originally, Sui Li planned to ask Li Xingjian to go with her so that she could scold Li Xingjian or even find an excuse not to give him the money. However, Li Xingjian refused to go, so Sui Li had to go with Li Qian to get the money. Took 2,000. Sui Li was also in charge of Li Qian's salary. When he saw this, he frowned slightly and said, "Do you really want to make people unhappy? You took 3,000 yuan from Dad, and he asked you to pay back 3,000 yuan. Husband." Sui Li felt very aggrieved. "We have a big family and so many children to raise. This costs money and that costs money. Where can we save money? This money is also for Cece's tuition. I don't know what to do when Cece starts school. So you still buy luxury goods when it's so difficult? Sweetie, you can't let me go out naked, right? All the female colleagues in our company are wearing gold and silver. Other people are wearing patch clothes. Forget it. I don't want to tell you this. I don't care if you want to get yourself killed, but you'd better not cause any more trouble. Don't forget, although Li Xingjian is not your biological daughter, she is still my daughter. I don't ask you to treat her like your biological mother, but don't treat her differently to me, or I will tell her the truth directly." Sui Li looked shocked and frightened. She patted Li Qian and said, "What good will it do you if you tell others? Don't make things more complicated." If Li Xingjian knew about this, how could he still be obedient? Li Qian didn't say anything else and started the car engine with an annoyed look. "These 2,000 yuan are enough for the summer camp." Sui Li handed the 2,000 yuan to Li Xingjian behind Li Mingli's back and said, "There must be some left over from the registration. Give it to me. The summer camp provides food and accommodation, so it doesn't cost that much." She didn't want to be scolded, so she added, "You don't have to tell your grandfather everything. Even if you tell him such a small matter, your grandfather will only get annoyed with you in the end." She pouted with pride and disgust. He didn't take Li Xingjian seriously at all. Of course, Li Xingjian understood this principle, but she would not take the initiative to complain. 2,000 yuan is indeed enough. She put the money away and said nothing. Sui Li saw that she looked cold and ignored him, so she frowned and said, "Come home with me and stop disturbing the old man. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You think you can take advantage of Grandpa just because you have good grades. I tell you, Grandpa's money is all for Jinan and Jinbei. You're a girl. Do you want Grandpa's property? That's just wishful thinking." In this regard, Sui Li really didn't understand Li Mingli. Li Mingli will indeed leave a large sum of money for Jinan and Jinbei, but the old man will also give money to outstanding girls. Moreover, in his previous life, the old man was killed by Sui Li and Li Chenxi. The two of them took all the money, and Jinan and Junbei didn't get any money. It's hundreds of thousands. Even if Li Xingjian doesn't want it, he won't let these two cheap guys have it for free. She said with a smile on her face. "So, you don't want me to stay with Grandpa at all, and you want to take me back to control me and bully me? Huh, did you forget that I'm going to attend the summer camp? The camp provides food and accommodation. We'll see each other when school starts." Li Xingjian looked at Sui Li's sudden smile and said, "You probably don't know, do you? I was the one who specifically mentioned the summer camp to Grandpa last night. I knew that the skin on your body was paid for by me. How could I let you wear my money, you shameless dog?" After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and went to the old man's study. "You?" Sui Li was so shocked that her mouth could swallow an egg. She was full of anger. When she turned around, Li Xingjian had already left. If she told others that Li Xingjian scolded her as a mother, no one would believe it, right? This little bitch. Sure enough, she's not honest. I knew she was going to go against me. She's crazy. Li Xingjian closed the door of the study room and said, "Grandpa, I'll go sign up then." Li Mingli saw that the sports shorts and vest that Li Chenxi didn't want were found by Aunt Lu, so he frowned slightly and asked, "How much did I give you?" Li Xingjian was stunned and said, "Just gave so much. Tell me how much you gave me." Li Xingjian smiled awkwardly. "I gave him 1,000. I knew you were a short-sighted person." Mr. Li snorted with a look of disgust. Li Xingjian hurriedly said, "Grandpa, I heard from my classmates that there is a stall. 1,000 yuan should be enough. Of course, when it comes to studying, you want the best." Li Mingli opened a drawer and took out 2,500 yuan. They gathered at the table and said, "The remaining 500 yuan, go buy some clothes and daily necessities." "What on earth did your grandma do?" Li Xingjian carefully took the money and said, "Grandma worked very hard. Her pension was not much, but I am very grateful to her for raising me. You don't know, I give her money every month." "That person, forget it, let's not talk about it." Li Mingli raised his hand and said, "Go and get busy. Now is not a good time to complain." Li Xingjian took the money and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Li Mingli smiled, which was rare for him, and said, "For so many years, I have only given you money and even her to thank you. Others think it is my due." By the way, when Li Xingjian walked to the door, Li Mingli suddenly asked, "Is your grandma okay?" Li Mingli never asked Li Xingjian this question in his previous life. Li Xingjian thought he didn't care about Guijing. "Yes, if you don't care, why would you give money every month? My grandfather is actually quite loyal, but he might just have a bad temper." Li Xingjian turned around and shook his head. "Not so good. She curses every day. There's an art teacher in the town who always wants me to learn painting, but it will delay my studies." Li Mingli's face suddenly changed. He sneered, and then said, "You are right. Those are just trifles, not as serious as mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Go out." Li Xingjian closed the door with a smile on his face. The man Guijing likes is a painter. Guijing likes his romance, but unfortunately he fooled her. If she didn't know that Li Mingli still took good care of Guijing, she wouldn't have said this. But when she found out that Li Mingli still cared about Guijing, she had to say it, lest the old man soften his heart and take her back. Because of how Guijing treated her before, she wanted to make Guijing helpless in her old age. After leaving the house, Li Xingjian did not go to the mall, nor did he go to school to sign up for summer camp. Are you kidding? With so much money, why sign her up for a summer camp? She wants money to make money. In her previous life, Song Yanjun taught her a truth. Those who have money are the boss. Li Mingli has the final say at home. Isn't it because he is rich? Li Qian is a loser who covets his father's money, so naturally he has to be obedient. If she doesn't make money, she can only ask others for money. Li Xingjian wanted to try his luck at the special zone stock exchange. Right now, the gold stock market is at its tail end. If he misses this opportunity, there will be no chance to make a fortune. She went to buy a train ticket. Chapter 16, the seat is taken. The Chinese stock market has experienced a total of 8 rounds of sharp rises and falls. Li Xingjian in front could no longer be touched. In early 1996, it was the 4th round, and it's a bull market. Starting from January 1996, the Shanghai Composite Index rose from 500 points to 1510 points on May 12, 1997. Then it began to plummet. The 517 incident in 1999 triggered another blowout, with the Shanghai Composite Index rising by 70%, reaching its highest peak of the year on June 3rd. On June 14, 2001, the Shanghai Composite Index reached a record high of 2,245 points, which officially marked the end of this round of bull market in my country. The 7th and 8th rounds were in 2005 and 2008 respectively, but they lasted for a very short time, and not all parts of the market rose. Obviously, investing in the stock market during the 7th and 8th rounds was risky. It is now the end of 1996, and the bull market in the stock market will continue for nearly half a year. Now that we have caught up, there is no reason not to take a gamble. Li Xingjian did not go to the train station, but took the city's subway. After 2 stops, he arrived at the entrance of an alley. The second house in the alley had a courtyard house, and Li Xingjian knocked on the door. It was already past 10 in the morning. A man in his 20s opened the door with a toothbrush in one hand and bubbles in his mouth. "Who is it?" After he stood firm, his legs were shaking. He looked Li Xingjian up and down, and spoke incoherently while brushing his teeth. Li Xingjian took out 215 yuan and gave it to him. "I want a train ticket to the special administrative region, lower berth, round trip of the latest day. It's best to take the train tomorrow afternoon. I'll pick it up tomorrow morning." Qin Feng is a scalper. He asks for a little more money, but he is more trustworthy. He is considered an old hand in the city and knows many celebrities. In his previous life, he worked with those people in movies and TV series, reselling antiques, and the like. Anyway, he does whatever can make money. He is very smart and quite rich. However, Li Xingjian's relationship with him was limited to buying tickets. "Have you heard of me?" Qin Feng was a little curious about this strange little girl with a childish face. He asked again, "Going alone?" Li Xingjian nodded. "Yes, a person who has heard of you and has a good reputation." Qin Feng held the money in his hand and said, "Okay, Come and get it tomorrow morning. Li Xingjian nodded and planned to go to the department store to buy daily necessities. Actually, he didn't have to buy them, but his grandfather had said that if he didn't buy any, he would be suspected. Not long after Li Xingjian left, a Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of the alley. Song Yanjun got off the car and saw Qin Feng squatting at the door brushing his teeth. He took out 500 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Qin Feng. I want a soft sleeper to the special zone. Qin Feng took the money, rinsed his mouth, and asked, "Where are you going? Why do you kids like to run around so much? What good things are there in the special zone?" "The four heavenly kings are having a concert." Song Yanjun said, "I won't even watch the concert of King Toto Li. My mom is very busy and asked me to help pick up a batch of goods." Song Yanjun's mother is the descendant of an old roast duck restaurant, but she only has a small share and was ostracized by her family. After she was ostracized, she was not allowed to do the roast duck business. After the reform and opening up, she used the savings from the dividends she had to start the clothing business. When she became successful, her two brothers gave her the management rights of the old store and made peace with her. In addition to the family-owned store, my mother now represents 2 luxury brands and open luxury stores in a shopping mall near the TV station. Qin Feng said, "If it is really the Tota Li Tian Wang who is holding a concert, I will go." "Okay, why don't you take a plane?" Song Yanjun doesn't like flying because he feels dizzy when he has to change trains. He likes to buy a soft sleeper train, take a nap, and when he wakes up he will have arrived at his destination. Oh, I forgot. Qin Feng added, and then said, "Come and get it tomorrow morning. At this time, don't come too early." Li Xingjian bought some daily necessities and spare underwear, but no clothes. Li Mingli did not blame her. He thought that the child was too frugal. If Sui Li and the others were 1/10 as frugal as Li Xingjian, he would not have to work so hard. So not only was he not angry, he was also very relieved. However, he did not ask for the money back, just because Li Xingjian did not buy anything. In the afternoon, he took the initiative to go to the mall and bought 2 sets of clothes for Li Xingjian, a sailor shirt, a pair of white pants, and a little white cotton dress. Although he is stubborn, he has a high level of aesthetic taste. He likes girls to dress nicely. After buying it, he asked Li Xingjian to put it on and show it to him. Seeing that Li Xingjian's temperament improved after putting on the clothes, he nodded with satisfaction. Although studying is more important in school, dressing can reflect a person's family status and taste. Your high school is a key high school, and your future prospects are limitless. Interpersonal relationships are also a very important part of work and study, so you can't be too careless. Li Xingjian turned her gaze from the mirror to Li Mingli. She really didn't expect that her stubborn grandfather would say such a thing. Isn't this quite sensible? Why was Li Qian educated like that? Li Mingli naturally didn't know what she was thinking, and said to the mirror, "Okay, go to the summer camp tomorrow and study hard." The next day, Li Qian and Sui Li both had to go to work. They came to have dinner with the old man in the evening, and then went back. No one wanted to say anything about seeing Li Xingjian off. The old man had a meeting to attend the next day, and would be on a business trip for a few days. That's perfect. Li Xingjian got up in the morning and put on her clothes. She bought a bra. Although she had not developed much, she was old enough to wear it. The main thing was that she sewed 2 pockets in her bra and put $4,000 in them. She was really afraid of losing it, as it was what she needed to turn the tables. If she succeeds, she is the eldest sister of the Li family. If not, she will have to face Li Mingli's firepower and make the villain smile brightly. So it must not be lost. She still had more than 300 yuan in pocket money, so she put it in Li Mingli's crossbody briefcase and then wore it crossbody. She changed into the sailor shirt and jeans that her grandfather had just bought, and then Aunt Lu found her a nice handbag. She put her daily necessities and a set of old clothes in it, changed into new shoes, and carried the bag away. She went to find Qin Feng first. Qin Feng was indeed quite capable. He had already bought the round-trip ticket and put it in her hand. "Next time you have something, come to me. I like customers like you who don't talk much." Li Xingjian nodded and left with his bag. She didn't notice that after she left, the boy who got out of the Mercedes-Benz kept looking at her with curiosity. The car started at around 5 in the evening. Li Xingjian walked on the street for the whole afternoon and went to the train station to catch the bus when it was time. After getting on the bus, she felt a little hungry, and there happened to be someone selling box lunches. The lunch boxes on the dining car are always the most expensive, but they are convenient and quite delicious nowadays. Li Xingjian bought a box for 15 yuan. After she finished her meal, the train seemed to have arrived at the next stop. While she was throwing away the garbage, many people got on the train. She had a birth and was feeling a little sleepy, so she planned to lie down and take a nap, but she didn't expect a middle-aged woman to sit in her seat with a sleeping child in her arms. "This is your seat, little girl. My husband has gone to put the luggage away. I'll give it to you once we find our own seat." Chapter 17, Human Traffickers. Listen, how unreasonable. Li Xingjian looked at the crowded carriage and frowned slightly. Nowadays, there are many people who do not have seats and those who evade fares because sleeper cars are not often inspected, making it easier to evade fares. This person said that she had a seat and her husband wanted to find it. But what if there wasn't one? Want to occupy your spot for a night? But what if someone has it? It seems that it is not easy to go out. Li Xingjian thought about it and stood there without saying anything, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The woman said in a very familiar manner, "Sit down, little girl. You are alone? What are you doing?" Li Xingjian met those ordinary and loving eyes and suddenly felt something was wrong. She must have seen this person before. Where? A man came over with a little boy. The little boy was not very old, about 6 or 7 years old. He looked very reserved and scared, and did not dare to look at the people around him. Li Xingjian saw the fleeting scar on his wrist covered by his sleeve. The man said to the woman, "There are no seats available. If you find a seat, please sit down for a while. I will go buy a soft sleeper ticket." The woman said, "Then go quickly." The two men were wearing coarse cloth clothes, and the edges of their cloth shoes were cracked, making them look like they were in ordinary conditions. People like this wouldn't even be willing to take a soft sleeper when they go out, let alone a sleeper berth. Then why? Escape from the hustle and bustle? It's not that Li Xingjian looks down on people. When people are poor, they don't care about the hustle and bustle because they're used to it. Only rich people are pretentious about personal space. Why is that? They don't want to be disturbed. Because they are breaking the law. Li Xingjian suddenly remembered a piece of headline news. The much older woman's round face appeared in her mind. An ordinary face makes it difficult to be found when committing a crime. It is easier to deceive more children if you smile kindly. This woman is the human trafficker Hong Yi. Li Xingjian was shocked. So the woman might be sitting here on purpose because she is also the woman's target. Li Xingjian looked at the little boy again, wondering if he was the one reported in the news. There was a little boy named Su Pengfei who was abducted when he was 6 years old. His mother was a newspaper reporter, and his grandfather picked up the wrong child from school and lost him. He was sold to a mountain village in the north. By the time he found his family through facial recognition technology, his mother had quit her job to look for him and traveled all over the north and south to places where human trafficking was common. In the end, she became penniless, sick, and died of depression. His biological father said that his mother was insane and the two divorced. His father later remarried and had a younger son. He excitedly found his father, but discovered that his father might not be so welcoming to him, and then he also committed suicide. Li Xingjian still remembers this report clearly. Originally, this little boy named Fei Fei had a bright future and a brilliant life, but it was all ruined by human traffickers. The reason why the human trafficker Aunt Hong was arrested was that she sold her own little daughter in order to marry her son off, and was reported by her eldest daughter. The more Li Xingjian looked at this woman, the more she looked like him. "Little girl, are you hungry? I'm sorry to sit in your seat. I have some buns here. Do you want to eat them?" Aunt Hong looked at Li Xingjian with a smile. This little girl is good-looking and she is traveling alone, so she might be able to make some money again. Li Xingjian took out an apple from his bag and gave it to her. "I've eaten it. This apple is for your son." The man went to buy a ticket, and the little boy stayed behind. The little boy looked up at Li Xingjian with a flustered look and wanted to say something, but was forced back by Aunt Hong's smile. The little boy lowered his head, clasped his other wrist with one hand, and said nothing. Aunt Hong hurriedly took the apple from Li Xingjian and kept thanking him. Then he asked, "Little girl, are you alone? Your family seems to be well off. What are you going to do?" The look on the little boy's face just now made Li Xingjian almost certain that the woman in front of him was a human trafficker. She wanted to go straight to the flight attendant. They were also worried that there would not be enough police force on the bus, and that the human traffickers would be desperate and use the children as hostages and harm them. Yes, she is insecure and likes to have wild thoughts. So she wanted to separate the little boy from the traffickers first, and then go find the flight attendant. Would this be safer? My dad married a stepmother and won't let me go to school. Li Xingjian looked very aggrieved and was about to cry. If he doesn't want me, he doesn't want me. I don't want them either. I have hands and feet. Can't I support myself? I want to go to the south to work. Aunt Hong couldn't stop smiling. She took Li Xingjian's hand and said, "What a poor child. But I don't think you are big enough. What can you do? Who can introduce you to a job?" This, I haven't thought about it yet. People say that there is gold everywhere in the South, so you can pick it up easily. How could it be that easy? Aunt Hong said enthusiastically. How come we met? Let's put it this way. I have a relative who runs an instant noodle factory. You are so good-looking, young, and smart. I will introduce you to him. You can go to his factory. Instant noodle factory. Li Xingjian hesitated, his tone somewhat disdainful. Wouldn't that mean I would have to do dirty and tiring work? I don't want to go to a factory. Aunt Hong immediately said, We are so destined to be together. Why would I let you do dirty and tiring work in a factory? Don't worry, I will let you be a clerk, and you just need to record how much goods are received and how much are sold every day. It's not dirty or tiring, and you can manage people. If you don't know people, you definitely won't have such a good job. Li Xingjian was very tempted, but his tone was defensive. Really? Are you really going to introduce me to someone? Aunt Hong thought that children are easy to deceive. In this day and age, who can help people find jobs for no reason? You have no culture, nothing at all, and still want a good job? Yes, she would send her to a good place where she wouldn't have to work and could just have children. It also helps this group of lazy people who have high aspirations but low skills. I won't help introduce ordinary people. You don't have a mother. I am so fiancé. I like girls the most. I can't stand it when girls get angry. I'm also afraid that you will be cheated outside. Aunt Hong said seriously. Little girl, there are a lot of bad people outside. Yes, there's one right in front of you. Aunt, what's your name? You're so nice to me. Have you had dinner? Aunt Hong thought that this idiot who killed her mother was so easy to deceive. Everyone wanted to sell her out, and she even invited them to dinner. We haven't eaten yet. We just got in the car, but we can't let you treat us. It's okay. I still have money for a meal. Li Xingjian said, I'll go buy you lunchboxes. Then he pulled the little boy and said, Come with me to get it. Aunt Hong's face changed slightly, and she said, He's too young to hold it. He won't eat it anymore. Let's wait for the salesperson to come over. It's okay, Annie. We'll be at the station soon. I can't be the one kidnapping the child. I won't get off the bus. What are you afraid of? Let's go, brother. Without saying anything, she took the little boy and left. She pulled the child and trotted across the two carriages. Feeling that no one was chasing them, Li Xingjian stopped at the junction of the carriages, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and looked back at the little boy. Are they your parents? Tell me, and I'll take you to the police. Sister will protect you. No one dares to hit you. We still have the police. The little boy burst into tears and said, I miss my parents. They are mean. They beat me and wouldn't let me find them. They even wanted to crush me to death. A stone has fallen from my head. It really is human trafficking. She can take her child to the police. The conductor is in the front car. Li Xingjian was about to leave holding the child's hand, but out of the corner of her eye she saw the man, with one hand behind his back, walking towards her in the aisle of the rear carriage with a sullen face. Chapter 18. Your children are children, and so are other people's children. The little boy also saw it and almost screamed, but was stopped by Li Xingjian, who said, Don't be afraid. Don't look back. Let's go find the conductor. Stop! Stop! Are you trying to steal a child? The man suddenly shouted. People around looked over. The little boy was about to cry. Li Xingjian held his arm tightly. Sister is here. Don't be afraid. Don't look back. Just keep moving forward. Stop! You're stealing a child. You're stealing a child. The man shouted, Help me catch that damn girl. Li Xingjian was blocked by two big men, who shouted, Is this it? That's them. Why are you running away with my child? The little boy was about to say something. At this moment, Li Xingjian's wrist was suddenly pinched. She looked up and saw a stern face in front of her. Song Yanjun said, Didn't I tell you that the lunchbox vendor is over there? Why did you go the wrong way again? After saying that, he leaned over, and the scent of soapberry on his body surrounded Li Xingjian. She felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to avoid it, but she felt Song Yanjun's lips brushing against her ear and whispered, There is a knife. Li Xingjian's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath, turned around, and saw the man approaching him angrily. But because of Song Yanjun's words, his eyes were hesitant and confused. Li Xingjian squeezed the little boy's hand, turned around, and asked in surprise, Uncle, are you calling me? The man tucked his hands into his pants, took the little boy's hand, and said, Why are you running? What are you talking about? Why am I running away? I thought of you, your family with my aunt. Didn't my aunt tell you that she was going to find me a job? To thank her, I'm going to buy you lunchboxes. She was very angry at first, Then she was at a loss and looked very aggrieved. He then said, "This train still has some time to leave the station. Can I get off the train if I steal the child?" "Why would I steal the child? You should figure it out, or go ask your wife." People around started talking. The two big men who were blocking the road also came out to help. "Then don't scare the girl. I think it's a misunderstanding." Someone just happened to remind Li Xingjian, "Don't go if someone you don't know introduces you to a job. Who knows if he's a good person or a bad one?" This sentence made the man's heart beat faster, but he also regretted it very much. This girl looked easy to deceive. She was pretty, and she was young. She could be sold for 4 or 5,000. If he ruined the deal, he would be really sorry to the god of wealth. I'm sorry, girl. You see, I'm worried about my son. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'll buy the lunchbox. I'll buy it. Don't be angry." Li Xingjian wiped his tears and raised his head. "Forget it. I've already eaten. I'll buy it, I promised. But I won't look for her anymore. I'll go wait in the carriage." After saying this, Li Xingjian glanced at Song Yanjun with a complicated look in his eyes, but he didn't explain anything and just left. Seeing that she was going to buy food, the man was very happy. He had seen stupid people, but he had never seen anyone as stupid as this. Afterwards, they returned to the carriage, and Li Xingjian really bought 3 box lunches for the couple and their child. Originally, the man didn't want to give the food to the child, but after being glared at by Aunt Hong, the man finally behaved himself. After the meal, Li Xingjian asked them if they had reserved tickets, and the man said they had. Li Xingjian thought they were leaving and felt reluctant. "How can I find you when the time comes? Aunt Hong, you won't stop finding me a job, will you? I'll take care of the child myself. You two can talk first." The man held the sleeping child in his arms and winked at the little boy. The little boy didn't dare look at Li Xingjian, but lowered his head and followed timidly. Li Xingjian. She was going to call the police. These two bastards were so cunning that they asked this woman to monitor her. "Auntie Hong, I'm going to the bathroom." Aunt Hong smiled and said, "I'll go with you." Li Xingjian sighed secretly and still didn't let her go. "It doesn't matter. She will lie down and sleep soon." She doesn't believe that Aunt Hong is not tired. As soon as she entered the bathroom, she heard someone outside shouting, "Oh my God, there really is a human trafficker. He's been arrested." Li Xingjian hurriedly opened the door and went out to see, and saw that Aunt Hong looked very panicked. She saw the red light sign at the connection between the carriages, indicating that they were about to arrive at the station. She said, "Auntie Hong, you go first." Aunt Hong was worrying about having nowhere to hide, so she went straight in. Li Xingjian immediately pulled up a dozing man sitting next to him and pointed to the toilet. "Human trafficker, go find the flight attendant." The man was startled and ran away quickly. At this time, the broadcast began to announce the station. "Dear passengers, the next station is..." The toilet door opened with a snap, and Li Xingjian pulled it open without waiting for Aunt Hong to come out. Aunt Hong didn't react at first. "Who is it? I want to go out. Who is it?" No one made a sound, so she reacted and shouted, "Is it you? Girl, open the door for me." "Who are you? Let me out now." "What are you doing, you little bitch?" Open the door, someone come here." "Here, comrade is here." The rescuers came. Li Xingjian could feel the trapped beast inside frantically pulling the door. She clenched her teeth. Her hands were numb from soreness, but she still didn't let go. "You little bitch, you betrayed me. Open the door for me. Open the door." Aunt Hong had been slamming the door, and Li Xingjian couldn't hold on any longer after several attempts. Fortunately, this attracted the attention of other passengers getting off the bus. Someone helped her block the door, and the conductor and the police also arrived. Li Xingjian was so tired that he was out of breath. He pointed inside and said, "She is a human trafficker in cahoots with that guy. They kidnapped 2 children." The flight attendant directly detained Aunt Hong. Aunt Hong rolled on the ground and refused to leave. "I was wrongly accused. Which eye of yours saw me taking care of the child?" "I didn't take care of the child at all. You can't wrongly accuse a good person." After the report, the flight attendant had already caught the man and rescued the 2 children. Even if she was wrongly accused, she couldn't be let go now. "Come with us first. Let's go." Aunt Hong knew she couldn't escape, so she suddenly raised her foot and kicked Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian couldn't dodge in time and was kicked hard in the stomach. "You little bitch, you betrayed me. I'm going to kill you, you bitch." Li Xingjian squatted on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. "Let me go. I still have a son to support, police comrade. My son is waiting for me at home. He is only 5 years old." "Your child is a child, but other people's is not. Since you have your own child, why do you do such an immoral thing? The conductor took her away. The comrades who stayed behind squatted down and asked Li Xingjian, "Little girl, are you okay? Do you want to see a doctor?" Li Xingjian said with difficulty, "It just hurts a little." As soon as she finished speaking, her vision darkened and she was hugged by someone holding her shoulders. "Don't move. I mean no harm. Let's find a place to check." Song Yanjun helped Li Xingjian to the soft sleeper compartment and turned to the attendant and said, "Help me find a doctor." The flight attendant nodded. Okay. Chapter 19, I'm not that familiar with you yet. Broadcasting to find someone is injured in carriage 17. Please ask a certified doctor to come to carriage 17 to help. There are 4 beds in the soft sleeper compartment, and Song Yanjun is the only one there. After he came in, he put Li Xingjian on the lower bunk. "How do you feel?" he asked. His voice was a little hoarse and tender. The narrow space inexplicably felt more ambiguous. Li Xingjian was no longer in so much pain at this time, and nodded slightly. "Not bad. Weren't you afraid just now?" Song Yanjun suddenly asked. His tone was very serious. "These 2 are extremely vicious criminals. Don't be fooled by their honest appearance. Your behavior just now was very dangerous." There was a scolding tone in his voice, and Li Xingjian wondered if he was concerned about him. Song Yanjun is not a talkative person. Maybe no one is born indifferent, right? Song Yanjun might have been cute and enthusiastic when he was a child, but his family was too complicated. Song Yanjun's father, Song Chungli, remarried his ex-wife who went abroad but regretted her decision and suddenly returned home when Song Yanjun's mother was pregnant with Song Yanjun. Yes, Song Chungli had been married. When he married Song Yanjun's mother Song Shasha, it was his second marriage. Song Chungli's ex-wife cheated on him and went abroad with her lover and wanted to divorce Song Chungli. Now, this woman has come back with a son and a daughter, and Song Chungli has reunited with her. How can Song Sasa not be angry? Therefore, Song Shasha does not associate with Song Chungli's family. Song Yanjun has been caught in the middle and has seen a lot of bloody things, so he has a rather cold personality. Song Yanjun never told Li Xingjian about these things. It was because they spent a long time together in their previous life, and she slowly pieced it together through some things. Song Yanjun was originally very successful in the business world, but for the sake of his elder brother's future, his father forbade Song Yanjun to go into business, saying that he was afraid of ruining his elder brother's reputation. Song Yanjun had no choice but to go into politics, but he was suppressed even though he did so. Of course, it is also possible that Li Xingjian was just overthinking it, and Song Yanjun was just asking casually without any concern. Li Xingjian didn't want to bother with Song Yanjun, but this time, it should be Song Yanjun who called the police, otherwise she didn't know how long she would have to deal with those 2 people. I have to thank Song Yanjun no matter what. Besides, they're no longer lovers and financial sponsors, so there is no need for them to fight to the death. I'm afraid too, Li Xingjian said honestly, but a child is too important to a family. If the child is lost, it might be better to kill her. When I think of a mother going crazy and dying because of losing her child, I don't want to consider anything else. In the end, my plan failed because I was timid and afraid that the knife would fail, so I didn't really help much. As long as the child is safe, that's really helping. She didn't even realize her tone was gradually softening as she said these words. There was a kind of sadness and compassion between his brows. Song Yanjun was slightly stunned. She was stubborn when we first met, cunning and calculating when we second met, but now she is so gentle that makes people feel pity for her. This girl really has many different looks. Song Yanjun said, "Okay, female bodhisattva. Those children are fine. They're all very safe, and the arresting personnel are experienced. I have a simple toolbox. I will help you check the wound first." The small toolbox he mentioned was really small, about the size of a palm, and contained iodine cotton swabs and gauze. He seems to be very careful and always brings these with him when he travels far away. Li Xingjian remembered that Song Yanjun also had a small package containing various emergency medicines, including allergy medicines. But in fact, Song Yanjun is not allergic. No need. Li Xingjian refused directly. When he looked, he wanted to look at her body. Although he had seen everywhere in her previous life, of course, his body had also been seen by her, and they had children with him, and they were very close. But now, even though she knew he didn't have any thoughts, she still felt embarrassed. Mainly because I don't want to get entangled with him. Wait a moment, doctor. If you're not available, I'll leave first. It shouldn't be a problem. Li Xingjian's tone was cold, as if he was keeping people at a distance. The doctor hasn't been here for such a long time. What if something goes wrong? Song Yanjun pointed at Li Xingjian's coat and said, "Lift it up and let me see it." Li Xingjian. Obviously, he said it seriously, but she thought of things she shouldn't have thought of. Her eyes looked a little empty. "No need. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I have some experience and can tell whether it's serious or not. Do I have to do it?" Li Xingjian. "That's illegal." "Then sue me." Song Yanjun lifted a corner of Li Xingjian's sailor shirt. Yes, he was very careful and only lifted a corner. His two slender fingers pinched the fabric of the clothes and did not touch Li Xingjian at all. He stopped moving when he saw a bruise on Li Xingjian's stomach. "Is there anything else on top?" Song Yanjun asked, raising his head. Li Xingjian shook his head. "No more. No more. But it feels like something is wrong." Song Yanjun suddenly saw blue and green bills. Although he couldn't see clearly how much there were through the cloth, it felt like there were a lot. "I knew it. How come these breasts have grown so much in just one day? It is possible to fake it." Song Yanjun didn't look at it anymore. He took out the iodine-soaked bottle in front of him and dropped it on Li Xingjian's bruised skin. The pain made her hiss softly. Song Yanjun's bony hands trembled slightly. "There's no bleeding or breaking of the skin, but you should still rub it so that the wound heals faster. Don't worry, it won't leave a scar." He rubbed it gently twice, and his eyes suddenly fell on Li Xingjian's belly. It's not that he wanted to see it out of disgust, but mainly because the skin on her belly was very white, and it was a different tone from her face, as if it belonged to two different people. The contrast is too stark. He thought she was a little black girl. "Do you go out every day to supplement calcium? How come you were so tanned?" He also discovered that she had no flesh on her stomach, and her ribs were clearly visible. Song Yanjun thought of her appearance when he first met her and frowned. "Aren't you full? Aegean, you eat so little. Others will think I can't feed you enough. You need to eat more." Li Xingjian thought of Song Yanjun from his previous life. She said that they also had very loving times. Song Yanjun doesn't talk much, but he is particularly good at telling jokes. At that time, she had been with Song Yanjun for 3 months. At first, she was very nervous and felt inferior. But after hearing this sentence, she began to fall in love with him because of his concern and finally fell deeply in love with him. Song Yanjun's concern may be honey to others, but it is a steel knife to her. "We are not that familiar with each other yet. Aren't you asking too many questions?" Li Xingjian pushed Song Yanjun's hand away and said coldly, "I remember now. My hand is not injured. I don't need you anymore." Li Xingjian held his clothes by himself so that he could not be seen at any time, but he could wipe it randomly. "Song Yanjun, how could she turn against me so easily? It's really faster than turning the pages of a book." There were footsteps, and the flight attendant came over with a doctor. Finally found an old Chinese doctor. The flight attendant felt a little guilty. This was an external injury. Could Chinese medicine help? Li Xingjian felt that if he was really an old Chinese doctor, she would be very lucky. In her previous life, she did not graduate from high school and had no academic qualifications. Later, Song Yanjun sent her to study further. She wanted to study Chinese medicine, but in order to please her grandfather, she chose to study clinical medicine. But she had taught herself and studied for 3 years, but had never treated any patient. She knew that Chinese medicine could diagnose the condition based on taking the pulse. In a situation like the current one, Western medicine can only use instruments to determine whether there is a problem with the internal organs, but Chinese medicine can determine it by taking the pulse. "Thank you for your help, old sir." Li Xingjian sat down and stretched out his arm. Song Yanjun didn't say anything and just listened. The old man was dressed in ordinary clothes and wore straw sandals. In that era, even the poorest families should not wear straw sandals. The old man's shoes are really hard to ignore, but his expression was calm and his movements were very skillful. He placed 3 fingers on Li Xingjian's wrist. About 5 or 6 minutes passed, and when Li Xingjian even suspected that he had fallen asleep, he opened his eyes. "The internal injuries are nothing, but you were frozen when you were a child, and your uterus is very cold. If you don't take good care of it, you'll have big problems in the future." He suddenly looked up at Song Yanjun. "Are you her brother? Where are your parents?" Chapter 20. Other people's thoughts are not important. Li Xingjian knew what the old man was going to say. She had no shoes in the winter and could only wear socks and sandals. It had to be a snowy day before Jing would find her a pair of shoes that didn't fit. Sometimes the water at home froze, and she had to go to her neighbors' houses to fetch water. She never wore warm cotton pants. So my body was frozen. The old man wanted to say that it would affect her fertility, but she was too young, and it was not easy to tell her this, so he wanted to find her parents. What the old man said was absolutely right. She had severe uterine cold, and she still hasn't had her period. When she was with Song Yanjun, in fact, in the first 7 years, sometimes Song Yanjun didn't use contraception, but she never got pregnant. The last time she got pregnant was because she had a health problem, so she prescribed medicine for herself and took it for a year. Unexpectedly, she got pregnant. It was really not easy for her to get pregnant, so she didn't want to be an unrecognized lover anymore and didn't want to be controlled by others anymore. She just wanted a child of her own. So she left Song Yanjun because she knew that she might not be able to have children in the future. So what the old man said is true. Uncle, she's not my brother. He is just a kind person. You don't need to tell him. I know my physical condition. My family doesn't care much about me. I was frozen when I was a child. The corners of Song Yanjun's mouth twitched. Is he a kind-hearted person? He became a kind-hearted person, and those guys must have laughed to death after hearing that. The old man thought so too. If the parents took good care of the child, how could the child have such severe uterine cold? He said, I'll write you a prescription. When you have time, take a few doses. If it works, you'll feel your stomach become soft, and your stomach and waist won't feel cold when you touch them. That's it. The old man wrote the prescription and asked Li Xingjian to keep it, then went out. Li Xingjian asked the attendant, did the traffickers get off the train? Not yet. I didn't have time to contact the ground staff, so I'm still on the bus. I've contacted the ground staff at the next stop. The local criminal police will take over. They should ask you to help take statements and collect witnesses. You may have to get off the bus then. But it doesn't matter. If you don't have enough time, someone will help you buy a ticket. Li Xingjian said, I am willing to be a witness. The next station was a small one, which we arrived at more than an hour later, with only 10 minutes of parking space. So there was no time to give a confession, and Li Xingjian and Song Yanjun cooperated to get out of the car. In the waiting room, they wrote down their statements of what they had seen and experienced and submitted them to the police for record. When they finished talking, the door of the waiting room office opened, and a young couple rushed in. Both of them were dressed decently. The woman was young, pretty and tall, but her hair was disheveled, and she looked a little disheveled and anxious. The woman saw the little boy and shouted, Fei Fei. Then she rushed over, hugged the child, and burst into tears. Her husband was in good spirits and was relieved when he saw the child. The criminal police introduced. It was these two young comrades who bravely helped us catch the human traffickers. If you want to thank someone, thank them. Guoyang stretched out his hands to shake hands with Song Yanjun first, but Song Yanjun just touched him lightly and then withdrew his hands. Then he held Li Xingjian's hand and said, Little comrade, I don't know how to thank you. At this time, his wife Zhang Qingying pulled Guo Pengfei over and said, What's your name, little comrade? What's your name? You not only caught the human traffickers, you saved my life. If Fei Fei was lost, I wouldn't want to live either. She started crying again. But now I am crying because I am afraid of surviving a disaster, not because I have really lost anything. Li Xingjian touched the little boy's face and asked, What's his name? His full name is Guo Pengfei, and his nickname is Fei Fei. Fei Fei, hurry up and thank your sister. Without your sister, you will never see your mother again. Li Xingjian nodded secretly. It was indeed Guo Feipeng. Then this woman is the one who traveled all over the country in search of her son in her previous life. She didn't find her child in the end, but she helped a lot of people. She's a very good woman. Now that the child is back, I hope she will live a peaceful and harmonious life and never have to live such a hard life again. Zhang Qingying wants to give Li Xingjian and Song Yanjun 1,000 yuan as a thank you fee. When she said the number, Guoyang visibly touched her with his arm. But she didn't change her mind and said she must give that much. Nowadays, the salaries in government departments have increased slightly, but ordinary people still have to spend more than 300 yuan on long trips, and they also have to pay for food, clothing, and other daily expenses. Many staff members actually come from rural areas, and they may not support just a family of 3, but a whole family. Because if a person has a promising future, he may be supported by the whole family. So $1,000 is really a lot. Li Xingjian raised his hand and said, I don't want the money, Sister Zhang. I have something I want to talk to you alone. Song Yanjun also said no and said to Li Xingjian, I'll wait for you outside. After he went out, the others also understood and followed him out. Zhang Qingying was puzzled. Sister, do you want to tell me some important clues? Li Xingjian thought for a moment and said, Some things are not suitable for me to say, but Fei and I are destined to be together, so I'll say it anyway. She said, Sister Zhang, how could such a big child be kidnapped? Sometimes other people's thoughts are not important. What's important is that your family is safe. In his previous life, Guo Pengfei found his father Guo Liang, but Guo Liang had remarried and had a young son and did not want to recognize Guo Pengfei. Li Xingjian felt uncomfortable when he saw Guo Liang's face just now. Although Guo Pengfei was not lost in this life, and Zhang Qingying would not have died early, Guo Liang was not necessarily well. She couldn't say it directly, so she could only remind him. These words made Zhang Qingying think of Guo Liang's parents. She is the editor of an important daily newspaper. She is from another place and came here to stay after passing the college entrance examination. Guo Liang is an accountant at the machinery factory and a local. She originally wanted to send the child to the kindergarten affiliated with their agency, but Guo Liang insisted that his parents take care of the child. The child was abducted because his grandfather picked up the wrong child and forgot him in front of the kindergarten at the machinery factory. The child's grandmother was crying so hard that she was about to die. She also thought that since the child had been found, she should not blame the old woman when she returned home, so as not to burden her. But now that I think about it, isn't she angry? Fortunately, the child was rescued. If he hadn't come back, how would she live in the future? The old man plays cards and walks the dog all day and can't even pick up the children. The old lady is okay, but isn't it also asking for credit by pretending to be a suffering servant all day long? Will she still tolerate them? Will they be angry or feel embarrassed? Does their thoughts matter? She just wants her son to be safe. Zhang Qingying felt as if a door had been opened in her heart, and she suddenly felt enlightened. She quickly looked at Li Xingjian, then picked up a pen and paper and wrote down her contact information and address. This is from my home, and this is from my workplace. Sister, I'm a newspaper editor. I'm not a big shot, but sometimes I can help. If you have any questions, be sure to look for me. Chapter 21, I just hate you. I get annoyed just by looking at you. Li Xingjian kept the address and said goodbye to Zhang Qingying. Then the ground staff helped her and Song Yanjun to buy tickets, and they could get on the bus in 20 minutes. They went to wait for the bus. After Zhang Qingying came out, Guo Liang looked unhappy and said, It's embarrassing to ask for money in front of so many people. You're asking you for money after you paid us out, right? I mean, 1,000 yuan is enough for my parents to eat for a year. They usually don't even want to buy meat, and you're going to give them 1,000 all at once. What would you do if the child was really lost? Zhang Qingying interrupted Guo Liang. Guo Liang said, Isn't lost? Zhang Qingying narrowed her eyes and said, But I seem to already know the answer. First of all, they didn't ask for money. Not a single cent. Secondly, your parents are reluctant to eat or drink, so that may be a problem in your family. It was my fault for putting my child in danger, and I'm going to correct that now. Guo Liang, Fei is going to our kindergarten, and I don't plan to live with him anymore. After she said that, she held her son's hand tightly and left. Guo Liang didn't understand yet, so he chased after him and asked, What's wrong with you? What do you mean you want to separate from my parents? What gives you the right to do that? Child, where's my child? Before they walked out, the office door was pushed open and a young man and woman ran in. The woman was dressed simply, with her hair tied in a ponytail, and had fair skin, but judging from her temperament and clothes, she didn't look like a city girl. The man had thick eyebrows and didn't look like a city guy, but he was dressed very elegantly, like a cadre. Zhang Qingying recognized the man immediately. He was the second son of the Chu family who was left in the countryside. Now the second son has returned to the city, and the wife he found in the countryside followed him here a few years later. The two of them have a very good relationship. When she did interviews, she sometimes visited the Chu family. Zhang Qingying walked over and greeted them. Sister, don't worry, there's a child less than 1 year old with the criminal police. I will take you over to see him. An Hong kidnapped 2 children. Chu Jiayao took his wife over to see, and it was their child. The detective returned the children to them and said, You have met a kind person. The girl was very observant and noticed something was wrong. She and her friend called the police, and the traffickers were caught. Otherwise, we don't know where the children would have been sold to. Mr. and Mrs. Chu Jiayao wanted to thank the kind-hearted person, but the kind-hearted person had already driven away. Zhang Qingying thought for a moment and said to Chu Jiayao, Comrade, you must remember the names of 2 people from now on. They are Li Xingjian and Song Yanjun. They are our lifesavers. Chu Jiayao and his wife looked at each other. Chu Jiayao hugged his wife and child in his arms and nodded solemnly. Li Xingjian and Song Yanjun were sent on the train. Song Yanjun was naturally still in the soft sleeper. Li Xingjian's is a middle bunk, because the lower berth is sold out. I've upgraded your seat to a soft sleeper. Song Yanjun handed a ticket to Li Xingjian. He called Li Xingjian in a gentle tone. Li Xingjian adjusted the strap of his satchel, pursed his lips, and suddenly turned around. What is my relationship with you? Do I need you to help me upgrade my soft sleeper? Comrade, I have nothing to do with you, okay? Aren't you being a little nosy? Song Yanjun, do you know what is good and what is bad? Song Yanjun blew a breath towards his bangs. He was really pissed off. He got scolded for doing good things? Li Xingjian sneered. I don't know what is good and what is bad. I only know that I don't accept rewards without merit. You just treat me as a mad dog. Don't care about me or pay any attention to me. We are strangers. Don't follow me anymore. After Li Xingjian finished speaking, he turned around. Song Yanjun suddenly asked, Are you on guard against me because you're afraid that I'm a bad guy? Or do you hate me? Have I ever offended you? Song Yanjun was not stupid. Even if most people were wary, they had already met 3 times, and this girl should not have had this attitude. She seemed to be resentful towards him, as if he hated her very much. But he swore that he didn't know this girl before. Or are you blaming me for not staying to wait for the police that day? Song Yanjun asked again. Li Xingjian's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Song Yanjun was very sensitive, but they had only met 3 times, and he was already able to keenly sense her hatred and resentment. Yes, she thanked Song Yanjun. She loved him too, but she hated him too. He gave her a lot, but not because he loved her, but just to vent. What she hated most was that she couldn't give birth to a child openly, and in the end, both she and the child died. She hated him, so she didn't want to be entangled with him in this life. No, I don't hate you, and it has nothing to do with calling the police. Li Xingjian turned his head away, his eyes cold and his tone as cold as ice. I just hate you as a person. I feel annoyed just by looking at you. I hope never to see you again. After Li Xingjian finished speaking this time, he left with a sullen face. Song Yanjun. He was a little amused and helpless. All his life, except for his stepmother and grandmother, there was really no woman who didn't like him. I hated to this extent. He laughed at himself. I must be crazy. It's not my fault, so why should I feel guilty? Li Xingjian made the bed and lay down on it, closing her eyes. Song Yanjun looked confused. She smiled bitterly. Song Yanjun, let's not meet again in this life. She closed her eyes and spoke softly. Then, 3 days later, she arrived at the station early in the morning. When she got out of the gate, she looked at everything that was unfamiliar to her. When she was blank, a black car pulled up beside her. We meet again. You should call me Li Xingjian, right? Where are you going? Do you want me to take you there? Li Xingjian. Song Yanjun laughed at himself and said, Yes, I am sick. I still want to talk to you even after being scolded. But I didn't expect you to get off here. Looking for relatives? Your relatives didn't come? Get on the bus. Otherwise, if you get kidnapped, no one may save you. Li Xingjian was quite familiar with this city in his previous life, especially the hotel. Song Yanjun often took her with him when he was on business trips, but she rarely went out and always waited for him in the hotel. But now, this place doesn't look familiar to her at all, and she feels like she will get lost if she takes a few steps. Moreover, the world is really chaotic nowadays. If she gets off the bus alone by accident, she might become the prey of some bad guys. Li Xingjian thought about it and decided to get into Song Yanjun's car. Hey, he had scolded someone before, and now he was riding in his car. Li Xingjian felt a little embarrassed and also felt quite shameless. There was a young man in the passenger seat, and she sat in the back seat. Song Yanjun didn't ask her where she was going and just drove away. Li Xingjian patted his seat and said, I'm going to the Four Seasons Hotel. Song Yanjun didn't ask her what she was doing there and just drove over there. When they arrived, Li Xingjian threw him $5 for the fare and got off the car without saying anything. Chun Lirong smiled and said, Yanjun, this girl is a little dark, but she has a very attractive temperament. If she lives here, does she want to be someone's mistress? Is she an adult? If she is, can you help me ask? Chapter 22. If you don't know how to adapt to local customs, what's the difference between you and an illiterate? Chun Lirong is my parents' close confidant here. Song Yanjun glanced at him and said, Don't say such things in front of me again. After saying that, he got out of the car and walked into the hotel. Chun Lirong. He was joking. This kid was very indifferent before, and I've made jokes like this before, but he didn't participate or say anything. What happened this time? Care about that girl very much? Chun Lirong raised his eyebrows. The little brat was not a good boy and wanted to fall in love. The reason why Li Xingjian wants to live here is because it is closest to the exchange. Today, there's only one listed exchange in the entire mainland. Not only locals, but also people from other places come here to make money. There's so many people. There were a lot of people gathered in front of the service desk. Li Xingjian wondered if registration would take so long. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong. I heard a woman crying. When she walked forward, she saw a pot-bellied man swearing in English, calling the waiter a pig, and saying he didn't even know English. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, not tall, with a big, greasy belly. But he looked like a successful man, wearing a suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and carrying a briefcase. It seemed that there were accomplices next to him, chatting and laughing in English while watching the fun, but no one was helping the waiter. Li Xingjian understood after listening for a while. The waiter didn't speak English and didn't understand what the man wanted to do. He asked the man if he could speak Cantonese, but the man continued to curse in English. The people watching the fun nearby were saying, "How come they don't speak Cantonese? They can speak Mandarin, but how can they speak Mandarin in such a poor place like the mainland? You have to speak English. If you can't speak English, learn a more advanced language. Who can speak the crude Mandarin? Only country folks speak Mandarin." Li Xingjian's face sank, and he walked over to the waiter and said, "Why don't you call the police? These idiots are deliberately looking for trouble. They not only speak Cantonese, but also Mandarin, but they refuse to speak it and insist on speaking in bird language to embarrass you." Not only the waiter was stunned. The pot-bellied man pointed at Li Xingjian and said in not-so-fluent Mandarin, "How dare you scold my chief? It's not the head of the bureau, it's a pig head." Li Xingjian said, "Can't you speak human language? Then why are you pretending to be so arrogant? People around, they actually speak Mandarin. Isn't that intentional? I am from Hong Kong, and I don't like to speak Mandarin. You can just speak Cantonese instead of English. Isn't that embarrassing? After all, he is from Hong Kong." After listening to the discussions around them, Wang Difu and others felt very proud. Wang Difu tapped the counter with his hands and said with a greasy sneer on his face, "English is an international language. Why open a store or work as a receptionist if you can't speak English? Just find a rich man to be your mistress." Being a mistress to a Hong Kong taxi driver, Li Xingjian leaned against the counter and laughed. "You can't make it here, so you come here to show off. What's wrong with Hong Kong? Please take a good look at the calendar. It's 1996. Hong Kong will be returned next year. Do you know? It's our country's territory. It's our territory." Li Xingjian continued. "No matter how high-class your appearance is, if you don't know how to adapt to local customs, let alone English, even if you can speak an alien language, what's the difference between you and an illiterate person? Oh, I forgot. The British are just a bunch of pirates. How can they be cultured if they're the grandsons of pirates? Waiter, please give me a private room." Li Xingjian placed his ID card on the counter. There was applause all around. After all, our country is poor and has not yet developed, while foreign countries are developed. Some people do worship foreign things, but more people hate that their country is not rich, not that they really like foreign countries. After hearing what Li Xingjian said, these people felt very happy and all applauded. Song Yanjun and Chun Lirong were standing behind the crowd, but they were tall and saw everything Li Xingjian did. Chun Lirong said, "What a hot pepper." The corners of Song Yanjun's mouth twitched. That's right. From this perspective, scolding him was just the lightest punishment. Wang Difu and others were so angry that Wang Difu raised his hand to hit someone. Song Yanjun walked through the crowd and grabbed his arm. Even if you're an alien, you can't just hit people casually, right? What? The British don't have laws. Wang Difu was shocked. He was indeed a taxi driver in Hong Kong. But Hong Kong is rich, and the money earned by taxi drivers is enough to buy mistresses here. So he would come here with his friends to spend 2 days on weekends. No one here knows his real identity. When they hear his accent, they all call him the big boss, especially some women who would like to ride him to the sky just for his little bit of money. Men don't dare to mess with them because they are Hong Kong people, and the police have to show some respect to them. I didn't expect to be insulted by a young couple from mainland China. Wang Difu's wrist hurt so much that he wanted to scream for help. He looked at Song Yanjun angrily and said, I will put you in jail." Song Yanjun sneered and said, "It's up to you. Let's see if you have the ability to do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xingjian had already completed the formalities and left with the key. Song Yanjun, this person has no conscience. Li Xingjian entered his single room. It's not bad. If you sit by the window, you can see people coming and going on the street outside. And most importantly, you can see the neon lights of the stock exchange. Her goal: within 15 days, she will earn her first pot of gold. She drew down the curtains and tidied the room. She didn't bring much luggage, so she had very few things with her, and as long as she didn't lose any money, it would be fine. I raised my hand and touched it, and the money was there. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Li Xingjian opened the door and saw a waitress with average looks and shifty eyes pushing the door open and walking in. "Little girl, are you alone? How old are you? What are you doing here? You don't look like you have a lot of money, so why are you staying in a hotel?" Li Xingjian frowned slightly. "What's your matter? Just asking how old you are. Are you an adult?" Li Xingjian didn't say anything. She had already registered. The waitress smiled and said, "Little sister, don't be so serious. I'm here to discuss something good with you. I see that you're already 15, right? As long as you're over 14, it will be fine." She looked Li Xingjian up and down again. "Are you here to make money? I have a good job selling wine, and I'm in need of people. Do you want to try it? At least 300 yuan a day, enough for your parents to earn for a month, right? The customers are all from Hong Kong and Taiwan, and sometimes there are foreigners. If you sell well, you may even be able to go abroad. What's the point of being with a mainland man? After finally staying in a hotel, they still have to give you a single room. But it's different for wealthy businessmen from Hong Kong and Taiwan. If you do well, it's not impossible for them to buy you a suite. Look at our sister, Lisa." Her tone was gentle and persuasive, very tempting. Li Xingjian understood. I was the only one being targeted. Chapter 23, Another Acquaintance. Now is a critical moment for opening up. The economy is developing rapidly, but people are still very poor. Many rural people are flocking to the cities to make money. This results in all kinds of people and all kinds of things happening. Many girls have no education, no relatives or friends, no experience, but still want to make money, so they go astray. Li Xingjian said with a sullen face, "Are you really a service staff? I don't think you are. I want to file a complaint against you. Hey, you really don't know what's good for you. You're a prostitute, too. I introduced you to someone better, but you don't even appreciate it." Li Xingjian pulled the waiter out and went downstairs to find a manager. The waiter pushed her away and said, "You don't know what's good for you. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Just rot and stink with your poor old man with a big belly." "What are you doing?" Suddenly a stern female voice came, and the woman asked again, "He Chunshua, what are you doing?" The waiter's face turned pale, and he tried to run away, but was caught by Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian saw that the work suit worn by the woman behind her was more sophisticated than that of the waiter, and she seemed to be a hotel manager. She said, "You came at the right time. Your waiter is suspected of prostitution. I want to call the police." He Chunshua's face turned red with anger, and she scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Cousin, don't listen to her nonsense. I saw she was alone, so I came over to ask her if she needed any help." "Cousin? Are they actually relatives? And she should know it too, right?" Li Xingjian frowned slightly. He was a relative and a local boss, so she might just let it go. He Chunyang said coldly, "This is a workplace, not a home. Call me Foreman He." He Chunshua reluctantly called out Foreman and rolled her eyes. He Chunyang looked at He Chunshua and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Then he said, "Go pack your things. I think this job may not be suitable for you. I will tell you later." He Chunshua yelled angrily, He Chunyang, if you keep making trouble, you won't get your salary." He Chunyang scolded. He Chunshua turned around feeling aggrieved. Li Xingjian was stunned. He Chunyang? She looked up at the team leader. She had fiery red lips, short hair that was neat and sophisticated, a tall and well-proportioned figure, and was a very beautiful woman. This woman, I've had encounters with her. There was a time in her previous life when Song Yanjun disappeared. She came to the Special Administrative Region to look for Song Yanjun, but Li Chenxi found out and stole her card and mobile phone. It was He Chunyang, who lived in the same hotel with her, who helped her. Otherwise, she might have starved to death on the streets. He Chunyang was a righteous woman, but she did not end up well. He Chunyang is a girl from a remote, rural area. She is the eldest of 4 sisters. Because her family was often bullied, she wanted to supplement the family income, so she secretly ran away to work. She actually made some money, and she used it to support her 3 younger sisters in school. When she first came out, she was unfamiliar with the place and in desperate need of money. While working as a waitress in a restaurant, she hooked up with a hotel owner from Hong Kong because of her pretty appearance. This hotel is not opened by the boss, but by a partner. He was a 56-year-old man. But he was very nice to Li Xingjian. The old man's original wife did not give birth to a son, and he was counting on Li Xingjian to give birth to a son for him. But he took Li Xingjian to play stocks, and Li Xingjian made a lot of money. Now rich, Li Xingjian didn't want to be a shameful mistress anymore, so she found a boyfriend. But Li Xingjian didn't know that this man had a wife. Li Xingjian broke up with her sponsor and lived with her boyfriend. Later, when the stock market went bad, they opened a used car dealership. All personal connections and business dealings are maintained with Li Xingjian, but the car dealership isn't a man's name. When a man was about to pick up the car, he was suddenly killed in a car accident. The man's wife took over all the liquid funds and assets of the car dealership and then sold them. Li Xingjian did not get a penny because he did not register the car with the man. Moreover, because the used car was smuggled, he was eventually sent to prison and sentenced to 17 years. Li Xingjian actually saw what happened next when he was reading the legal daily. Li Xingjian was made into a role model and was widely reported in newspapers. Li Xingjian felt a little sad. You say Li Xingjian is a good person, but what he did were illegal and immoral. You say she is a bad person, but she supported her 3 younger sisters to go to college and pulled them out of the fire pit. They are also helpful and caring to strangers. So it's hard to judge whether it's good or bad. Li Xingjian hopes that she will not commit crimes in her life and will not be deceived by men and live a good life. Li Xingjian suddenly said that she didn't care, opened the door, and went back into the house, but in fact she had been standing at the door. Hearing the footsteps going to the next door, she slowly opened the door, walked to the next room, and put her ear close to it. Then Li Xingjian asked sternly, "What's going on? Did you take the money? Are you ruining yourself?" Li Xingjian was very impatient. "Why do you care about me? You are a slut, and you are the concubine of an old man. Why do you care about me? You are allowed to make money, but I am not. Besides, I am not as cheap as you," Li Xingjian said proudly. "We didn't see it downstairs just now. That damn girl offended a Hong Kong businessman, and he specifically asked me to seduce her. If I can get her over, he will give me 2,000 yuan as a thank you fee. You dare to do such a thing for 2,000 yuan? She is young and not even an adult. Oh, you are rich, you are awesome. You get more money from sleeping with old men, so you don't care about the $2,000. I don't have an old man to sleep with, so of course the $2,000 is very important to me. I won't play tricks on you. You've harassed customers. I can't protect you anymore. Pack up your things and go back home." You. When she said this, Li Xingjian was very angry. "If you dare to let me go back to my hometown, I will tell everyone about your ugly deeds." "Whatever you want," Li Xingjian added. "Xingjian, for the sake of our having the same grandfather and being a girl, I will speak to you from the bottom of my heart. This money is not easy to earn, and it shouldn't be earned. I care about you not because I'm jealous of you, but because I think you have a better way to go. You can go to school. Otherwise, you can only become a puppet of your parents and brothers. Of course, if you can't listen, then go away." Li Xingjian hurried back to the room and heard footsteps passing by. She opened the door again and happened to meet Li Xingjian coming out of the next room. Seeing her, Li Xingjian said, "I'm really sorry for what happened just now. It was our negligence in management. So, as compensation, can I help you upgrade to a bigger and safer room? When you go out alone, be sure to be safe. Call the front desk if you have any questions." Li Xingjian was already sure that she had a bit of chivalry in her heart, so she didn't comment and asked, "Are you going to meet your boyfriend?" Li Xingjian was stunned. This girl was not very old, and they were not acquaintances. Why did she suddenly ask this? How did she know? Chapter 24 Master. You are the master. Li Xingjian looked at the time, and it was almost time for them to change shifts. Living in a big city and with money, Li Xingjian has no chance of going home to cook for himself. Of course, he has to go on a date after work. "How did you know I have a boyfriend and that I was going on a date? Do you know me?" There was a hint of panic in Li Xingjian's eyes. Her relationship with the Hong Kong tycoon has not completely ended yet, and he doesn't know yet that she has a boyfriend. She wasn't sure which boyfriend the girl in front of her was talking about. Who is this girl? Could she know Boss Chen? Li Xingjian hugged his shoulders and smiled. "You may not believe it, but I can tell fortunes. You said you would help me upgrade my room, so I will help you check it once for free. You have good fortune in this life, but your love luck is too bad. If you want to keep your money and your family safe, you must get married properly. Otherwise, don't look for any man, and definitely don't look for the kind that won't marry you or register with you. Let me put it this way. You have a relationship that is about to end, and there's nothing much to say, but you also have a very secret relationship. This man is not a good match. He has a wife and a son in his hometown. Who are you?" Li Xingjian was shocked. Are you from his hometown? Are you here to break us up? Otherwise, He Chunyang couldn't figure out what this girl did. She seemed to know a lot about her affairs. He Chunyang was a little angry. I don't know why you said these words, why you want to break us up, but I can tell you that our fate definitely doesn't have a wife. He won't lie to me. He definitely won't lie to me. Li Xingjian saw that she was a little excited and made a hushing gesture. Wouldn't it be better if he didn't cheat you? But what if? You still have 3 sisters to support. Think about it. What if this person is a liar and takes all your money away? What will happen to your sisters? So it's best if he doesn't lie to you, but you might as well think about it calmly. What's the point of me lying to you? Listen to my accent. Could I be from the same place as him? Think about it carefully. When you figure it out, verify it yourself. What if I'm talking nonsense? It seems like you won't suffer any loss. But what if what I said is true? You can avoid being cheated and recover your losses. Why not do it? Or are you afraid that in the end there really is no such thing, and you feel embarrassed about being cheated? But compared to the loss of face and property and the emotional experience of being cheated, it seems to be nothing, right? Li Xingjian doesn't have to be a saint. Mainly, she wanted to get close to this person to make her rich. Another thing is that He Chunyang is not a good person in the traditional sense of the word, but she has 3 younger sisters. Li Xingjian really wishes he had someone to help him study. He Chunyang is a smart man. I will help you upgrade your room, but I don't believe what you said. Very well, I will go and verify it now. Li Xingjian's room was upgraded, and he moved to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The keys are all different, and there is a telephone in the room. Internal calls are free, but outbound calls are $1 per minute, which will be included in the room rate. Very expensive. There are instructions next to the phone, so the hotel is not afraid of you calling. There was no telephone in Li Xingjian's previous room, so it was naturally safer to have one. She thought of the conversation between He Chunyang and He Chunxiu, and her eyes darkened. It feels like someone is really targeting me. Those pigs won't know how to write the word law unless they are taught a lesson. But now she doesn't seem to have the ability to show others her colors. Make money first. Money will make her wise. It's dinner time. Let's eat first. Li Xingjian touched his bulging chest and found the money was still there. She put on her school uniform jacket to cover her big breasts, then slung her bag over her shoulder and prepared to go out to eat. The main thing is that apart from the school uniform, there is nothing that a wife can block. And although students are easy to bully, they also have a lot of conveniences. Li Xingjian was alone and didn't dare to go out to eat, so he planned to go to the hotel cafeteria. She met Song Yanjun, who was also walking out at the door. Li Xingjian. It's really haunting. She said nothing and turned and left. Song Yanjun. How did she offend her? After dinner, Li Xingjian took a walk downstairs. Many people here are here to trade stocks, and a lot of what they say contains useful information. Li Xingjian heard 2 people whispering that a new stock would be listed tomorrow, which would be used by the shell company to cash out, specialized in cutting leaks. However, this kind of stock is worth following in the early stage, but you have to sell it at the critical moment. If it were in later times, 80% of this inside information would be false. But the stock market is very chaotic right now. It is a period of wild growth. Generally speaking, as long as you are lucky, you can make huge profits from investing in projects during this period. Maybe this news is accurate. Li Xingjian secretly wrote it down. She had a good memory and would check tomorrow to see if this stock would be available. We were almost there. It was getting dark. She hurried back to the hotel. Just as she entered the house, the doorbell rang. She thought Song Yanjun was talking nonsense to her. He opened the door with a gloomy face, only to see He Chunyang with a pale face. When He Chunyang saw Li Xingjian, he saw his backbone. She suddenly threw herself into Li Xingjian's arms and burst into tears. Li Xingjian. Although I'm not a bad person, I'm not that close to anyone. Apart from Song Yanjun, no one had ever hugged her like this. The girl doesn't have one either. She has always been isolated. This soft feeling is quite strange. Li Xingjian said, "It seems that I have chosen them all." Master, you must be a master. Damn it, I didn't believe you just now. He really has a wife. I usually wait for him to pick me up. When you mentioned it today, I remembered that he said this morning that he was going out to eat with his fellow villagers in the evening and couldn't pick me up. If it were in the past, I would definitely go home and wait for him. Today, I want to find the place he often went, and I saw him. He Chunyang was really heartbroken. She was a migrant girl who made her first fortune by selling her body. Even if you are very rich, you will always be looked down upon. So she really wanted to have a home, a nest of her own. She just bought a commercial house and plans to use it for her marriage. But her identity still allows her to live in the house rented for her by Boss Chun. She didn't move into the new house, so she gave his house to Wang Hao. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao moved in with his rural wife. She followed him all the way from the restaurant and watched Wang Hao bring the person in. Then she heard Wang Hao coaxing the woman. "You're still making trouble. She has already agreed to put the house in my name. Do you know how much this house costs per square meter? 1,600. This house costs 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. You can't earn that much even if you work yourself to death in your hometown. Really giving it to you?" The woman was a little unconvinced. Wang Hao said, "You give me a son? She's just a mistress. She's been fucked so hard, but she can't even give birth to a child. She's useless. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to? From now on, this will belong to both of us. Okay, just stay for one night, then you can go back." Li Xingjian thought that she and Wang Hao fell in love because Wang Hao saved her at the night stall. She thought he was a good man, so she took him into the hotel and planned to teach him how to trade stocks. "I didn't expect that people would just treat me as a bitch." Chapter 25, I Can't Love Anymore. "Master, what should I do next? My house is in his name. Can I get it back? I don't want to let it go like this. I've loved him with all my heart, and the house is in his name, but he played a trick on me like this. I really can't accept it." Li Xingjian felt that he would not be able to get it back legally. After all, there is no transfer record now, and the house has been changed. So how can I get it? That requires some tricks. Li Xingjian thought for a moment and asked, "You didn't confront him, did you?" "Not yet. I came here as soon as I heard the noise." She almost broke in at that time, but for some reason, she felt betrayed and was afraid to face it, so she left. She didn't know where to go or who to complain to, so she thought of the girl in the hotel. The girl's accent suggests she's from the capital, so she's definitely not from the same family as Wang Hao, so he shouldn't be lying to her. Li Xingjian said, "I don't know whether I can get it back or not. I can only give you an idea. Catch him in bed with his wife, criticize him morally, and then see how he behaves. If he asks for reconciliation, he might give the house back to you just to please you. If you don't return it, then you can only vent your anger. You can still threaten people, but I don't know if they will be afraid." That's all Li Xingjian could think of. Li Xingjian has calmed down now. He stared ahead with heavy eyes and said, "Isn't it just 50,000 or 60,000 yuan? If you can't get it back, then you can't get it back. But if you play tricks on me like this, I won't let them off easily." Li Xingjian sent a pager to Wang Hao, telling her that he would be going to the new house soon, and asked Wang Hao if she wanted to go. Wang Hao looked at it, his face turned grim, and he pulled his wife out. "Go hide outside first." "Why should I? I am your wife. Why should I hide? Didn't you say that this house will be yours sooner or later? Can't you just break up with her now?" Wang Hao's wife didn't want to leave, but Wang Hao couldn't bear to give up Li Xingjian, who was young and beautiful, and Li Xingjian was very rich, so what was a house to her? "Be obedient. If you listen, I'll give you one of her bags later. Do you know how valuable a bag is?" Seeing that his wife still didn't leave, Wang Hao took out a bag from Li Xingjian's cabinet and hung it on his wife. Then they hurried away. After going down, Wang Hao found a phone booth and called Li Xingjian. "I can't get through. Why do you suddenly want to go to the new house?" "I'm just passing by. I'll go back to get something and leave." "It's okay if you can't go back. I'm very busy these 2 days. I'll spend more time with you after these 2 days." Wang Hao took the initiative, fearing that Li Xingjian would look for him. Li Xingjian's tone was a little disappointed, but still very reasonable. "Okay, I'll wait for you." After that, she fell silent and didn't talk nonstop as she usually did when she picked up the phone. Wang Hao saw that his wife standing behind him looked unhappy, so he quickly hung up the phone. "Okay, she will leave soon. I'll take you to eat something delicious first." Wang Hao hooked his wife's shoulders and pulled her away. 5 minutes later, Li Xingjian brought Li Xingjian to his residence. There was no smell of love in the room, but many things had been touched. Li Xingjian opened the cabinet and found that her favorite bag, which she had spent 3,000 yuan on, was gone. Her face was as gloomy as rain. "Hurry up and find a suitcase to pack up the previous things." Fortunately, the others were not lost in time. After finishing all this, Li Xingjian and Li Xingjian looked at each other and said, "I have a camera, but it's too big. What if he finds it?" Technology is not advanced enough nowadays, and cameras are not yet popular. Li Xingjian helped Li Xingjian set up the camera and then covered it with a cloth. "But I was afraid that the belt would have run out by the time Wang Hao and the others came back." Li Xingjian said, "This is just for auxiliary purposes. Go and call for help. I'll wait at the door. That's all we can do." When Li Xingjian was leaving, she saw a tube of lubricant on the bedside. She thought for a moment and looked at He Chunyang. Are you sure you will use it? He Chunyang felt a little embarrassed when such a young girl asked this question. Blushing, she said, yes, you know a lot. Wang Hao has some problems and likes to use it. I'm studying to be a doctor. Li Xingjian suddenly smiled and said, go get a tube of glue. He Chunyang. Li Xingjian nodded. Hurry, the sooner the better. After dinner, Wang Hao called He Chunyang and asked him where he had gone. He Chunyang said he had already gone back. Wang Hao was so happy that he could go back home immediately. He didn't want to spend money staying in a hotel. When I got home, the house was cleaned and there were fresh lilies in a vase on the bedside. The air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and is ambiguous. After taking a shower, although his wife did not have as graceful a figure or pretty face as He Chunyang, she was plump, fair-skinned, and had nice breasts. He hadn't touched her for a long time. Whether he likes it or not, he has to complete the task today. Besides, he actually likes his wife's plump figure. Maybe because they were in a high-end and cozy place away from home. The wife took the initiative and jumped onto the bed and hugged Wang Hao. The two of them kissed with a sizzling sound, and soon they felt something. Wang Hao stopped at this time. Wait a minute. The wife looked unhappy. You are not thinking about it again. Wang Hao smiled obscenely. But it's a good thing. Li Xingjian and He Chunyang heard someone shouting in the house. Fuck, what is this? Help, why is it so hot? The two of them looked at each other. He Chunyang said, I suddenly no longer have any love for him. Li Xingjian thought that if it were me, I might not be able to fall in love either. The time is ripe. He Chunyang winked at Li Xingjian and she opened the door. The two of them ran in together. He Chunyang first appeared in front of Wang Hao's bed. Suddenly he shouted, Wang Hao, what are you doing? Who is this woman? Are you cheating on me? Yang. Wang Hao reacted and said hurriedly, Yang, please listen to my explanation. Wang Hao had no way of explaining it, because he and his wife were inseparable, simply inseparable. He Chunyang kindly called an ambulance for them, and the doctor came, but it was still useless because the doctor was in the emergency department, not the surgical department. The doctor suggested calling the firefighters. Finally, the firefighters arrived. As good as firefighters can be, they took their time and wiped off the medicine bit by bit with a cotton swab. It took more than 4 hours to separate the two people. During this period, reporters also rushed over after hearing the news. The two people were completely powerless to stop it. So after they separated, they were both mentally broken and were taken away by 120. They had no time to explain. Of course, He Chunyang did not accompany Wang Hao. So Wang Hao came to the hotel early the next morning to block He Chunyang and apologized to him. He honestly confessed that the woman was his wife, but did not say that they already had a child. He said he would divorce and asked He Chunyang to give him another chance. Chapter 26, earn 40,000 in 10 days. What? Are you soft-hearted? Do you want to wait for him to get divorced? Li Xingjian asked He Chunyang. He Chun handed Li Xingjian a newspaper. It's all in the news. Do you think I can still fall in love with him? So embarrassing. Now, He Chunyang and Li Xingjian are very close. He Chunyang said that she planned to pretend to forgive Wang Hao, and then ask Wang Hao to return the house to her, and then break up immediately after that. Of course, Wang didn't want to return the money, but he was greedy. He knew He Chunyang had more money, and if he didn't return it, he wouldn't be able to get the money back. He also believed that He Chunyang loved him very much and would slowly forgive him. What he regretted was that He Chunyang found out too early and his money had not yet been transferred. So in the end, he decided to return the house to He Chunyang. Don't talk about me. Sister Jian, you told me earlier that you were here to trade stocks. I dare not say anything else, but I can really help you with this. If you had come the day before yesterday, I would not have dared to say this. Today, come on, follow me. If I don't help you make a few 100,000, then I've been hanging around here for nothing. Li Xingjian smiled. She knew that He Chunyang's financial sponsor had arrived. They are capitalists and can set up schemes. This is how He Chunyang made his money. This is also the reason why she is so enthusiastic and determined to help He Chunyang. Of course, she also hopes that He Chunyang will not be deceived by a scumbag in this life, but it is more for her own sake. She came here this time, betting on her favor with Li Mingli. If she loses, her revenge plan will be very slow. It may be shelved or simply run aground. Although it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, she felt that she could not wait for 10 more years because she hated the person too much. She wants Li Qinxi and the others to live in fear every day, and she wants revenge every day. Must win. Sister Yang, My success in becoming rich will all depend on you. Chun Lirong drove Song Yanjun and watched Li Xingjian and the others enter the stock exchange. Chun Lirong looked at Song Yanjun and said, "You are quite brave. Are you here to trade stocks?" I know the woman next to her. She is the hotel supervisor and a mistress. Song Yanjun was flipping through the newspaper when he suddenly saw a familiar silhouette. Then he read the contents and couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. "What's wrong? What's so funny? It seems like you're about to burst." Song Yanjun handed him the newspaper. "Read it yourself." Chen Lirong didn't finish reading it. He only saw a man mistook super glue for lubricant and used it when having sex with his wife. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who is so stupid? How can glue and lubricant be mixed together? Why should glue be placed at the head of the bed? Yes, why is glue placed at the head of the bed? It's still a scene of catching an adulterer. Obviously someone did this on purpose. Song Yanjun took the newspaper and fixed his eyes on the silhouette. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were somewhat helpless. He was almost certain that this matter had something to do with this girl. This girl is so cruel. Only someone as cruel and shameless as her can do such a thing. So, don't offend her. Song Yanjun folded the newspaper and put it in his backpack. Then he said, "Open an account for me too. Stock trading." The mother was doing it herself and didn't let him touch it. Isn't this bad? She is busy making the fuss. If he doesn't do anything, won't he seem to be ignorant? Li Xingjian took Li Xingjian to a private room in the exchange. She helped Li Xingjian open an account. Fortunately, the management is not strict now, and anyone with an ID card can open an account. There is no age limit. After the opening, Li Xingjian asked Li Xingjian, "Is it a short-term or long-term investment?" Li Xingjian smiled. "The return tickets have been bought. There are only 15 days left." "Oh, now there are 14 days. That's the short pitch." Li Xingjian went out for a while, and when he came back, he circled 2 red circles for Li Xingjian. "Buy this and sell it within 2 days." These are 2 stocks that Li Xingjian has no impression of at all. But it doesn't matter. She took out all the $4,000 that she had placed on her chest and put them on the table. Li Xingjian almost died of laughter. "I thought your breasts were so big, but it turns out you are flat." The corners of Li Xingjian's mouth twitched. She didn't wear any underwear when she was growing up. She was very afraid of her breasts growing and often prayed that their size wouldn't grow. God heard her, and her wish came true. Song Yanjun once said, "I can only say that it is barely usable." "Are you going to invest all this money in it?" "It's quite a lot." Li Xingjian stopped smiling and asked. "She is considered rich now, but she was once poor." "I know exactly why Li Xingjian kept the money so secret. This money must be Li Xingjian's last guarantee. If he loses it, his entire life may be lost." "Yes, throw it all in." Li Xingjian's expression gradually became serious. "You trust me so much, if I deliberately hurt you, you will lose everything." Li Xingjian smiled and said, "Then take it as a lesson. I still have a long life ahead of me, so I should be able to afford this lesson." "Aegean, you are so courageous. With your boldness, you will be able to do well in the future. Let's go buy some stocks." One of the 2 stocks that Li Xingjian bought started growing rapidly at the beginning, like a mountain suddenly rising from a flat bottom. The rise made her feel scared, and she wanted to sell it at any time. But Li Xingjian always told her not to be anxious. Not to be anxious, the price would still go up. The other one rose much more slowly. The first one really rose incredibly fast. By the close of the evening, it had doubled in price. At this time, there were no limits on the rise and fall of the stock market. Li Xingjian was really afraid that the price would drop when the market opened the next day. But the next day, it continued to rise uncontrollably. By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, her 2,000 yuan had grown to 6,000 yuan, and Li Xingjian asked her to sell it. After that, the stock started to fall in value. "It will soon fall below the listing price and will be delisted." Li Xingjian told Li Xingjian, "This is a shell company. The boss uses the listing to raise money and then sells the original shares when the stock price is high. By the time the shareholders react, everyone has sold their shares and made a lot of money. The shareholders' stocks are like waste paper, and they can only hold on to them. If you don't have inside information, don't follow this. You might die at any time." Li Xingjian discovered that if Li Xingjian hadn't told her, it would have been too late for her to sell after noticing the drop in prices, as the price was falling faster than a rocket. Using this method, Li Xingjian made more than 20,000 yuan in the past 2 days. But this kind of stock is not available every day, so on the 3rd or 4th day, He Chunyang asked her to pick a stock of an industrial company to hold. There's no one behind the game, so this kind of stock will only grow slowly and you won't make a lot of money all of a sudden. But after 10 days, the 20,000 yuan was turned into another 10,000 yuan. It's already 30,000 yuan, and Li Xingjian feels that he can stop now. At this time, He Chunyang came to Li Xingjian and said, "They're going to play a big game today." Li Xingjian thought it was the same as 10 days ago. She didn't think much about it and planned to invest all her money into it, but she found out that it was launching glasses stock. Li Xingjian was stunned. This is not a shell company. This is an industrial company. Today, the country's productivity is low and its scientific and technological achievements are low. Even cars could not be manufactured completely because all the car glass had to be imported. Launching is the first company to produce domestically produced automotive glass. Chapter 27. You Can Call Me Daddy. In his previous life, this company was acquired and the founder was in debt, but he later developed a breeding business and finally paid off the debt when he was in his 80s. Li Xingjian only learned about this business information after following Song Yanjun. The founder was a good man. His lifelong ambition and regret was that he was unable to make better glass for the country. In her previous life, she thought that the factory went bankrupt because the founder had poor vision and did not invest in innovation. It turned out that someone was shorting it. They want to short this company? This is a real industry. Li Xingjian's voice was a little loud. He Chunyang didn't know much, and after thinking about it, his face became very embarrassed. Yes, they have shorted a lot of physical companies. First short the stock and let the company go into debt, and then make it easier to acquire it. If the acquisition is not developed, it will be abandoned directly. Li Xingjian couldn't help but think of some other domestic companies. After China joined the WTO, many of these companies, which had good reputations and good performance, were gradually acquired by foreign companies and disappeared for the public eye, because their acquisitions are either for the purpose of making money or to suppress domestic companies. Now this method is exactly the same as the acquisition method. These unscrupulous businessmen can't bear to see domestic products improve. Li Xingjian would never follow this stock no matter what. Li Xingjian said to He Chunyang, "If you believe me, don't follow me. They will lose everything they have." Ayan. Li Xingjian pointed at He Chunyang and said, "Treat me as a sister. Don't tell anyone about this." "Ajian, where are you going?" He Chunyang chased after him. Of course Li Xingjian wants to save this company, and now the only person who can save this company is Song Yanjun. "Brother Jun, I came all the way to see you, and you treat me like this?" In the coffee shop, Shun Baiyu reached out to hold Song Yanjun's hand, but Song Yanjun dodged. Shun Baiyu cried in grievance. "Brother Jun, you will never forgive me again? I was really wronged." Speaking of this, Shun Baiyu was filled with hatred. It was that bitch in the car who ruined her life, because she was also a participant and organizer of this incident. Last year, she went out to dinner with a gangster and was raped by him. She didn't dare to say it, didn't dare to tell anyone, especially Song Yanjun. He was afraid that Song Yanjun would dislike her, and then she would not be able to become Mrs. Song in the future. So she came up with a plan that would force Song Yanjun to accept her, make Song Yanjun feel guilty, and let Song Yanjun know that she was no longer a virgin. She deliberately brought Song Yanjun to Wenquan town, saying that she was going to meet clients on Song Yanjun's behalf. Then the client lied to her. Then something happens to her. This accident was all for the Song family and Song Yanjun. Not to mention Song Yanjun. Even his mother will feel guilty for the rest of her life. Song Yanjun will have to be responsible for her for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, someone called the police. Once she calls the police, she will have to be investigated and many things will come alight. Fortunately, the police only had other people's confessions and no concrete evidence of her connection with the pimp. However, the police found out that she had received the dividend money from previous distribution, so they still punished her. Since she was a minor, she was only fined and had a criminal record. Although Song Yanjun didn't know that she had a criminal record, when the police came to his house that day, Song Yanjun became suspicious. "Brother Jun, I was really wronged. I was so young and still in school. How could I organize other girls to engage in prostitution? How could I engage in prostitution myself? Someone must have wronged me. It's that girl, the one who took your car last time, Li Xingjian. I remember her name. Isn't she the most suspicious person? How did she wake up? Did she betray all of us? She saved you," Song Yanjun said with gloomy eyes. What you are doing now is repaying kindness with enmity. What's the point of saving her? She was not a virgin at all, and there was no difference between being fucked and not being fucked. And she took a checkup and found out she had no idea who or how many people she had sex with that night. What saved her? It's obviously meddling in other people's business. Brother Jun, have you fallen in love with her? I found out that you have fallen in love with her. Shin Baiyu felt very scared and stretched out her hand to grab Song Yanjun. Brother Jun, I have asked someone to investigate. She is just an abandoned baby who is not loved by her parents. Her grandfather doesn't like her either. She is nothing and can't help you with anything. And he won't like her either. Don't like her and don't be with her, Brother Jun. Song Yanjun frowned slightly. What right do you have to find someone to investigate others? It seems that my mother gave Annie too high a salary. Brother Jun, Shin Baiyu's face turned pale. Because her mother was a nanny, she grew up in Song Yanjun's home, and the elders of the Song family loved her, so when she asked the workers in the Song family to help, they were willing to help. Is Song Yanjun blaming her? Brother Jun, you never talked to me like this before. Yanjun, someone is looking for you. Chun Lirong knocked on the glass of the partition and hooked his finger at Song Yanjun. Song Yanjun said, "Go back quickly." Then he picked up his shirt and jacket, stood up, and walked out. When I arrived at the gate, I saw Li Xingjian standing there like a solemn statue. She was still wearing a sailor shirt and a pair of jeans, the same as before, washed very cleanly. Her hair seemed to have grown a little longer, but her overall outfit was still as monotonous as before. If I have to say the difference, it's that her breasts are smaller. When Song Yanjun thought of the stack of money he saw, he couldn't help but curl his lips. You looking for me? She didn't tell him to stay away. They lived next door to each other, and he never approached her. Why did she come to me on her own? Song Yanjun, do you know Gao Tianming, the chairman of Launching Glass Factory? Someone wants to short their company's stock. Please inform him. Song Yanjun hesitated. Li Xingjian raised his hand to the sky. Just tell him. I'm your grandson if I lie to you. You don't have to be so low in generation. Just call him Dad. Song Yanjun called Li Xingjian to the car, started the engine, and said, Do you know what the consequences would be if it was fake news? There will be no consequences. At most, I'll play a trick on you. But what if it's true? You sold such a big favor to the Gao family. What will be the result? Song Yanjun smiled, looked at Li Xingjian and said, I thought you were a fool, but it turns out you also understand the ways of the world. Li Xingjian, you are the fool. I'm not stupid. I just don't want to associate with you. Mr. Shun, the stock market situation is not right. Launching stock price has not fallen. On the contrary, no matter whether they were buying or selling, despite releasing so much information, launching stock had not been cooperating with their strategy. Now they plan to make a big splash and simply short launching, but they find that there is still a large amount of money being invested in launching. They sold at a low price and others bought it. Now that the stock price has risen, they have lost money and others have made money. Chapter 28, First House. Boss Shun, I found out that the money seems to have come from the capital. He Chunyang's financial sponsor Shin Maotsai's face turned very ugly. We are from the capital. It will be bad if we alarm the people over there. In the future, they may be restricted in their ability to short a company. And he has definitely failed this time, and foreign capital will definitely come after him for settlement. These mainland guys are so well-funded that they have fooled themselves. Did someone leak the news in advance? Didn't they say that all the Gao family's funds were used for research and development, so they couldn't come up with much money? Shin Maokai asked the secretary. He Chunyang didn't dare to make a sound. The secretary said, but maybe the news is not accurate. A bunch of rubbish. Shin Maokai got very angry and then asked everyone to leave except his secretary. How's the investigation going? Did Xiao He really have an affair? They have broken up. The secretary showed the results of his investigation to Shun Maokai. Boss, Missy did not follow up on this matter, so she did not pay any compensation. Shin Maokai narrowed his eyes slightly. That's a bargain for her. If she dares to betray me, I should make her lose everything. Jian, you saved me. If it weren't for you, all my work would have been in vain, and I might even be in debt. In the hotel room, He Chunyang dragged the suitcase with one hand and hugged Li Xingjian with the other. She added, I was going to take you to the station, but I didn't expect you to take me there first. Li Xingjian asked, where do you plan to go in the future? I know a buddy who sells used cars. I plan to open a used car dealership in my hometown. No need to worry here anymore. After Lan Xing's incident, she found out that Shun Maokai had decided to kill her. If Li Xingjian hadn't reminded her not to follow him, she would have lost everything. Fortunately, I'm not very greedy and will not play stocks again. Shen Maokai can't touch me unless he murders me. But she already has a local household registration, and it would be quite risky if someone wanted to kill her at will. Anyway, she escaped the disaster and didn't want to get entangled anymore, so she left the city. Li Xingjian said, "Remember my words, don't do anything illegal." She thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you go to Hangzhou and start a clothing business? Believe me, the next 20 years will be dominated by light industry. Buying a house, doing business on Taobao, all the pigs on the cusp of the trend are getting rich." Li Xingjian was a little hesitant at first, but then she thought that it was Li Xingjian who proposed it. Not only was this girl smart, but she had already saved her twice. What was there to doubt? "Adrian, I have changed the name on this property certificate and am giving it to you." Li Xingjian transferred his house to Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian was a little surprised and refused to accept it no matter what. Li Xingjian smiled and said, "It's nothing. If it weren't for you, this house would have been given to someone else at a lower price." In order to play the long game, Wang Hao returned the house to Li Xingjian, and Li Xingjian broke up with him as soon as he got the property certificate. Li Xingjian added, "As for the stock market, you didn't make me lose money, which means you helped me make money. A house is nothing. Otherwise, I will transfer 60,000 yuan to you. If you don't accept it, I'll give the house to Wang Hao. It will be better to burn it." Having said that, Li Xingjian had no choice but to accept it. "Just consider it as the reward for your fortune-telling." Li Xingjian said, "But housing prices will definitely soar like a rocket, just like light industry. In 20 years, if you haven't decided what to do, just buy a house everywhere." Li Xingjian smiled and said, "Okay, then you can take this one too, and I'll buy 2 more sets." After Li Xingjian left, Li Xingjian began to sort out his private money. She took out 20,000 of the 40,000 yuan in the stock market and followed Lan Xing. In the end, Lan Xing won a big victory, and she earned another 18,000 yuan. So now, altogether, she has 58,000. Nowadays, without bank cards, the flow of money depends on remittances, which is very troublesome. It's not safe to carry so much cash. Li Xingjian took out 20,000 yuan to buy a bungalow in the suburbs. It was much safer with the property certificate in hand. She used the other 10,000 to buy 3 familiar and well-known stocks. She will not touch these 3 stocks and plans to hold them and sell them after the new year. The time is too short, otherwise I would have to make at least 500,000 or 600,000 before going back. But people can't be too greedy. Li Xingjian went to the post office to make a remittance slip for the remaining 20,000 yuan and remit it to himself. Then she took the remaining 8,000 and went to Shanghai. In Shanghai, she found a teacher for the advanced summer camp at the affiliated middle school, paid 4,500 yuan, and temporarily joined the class with these students to complete the remaining 15 days of their studies. There were more expensive European tours available, but those had already departed, and she couldn't catch up. She originally planned to return and then give the money to Li Mingli. She believed that Li Mingli would not mind her cheating and lying for the sake of the money. But who knows? Anyway, she had money on her, and she happened to know where the summer camp was located because Li Qinxi had participated in it in her previous life. So she simply inserted herself in the middle. So who would dare to say that she didn't participate? After finishing his work, Song Yanjun began to count his profits in the stock market. "Yanjun, that girl is simply a lucky star. I have earned more than 40,000 yuan following her. How about you?" Chen Lirong asked. Song Yanjun couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth when he looked at the account balance on the stock market card. 560,000. He used all his savings and earned 560,000 yuan by following Li Xingjian. 560,000, my father's lifetime salary. If that family knew about this, they would be furious. Of course, he is not short of money. His mother is very rich, but this is his own money. It's not just about money. It's also about the favors from the Gao family, which can't be bought with any amount of money. "All right," Chen Lirong said. Chairman Gao invited Li Xingjian to dinner, but she declined and got on the train. Song Yanjun smiled and said, "That's her style. It's okay. Don't force it." He placed his hand on the table and nodded. What should he give her to thank her? Shen Baiyu sat quietly beside Song Yanjun. She couldn't leave, because if she left she would never see Song Yanjun again. But when she saw the smile on Song Yanjun's face, she suddenly felt her limbs go cold. Song Yanjun seldom smiled, and now there was nothing serious. He smiled just when the girl was mentioned. Song Yanjun must like that bitch. What made her most angry was that she said the bitch was useless, and could not bring any benefits to Song Yanjun at all. Then now the bitch could even ask the chairman of launching to invite her, but she refused. Although I don't know what the bitch did, judging from Song Yanjun's attitude, the bitch is very useful. How so? Although they were sitting very close, Shun Baiyu felt that the distance between him and Song Yanjun was getting farther and farther. No, she couldn't lose Brother Jun. She would make that bitch pay the price for robbing her of him. Brother Jun, you seem to have made a lot of money. Let's share half of it when we meet. Shun Baiyu concealed the crazy jealousy and anger in her eyes and said sweetly, Song Yanjun is very generous and doesn't care about money, so he can definitely give her a lot. Song Yanjun asked, do girls like money very much? Chapter 29, that's because you deserve to be beaten. Who doesn't like money? Brother Jun, I'm not greedy for money or vain. I just want to feel loved. Shun Baiyu said with a smile. Song Yanjun nodded and smiled. Dad, I really didn't lie to you. I went to the summer camp and saw that Li Xingjian didn't even register. The teacher didn't even know Li Xingjian. She cheated me of my money and ran away with it. Maybe she eloped with some shady man. This is a great shame for our Li family. At the train station, Sui Li and Li Qian dragged Li Mingli there and insisted that Li Mingli see that Li Xingjian had not signed up for the summer camp at all. Sui Li said, I asked, this is the train number and time for their mid to high-end summer camp. If this is not available, then there is only the European class. But do you believe she would sign up for such an expensive class? She must have eloped with a dubious man. Li Mingli looked at the bus stop sign with a gloomy expression. There were many parents nearby, waiting for their children excitedly or anxiously. He couldn't tell what mood he was in when he came here. He didn't want to come. Li Xingjian was so obedient, he didn't believe it. But Sui Li had to prove something, so he thought then come. Because deep down in his heart, he still felt that the child would not be so confused and disobedient. Li Xingjian. He was the one who chose the name. Simplicity is the best. When they met for the first time in 15 years, she threw herself on him and called him Grandpa. Could such a well-behaved child, who could read English newspapers, really lie to herself? Students, please gather first, count the number of people, and then go find your parents. Okay, those who don't have parents to pick them up can take the school bus and go home from school. Those students who went to Shanghai came back, and Li Mingli saw the slim and quiet Li Xingjian in the crowd at a glance. Because the sailor shirt that Li Xingjian was wearing was bought by him. Seeing the child politely saying goodbye to the teacher, Li Mingli breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and glared at Sui Li fiercely. You are really good at slandering our Li family's child. In the future, if you can't speak, just shut up. You are full of shit. Look at whether the child has gotten off the bus or not. Has he gone to study? He is hopeless. Sui Li rubbed her eyes. It was indeed Li Xingjian. She opened her mouth in shock. How could this be possible? There was an acquaintance of hers in the institution, and the teacher there said that there was no such person as Li Xingjian. She also deliberately pulled Li Mingli over just to let Li Mingli verify it personally, and then hate Li Xingjian even more. But why was Li Xingjian in the car? How was he with the children? Husband, I'm talking about people like you when I talk about your wife. Li Qian was also very angry and whispered, You forgot my warning to you again. Sui Li was frustrated on both sides and was very angry. She walked towards Li Xingjian angrily and said, You didn't sign up at all, so why are you in the car? Did you run away with a dubious man, get dumped, and come back to meet the teachers and classmates you were lucky enough to meet? Li Xingjian looked up at Sui Li, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, and shame. What are you talking about? Are you talking about me? Are you crazy? I'm going to summer camp. But the registration teacher said that you didn't even register. So you investigated me? Li Xingjian frowned and said, I just attended a summer camp, but you also want to investigate me. What do you not believe? You don't believe that I attended the summer camp, or what? She looked at Li Mingli with confused eyes. Grandpa, my brother and brother doing things with Li Qinxi, is she doing the same? Do we need to check it out? Li Mingli was smiling when he was talking to Li Xingjian just now, but now his expression was extremely gloomy. He scolded, Sui Li, this is a public place. Are you done yet? Sui Li shook her head, still angry. Li Xingjian, explain to me, don't talk about surveillance or not. If you haven't done anything wrong, why are you afraid of my surveillance? Explain to me. They said you didn't even sign up. Li Xingjian took out the registration fee receipt and invoice and showed them to Li Mingli, Grandpa. Li Mingli nodded with satisfaction. Then he showed it to Sui Li. Are you blind? The invoice and official seal are all there. 3,500. If this isn't proof of registration, what is it? Li Mingli threw the bill in Sui Li's face. Sui Li also saw it clearly, and it was indeed true. But how is this possible? But, can I play tricks on you? Li Xingjian interrupted Sui Li. Sui Li looked dissatisfied, and Li Xingjian continued. I just want to know, do you monitor other people's work like this? She looked at Li Mingli. Grandpa, I don't understand. It's true that I'm not afraid of being monitored if I don't do anything wrong. But you go to the toilet, eat, and work, and you do these things every day, but others are staring at you with a pair of eyes. Are you happy? Are you happy? We are human beings, not animals in a zoo to be watched. Li Mingli nodded. Then he would be unable to do anything. Humans are not gods, so how can they not be absent-minded? What's the difference between being monitored all the time and being in jail? Li Mingli simply didn't want to look at Sui Li anymore. He asked, what do you want? Sui Li, if you don't want to live a good life, then divorce Li Xingjian. There is no shortage of discipline in my family. Dad, Sui Li was panicked. She could listen to anything except asking others to divorce Li Xingjian. Her family conditions are average. Where will she go, and how will she live after the divorce? Dad, Sui Li held back her anger, her eyes red with grievance. I did this because I care about her. Let me tell you the truth. I only gave her 2,000 yuan. She doesn't have the money to enroll in such an expensive class. Li Mingli was stunned and frowned. 2,000? Li Xingjian said, Grandpa, I came to this class because I wanted to. If I didn't say that, I wouldn't have enough money. She added, we had a group math competition, and I won first place. I will get a scholarship when school starts, and I will pay it back to you then. When he heard that he won first place and received a scholarship, Li Mingli lost all his temper. The child lied to him because he was too short of money. It's all because of Sui Li. It was Sui Li who deducted money from Li Xingjian, so Li Xingjian was short of money. I gave you the rest of the money. Li Mingli looked at Sui Li coldly. What else do you have to say? Sui Li felt even more aggrieved. Dad, you still secretly gave her money? Li Mingli snorted. This is my own money. I will give it to whoever I want. From now on, you won't be able to touch a single cent of it. Xingjian, let's go. When Li Xingjian and the others were about to get on the car, Sui Li still looked unwilling. When she opened the car door, she didn't want Li Xingjian to get in. She even cursed Li Xingjian in a low voice. You eloped with a dubious man. Don't let me catch you. Bah! Li Xingjian raised his hand and slapped her hard. The slap was so loud that both Li Xingjian, who was driving, and Li Mingli, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard it. Two more people came out of the car and looked at them in shock. Chapter 30. You deserve to be beaten. Even if she beats you, it won't be too much. Li Xingjian started crying first. Are you really my mother? You said I was with a dubious man, even when I went to school. What did I get together with a man? Do you want me to do another body check? If I'm innocent, you kneel down and die. Li Xingjian looked at Li Mingli and said, Grandpa, is she really my mother? She insisted that I eloped and wanted to expose my true colors. What did I do wrong that she treated me like this? Call those aunts again and ask them to come and check my body to see if I am guilty or not. She spoke these words quickly and hastily, her tone full of grievance and shame, and her appearance made people feel sympathy for her. Sui Li wanted to interrupt, but then she remembered that she had been beaten. She wanted to talk about how she was beaten, but Li Mingli walked up to her and slapped her hard in the face. Are you done yet? Dad. Sui Li covered her swollen face and cried bitterly. Dad, this little beast committed treason and beat her parents. Why did you beat me instead of punishing her? You deserve to be beaten. Even if she beats you, it won't be too much. Li Mingli's eyes were full of warnings and disappointment. Sui Li, if you really can't tolerate her, just say it directly. I can also raise my granddaughter. Afterwards, Li Mingli pulled Li Xingjian into the car and shouted to Li Xingjian, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get a divorce from her. Sui Li was terrified. She knelt at the door and held it tightly. Dad, I was wrong. I will never spy on her again. I was really wrong. Please don't do this. It's better to destroy a temple than to destroy a marriage. Aren't you most afraid of your husband's bad reputation? Aren't you afraid of being talked about if you divorce me? Husband. Li Xingjian had long been accustomed to Sui Li's gentleness and kindness, but he had never thought of divorce, and his eyes were full of nervousness. Li Mingli pointed at Li Xingjian and said, I no longer believe anything she said. I am worried about leaving Xingjian with you. From now on, let her stay with me. You two will pay for her living expenses every month. From now on, none of you are allowed to interfere in her affairs. Dad, Sui Li was panicked. If Li Xingjian stayed with the old man all the time, would they still have a place to stay in the old man's house in the future? Dad, I was wrong. I will really treat her well in the future. Li Qian, why don't you drive? Don't you know how to drive? Then don't keep this car. Li Qian's face froze. He sat in the driver's seat and started the engine, not daring to wait for Sui Li. Li Mingli closed the car door and drove away. Sui Li was left alone at the station entrance, shouting, "Husband, husband, what should I do? What should I do?" The scenery outside gradually faded away. Li Xingjian looked at the crazy woman in the rearview mirror and a smile appeared on his face. Originally, she was thinking that even if she participated for half a month, she would still have to explain for a long time. Unexpectedly, Sui Li, the vicious woman, actually brought the old man to the station to expose that she had not registered. Fortunately, I was one step ahead, otherwise I would have been labeled as having eloped with a dubious man. This also fully proves one point, that Sui Li is like a poisonous snake that is everywhere and may jump up and bite her at any time. She must be more careful in the future. But it's a good thing that she doesn't have to go home with Sui Li and the others. She is taken home by Li Mingli personally. Not only Sui Li, but also Li Qinxi and the others would be furious if they knew about it. Right? When Li Xingjian got home, he tidied up his room first. This time, Li Mingli was determined to raise Li Xingjian herself. She asked Aunt Lu to clean up a south-facing bedroom on the second floor. The bedroom had its own bathroom, a desk, and a wardrobe, and was quite spacious. It is said that Li Zhenbei didn't give Li Mingli what he wanted. After seeing it, Li Xingjian felt that this should be the room that Li Mingli left for Guijing. This old man is so cruel to her, but he still loves Guijing in his heart, which makes her love and hate him. Actually, there was nothing much to organize, as she didn't have many things to begin with. She will withdraw the money from the expensive remittance slip and deposit it in the bank soon. The property certificate is placed under the bed. There's also a Walkman and pocket money. She always carries her Walkman with her, always keeping a sense of when she might need it. As for pocket money, she is rich now and does not have to worry about the tuition for 3 years of high school, so she is not so afraid of losing money. A few $1,000s just put in the trouser pocket. After finishing her work, she went out and placed the summer camp certificate and 2,000 yuan on the coffee table. Grandpa, when I was in Shanghai, I learned some simulated trading from my teacher, and then the teacher took us to Shenzhen. This is the money I earned from the stock market with the pocket money you gave me. I want to honor you. Li Qian was still there, looking at Li Xingjian in shock. You earned it yourself? Li Xingjian nodded. Yes, but the capital was given by Grandpa, so it should be Grandpa who made the money. Li Mingli was almost in tears. After so many years, he finally saw his money return. But it was given by my granddaughter, not my son. Li Mingli was very excited. He was happy for the money and also happy that his granddaughter was smart. He doesn't even touch stocks. Don't know. Others say that they can make money just by buying, but he doesn't think so. It seems like gambling, so he doesn't touch it. I didn't expect that their family has such a capable granddaughter. Li Mingli happily asked Aunt Lu to find a large picture frame. He wanted to frame the money Li Xingjian had earned. Just hang it in the living room. People who come here will know that this is the first money you have earned. Then he took out a passbook and gave it to Li Xingjian with a password written on the back, and there was a full 3,000 yuan in it. What do you mean by Grandpa's capital? The money I give you is yours. How can a little girl not have pocket money? Buying daily necessities and a little skirt all cost money. Take it. Li Xingjian knew this would happen. Grandpa's family is rich and powerful. Why would he ask for her money? I dare not refuse a gift from an elder. Grandpa, I will accept it. Thank you. Li Xingjian put it away carefully. Li Qian felt bad. Dad, she is still young. Is it okay to give her so much money? What else? Get it to you? Giving it to you is like feeding a meat bun to a dog. It's better to throw it away. Li Qian. He winked at Li Xingjian, and Li Xingjian understood that he wanted her to take it out and return it to Li Mingli. Li Xingjian pretended not to see it. Logically speaking, this was the money she earned, and it was originally hers. Why should she give it away? Li Xingjian then sat down and told Li Mingli about his experiences in the summer camp, which made Li Mingli very happy. So when Sui Li came back in a taxi and entered the house, she saw Li Xingjian and Li Mingli talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious and warm. She was so anxious and panicked that her feet were shaking as she changed her shoes. Li Mingli is a serious person, but now he is laughing so happily. What will happen in the future if Li Xingjian stays? But when Li Mingli saw him come in, His face fell, and he didn't give her a chance to speak and just told her to get out. What should I do? At this time, a phone call came in, saying that a leader was going to the grassroots level and Li Mingli needed to accompany him, as he was going on a business trip. Sway Li flattered, Dad, Jian and the others will start school in 2 days. You definitely can go and take them there. I'll pick her up and send her to school. Chapter 31, Return Home. The old man paid great attention to the children's studies. On the first day of school, Li Mingli felt that this was a big deal for Li Xingjian. In order not to delay Li Xingjian, Li Mingli would definitely let Li Xingjian go back with them. Sway Li finished speaking with a smug smile on her face. It was impossible for Li Xingjian to escape from her clutches. Li Mingli's anger subsided a little, and he thought about the problem seriously. Xingjian, the first day of school is very important. Li Mingli went to school. His family was poor at that time, and he was able to go to school because he was a good student. There are 3 brothers in their family, and they only have 1 pair of pants to wear when going out, and whoever goes out wears it. He wore ill-fitting pants and had no shoes. He was very poor, and his classmates looked down on him and laughed at him at school. At that time, most people were simple and honest, and poverty was normal, but they were still laughed at. He was obviously very clean, but his classmates said he had lice, and all the lice in the dormitory were his. No matter who loses something, the first person they think of is him, because he is too poor and might steal it. Although Li Xingjian's school now accepts students based on their academic performance, many city kids might be bullied by their classmates if no one sends Li Xingjian off on the first day. Your dad still has to drive you to school that day. Li Ming thought for a long time and finally made a decision. Li Xingjian was very well behaved, but his tone was a little aggrieved. Yes, Grandpa. I will go to school with my sister and big brother then. Li Qinzi won't go to your school. She didn't pass the entrance exam. Li Mingli gave Sway Li an unkind look. Then he turned around and said to Li Qian, Remember, you must send Xingjian to school. Drive there, and don't let her be looked down upon. Yes. Sway Li also laughed and said that Li Xingjian could not escape from her control. What are you laughing at? Li Mingli suddenly looked at Sway Li. Sweetie. Dad, I'm not. I just need you to take care of her because I have to go on a business trip. If you can't take good care of her, I will settle the score with you. Li Ming thought for a moment and said, By the way, I asked you to give her 3,000 yuan. Why did you only give her 2,000 yuan? Sweetie. She thought the matter was over and she knew she wouldn't expose it. Li Mingli said, Give Xingjian another 2,000. Go now. I'll watch you bring it back. Dad, I really don't have that much money. Sway Li was really about to cry. Li Mingli refused to give money, and Li Qinzi failed to get into the affiliated high school, so she had to pay to buy in. Li Qinzi's grades would cost 10,000 yuan. She hadn't even collected enough money to begin with, and if 2,000 was taken away, she would be left with no money at all. Li Mingli looked at Li Qian and said, You have spent so many years, and you don't even have 2,000 yuan? You usually spend money on me for food, drinks, tuition, and living expenses for your children, and in the end you say you can't even come up with 2,000 yuan. Where are your salaries? Where's your money? Okay, give me a list. I don't know how many people can't save more than 2,000 yuan a month. Li Qian and Sway Li did not have such a high salary before. But with the pace of reform and opening up, everyone's wages have increased. The two of them together make more than 2,000. Li Qian's own salary is already 1,700 yuan. It's really a well-off family. Li Qian pulled Sway Li out and said, Just take it if I tell you to. When they got outside, Sway Li still didn't want to withdraw the money. Dad didn't pay CC's school selection fee either. It costs 10,000 yuan. What should I do if I take all the money for CC's school selection fee? Li Qian asked, Dad is right. Where's the money? Where's our family's money? After all these years, you can't even come up with 10,000 yuan? Sway Li felt very guilty. Besides spending the money herself, she also gave part of it to her parents' home. That's her mother's home. Now that she has made it big, can she still ignore her brothers and sisters? Who said I don't have money? You just don't want to give Li Xingjian flowers, right? Li Qian said coldly, I don't care how you commit suicide, but if you dig up what happened in the past, you know the consequences. Sway Li's eyelids twitched, and she got into the car, feeling aggrieved. Li Xingjian knew why Li Mingli asked Sway Li for the money. He often went on business trips and was afraid that Sway Li would not give her living expenses. Therefore, Li Mingli also felt that Sway Li might abuse her, but she did not take any other actions but just helped her to ask for money. What does this mean? So Li Mingli felt from the bottom of her heart that it was not surprising that Sway Li treated her badly. How could she be like this if she was my biological mother? Is it possible that Li is not her biological mother at all? But she had done a paternity test in her previous life and was the biological mother. Could there be something wrong with the test? It is possible. After all, the technology is backward now. So if there is a chance, she will have to make a few more versions. However, the timing is not right yet, mainly because no hospital now has this project, so I have to find connections. She has no relationship yet. The most important thing for her right now is to face the start of school. Dad, I want to sit in the passenger seat. Li Xingjian followed Li Qian and Li out. Li stood at the front door of the passenger seat with a frown on her face. Why do you want to sit in the passenger seat? It's good enough to have a car to sit in. Did you forget that you walked before? Since you were so reluctant, and I have no freedom even when I ride in my own car, you won't treat me well even if I go back. I will go to school by myself, and I will stay here. Li Xingjian held his bag and turned to leave. Sweetie, you want to piss me off to death, don't you? Come back here. Can't you sit in the back? Li Qian had no patience and was really annoyed, so he scolded Li. Li choked and was extremely angry. Okay, she sits in the back. If it wasn't for the purpose of preventing Li Xingjian from taking advantage of the old man, she would not have compromised like this. Li Xingjian, waiting to go back. Li Xingjian was sitting in the passenger seat and saw a few colorful diamond-shaped words on it. Cici has a special seat. Please have some dignity except for Mom. This means that this is Li Qian's exclusive seat and no one else can sit there. Li saw Li Xingjian's eyes and couldn't help but smile proudly. Cici likes to sit in the front passenger seat the most. Daddy takes her to school every day, and that's her special seat. Li Qian nudda. Although he didn't mention anyone by name, the implication was that Li Xingjian took Li Qian's place. That's ridiculous. She didn't even have a pair of shoes when she went to school. Li Qian sat in a car with air conditioning. Now that no one is here, you still have to stand in the toilet without taking a shit. Li Xingjian glanced at Li, took out a nail clipper, and started picking out the broken diamonds. Li shouted excitedly. What are you doing? Don't touch Cici's things. While Li Xingjian was picking, he looked at Li Qian and said, Dad, this kind of thing is very dangerous. Once you get into a car accident, these drills will become the most powerful weapons. Even if you're wearing a seatbelt, they will fly up and drill into your body. Think about it. If it hits somewhere else, it's fine. But what if it hits your eyes, or your face, or your head? Why are there so many car accidents? Li got angry before Li Qian could say anything. Chapter 32, I've wanted to beat you for a long time. Li asked, Are you cursing your father? Li Qian looked at Li Xingjian with an unhappy expression. Li Xingjian said, Dad, we grew up under the red flag and were born in New China. You don't believe this, do you? This is called preparing for a rainy day. When they reached the intersection, she suddenly shouted, Dad, stop, stop. Li Qian didn't understand what was going on. Li Xingjian waved over a traffic policeman and said, Police officer, do you think these things are dangerous? When the traffic police saw that they were all broken diamonds made of glass, they gave Li Qian an educational lesson on vehicle interior decorations. Finally, the traffic police said, You have to remember this safety knowledge. These fancy things are useless. Try not to stick them. Nowadays, there are more and more vehicles and car accidents are unforeseeable. Li Qian, Sui, Li. With the traffic police around, Li could no longer sow discord. Li Xingjian picked out all the broken diamonds and threw them away. Not only that, she checked the entire passenger seat and threw away all the ornaments, exercise books, and balm that were used to please Li Qian. When she was away, Li Qian could be an only child and have everything. Sorry, she is back. She wants to take back the half that belongs to her. Otherwise, do you really think that she came back because she was angry? However, Li wanted to humiliate her everywhere and gave her a room facing north and facing the shade. The room was very small. Li deliberately said, Aegean, there's no other room available, so you can stay here first. This was originally a cat house, and Cici cleaned it very well. One person lives in a cattery. Li Xingjian looked at Li Qian, who hated this kind of argument and was afraid that she would find her, so she turned and left. Li looked at her proudly, meaning that she had no say over what she wanted now that she came back. Li Xingjian was not picky and moved in right away after taking a look. Seeing that she was well-behaved, Li did not make things difficult for her anymore, because Li was also very busy. Li Mingli said hello and told Li Qian that school was about to start and he could come out. They're going to pick someone up. Better. With no one watching, Li Xingjian took the remittance slip and 5,000 yuan in cash to the bank. She first deposited 5,000 yuan in a time deposit and also withdrew the 10,000 yuan in the remittance. She did not deposit this in a time deposit, but the bank had gold bars that could be purchased and a safe deposit box service. Li Xingjian spent 100 coins to rent a safe for a year and used the rest of the money to buy gold bars. Money will definitely depreciate, and gold will rise and fall with the price of goods. The current price of gold is only 67 yuan per gram. Buying it is the real way to save money. After finishing all this, she bought a 4-inch cake. As she slowly walked back, it was evening when we got home. The two of them were not at home, and no one offered to host a welcome party for her. Li Xingjian put the cake on the dining table and asked the nanny to make her 2 favorite dishes. The nanny didn't dare to ask Sui Li for advice because she was too strict. She just did it. After eating, Li Xingjian went to the community to digest the food. This community is not as high-end as Li Mingli's community. It was the residence that Li Mingli was allocated before. There are no standalone villas, but they all have duplexes. There's a lot of space. The internal facilities are also upgraded every year with many trees and bamboo forests. Li Xingjian had never known there was a bamboo forest here before. Because of her shame, she dared not go out. She has lived here for 10 years, but she is not familiar with any place here. Jian, is it really you? Li Xingjian heard Ji Yanli's voice. She frowned slightly, but still turned around. After all, she still owed Ji Yanli 1,200 yuan. It's really you. Ji Yanli's face showed the joy of reunion after a long separation. It seems that you didn't lie to me. You are really Mr. Li's granddaughter. Li Xingjian sneered in his heart. What's the benefit of lying to you? Jian, then Cici is your sister. Where is she? Did something happen to her? Ji Yanli and Li Qinci were originally together, but later Li Qinci was arrested by the police. Ji Yanli came back to inform Li Qian and his wife, but found that Li Qian and his wife were not at home. Later he learned that the couple had taken Li Qinci out, but he didn't know where Li Qinci had gone. When asked, Sui Li and the others refused to tell the truth. School is about to start. Why is Cici still not here? Cici? What loving call. Li Xingjian didn't believe that Ji Yanli had never thought about this problem. Why did she have to suffer while Li Qinci was spoiled like a princess, even though they were sisters? They grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. Ji Yanli now knew this, but the first thing he said when they met was not to ask her why or to speak up for her, but to ask about Li Qinci. At this moment, she was no longer in his eyes. Li Qinci is doing labor reform in a juvenile detention center and will be released soon. Li Xingjian told the truth. How is it possible? Ji Yanli's originally joyful expression turned into disbelief and even a little angry. Jian, this concerns a girl's reputation. Don't say anything nonsense. Li Xingjian raised his hand and slapped Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli covered his face with his hands, his eyes full of innocence and disbelief. He looked at Li Xingjian as if he were a monster. You, why did you hit me? She should have fought long ago, in the previous life, when he cheated on her feelings. Since you don't believe what I say, go find out for yourself. Why should I talk nonsense to you? What you say is nonsense. No one will think you are dumb if you can't speak. I am too lazy to talk to you. Li Xingjian shook his wrist, turned around, and left. Season banquet. He caught up with Li Xingjian and said in a deep breath, I was just too surprised. I didn't mean to question you. You have. Li Xingjian sneered. Do you think I'm a fool? Can't I hear it? Season banquet. He covered his face and said, Jian, you beat her. Tell me, why did Cici go to the juvenile detention center? She was so well-behaved. How could she make a mistake and go to the juvenile detention center? Li Xingjian smiled and stopped. Oh, yes. How could she be sent to a juvenile detention center if she was so well-behaved? Is it possible that you are a little blind and she is not well-behaved? She organized prostitution and brought shame to our family. The law cannot punish her, so my grandfather sent her to prison. It's that simple. Ji Yanli was surprised that he could swallow an egg. Prostitution? Li Xingjian raised his eyebrows. Yes. To harm her. Li Qinci was clearly an executioner, but in her previous life, everyone said she was dirty and unclean. In her previous life, she failed to expose Li Qinci's true face. In this life, if anyone dared to ask, she would tell them. Li Xingjian ignored Ji Yanli's questioning and went home. After strolling, she returned home and heard a boy ask the babysitter, Who bought the cake? Brother, are you my big brother? Happy birthday to you. Li Xingjian walked into the room and said with a smile, "It's me. I'm Xingjian, Li Xingjian, your sister. I bought the cake because I know it's your birthday today." Chapter 33. I'm really worried that she's having a good life. In fact, Li Xingjian confirmed that the other party was Li Xingnan. They had met each other in their previous life. After Li Xingnan's father died, his mother remarried soon and did not want him, so he became a somewhat withdrawn and cold character. Li can't really be nice to Li Xingnan. Regardless of whether it was Li Xingnan or Li Zhenbei, Li only regarded them as Li Qinxi's competitors. It was only because of Li Qian was somewhat patriarchal and expected his nephew to take care of him in his old age, that Li took good care of them. But there isn't much real concern. Li never even celebrated Li Xingnan's birthday. When Li Xingjian came back from his previous life, Li Qinxi bought a cake for Li Xingnan in order to win over these brothers and isolate Li Xingjian. This was the first cake in Li Xingnan's life, so Li Xingnan remembered it many years later. He despised Li Xingjian very much. Whenever he favored Li Qinxi, Li Xingjian would ask him why. She is also Li Xingnan's sister. Why does Li Xingnan favor her over the other? Li Xingnan would confidently say, "Although we are all brothers and sisters, the friendship between people is different. You have never done anything for me. Do you know my birthday? Then why do you ask me to be nice to you?" Damn it, why was Li Qinxi nice to him? She only bought him a cake and used him all his life. In the end, Li Qinxi forced him to marry Li Qinxi's best friend, who was a green tea girl. The children born were all from other men, and he helped raise the children. In the end, her best friend reconciled with Bai Yue Guang, and the family of 3 was reunited, and she took away all his money. He was lost in life and died in a car accident while walking on the road. His organs were donated by Li Qinxi and Li. It was really exploited to the bone. Of course, although he had never intentionally hurt Li Xingjian had no intention of trying to please him or do anything for him. She just wanted to give him the first cake in his life and stop targeting herself. Don't say that the relationships between people are different. Li Xingnan looks like Li Mingli, with delicate features, a small square face, and a natural scholarly air. He looked at Li Xingjian with some surprise. "Are you Li Xingjian?" Oh, so he knew her too. Li Xingjian didn't answer, but pulled his arm and said, "They're not here, but I want to eat. Brother, shall we cut the cake?" Li Xingnan's cold eyes were still looking at his sister. She was a little thin, and her hair was neither short nor long, but it looked very flowing after washing. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes are like 2 clear springs, with a crescent smile, clear and bright with a little bit of naivety. She doesn't look particularly pretty now, but Li Xingnan knows that she will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. He was shocked by Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian was raised in the countryside, and he always heard Sui Li and Li Qinxi say that Li Xingjian was dark and wretched, neither man nor woman. He thought he would see a particularly sloppy, wretched, and wild child, but he never expected that this sister was so graceful and generous, and both her speech and appearance made him feel very comfortable. She even bought herself a cake. "This is the first cake in my life." "You? How do you know my birthday?" Li Xingnan's voice was cold, but his hands in his pockets betrayed his excitement and nervousness at the moment. Li Xingjian said, "Of course it was Grandpa who said that. When Grandpa left, he kept saying that you were going to have a birthday, but he had to go on a business trip and couldn't celebrate your birthday with you." Li Xingnan frowned. "Grandpa really said that? Why did he tell you so much?" Li Xingnan doesn't like Li Mingli. The main reason was that Li Mingli was too serious. Li Xingnan's mother even told Li Xingnan that the reason she was in a hurry to remarry was because the old man could not tolerate her and would not allow her to take Li Xingnan away. In fact, that's not true. The man his mother married was her first love. When she saw that his wife died, she couldn't wait and was afraid that he would marry someone else and would not wait for her. Similar to Guijing, but one failed and the other succeeded. Of course, she didn't bring Li Xingnan because she was afraid that Li Xingnan would become a burden to her. But Li Mingli was not good at speaking and never told Li Xingnan these things. In his previous life, Li Xingnan always hated Li Mingli. Li Xingjian certainly did not intend to mediate the relationship between the grandparents and grandchildren. The main reason is that Li Xingnan is a bit crazy and arrogant. He doesn't get close to Li Mingli, and he doesn't fight for the money that Li Mingli left for him. In the end, all the money went to Li Qinxi. In this life, she hopes that Li Xingnan can at least help protect Li Mingli's property. Why? Is this surprising? You are the grandfather's grandson. Isn't it normal for him to think about your birthday? Li Xingjian pretended to be puzzled. Grandpa is so nice. He told us a lot about you. He said you like singing very much, and your favorite singer is Leslie Chung. He also said you like to wear your underwear inside out, which is smart, so you don't touch your skin. Li Xingjian looked at Li Xingjian in shock. Obviously, Li Xingjian was right, so he had no way of doubting it at all. After all, Li Xingjian had just returned, and it was impossible for him to know everything. Grandpa talked to you a lot. These words made Li Xingjian let down his guard against Li Xingjian. Although he is very indifferent, he is a young man after all, and that is when he needs attention. His indifference is just an appearance. He feels excited and pleased when someone makes him a topic of conversation. At this age, I like to be the center of attention. He asked, what else did he tell you? Why did he tell you so much? He doesn't like to talk. Li Xingjian said, how could that be? Grandpa loves to talk. Grandpa likes to listen to me, read English newspapers to him, and talk about philosophy. He loves to talk, and has been able to talk for a long time. Li Xinan's expression softened. He understood that his sister was simple-minded and had good grades, which won the favor of his grandfather. Who doesn't like a little girl who has good grades and is well-behaved? He smiled, which was rare, and it was a gentle smile. Okay, let's eat the cake and not wait for them. Li Xingjian ate the cake, talked about some topics that Li Xinan liked, and then said good night to Li Xinan. Li Xinan felt that he had said a year's worth of things tonight, but he still felt a little unsatisfied. Good night. Get up early tomorrow. You have school to start. He gave Li Xingjian some instructions, then washed up and went upstairs with a relaxed look on his face. He looked so happy that he even forgot about Li Chenxi, let alone waiting for Li Chenxi and caring about Li Chenxi. Li Xingjian raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. He also turned around and went back to the room. Li Xingjian loves sleeping the most. He had too much nightlife in his previous life and is exhausted. She locked the door out of habit and then remembered that the lock of the cat house was broken. She smiled and lay in the darkness without closing her eyes. In the middle of the night, the rustling sound really came. She squinted her eyes behind the quilt and saw Sui Li tiptoeing and searching her bag with a flashlight. Seeing that she didn't move, Sui Li muttered quietly, "Where's the money given by the old man? Where did this little bitch put the money?" Li Xingjian closed his eyes and laughed. What? Haven't you collected enough money for the school selection fee yet? It's a pity that all her money is in the bank, so it can't be stolen. Sui Li didn't steal the money, but she didn't get discouraged. Seeing that Li Xingjian didn't wake up, she came in again after a while and put some things down. Chapter 34, Call the Police. Li Xingjian waited for half an hour before getting up to look. There were several brocade boxes. Li Xingjian's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Sui Li. He was really worried that she was not doing well. Another hour passed. Late at night, when people were sleeping the deepest, Li Xingjian tiptoed out of the room. She went to a dressing room next to the restroom. This is Li Chenxi's dressing room, which is twice as big as where she lives now. The curtains are not drawn, so the street lights and moonlight outside can come in, providing good lighting. So it's not that there is no room at home, it's just that they don't want to give it to her. She is not as important as Li Chenxi's happiness in changing clothes. Li Xingjian placed the brocade box through her clothes in the drawer of her dressing table, where there was also a red passbook, which she placed on top. After doing all this, she still couldn't sleep, so she went outside to put the oil in Li Jiaming's car. Just then, someone drove back at night, and Li Xingjian gave the oil barrel to that person. "Uncle, my dad's car broke down, I'll give you the oil." Although the man didn't want it, Li Xingjian left on his own. After coming back, Li Xingjian checked her things again before going to Li Chenxi's dressing room, and then sat there until dawn. A scream let her know that her night was not in vain. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" When Li Xingjian went out, a girl with long hair, who was about her age, fair-skinned and delicate, came down from upstairs. She was wearing a pink cute bear pajamas set, and she looked sleepy, childish, and very pretty. "This is Li Chenxi. She is back." Li Xingjian saw that Li Chenxi didn't get tanned, which showed that he didn't suffer much in the juvenile detention center. Sui Li came out of the study in a hurry and said, "Your father's watch is missing. Did you see it? You have to wear it when I send you to school today. It's a gold Rolex watch. Your grandfather was reluctant to wear it, so he gave it to your dad. It cost more than 20,000 yuan. How come it disappeared?" Li Qian had already come down from upstairs and was still tying his tie. "What's going on so early in the morning? Can't we quarrel later?" "He hasn't woken up yet. But I can't blame him. It's only a little after 5 o'clock. Even though school has just started, it's still too early to get up." Sui Li said anxiously, "Husband, your gold watch is missing. Not only the gold watch, but also my pair of gold bracelets and gold necklace. You gave them to me when we got married. They are very meaningful to me. It's not about meaning, it's about value. Li Xingjian was calm at first. Didn't you see it last night? How come it's gone? Did you remember it wrong? Look for it carefully. It was not until he himself failed to find it that he started to panic. Was there a thief in the house? Dad, Li Xingjian bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Li Xingjian was very gentle to Li Xingjian and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you hesitating? What do you want?" Li asked, "Cece, do you know something?" Li Xingjian glanced at Li Xingjian and said with a guilty look, "Sister, I'm sorry. I don't want to betray you, but Dad is so anxious and the things are so valuable. We are still children, so I really dare not hide it." She pointed at Li Xingjian and said, "Mom and Dad, I feel guilty for not getting into the affiliated middle school and having to pay you for it. I couldn't sleep, so I got up to drink some water in the living room. I saw my sister carrying a bunch of boxes back to her room. It was such a coincidence that she lost something. Maybe my sister took it by accident. I used it carelessly, but the process I described was clearly stealing." Li Xingjian frowned. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Li looked at Li Xingjian with a disappointed look on her face. "Husband, Xingjian has been suffering with her mother in the countryside. She might be feeling unbalanced, and that's why she stole your things. Ask her to take them out and don't blame her." Although Li was very mean to Li Xingjian, she had a good reputation as a mother in her previous life. Even though she was crazy, she appeared to be very magnanimous when it came to framing Li Xingjian. In the end, Li Xingjian became a bad boy who was always in a bad way, and she became a good mother with good temper and patience. Li Xingjian never raised Li Xingjian, so he didn't have much feelings for Li Xingjian. At first, he didn't even remember Li Xingjian's name and used her instead. It was only after hearing others mention it that he remembered that Li Xingjian was called Li Xingjian, but he still felt awkward about having a daughter after not seeing her for more than 10 years. Moreover, he felt very embarrassed about Li Xingjian calling the police. Although he occasionally spoke a few words for Li Xingjian, it was because he didn't want to be long-winded or cause trouble. He is afraid of trouble. But that doesn't mean he will like Li Xingjian or want to help Li Xingjian. When he heard that it was Li Xingjian who took the things, he was even more disappointed with Li Xingjian's behavior. After all, he was brought up in town, so he is too short-sighted. She's already back, and her family gave her so much money, but she still stole money. Take it out. I won't bother with it now. Otherwise, I will send you to the police station and put you in a juvenile detention center. Li Xingjian couldn't help laughing after hearing what Li Xingjian said. Without any evidence at all, he completely believed Li Xingjian based on just one sentence from Li Xingjian. It was obvious that he had really overestimated him before and thought that he usually didn't care about things and could actually be nicer to him. In fact, he only likes Li Xingjian in his heart and hates himself. Li Xingjian only understood this now. If it was in her previous life, she would have been extremely sad. She felt that she had let her family down and that she was dirty and lowly, but her father still let her stay at home. Her father loved her in his heart, so she would do many things to please him, but in the end she would just flatter him. But she still longed for Li Xingjian's care and love. Now, she has seen through it all, and her heart is calm. Li Xingjian walked directly to the phone and said, "Call the police." "Okay, then just call the police." She dialed 110 directly. Li Xingjian hung up on him. "Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" Li Xingjian said, "I didn't do it. Why should I embarrass myself?" Li had already made a plan in mind and said, "Hubby, let's ask the security department of the unit to come. There's no need to be too embarrassed. Let's teach her a lesson. All the guns in their security department have been surrendered, and their power is not as great anymore, but it still exists. Moreover, they are all from the same unit, and some live in the community. Their children may go to the same school as Li Xingjian. By the time they finish the investigation, the whole community will know about it, and whoever is a thief will lose his reputation." Li Xingjian had expected this long ago. Li always had multiple plans ready. If she couldn't destroy her in other places, she would destroy her in one place. The child who had just returned was confirmed to be a thief. Li Xingjian could imagine how difficult his life and studies would be in the future. She pretended not to know Li's plan and handed the microphone to Li Xingjian. "Fight, Dad. You must fight. Someone has framed me like this, and I want to clear my name." Liko was so happy. What idiot. Once people come, Li Xingjian's reputation will be ruined. The old man will definitely be angry when he comes back and will never care about Li Xingjian again. Did she still think this phone call was her savior? It was a death warrant that she was sending to the West. "Hey, husband, this child is so disobedient. You should just beat him." Li Qian also didn't like disobedient children. He felt that Li Xingjian's behavior was a challenge to him, and thought that Li Xingjian would not dare to do so because of family ties. Li Qian said, "You have been led astray by your grandmother. You really need to be taught a lesson." He dialed a number angrily. Chapter 35, Call the Police. After the state-owned enterprises began to reform, the security personnel of the units were transferred. The previous head of the security department had very great power, but he has been transferred. The reason why this department has not been laid off is for staff placement. So 8 women who were about to retire were assigned to take up the position. Section Chief Wang Qin loved to gossip about the Dong family and the Li family. When she heard Li Qian's call, she wanted to take a taxi with her friends. When they came in and asked what happened, Sui Li treated them very politely. "It's not a big deal, but the child is too disobedient. We have to teach her a lesson. Please help her. Don't make a big fuss. Just scare her so that she won't steal things from home in the future." She said this, but she knew that after today, Wang Qin would make Li Xingjian's theft known to everyone. It's more powerful than a loudspeaker at work. Wang Qin prided herself on being able to educate children, but when she saw Li Xingjian's cold and unconvinced expression, she felt that he was a thorn in the side, and she disliked him even more. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spoke in a fatherly tone. "She's the child who just came back from your family, right? No wonder your parents wanted to find us. I said that she looked like a female hooligan to me. You're such a grown-up girl, and you still steal things? Why do you still need to study? Just find a husband as soon as possible. I don't think you can study well. Did you see me stealing something?" Li Xingjian was most afraid that others would ruin her future. Studying was the only way for her to live a decent life. What old bitch dared to stop her from studying? She asked, "What evidence do you have to prove that I stole something?" Okay, you really like to talk tough. I've seen a lot of people like you. Let me find them out for you." "Really? I like such stubborn female hooligans the most. My granddaughter, she didn't say apple, but insisted on asking for a blow. I beat her face until it was swollen. I let her get a blow," Wang Qin said, and asked Sui Li, "Where is her room?" No one had touched it before I came. Sui Li said, "How dare we move? If we move, it will seem like we are wrongly accusing her. Please take a look at it so that she will learn her lesson. Go and search. If you find out, Li Xingjian will have the stain of theft for the rest of his life." Wang Qin rolled up his sleeves and led people in. Then nothing was found. Li Xingjian saw her coming out and asked, "How is it? Did I steal it?" Wang Qin looked unhappy and said to Sui Li, "Are you mistaken? I looked everywhere, but nothing is there. It's so early in the morning. Are you trying to escape from us?" Sui Li's face changed slightly. "How could it be gone? She put it there herself. It was in the cabinet. That's impossible." Li Xingjian hadn't fallen asleep yet. She was right behind her mother and saw everything. "How could she not be there? How is it impossible? How can you be so sure? Could it be you who put it there?" Li Xingjian narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xingjian. "Unless you were the one who put it there, you wouldn't be so sure. Otherwise, if you saw it before, why didn't you say it earlier?" Even a fool could tell that there was something wrong in Li Xingjian's words. Li Xingjian glanced at Li Qian and asked, "Dad, do you still think I took the things? I think someone doesn't welcome me back and wants to ruin my reputation on purpose." Li Qian looked at Li Xingjian suspiciously. Li Xingjian said hurriedly, "Dad, I just saw her going back to the house, and she seemed to be holding something. I didn't know anything was missing from the house, so it was even harder to call her back." Li Qian looked at Li Xingjian and said, "Did you take it or not? If you did, bring it out immediately. I can forgive you for what happened, but you should stop accusing others." Although he didn't find anything, he still believed what Li Xingjian said. Li Qian is really good to Li Xingjian. It's not a big deal, and his love for Li Xingjian will not waver. Li Xingjian looked at Wang Qin and said, "So I won't let this matter go. Call the police. Professional matters should be left to professionals to investigate. The police will definitely be able to find out who stole the things." This means that Wang Qin and the others can't find out. Wang Qin wasn't going to do that. Who said we're not professional enough? Wang Qin said unconvincingly, "Chiefly, since she doesn't admit to catching stolen goods, let's search thoroughly. Is there any other place in your house?" Li Qian frowned. Their family hadn't made any mistakes, so why were they searching? "No way. You were the one who called us to come here. You can't let me be blamed in the end. Anyway, no matter who stole it, she would have something to watch, so of course she had to investigate thoroughly, right?" Wang Qin took Sui Li's hand and said, "Minister Sui, you don't want the things to be lost like this, do you?" This reminded Sui Li. He's not in Li Xingjian's room. Where'd he go? Don't really lose it, right? But I can't search it, right? Sway Li was very smart. She had already sensed something was wrong at this time. She probably had been discovered by Li Xingjian and then replaced. She said, forget it, forget it. She is my biological daughter. I can really send her to prison. She said that she was her biological child, but emphasized that she should be sent to prison. Isn't that just confirming her guilt? Li Xingjian ordered, have you made enough of this? Why did you call the police? If it wasn't found in your room, then it didn't mean you took it? I've already given you enough face before. It seems that you still suspect that I took it. So if I can't explain this matter clearly, I will really become a thief. Li Xingjian looked at Wang Qin and said, if you don't come to me, I will really call the police. You just cursed me. Look for it. Wang Qin said in an unquestionable tone. Sway Li and Li Xingjian didn't want to offend anyone in the unit, so they started searching room by room. They were afraid of losing things and being favored, so Li Xingjian and Sway Li followed. They soon found gold watches and gold jewelry in Li Chenxi's cloakroom. Whose room is this? Wang Qin handed the item to Li Xingjian. I found it in this room. Is this it? Li Xingjian looked at Li Chenxi with an unpleasant expression. Li Chenxi also understood that it was Li Xingjian's doing. She hated this little bitch in her heart. How dare she frame her in so many things? The whole family was in chaos. Dad, I don't know. Did my sister take something and want to hide it? If someone finds out, can she frame me? Sway Li was also gritting her teeth in hatred. When did this idiot find out? Couldn't she just be quiet for once? Why did she cause trouble every time? Hubby, Cece was raised by us. She is not the kind of child who would steal things. If Cece is not, then someone else is? Li Xingjian looked at Li Xingjian suspiciously again. Is it you who did this? The fact that he asked this question meant that he hoped it was her doing, and he thought it was her. Although Wang Qin didn't like Li Xingjian at first, she now feels that the family's attitude towards this girl is a bit excessive and a bit unbelievable. Is this really a biological child? Li Xingjian sneered. If you find me in my room, you say I'm a thief. If you don't find me in my room, I'm still a thief. Anyway, I've figured it out. You just want me to be a thief, right? If you don't want to support me, just say so. There's no need to slander me like that. If I stole it, there would definitely be fingerprints. Let's call the police. Sway Li was terrified. She was sure her fingerprints were there. Okay. It wasn't you who stole it. It wasn't you who stole it. She looked at her watch and said, school is about to start. Stop making trouble. It will delay everyone from going to school. Chapter 36, Who do you think you are? Li Xingjian seemed to have the same attitude, since he had found everything anyway. He said, forget it, don't do these things anymore. It's really annoying. He didn't want to pursue it either. Sway Li was about to see the guests off. Sister Wang, thank you for your help. At this time, a young man came down from upstairs and said in a cold voice, I saw it. It was stolen by my second sister. Li Chenxi is the second child. Everyone looked up. Li Xingjian was a little surprised that Li Zhennan would speak up for her. This definitely didn't happen in my previous life. It seems it's all because of the cake. She became more confident. Li Chenxi was stunned. Brother, how can you slander me like this? It was indeed slander. Li Zhennan actually saw that it was Sway Li who framed him. But why did Sway Li frame Li Chenxi? Since she cares about Li Chenxi so much, she might as well frame Li Chenxi. Li Zhennan shook his head and said, Gold watch, second sister. I know you spend money to buy it, but you can't steal things. Brother. Li Chenxi was so anxious that she cried. Why would Li Zhennan treat her like this? Li Zhennan was cold and indifferent before, but he would not frame me. It was Li Xingjian. It must have been Li Xingjian who seduced Li Zhennan to frame him. Yes, she seemed to have seen the cake. Yesterday was Li Zhennan's birthday. In fact, she was planning to celebrate Li Zhennan's birthday. When Li Xingjian came back, she wanted to make Li Zhennan hate Li Xingjian. But she was locked up by that old man Li Mingli, so she didn't have time to make any plans. But Mother didn't have Li Zhennan in her heart. Li Xingjian, he actually dared to snatch my opportunity. He really deserves to die. Sway Li didn't dare to hit Li Zhennan, and angrily pointed at Li Xingjian. What despicable means did you use to confuse your eldest brother? Lowly? Confuse? Mom, how can you say that to me? Well, you made me live in the cattery and framed me for stealing. Now you are scolding me so harshly. After all, I am your daughter. Am I your daughter or not? How can you treat me like this? Li Xingjian cried with a pale face. Sway Li immediately regretted her impulsiveness. She was a good mother. Wang Qin and the others' faces suddenly changed. Although they didn't whisper to each other, their eyes were flying around. Yes, the new kid lived in a place as big as a doghouse, and Li Qinxi's locker room was bigger than that room. The Li family lives in a duplex. Could it be that there isn't even a room for their children? Is this really something that parents would do? The looks they gave Sui Li became subtle. Chiefly, things are not that bad anymore. I won't bother you anymore. No, it's really not true. Sui Lisin cried out in dismay and said hurriedly, She said before that she likes to live in a small house to accumulate wealth. It's true, Cece didn't steal anything. Sui Li walked them to the door. Before they had gone far, they heard Wang Qin and the others start discussing. I don't think it looks like they are biological children. Weren't they from our unit before? They transferred here after the child was born. Otherwise, the second daughter will be Cece, and the eldest daughter will wish her to be ruined. What else can this be but a stepmother? It's over, it's all over. This shouldn't be the case. How dare this little bitch Li Xingjian let so many people slander Cece and her own reputation? Sui Li was so angry that she almost fell over. If this got out, what would happen to her Cece's reputation? After she returned to the house, she looked at Li Xingjian coldly, wishing she could tear him to pieces. Hubby, I can't see anyone anymore. Sui Li cried. They all say I'm a stepmother. How can I be a stepmother? I didn't say I would let her live there forever. Wasn't she busy yesterday? Li Xingjian, how dare you embarrass me in front of people outside? Can't you just tell me what you want? Why not give it to you? When have I not given it to you? Li Xingjian frowned. Did he forget about not giving her money so quickly? Li Qian also looked at Li Xingjian angrily. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Uncle, are you okay? Li Jianan was shocked. He didn't like his uncle and aunt before. That was because he disliked everyone, but he never thought that his uncle and aunt would be so unreasonable. It was obviously second aunt who didn't arrange a room for big sister, and in the end it was exposed in front of outsiders and embarrassed. Isn't it your own fault? How can you blame big sister? Don't think that you can talk to me like this just because your grandfather likes you. What do you know? Li Qian didn't expect that his nephew, who had always been quite obedient, would say this to him. He was really angry. His nephew also challenged his authority. Sui Li became even angrier. Li Xingjian had just returned and had already captured the hearts of Li Mingli and Li Jianan. If this continued, would she still have a status in this family? She is truly a vixen, and her methods are truly amazing. Forget it, husband. They are all in puberty. Let's clean up quickly. We have to send them to school. What gift do you want to give? Does she deserve it? Li Qian pointed at Li Xingjian and said, I won't give you a gift. Bang. Bang. Crash. Li Xingjian raised his arm and swept over, knocking over everything on the coffee table, then smashed the unbreakable ashtray into the empty fish tank. The room was suddenly filled with flying glass fragments, making a terrifying sound. Sui Li and Li Qinxi screamed twice, and the others were also stunned. Li Qian reacted and yelled, What are you doing? Sui Li said aggrievedly, What a temper a young lady has. How can a daughter treat her parents like this? Li Qinxi grabbed Li Qian's sleeve and said, Dad, I'm so scared. Li Qian was so angry that he raised his hand to hit Li Xingjian. You dare. Li Xingjian now has money in her pocket, and this is not a feudal society. She is not afraid of this family. Seeing her angry red eyes were exactly the same as his dead ex-wife's, Li Qian was shocked and did not do it again. You are rebelling. I am rebelling against the heaven. Who are you? Are you my father? I took the things that weren't in my room. I also took the things that were in Li Qinxi's dressing room. Why? You think I embarrassed you in front of outsiders, but you weren't there when Sui Li arranged a room for me? Are you blind? Don't you know? Do you know if there are any rooms in the house? You're an idiot. You don't know anything. I think you know everything, but you're pretending to have Alzheimer's disease in front of me. Li Geng. You dare to scold me? I will beat you to death. He picked up a small stool and was about to hit Li Xingjian. How much affection can one have for a child whom one has never raised? Just hit me. He never treated Li Xingjian as his daughter. Li Qinxi and Sui Li cheered at the same time. Smash her to death. Smash her to death. There will be one less trouble in the family. Li Xingjian jumped onto the sofa. She would not stand there and get beaten. Li Jianan also protected her, turned around and looked at Li Qian and said, If you want to hit me too. You. Li Qian suddenly realized that Li Jianan was already a grown man. If they really fought, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. If the old man knew about it, he would be in big trouble. You are rebelling too. Husband, it's your own daughter. Forget it. The child is still young. She's been growing up in the countryside and may lack education. Seeing that Li Qian had not hit her yet, Sui Li could only pretend to beg for mercy, and then turned back to Li Xingjian and said, "Ah Jian, it's wrong for you to curse people. Hurry up and apologize to your father, and this matter will be over. Stop pretending to be such a big shot. Didn't you arrange the room? Didn't you plant the things? Why are you pretending to be a good person?" Li Xingjian sneered. "Li Qian may be stupid and kept in the dark by you, but Sui Li, you definitely don't look like my biological mother. No biological mother in the world would treat her daughter like this. In her previous life, she thought it was because she was dirty, but now it seems that is not the case at all. You won't let me ride in the car? No way. I also have a share in this family." Li Xingjian said this and pulled Li Zhennan to the restaurant. Li Qian and Sui Li felt guilty and looked at each other in panic and anger. Then Li Qian glared at Sui Li, meaning that he was blaming her. Chapter 37. Wait, impossible. At this moment, Li Xingjian suddenly turned around and said, "Oh, I looked at that watch. Why is the needle off? Rolex, 20,000 yuan. It's so funny, it's bad enough that they framed me for theft, and they also framed me for a fake watch." Li Zhennan looked at Li Xingjian in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Really?" Of course the watch hands did not fall off, but the watch was definitely fake. How could Sui Li give Li Qian a real watch? The real one was given to his brother, making her brother look like a successful person. The old man himself was frugal, but he had saved up a lot of money over the years. Many things were stolen by Sui Li and either given to her family or sold for money. There are more than one fake watches in my house. Just wait and see if you don't believe me. The two went to the restaurant. Sui Li was shocked at Li Xingjian's eyesight. How could a country bumpkin, as stupid as a pig, tell the real from the fake? "You damn girl." Looking back at Li Qian checking the table, she forced a smile and said, "Hubby, just believe what she says. How can she tell what's true from what's false? She's deliberately insulting us." But Li Qian looked more carefully. He had completely forgotten what Li Xingjian said about them not being like his biological parents, and all he had in his mind was his cousin. He likes to collect watches and belts. Watches and belts are symbols of a man's status. Where did the needle fall? Sui Li was secretly shocked. Could it be that Li Qian had discovered something? That's impossible. He's been wearing it for a year, and he didn't notice it before. How could he notice it now? It's all that bitch Li Xingjian's fault. She's so talkative. How dare she say anything? Husband. I see. Li Qian finally saw that the watch hands had not fallen off, but the gold paint had fallen off behind the dial blocked by the butt of the second hand. How could the paint on a pure gold watch fall off? So you don't know until you look at it. When he looked at it carefully, he found that the exquisite-looking watch had problems in several places. But he was sure that this was his watch because he had scratched the strap and there was a faint mark, so it was his and it had not been replaced. There was no doubt about it. But it didn't feel real. Li Qian went to the bedroom to get tools to take the back of the car apart for a look, but he didn't expect the back shell to fall off before he even touched the tools. How could a real watch be so fragile? It's even waterproof. Behind the dial are plastic components, and lead weights are placed to stabilize the scale. This is a fake watch, fake. This is Li Qian's favorite watch. He always wears it to meetings and even tells the new girls in the unit about its price. Now it turns out to be a fake watch. I don't know how many people recognized it. No wonder his nemesis always looks at his wrist and smiles mysteriously. It turned out that they were making fun of him for wearing a fake watch. It would be fine if he didn't wear it, but he actually wore a fake one. Li Qian rushed downstairs and held up the watch to Sui Li, his voice trembling. "It wasn't swapped, I know it. Please explain it to me. You have been keeping it. Please explain it to me." I really don't know. Sui Li stared and pretended to be innocent. "Well, you don't know. I don't believe this is the only problem." Li Qian continued to look and found the passbook on the upper level. Isn't this the passbook for his salary? Then he discovered that the salary he had just received the day before would disappear in the afternoon of the same day. He's been working for more than 10 years. He used to earn more than 100, 300, 500 yuan a month, and now earns more than 1,000 yuan. He didn't save a penny. There's still 2 cents left, and I guess I really can't withdraw it. Tell me, where's the money? Where's the money? He looked around and found that more than one watch was fake. He likes collecting watches, and 8 out of 10 of his watches are fake. They're all fake. Li Qian was really furious and threw the fake watch to the ground fiercely. "If you say that I bought a fake watch by accident, then fine, but where's the passbook? The old man's watch must be real, right? Where is it? Where is it? Husband, if you don't tell me today, I will beat you to death." Li Qian had never hit Sui Li before, and Sui Li had been married for so many years, and everything had gone smoothly. But today, Li Qian was really angry and raised his hand to slap Sui Li twice. Poor Sui Li's injury from yesterday hasn't healed yet, and her face is swelling up quickly. Dizziness. Lying on the ground, unable to move. Dad. Li Qinxi knew that she couldn't let her mother fall out of favor. So even though she was afraid, she stood in front of Sui Li. Dad, stop hitting her. That's Mom. Don't you feel bad if you hurt her? Feeling distressed? Li Qian no longer had the mood to feel sorry for Sui Li. He just wanted to beat this woman to death. Tell me, where's the money and the watch? If you don't tell the truth, I will beat you to death. Beat you to death. Li Xingjian had finished eating and stood at the door of the restaurant with a carefree look on his face. Do I need to ask? Her family is so poor, and many of her brothers are eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. It must be for her family. Li Qian pushed Li Qinxi away and slapped Sui Li in the face again. What's wrong with you? They're your uncles. You don't feel sorry when Dad beats Mom, but why are you adding fuel to the fire? Li Qinxi stood up and got angry at Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian was so angry that he laughed. She must be crazy. She falsely accused her of stealing, refused to give her a house to live in, and wanted to drive her away. She was almost like a stepmother. He asked her why she didn't feel sorry for Sui Li. Is she mentally ill to feel sorry for Sui Li? Li Xingjian saw that Li Qian had given up fighting, and that was all he could do. She asked, "Are you guys done? We're running out of time. Please send us to school." Li Qinxi then remembered, "We haven't eaten yet." "Oh, didn't I stop you from eating? Didn't you two frame me and stop me from eating?" After Li Xingjian finished speaking, he turned around and said, "I'm going to change my clothes and get my school bag. You'd better hurry up." 10 minutes later, Li Qinxi and Li Qian finished their meal and did not see Sui Li. Li Qinxi is sweet-mouthed and has already coaxed Li Qian into submission. "It's just a few watches and a little money. Just ask Grandpa for it. Grandpa is so rich. Isn't it right for him to spend money on my uncle's family? Leaders always say that those who get rich first should help those who get rich later." Li Qinxi saw Li Xingjian coming out and narrowed her eyes slightly. She would never let Li Xingjian go to school in his father's car. Why should a country bumpkin ride in the family car? "Sister, if you're in a hurry, go to the intersection and wait for us. Dad and I'll come to find you then." "Why? Are you afraid that Dad won't take you with him?" "No, you're also Dad's daughter. How could Dad not take you with him? You think too badly of Dad." The listener is interested. Li Qian raised his head and looked at Li Xingjian with a look of annoyance. He is not a biased father. The old man has instructed that Li Xingjian must be sent away. How could he not do that? Unless Li Xingjian himself is unfilial and annoying. He now thinks she is unfilial. "You go and wait first." Li Xingjian sneered in her heart. She understood at a glance that Li Qinxi had coaxed Li Qian. Even though it was cold outside, Li Qian still called Sisi affectionately. She took a breath and said, "Hurry up then." After coming out, Li Xingjian called a taxi. Taxis were very expensive and few in number nowadays, so it was also prestigious to take a taxi. Let her wait. Impossible. Chapter 38, You Are Not Alone. Li Qinxi watched Li Xingjian leave, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of her mouth. That's great. She will wait and see if she can see her father today. She would ask Dad to take Mom to the hospital, which was not on the way to the intersection at all, and Li Xingjian would never see them waiting for his entire life. But she didn't expect that Li Qian's car stalled after turning 2 corners after dropping Sui Li off at the clinic. The car at that time was not an electric car. Li Qian got off to check and found that it was out of gas. But he remembered clearly that he had just refueled. How come there's no oil? Was it stolen? Or is there something wrong with the car? The former is fine, but I don't dare to open the latter. But he couldn't just leave the car on the road. He would have to look for a tow truck. "Dad, you still have to take me to pay the fees. Won't we be late?" Li Qinxi was very anxious. But his beloved car is Li Qian's life. How could he bear to leave his car behind to send his daughter off? "Otherwise, I'll give you the school selection fee, and you can pay it yourself." Li Xinji. "Dad, it's my first day of school, and my parents aren't here. What will my classmates think of me?" Li Qian thought of Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian must have left. She can go by herself, so why can't you? At this moment, he suddenly felt that having an independent daughter was also good. Although Cici is considerate, she is sometimes too clingy. Li Qinxi was extremely shocked. How could she be the same as Li Xingjian? Li Xingjian is a mean girl who came back from the countryside. She has always been a little princess in the city. How could her father treat her like this? "Dad, aren't you afraid that my money will be lost?" That's more than 10,000 yuan. Li Xingjian thought about it and said, then wait a little longer. The car repairman will be here soon. Li Xingjian got off the taxi and saw the gate of the mansion. The entrance was crowded with people, very lively. In her previous life, she also came here for half a year at first. After all, she was admitted. But during these 8 years, Li Xingjian told everyone that she was a nobody, that she had been hanging out with other people, and that she was no longer a virgin. The students believed it, and the girls excluded her, beat her when no one was around, and the boys insulted her. Later, she was targeted by thugs outside the school and suffered from severe depression, so she could no longer go to school. Her depression waxed and waned, and at its worst, she suffered from hallucinations. When she felt a little better, she wanted to go to school, but the school did not reserve a registration, so she could not attend. That's why Sueli could easily control her in her previous life, because she had no education, no healthy body, and nothing. In this life, she must study hard, work hard to complete her studies, and not be controlled by anyone. Li Xingjian carried his school bag and went to the playground to look for his class on the bulletin board. Although she ranked first in the school in the high school entrance examination, the teaching quality of their school was average. She did not make into the top 30 in her grade, but ranked exactly 31st and was assigned to Class 5, Grade 1. In her previous life, she was also in Class 5, Grade 1, the same class as Li Xingjian. The head teacher was an old woman who favored boys over girls and was very suppressive towards her. There is no Li Xingjian in this life, and nothing has happened to me. Let's see if this old woman will beat and scold me again. After looking at the class divisions, Li Xingjian found his new class with ease. Their class consisted of 65 students. Quite a few people had already arrived, and everyone was sitting wherever they wanted. The seats had not yet been assigned. She looked around and found a girl with short hair sitting in the second row in the middle. The girl's name was Chunping. She was also admitted from town or village. Her family was very poor, but when she was being humiliated and bullied, Chunping still stood up and testified for her. But in the end, she was suppressed by the old woman. She did not believe Chunping's words and said that she was making things up. Later, Chunping was admitted to a key class and stayed away from the old woman. But I had a car accident in my senior year of high school and did not take the college entrance examination. Li Xingjian had no idea about her later life, as she was too busy to take care of herself. But this time when she comes back, she will do her best to change the fate of her sisters. Li Xingjian sat next to Chunping. Chunping saw that although her hair was not long and her skin did not look as white and smooth as those of the city children, her behavior was calm and casual, and she looked more like those city students. My name is Chunping. What's your name? Chunping expressed his friendliness shyly. Li Xingjian said, My name is Li Xingjian. Nice to meet you. She wasn't very good at socializing, and although she said nice things, her tone was a little stiff. I am really happy. Chunping couldn't help laughing. She felt that classmate Li Xingjian seemed a little shy and nervous, just like her. Are you here alone too? Chunping asked in a low voice. Li Xingjian nodded. Yes, you too. Chunping finally found an organization. The bus fare to the city was expensive, and her adoptive father was dumb and deaf, so he refused to see her off. Yes, my family's not well off, so I came here by myself. Chunping still didn't have the courage to say that his adoptive father was a disabled person. Li Xingjian said, It's just one person, as long as it's not lost. When the seats are assigned later, we can sit together, then we'll be 2 people. Chunping felt that Li Xingjian might be like himself, with a poor family background, so his parents didn't come, or he didn't have any parents. Anyway, they are in the same boat. This realization made her feel that Li Xingjian was very close to her, so she nodded. Okay. Everyone was present and the parents left the classroom. After a while, the old lady's class teacher, Li, arrived. She is not tall, about 1.5 meters, in her 30s, and looks pretty good. She came wearing high heels, black trousers, and a white shirt, holding a stack of questionnaires. The classroom is already full of people. She called out a boy's name and asked him to hand out the papers. Just do a simple survey, and everyone just needs to fill out truthfully. The questionnaire was the same as in the previous life, requiring students to write about their family situation, their parents' work situation, whether the family had a car, etc. In his previous life, Li Xingjian thought it was just an ordinary survey, but later he found out that Li was obtaining students' personal information through the questionnaire. She will favor the rich ones, and if the poor students are girls, she will suppress them no matter how good their grades are. In her previous life, she wrote about Li Xingjian and Sui Li. Lily made a telephone home visit, but Sui Li said they were relatives, not parents, and accused her of lying. From then on, Lily disliked her even more. Moreover, this questionnaire is not available in other classes. This snob made up this reputation himself. In his life, Li Xingjian only wrote the name of Li Mingli, the relationship, grandparents and grandchildren, the address of Li Mingli's hometown, the work unit, and the doctor, but he wrote it was an andrology doctor. The phone number included Li Mingli's office and assistant's office. After she finished writing, she looked at Chunping. Chunping was reluctant to start writing when he started writing about family members. Li Xingjian didn't know how poor Chunping's family was, but writing it down would definitely not do Chunping any good. Li Xingjian thought about it and asked Chunping to write down Li Mingli's home phone number, and then said, "Just write it down. She will do an investigation and call home. I will have someone answer the phone when the time comes. Don't worry." "Good." Chunping smiled and said thank you in his heart. Chapter 39, Criminal Record. After writing the survey, Lily began to collect tuition, accommodation, and book fees. The cost without accommodation fee is 361 yuan, and with accommodation fee, it is 661 yuan. The dormitory fee is 300 yuan per semester. She asked the students to write their names on their own money first. Everyone had to write it. Use a pencil. The main reason is that I am afraid that someone will spend counterfeit money. Li Xingjian submita 360. Lily asked her name, found her questionnaire, and frowned slightly. Where will you live if you don't pay the accommodation fee? The school does not allow you to live outside. If you rent a house outside, the school will not allow it, and the school will not be responsible if something happens. Li Xingjian said, live in your own home. Lily. Without parents, how can you still have a home? Blow it away. Lily had an idea in her mind. This girl must be living off campus. Their school would have surprise inspections, and if they were caught, she would be expelled. Get out of the way. Lily was in a bad mood and asked Li Xingjian to go away. Li Xingjian ignored her and went straight back to his seat. Many people have paid, but some have not. Lily asked again, who else? Chunping was extremely nervous at this time. She had the principal's signature, so she could pay the tuition later. She wanted to ask Lily to pay part of it first, but Lily was so serious that she didn't dare to say anything. Time passed minute by minute, and finally only Chunping and another girl who had not paid were left. Lily called the girl's name first. The girl said she forgot to bring it. Lily insulted her. What do you mean you forgot? If you're poor, just say you're poor. You're from a family that can't even afford to send your child to school. What can your parents do? They beg for more than this. It's ridiculous. How can you go to school without money? The girl really forgot to bring it. Her family is self-employed and quite wealthy. But self-employed people are not very popular nowadays, at least not in their school. The classmate had long hair, a gentle and fair complexion, and his face turned pale and blue as he was scolded. Chunping felt like he was going to faint. At this moment, her palm felt cold and something was stuffed into it. She looked down and saw a stack of $50 bills. 800 yuan. Chunping looked at Li Xingjian in surprise. Li Xingjian nodded. Hand it over first. We'll talk about it later. Chunping was so excited that he wanted to cry. He whispered, I will return it to you in autumn. Now she couldn't care less and went to Li with the money. Lily pointed at the money and said, write it clearly. Write your name clearly. You're not here to spend fake money, are you? I tell you, if you say you're spending fake money, you will be fired immediately. She didn't even confirm it, but insisted that others were using counterfeit money. She subconsciously thought that Chunping would default on the tuition. Chunping quickly wrote his name. Then he took out one piece and drew out 200. Lily's mouth twitched and she whispered, you can still keep 200 yuan for living expenses, and you don't look that poor. Go back and don't let me find out that it's fake money. Chunping became nervous again. She walked back mechanically. Li Xingjian whispered, don't worry, you don't have to pay back the fake money. Chunping returned the 200 yuan to Li Xingjian. You won't need that much. Li Xingjian knew, however, that Chunping lived frugally in order to save money, eating steamed buns and pickles every day, which had ruined his health. And malnutrition can affect learning. Li Xingjian whispered, I hope you can get into the key class as soon as possible, but how can you study well without a good body? I'll lend you this money to buy boiled eggs. You must eat 2 boiled eggs every day, otherwise I'll be angry if I find out. Take it. You could get a bonus if you get into the key class and give it to me. Chunping's eyes were filled with tears. She had done nothing, So why did a fairy from heaven come to save her? Xingjian, are you a real person? Chunping pinched her thigh, and it hurt. Could it be an illusion because she was afraid of being poor? It's the first day of school, and I don't even know my classmates. How could they lend me so much money? She had begun to doubt her own mental state. Li Xingjian. Don't worry, I'm a human being. Li scolded the two people again, saying that they were whispering to each other. After venting her anger, Li said, "We won't elect a monitor for our class. The school has just started and no one knows each other. I'll appoint someone first. Xiao Haining, you'll be the monitor." He was the boy who just handed out the papers. He was tall, thin, and handsome, but his eyes were frivolous. His parents are both high-ranking government officials. In their previous life, they liked Li Chenxi and followed Li Chenxi to bully Li Xingjian. Li made him the class monitor just for the sake of his parents. After the class monitor was elected, other class leaders were appointed one after another. They all have backgrounds in their families. The study committee member should have been appointed based on the student's academic performance, so it would have been Li Xingjian. However, after Li took one look at Li Xingjian, she moved on to the next boy. All announced. Li said, "Okay, there are no classes in the afternoon. Students living in the dormitory can go buy some daily necessities. There will be evening self-study in the evening. The rest of the time is free at leisure." Chunping wants to buy toilet paper. She can choose not to buy anything else, but she cannot go to the toilet without paper. Ask Li Xingjian where he is going. Li Xingjian said, "Chunping, if I don't come to class in the next few days, and Li doesn't contact me on the 10th day, you can call the number I gave you and tell him that I had a car accident on the first day of school and am in the hospital. If Li notifies me, you don't have to worry about it." Chunping. Remember, you must help me." Chunping thought about it and did not continue to ask, nodding and saying, "Okay, then how can I contact you? I am worried." Li Xingjian said, "I will find a way to contact you, don't worry." When Li Xingjian came out, it was time for the get out of class to end, and she saw Li Xingnan going to the toilet. Li Xingnan is a senior in high school. He left without waiting for Li Qin in the morning. "How is it? How is the teacher?" Li Xingnan stopped and said, "If someone bullies you, come find me." Just these two sentences made many people stop to read. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Oh my God, Li Xingnan is talking to a girl." Li Xingnan. Ignore those boring people. Li Xingjian said, "Everything is fine. I'll go buy some things and come to study in the evening. Do you have money?" Li Xingnan took out 20 yuan and gave it to her. "Spend it. $20 is actually a lot." Li Xingjian did not refuse. The interaction between people has a fixed pattern from the beginning. If she is too strong-willed, this elder brother may give her nothing in the future. Moreover, the big brother savior mentality is not satisfied. "Thank you, brother," she said sweetly. Then he left. When she arrived at the teaching building, she finally met Li Qin and Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi came out with red eyes. Seeing her, she cried aggrievedly, "Sister, do you really want me to drop out of school? How could you do this to me?" Thinking of something, she turned around and stopped Li Qin and said, "Dad, my sister is also angry, so don't blame her." Li Qin grabbed Li Xingjian's shoulders and pulled her on the road, scolding her in a low voice. "How dare you? You didn't even write a letter of apology. Did you know that your sister has a criminal record? The school won't accept her." Chapter 40, This Stubborn Donkey. Previously, Li Mingli asked Li Xingjian to write a letter of understanding to Li Chenxi. Li Xingjian wrote it, but he wrote it in private, not in front of the mediator. Sui Li and others thought that the Li family could do whatever they wanted, so they just sent the letter of understanding and did not care about the mediation at all. And is it so easy to close a criminal case? Li Chenxi didn't arrest her because she was a minor, so the criminal record has been left. When Li Qin was enrolling Li Chenxi in school, Li Xingjian had already called the admissions department, which required Li Chenxi to provide a certificate of no bad record, as the police station could not issue it. If he can't leave, Li Chenxi won't be able to enroll in school. Seeing that Li Xingjian was about to be beaten, Li Chenxi stopped trying to persuade Li Qin and added fuel to the fire by asking, "Dad's car is fine. Why can't it move? Did you steal the gasoline? It's fine if you don't want it to go to school, but how could you damage Dad's car? Dad likes this car the most." After hearing this, Li Qin raised his hand and slapped Li Xingjian. Just then, a motorcycle came towards them. Li Xingjian's eyes sank, and he staggered backwards, deliberately bumping into it. The motorcycle was not going very fast, but it collided suddenly. Both Li Xingjian and the owner of the motorcycle were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Li Xingjian can be said to have grown up in a honeypot. He is the son of a small family and rarely loses his temper. Moreover, Li Mingli is a well-educated person and he likes gentle people. Therefore, Li Xingjian claims to be a civilized person and appears to be a gentleman in front of others. He has never had a fight, but now he caused a car accident because of beating his daughter. He was shocked and frightened, looking at his hands in disbelief. I didn't push her. Li Xingjian was also scared. The main thing was that he had to pay compensation, right? But it was clearly Li Xingjian who caused the trouble. Why should they pay compensation? Li Xingjian saw the blood on Li Xingjian's ankle. Was Li Xingjian injured? If he was not treated in time, he would be disabled for life. Dad, let's go quickly. This car owner looks like a street rogue. What if he finds out your identity and tries to hold you responsible? But Dad, someone else was driving the car, and the accident was caused by someone else. It has nothing to do with you. Li Xingjian advised, think about it. If people find out, those uncles and aunts of our colleagues will blame us. Li Xingjian whispered again, I know you're worried about my sister, but this is the side door of the school. People are coming and going. Someone will tell their teacher soon. Nothing will happen. Let's go first. It won't be the same if we go to see her later. Li Xingjian thought that it should be okay if it was just a collision. Rural children are always thick-skinned. If I was laughed at, Li Xingjian would be laughed at as well. I was actually doing this for my children. He was pulled by Li Xingjian and walked away in a daze. Li Xingjian felt nothing about their escape, as she had gotten used to Li Xingjian's indifference towards her and did not feel any pain in her heart. That's why she knocked him down on purpose. If Li Xingjian had humanity, he could still be alive. Since Li Xingjian has no humanity, don't blame her for being ruthless. But she was not a god, and she didn't know whether she had controlled her strength well. Her leg was a little numb from the pain, but it was only one leg, so it was probably nothing serious. At most, she would just have a limp in one leg. Now is not the time to settle accounts with Li Xingjian. She really needs treatment now. Many people came over, but no one stepped forward. At this moment, a tall figure approached, casting a shadow on the ground. His voice was serious and cold. What happened to you? It's Song Yanjun. Li Xingjian thought that Song Yanjun was Song Yanjun, and he himself was more important. The oath of never associating with him again didn't matter. Li Xingjian stretched out his hand and hooked it around Song Yanjun's neck. Take me to the hospital. My leg really hurts. Seeing that she was quite shameless, Song Yanjun felt relieved and said, I don't think she will die. He was a senior high school student next door. He came over during lunch break to see if he could run into this girl, and he actually did. He didn't drive to school. Song Yanjun picked up Li Xingjian. Fortunately, there was a taxi, so he carried Li Xingjian and drove straight away. Although the motorcycle owner felt that this was not right, he should at least wait for the traffic police to arrive, but he was also afraid of being blackmailed, so it was better to just leave. He shouted in pain, I didn't escape. Don't look for me later. Song Yanjun and Li Xingjian had already gotten in the car. Let's go to the nearest hospital. Song Yanjun said. Li Xingjian said, no, go to 301. Song Yanjun remembered that Li Xingjian's grandfather worked in that hospital. Listen to her. When they arrived at the hospital, Song Yanjun knew Li Xingjian's name, but still asked, registration name? How do you write it? Song Yanjun. Li Xingjian Raplia. Song Yanjun. Li Xingjian said seriously, yes, my name is Song Yanjun, so I'll write this name. Knock your teeth out with a slap. Her name is Song Yanjun. What is his name? Impersonate him in front of him. Song Yanjun thought for a moment and said, Song Xiaoxing. Girl, this is my daughter's name. Li Xingjian glanced at Song Yanjun. How could he have a daughter? Anyway, she was not the one he gave birth to. Her child died with her before he even saw this world. Thinking of this, Li Xingjian became very depressed and remained silent. Song Yanjun was speechless when he saw her expression change suddenly. How could there be such an annoying girl in the world? Her expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. Have you finished filling it out? The nurse urged. After all, they are young. Even though they are injured, they can still flirt. The young nurse felt a little jealous because she was already 23 years old and still single. I didn't eat anything this morning, but now I'm full. Song Yanjun still wrote Song Xiaoxing's name and handed it in. Li Xingjian requested to be hospitalized. As hospital beds were not so tight nowadays, the doctor agreed and wrote her a hospitalization order. Song Yanjun asked for a single room, and after sending her to the ward, he helped her with the hospitalization procedures. After completing the formalities, Song Yanjun came in with a bag of apples and asked, how can I contact your family? Li Xingjian reached into his underwear, held his chin up, and pulled at it in a very ungraceful manner. Song Yanjun, am I not considering myself an outsider? After all, I am a man, right? In the past, girls always spoke softly in front of him, and no girl had ever eaten a full meal at the table with him. But this girl treated him like air. Song Yanjun raised his hand and touched his troubled, handsome face. He now wanted to find a mirror to see if he had lost his charm and become ugly. Li Xingjian fiddled with it for a long time, then took out 200 yuan and gave it to Song Yanjun. I have my own money, so I don't need my family to come. I'll give it back to you. Song Yanjun thought about it and took the money. Before he could look up, Li Xingjian said again, "It's nothing, you can go." Song Yanjun looked up, speechless. Isn't it too soon to get rid of the donkey after it has done its job? Not even a thank you. If I leave, what will you do with your food, drink, and defecation? Just at this time, the nurse asked the family to take the patient for an x-ray. Li Xingjian looked at the wheelchair, and Song Yanjun raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, you go ahead. Li Xingjian shouted, "Nurse, please help me get a nurse." Song Yanjun, this stubborn donkey. Chapter 41 I owe you. Song Yanjun still took the initiative to push Li Xingjian to go for a checkup. It said that the bones are dislocated. Military hospital, very experienced in treating trauma. 2 old doctors worked together to help Li Xingjian carry the bones back. What they meant was that Li Xingjian could be discharged from the hospital after 2 days of observation. How could Li Xingjian be willing to do that? She had been busy all day, so how could she be discharged from the hospital? She strongly requested a cast. Stay in the hospital for at least 10 days. I have paid the money. I want to be hospitalized, and I will get sick again when I go back. Song Yanjun suddenly felt that Li Xingjian's brain illness might be more serious. The doctor was also a little confused. He had never seen a young person who liked to be hospitalized so much, and it was not convenient to put on a plaster cast. But the patient insisted strongly, and it looked like she might make a fuss if she wasn't beaten. They also gave Li Xingjian a test and found that the child was moderately malnourished, so they finally agreed to hospitalize him. I was given nutritional injections and prescribed a lot of supplements. These all need someone to get them. Naturally, all the responsibility fell on Song Yanjun. Song Yanjun took the trouble to help Li Xingjian settle down. By the time Song Yanjun was able to sit down and rest, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. It's almost time for dinner. Song Yanjun actually didn't leave at all, which made Li Xingjian nervous. After all, he was the person she once loved, so it was impossible for her to remain calm when facing Song Yanjun again. She always misses the time they are together, but is more afraid of separation. In her previous life, Song Yanjun always left when she thought they would be together forever. It made her feel very helpless. She has learned in this life that it is better to abandon someone actively than to wait for them to abandon her. Rather than waiting for Song Yanjun to judge her loneliness, she might as well drive him away. She was mentally prepared. Li Xingjian asked, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Song Yanjun, "She doesn't seem to have any heart. Why don't you say thank you?" Li Xingjian said, "Are you going to leave just because I said thank you?" "Thank you then." Song Yanjun took a deep breath. He sat down angrily and said, "You haven't had dinner yet. The nurse will call for me." The nurses nowadays are very enthusiastic. It should be said that people nowadays are very enthusiastic because the pace of life is slow now, and time cannot be exchanged for money, so everyone exchanges it for favors. This is different from later generations. The pace of life in later generations is fast, and because time can be directly exchanged for money without the need for favors, no one is willing to manage favors. Then have an apple. Song Yanjun took out an apple and gave it to Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian frowned slightly and said with disdain, "Don't you wash your food after eating? Why are you so dirty?" Song Yanjun, "They have a nanny at home. Is it okay if he doesn't know how to do the housework?" Song Yanjun went to wash the apples. After he came back, he thought, it will taste better without the skin. He patiently peeled the apple for Li Xingjian. This surprised Li Xingjian very much, because Song Yanjun is really a rich young master who has everything handed to him and doesn't know how to do anything. In her previous life, she asked him to help peel apples, and he asked her, "Didn't I pay you? Can't you afford a babysitter? My hands are for you to peel apples." He didn't know that this was an interaction between a couple. Sad reply. He mostly went to her to sleep. So they're not in a romantic relationship, they're just a naked sponsorship relationship. It turns out that he can also be gentle and caring towards others. Maybe in his previous life, he gave all this care to Shun Baiyu, so he didn't give it to himself. Li Xingjian felt angry for no reason and said sarcastically, "How can you peel an apple for me with your hands? I don't need you, you are too stupid. How can there be such a stupid person? How old are you? 3.5. How can a person be so stupid that he can't even peel an apple? If someone like you were in our village, he would have starved to death. The fact that you've lived this long is purely due to your good reincarnation." "Shut up." Song Yanjun's voice suddenly became cold, and anger surged in the corners of his eyebrows and eyes. That's right. Otherwise, she would almost not recognize Song Yanjun. Li Xingjian sneered and asked, "What? Am I wrong? Look for yourself. Is that apple ugly? More handsome than you?" Song Yanjun was really angry. He put down the ugly peeled apple and said, "I missed a day of class and ran around for you. Am I your servant? You didn't even say thank you, but only mocked me. Do I owe you that?" After saying that, he stood up and looked at her deeply with his defiant eyes. He wasn't very stern, just a little bit of incredible complaint, but the natural aura of a superior made the atmosphere around him cold. Li Xingjian turned his face away guiltily. Song Yanjun snorted coldly. "I'm just being sentimental." After saying that, he left angrily. Li Xingjian looked at the closed door with a wronged look on his face. "Yes, we don't owe each other anything, but I still feel resentment." She couldn't control herself, so it was best not to see each other again. If she doesn't hold grudges, he won't have to feel wronged or angry. After this, we really won't see each other again in this life. Then the door opened. Song Yanjun raised his slender and beautiful hands. His fingers were as white as jade and so long that it made people jealous. "I really shouldn't have used this hand to peel an apple for you. Just wait and see how he treats you in the future." Then he slammed the door and left. Li Xingjian. "Asshole, what nonsense are you talking about?" It caused her to have impure thoughts and go astray. Li Xingjian felt that with Song Yanjun's arrogant personality, he would never come again. Never mind him. I think he's just getting in the way. After Song Yanjun left, Li Xingjian gave the nurse 10 yuan and asked the nurse to take him to make a phone call. She called Aunt Lu and did not tell her about the car accident. She told Aunt Lu, "If the teacher calls to ask about a student named Chun Ping, you must answer the phone and say that he is our student. Remember." Aunt Lu asked, "How is the school? How is the teacher? Did her dad send you there?" Look, people on both sides would ask her how her teacher is and how her school is. Li Qian didn't. Li Qian saw that she had a car accident and turned and ran away. Li Xingjian smiled silently into the microphone, said nothing, and hung up the phone directly. She will not reveal her whereabouts for the time being. She is gambling on who will find her first. It's the weekend. Li Xingjian still didn't go home. Li Qian was a little panicked. He asked Li Chenxi, who was at home choosing a school, "Is your sister safe? Did you really see her?" Li Chenxi nodded and said, "I saw her when my mother and I went to look for her relationship. She seems to be living on campus. She should be fine." Li Qian thought that it was okay, and she was probably angry because he didn't care about her. But I can't blame myself entirely. How could someone be so vicious as not to leave any leeway for his own sister? Li Qian was a little afraid that Li Xingjian would tell Li Mingli. Asked Sui Li, who was putting on makeup, "Do you know how many days it will take for the old man to come back?" Li Chenxi lowered her eyes slightly and knew what Li Qian was afraid of. "I'm afraid that old guy will find out and curse me." Chapter 42, The Old Man Knows. Li Chenxi thought to himself, what a loser. He was so old yet still afraid of his own father. If Li Qian could establish himself, they wouldn't have to endure Li Xingjian's annoyance. Now she has no way to go to school. The affiliated high school will cost an additional 40,000 yuan to allow her to study, and her mother is raising the money. Li Chenxi leaned close to Li Qian's ear and said, "Dad, my sister made me have a criminal record. Grandpa will definitely be very angry, right?" The old man wants to save face. Knowing this, Li Xingjian must be punished. When the time comes, if the old man gets angry, he might not let Li Xingjian go home at all. He won't care who sent Li Xingjian there or whether he lives in the school. Li Qian raised his hand and patted Li Chenxi's shoulder. "I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. I will tell your grandfather about this matter, and he will handle it." After saying that, he stood up and walked out, humming an unknown tune, and was obviously much happier. He hasn't laughed in days. "Mom, haven't you found out where Li Xingjian went?" After Li Qian left, Li Chenxi went to Sui Li's locker room. Sui Li had already dressed up. She pinched her earrings in front of the mirror. When she turned around, her expression was a little serious. "Not yet. I don't know where this bitch is hiding. I'm afraid she is really seriously ill. It will be bad if your grandfather finds out." I didn't think it was serious at the time. So where could she have hidden? You can hide anywhere, as long as it's not in the main courtyard. Swaley thought for a moment and said, it should be fine. Maybe she's living with some pretty boy. I've used my connections to inquire at many hospitals, but her name isn't on any of them. She can't live in the suburbs. Swaley felt that there was no need to look for a hospital near the school. But she still asked around, but found nothing. Li Xingjian asked, could it be that the man on the motorcycle took it away? Swaley smiled happily. That's God's will. I'm so happy. I hope so. If so, it won't take 7 days. If she comes back in one night, your grandfather won't want her anymore. Li Xingjian thought to himself, I'm afraid that's not the case. Don't think about it anymore. Anyway, the person is gone, either dead or injured. It's not a bad thing for her. She changed the subject and asked, Mom, when can we get enough money? I still have to go to school. Speaking of this, Swaley was also troubled. She couldn't come up with so much money at once. Besides, with her status, who could she borrow money from? It would be too embarrassing to borrow money for people at work. Her relatives would think she was joking. How could she possibly borrow money from them? Yes, how did she get to the point where she needed to borrow money? It's all that little bitch Li Xingjian's fault. It seems that I can only ask your grandma to borrow some. Li Xingjian was very unhappy when this was mentioned. His mother usually liked to give money to his grandma and uncle, but when the time came, her own family had no money left. What do you mean by borrow? I remember that my eldest uncle asked you to lend him 20,000 yuan to start a business. You should pay him back. There's also the betrothal money for my youngest uncle's wife. They owe us so much money. Why are you still borrowing from them? Now is the time to pay them back. Swaley didn't like to hear her daughter say this. Those were her relatives. She was looked down upon by the Li family because she married Li Xingjian, but she still relied on her natal family for support. She patted Li Xingjian on the shoulder and said, my grandma and uncle are not good to you. How can they not let you go to school? I'll go get the money now. Swaley didn't know that Li Mingli returned to the unit shortly after she walked out the door. Mr. Li, a woman called you and said she was your granddaughter's teacher. She was very aggressive and asked if you would supervise her. Li Mingli had just sat down tiredly, rubbing his nose bridge with his hand. He immediately jumped up after hearing this. Granddaughter? Teacher? Could it be that that bastard Li Xingjian has caused trouble again? He was not senile. Although Li Xingjian was very well behaved, he could see that the child was restless. The main reason was that he was not a good student. Before, Li Xingjian had always been among the top students in the grade and exams, and he had been very pleased and happy about that. He had given Li Xingjian a lot of good things, and he had spent a lot of money. As long as Li Xingjian mentioned something related to study, such as tutors, cram schools, after-school classes, summer camps, as long as the child could name it, he gave money without hesitation. He waited and waited, and finally his child took the high school entrance examination. Li Xingjian is a waste, a hopeless person. Can Li Xingjian help his father change the current situation? At least it makes him feel that the child is his and won't be that stupid. It's inherited from the previous generation. I didn't expect that my high school entrance examination results would plummet, even worse than Li Xingjian's back then. Li Xingjian and Swaley said that it was because he was in a bad state during the exam, his grades were swapped, or he forgot to fill in the answer sheet, but he didn't believe a word of it. He never believed that some people could study very well in normal times but perform very poorly in exams. Unless you faint, it can be seen that Li Xingjian's daily grades are all fake, probably plagiarized and forged just to get his money. The truth will be revealed in the high school entrance examination. He is not senile. Ever since the high school entrance examination, he has particularly disliked Li Xingjian. It's okay to be a poor student, and his grandson isn't a good student either, but lying is simply unforgivable. But his son loved him so much that he couldn't do anything to his own granddaughter. So I've been treating her coldly recently, always turning a blind eye and keeping my distance from her, not getting close to her. Unexpectedly, she was not only a poor student, but also had a bad character, and she also framed his good granddaughter Li Xingjian. This incident made him wish that Li Xingjian would stay in a juvenile detention center for a few years. This has just come out. What trouble is he going to get himself into again? If she caused trouble again, he would really send Li Xingjian to jail and make her never get out. Li Mingli raised his hand and asked the assistant for her phone number. I'll call her. As he was speaking, the phone rang. Li Mingli picked up the phone, and Li asked, how busy is a country doctor? Is it an assistant who answers the phone? An assistant is assigned to a doctor at a certain level. Could be an intern. Don't let him be a bad example. Li Mingli was a little confused. Did I offend someone? Or did this person make a wrong call? I'm Li Mingli. Who are you looking for? Aren't you Li Xingjian's grandfather? I'm her class teacher, and I'm looking for you. I don't know the situation of your son and daughter-in-law, but I want to say, if you can't afford to raise her, then don't give birth to her. If you have a baby, why do you give birth to her? And I don't care about you. It's been 8 days since Li Xingjian was in a car accident. If she's still not well, will she come to class? If she doesn't come, her seat will not be reserved. Do you really think it's a big deal to get into high school? Parents can't even say hello to the teacher, and the teacher has to come ask about it every day. It's delayed my teaching. Don't you know you can't give up studying? I think your family is struggling to support you. Then she hung up the phone with a click. Le Mindli. Quel accident? 8 days? Not going to school? The parents didn't say hello either. Where's Li Qian? Where is Sui Li? I don't know anything. And what's wrong with this teacher? Why is he so rude? What? Their family can't afford it? What's your attitude? Li Mingli was very angry. Chapter 43. Meeting without recognition. Li Li's tone and behavior brought Li Mingli back to the time when he was in school, when he was looked down upon and bullied because he was poor. But he was different after entering university. He was serious, hardworking, and dedicated. His tutor liked him very much and recommended him to a very good research group and recommended him to work. From then on, no one bullied him. Later, he became the dean of the school. After retirement, he was selected to join the expert group and became a lecturer. He was very respected and no one dared to treat him like that. What's wrong with this female teacher? Hit him back. Li Mingli stood up and pointed at the phone. The assistant called back, and Li Mingli took over and asked, "Please explain clearly. How did my granddaughter get into a car accident? Was she hospitalized? Didn't her father take care of her?" Lily also heard from Chen Ping that he was asking for leave on behalf of Li Xingjian. But she didn't see the leave note, nor did she have any hospitalization procedures. She just wanted to take leave like that? Just come back to study? Who knows what he's doing? Isn't Li Xingjian's grandfather a doctor? Although he is from a rural town, he can always come up with some money. If the Li family doesn't treat her well this time, she will not let Li Xingjian come back to study. She has a father? I don't know that. What do you mean you don't know? Li Mingli used to respect teachers, but he couldn't respect this one. He said coldly, "Her father never showed up, so you must have seen him on the first day of school, right? Li Xingjian really has a father? Then why didn't her father come to me? What is her father's occupation? He never showed up. I didn't see him on the first day of school." Li Mingli felt as if someone was holding his chest tightly, and his breathing suddenly became heavy. What the hell is this Li Qian doing? He said that children must be sent to school. He's really going to be pissed off. Li Mingli suppressed his anger and asked, "Teacher, do you know which hospital Li Xingjian is in? Where is she now?" "In 301. How come your family doesn't know anything?" Li Mingli didn't want to listen to her scolding, so he hung up the phone, put on his white coat, and walked out. Mr. Li, the assistant hurriedly followed. Song Yanjun hasn't come since he left that day. Li Xingjian asked the nurse for help and hired a caregiver with a very introverted personality. But I only helped her get food from the cafeteria and run errands, and I didn't have to help her go to the toilet or anything like that. So after dinner, the aunt went to serve other beds. Li Xingjian wanted to drink some warm water, but the nurse forgot to get her some. She sat in a wheelchair, carrying a kettle, and slowly walked to the water room. When she passed by the toilet door in the water room, she saw an old lady coming out of the toilet and almost fell down. She drove over quickly to catch the old lady. "Are you okay, old lady?" The old man used her body as a cushion, and all his weight fell on her, but she was fine. The old man stood up and asked hurriedly, "How about you? Didn't it hurt you? You're still injured. Do you want me to take you for another checkup and I'll reimburse you?" The old man wanted to squat down to help check her legs. As he got closer, Li Xingjian realized that the old man didn't look old at all. Her face is fair without any big wrinkles, and she has teddy curls. She is wearing a gray short-sleeved sweater and black pants, which makes her look quite fashionable. His tone of voice and actions were very gentle and kind. Li Xingjian smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm glad you're okay. Where are you going? I'll take you there." "Mom, grandmother." Two people at the door spoke in unison. Li Xingjian looked back and saw two tall men blocking the door. It should be said that one is a young man and the other is a big boy. The young man was dressed in a suit and tie and wore gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes behind the glasses were deep but cold. He looked gentle and elegant, yet unattainable. Four words flashed through Li Xingjian's mind at that time. A scum of the gentleman class. Just think of his looks. You've been cheated on by him, and you should be thankful that he chose you. There is an indescribable feeling of abstinence. The big boy has affectionate eyes and a kind of elegance and handsomeness, but he is much more sunny and approachable. They should be the old man's family. Li Xingjian thought that the old man had no one to accompany him, and he didn't dare to mention it for fear of making him sad. But it turned out that there were quite a few people to accompany him. The family members came, and she was no longer needed, so she wanted to leave. The old lady said to the young man very happily, "Jingchun, thanks to this girl, otherwise I might have fallen down. You should thank her." Cui Jingchun pulled his nephew and nodded slightly to Li Xingjian. "Excuse me, did I run into you? Do you need any help?" Li Xingjian waved his hand and said no thanks. She rolled her wheelchair to the place where she could get hot water and got less than half a pot of water, just enough for her to drink. Then they walked back. The three people also walked back slowly. Cui Jingchun complained to his mother, "You have to ask for help when you go to the toilet. It's so dangerous. My dad will scold me to death if he finds out. I'm fine now, am I not? Okay, you almost slipped. The ground is slippery. Okay, then I'll complain to the cleaning staff. If you lie, you'll be sorry for them. How can you be so annoying? Anyway, I'm fine now, and I'm going to be discharged from the hospital." Li Xingjian passed by with a smile. They stopped to greet her, but she just waved and kept walking. She was going to the front desk of the trauma department. Li Mingli should be back soon, so she wanted to change Song Xiaoxing's name back. Fortunately, there is no medical insurance reimbursement now, and there is no annoying system, so you can change your name at will. His eyes flashed, and he found Li Mingli wearing a military uniform and a white coat, coming up from the stairs. Li Xingjian. "Here it comes." She slowed down, turned toward the doctor's office, took a few breaths, and then came out again. Before Li Mingli reached the front desk, he met a little girl who was pushing a wheelchair, holding a thermos in her hand and struggling to roll the wheelchair forward. The little girl was thin, with messy hair that was neither long nor short, but her big eyes were still so bright. Who else could she be but his granddaughter? Xingjian. Li Mingli frowned slightly as he looked at Li Xingjian's legs. Isn't this the granddaughter who had no one to take care of her after the car accident? Li Xingjian knew that Li Mingli had patients and disciples here, so he would come here first every time he returned home. "I was really blocked by her today." She pretended to be surprised and called out sweetly, "Grandpa, why are you here? Who told you? I don't know the home phone number and can't contact anyone." "Wow, Grandpa, you are finally here." Li Xingjian's wheelchair seemed to be rushing towards Li Mingli like a car. The assistant was terrified. What if he got hit? The assistant stepped out to block it, and Li Xingjian's wheelchair stopped. She put down the thermos and jumped into Li Mingli's arms. "Grandpa, I miss you so much." The little girl had a mixture of soap and medicine scent on her body, both of which were his favorite smells. His hair was nestled on his chest. It was neither long nor short and was a bit messy, but fluffy and cute. Chapter 44, A Bad Bamboo Produces Good Shoots, But I Can't Love Them. The little girl had a mixture of soap and medicine scent on her body, both of which were his favorite smells. His hair was nestled on his chest. It was neither long nor short and was a bit messy, but fluffy and cute. Li Mingli's heart was about to melt. It was still Li Xingjian who loved his grandfather the most. Over the years, his family had never welcomed him so well. Whether he leaves or comes back, people are used to it. Only Xingjian was there. She was reluctant to let him go on a business trip, and when he came back, she was so ecstatic that she lost her composure. This is his real granddaughter, a good granddaughter. Li Mingli still didn't like Li Xingjian's closeness, but he couldn't endure it. He stood still and said, "If it's inconvenient for you, which ward are you staying in? Go in first and we'll talk." The assistant helped push Li Xingjian into the ward, and Li Mingli followed behind him. The three of them walked in the same direction without looking back. Therefore, no one saw them. Cui Jingchun, his mother Ma Xiaojin, and his nephew Cui Jiangyu were standing in front of the service desk, behind them, watching them for a long time. "Mom, it's that girl again. Do you like her so much?" Cui Jingchun didn't understand why his mother cared so much about that girl. They were just here to fill out forms and prepare to be discharged from the hospital. Ma Xiaojin said coldly, "You don't know that old man. He is Li Mingli." Li Mingli? Cui Jingchun's face changed. Isn't Li Mingli the father of his bastard brother-in-law? Her sister Cui Jins is 12 years older than her and is married to Li Qian, the good-for-nothing son of the former dean of 301. During the sister's pregnancy, the whole family discovered that Li Qian was cheating on her and that the person he was cheating with seemed to be pregnant. Her sister wanted to divorce and take the child with her, but Li Mingli disagreed. Li Qian also knelt down and begged his sister to forgive him. For the sake of the child in her belly, his sister took a step back. Her condition for retreat was that Li Xingjian must separate from the woman outside, and the illegitimate child was not allowed to be born. Li Xingjian agreed. They didn't know whether the baby was born in the end or not. Anyway, when the elder sister was more than 8 months pregnant, she suddenly had a miscarriage and was about to give birth. By the time their family received the news, the elder sister had already passed away. She didn't even get off the operating table because of heavy bleeding that couldn't be stopped. Not a word was left. The doctor said the baby was gone too. They all suspected that it was Li Xingjian's doing, or that something exciting had happened to their sister, and that was also Li Xingjian's fault. But there was no evidence. I was still quite young at that time. It was my eldest brother and father who went to Li's house and smashed it. Then he wanted his sister's dowry back. They recovered the cash, clothes, and furniture, but 2 heirloom pieces of jewelry were missing. It happened to be the sensitive period at that time, and my parents' jobs were transferred. They didn't have time to argue about the things, so they asked Li Xingjian to write an IOU, and then the whole family moved away. After they moved away, they heard that Li Mingli was doing better and better, so he also moved away. Li Xingjian no longer works at his original pharmaceutical factory, and no one knows where he has gone. Anyway, the 2 families have never been in contact or met each other for so many years. How come my parents ran into the Li family just after they returned because of my eldest brother's job transfer? Is it a coincidence or an injustice? Li Xingjian said, "Mom, aren't there 2 pieces of antique jewelry that you haven't taken back? I'll go ask him for them." Li Xingjian was about to leave when Ma Xiaozhen stopped him. He's a very proud person. If you ask for something in public, it might anger him. It's not worth it to be scolded by him. Go find out his current address, and then send a lawyer to ask for it. Li Xingjian nodded. Ma Xiaozhen frowned and said, "What a pity. That child turned out to be his granddaughter. She's already this big." I guess it was that vixen's child, because their child did not survive. Li Xingjian knew what his mother was thinking, and he himself had also been misjudged. He always felt that the little girl had clean features, behaved in a carefree manner, and was scholarly in her every move, and looked very much like someone in their family. But now that I think about it carefully, he really looks a lot like his scumbag brother-in-law. I was wrong about him. Bad bamboo may produce good shoots, but it has nothing to do with us, so don't look at it. Ma Xiaozhen nodded and said, "I just said I won't come to this hospital. Okay, let me be discharged this time." Li Xingjian didn't expect that Li Mingli, who had retired, was still in this hospital. The surgery department of this hospital was very good. His mother had been working hard for many years, and her body was damaged. It happened that they were back, and he wanted to give his mother a full-body examination and recuperation. So he came here. Otherwise, their family would not come to the hospital where the Li family is. It was totally unexpected. Li Xingjian asked Li Jianyu to support his mother. "I'll go ask the attending doctor if we can get the procedure done today." He didn't want to stay in this hospital for even a moment. Li Xingjian and the others have returned to her single room. The assistant helped her back to the bed. Looking at her leg in plaster, Li Mingli's eyes gradually became cold. "Xingjian, when did this happen? Is there no one to take care of you?" Li Xingjian shook his head and said, "There's someone, Grandpa. The nurse helped find an aunt to bring me food. I can do the rest by myself. It's really nothing. I grew up in the countryside and I'm strong. Besides, my grandfather gave me so much money. Although I haven't been able to contact my family, I am rich. How can he treat me badly? This is all the blessing my grandfather gave me." Li Mingli is a medical practitioner. Most of the injured people have difficulty moving. It must be very difficult for Li Xingjian to hold on for so many days on his own. Even though they were injured, they still knew to be grateful to him as their grandpa. Those wolf cubs never had this kind of heart. Li Mingli suppressed his anger and asked, "How did you get into a car accident? Didn't your father send you to school? Why didn't he come?" Li Xingjian looked very embarrassed. His 2 fingers were twisted together, and his eyes were evasive. Li Mingli said sternly but with some patience, "Xingjian, don't lie to Grandpa. Grandpa hates being lied to the most. He didn't send me there. He went to process paperwork for Li Xingjian, right? But Li Xingjian had a criminal record, so the school wouldn't accept him. My dad thought it was all my fault, so he pulled me onto the street and beat me. And then I was hit by a car." "What? Pulled them onto the street and beat them up?" Li Mingli took a deep breath. Is there any father like this in the world? No matter how angry he was with Li Xingjian, he never put anyone in danger. This rebellious son, what a rebellious son. Li Mingli opened the door and was about to leave. Li Xingjian called out, "Grandpa, where are you going? Are you angry? I'm going to remove the plaster soon. I'm almost healed." Li Mingli turned around and smiled. Grandpa doesn't mean he doesn't want you. Just wait. Grandpa will give you a gift. Li Xingjian, this rebellious son. He refused to send his granddaughter to school when asked to do so. Li Xingjian is a free gift. Why should he go to key school? He had stressed this repeatedly, but these people all pretended to obey his orders, but actually disobeyed them. Very good. Don't they have any tolerance for Li Xingjian? Very good. Chapter 45. I will scold you if you want. Do I need to choose a day? After Li Mingli came out, he contacted someone by phone and made a reservation for a commercial house in front of the high-rise building, which was just being put on the market. It should be one of the most expensive houses in the city, but many people's work units have allocated houses, so not many people buy them. However, it is quite expensive, more than 6,500 per square meter. Li Mingli plans to buy a house for Li Xingjian. Since no one loves his granddaughter, does she have to live with Li Xingjian? He has money. Why would he treat his child so badly? What? Wasn't it 6,500 2 days ago? How come it has increased by 200 in just a few days? Li Mingli found it unbelievable. How could the price of a house increase so quickly? Everyone has a house to live in. It's allocated by the company. So who would spend money to buy a house? If it wasn't for his granddaughter, he wouldn't buy one. Why is it so expensive? The other party said that they could give him a discount if he paid in full. Asked him what size he wants. He was filled with anger, and after thinking for a while, he said, "If you want a big one, write my granddaughter's name on it. Go and deliver the money now?" "Okay, I'll go over now." "Grandpa, where are you going? Are you going home? Then I could be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, right?" Li Xingjian raised his hand and patted his leg. "I asked the doctor to remove the plaster for me, Grandpa. I can walk now." She put one hand on her knee and spun around Li Mingli with a flattering smile on her face and eager eyes. It seemed as if she had something urgent to go out for, but also as if she was timidly trying to please him. Is this fear of being abandoned? Are you anxious? Li Xingjian said aggrievedly. I haven't been to class for 8 days. I'm afraid I will fall behind in the course. Those two big eyes were wet, like a deer lost in the woods. Li Mingli's heart melted again. After all, she is Xingjian, his granddaughter. You don't need to force her. She should focus on studying. Li Mingli said, "Then I will help you check it." He was also a surgeon. He squatted down and checked Li Xingjian's leg. There was nothing serious. "Okay, I'll talk to your attending physician then. You should be able to be discharged tomorrow." At this point, he frowned and said, "Let your father pick you up in person." Li Xingjian said, "Okay, what's the home phone number? I'll call you, Grandpa." Li Mingli gave a number and said, "I'm going out to do something. Tell him to pick you up from the hospital." "Good." Li Xingjian finished, speaking with a smile on his face. After thinking for a while, she chased after him again. "Grandpa, I'll take you there." Li Mingli, who seldom smiles, showed a relieved smile on his face. This child is really clingy, but very considerate. People say that a daughter is a little cotton-padded jacket, and this must be the case. "What are you sending? Are your legs okay? Then I'll accompany you to the stairs, and we'll walk slowly." Li Xingjian held Li Mingli's arms with both hands and spoke in a slow voice. This way the voice will sound innocent and sweet. Li Mingli said this with a smile on his face. But at this moment, Li Mingli saw Song Yanjun walking towards him with a donkey-stuffed toy in his hands. Li Xingjian, are you here to see her? That shouldn't be the case. What does it mean when she's holding the donkey? Calling her a donkey? No matter what, he couldn't let Song Yanjun act too familiar with him. Not only did his grandfather like students who were good at studying, he also hated premature love. After being discovered by Li Mingli, many of her plans were no longer supported. "You can't see me, you can't see me," Li Xingjian muttered to himself, his eyes drifting away, not daring to look at Song Yanjun. Song Yanjun called her at this time. "Hey, Li Xingjian. This bastard, what does he want? Didn't you tell him to stop bothering me and not to meet me again?" Li Xingjian raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes with a warning look. Li Mingli was not too happy either. Could it be that this boy was someone his granddaughter knew? "Come to see granddaughter? Puppy love? You are?" Li Mingli didn't ask yet. Song Yanjun asked, "Excuse me, is this the hospitalization area for appendicitis surgery?" Li Mingli said, "No, this is the orthopedics department. You are looking for the colorectal surgery department, which is on the 5th floor. "Thank you, old sir." Song Yanjun glanced at Li Xingjian, then walked forward. Li Xingjian. This bastard must have done it on purpose. Li Mingli rarely commented on other people's children. He suddenly said, "I don't know why this boy looks familiar to me, but he is quite polite. Li Xingjian said nothing. Li Mingli said nothing more. Otherwise, why would he emphasize boys to his granddaughter? His granddaughter is a good student, so she can't fall in love with those bastards. After seeing Li Mingli off, Li Xingjian went downstairs and went to the public telephone booth. She had forgotten whether her home phone had caller ID or not. It didn't matter. She just didn't need to use Li Mingli's office phone to call. Li Xingjian called the landline at home, and the call was connected in a short while. Who is this? Dad? Where's Dad? When Li Qinzi heard that it was Li Xingjian's voice, he was shocked, angry, and a little scared. He asked in a low voice, "Where are you? What have you done?" "I'm in the hospital." "What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you and your dad push me onto a motorcycle and hit me? You watched me get hit and ran away, and you still ask me what happened? Are you fucking blind? How can you curse?" Li Qinzi didn't expect Li Xingjian to be so rude and disrespectful. How dare he scold her? Li Xingjian couldn't control himself. She definitely didn't curse at anyone in her previous life, but she is depressed and has breast nodules all over the body. The doctor said it would make it easy for her to get cancer. In this life, whoever wants to get cancer can get it, but she won't. If you are unhappy, just curse. I'll scold you all I want. Why'd I have to pick a day? I'm going to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. I asked my dad to pick me up and take me to school. I'm late for class. I asked him to talk to the teacher. Isn't Dad here? Li Qinzi was shocked by her commanding tone and said without reacting, "Yes, he hasn't come back yet." She regretted it as soon as she said it. Why told her? "Li Xingjian, are you really in the main hospital?" "Which hospital?" 301 Orthopedics Department. Li Xingjian hung up after saying that, then walked back slowly with a smile on his face. Li Qinzi had just put down the phone when Li Qian opened the door and came back. He was absent-minded and came back early after losing the card game. Who's calling? When he came in, he just saw Li Qinzi put down the phone. Li Qinzi was conflicted. She didn't want her father to pick up Li Xingjian, but she was afraid that her grandfather would find out. Therefore, we have to bring Li Xingjian back first. Once he is back, he is not in the hospital. They can make up any story they want. It all depends on who the old man believes. If the old man blocked them in the hospital, Li Qian would be scolded, and she would also be implicated. In these troubled times, let's compromise temporarily. Li Qinzi was so angry in her heart. Li Xingjian was such a little bitch. She scolded her, but she still helped to pass on a message. "Dad, it's my sister calling." Chapter 46, Do you know how old I am? Where is she? Li Qian was a little panicked. She has a bone injury in 301. She is in the hospital and will be discharged tomorrow. I want you to pick her up. Li Qian immediately thought of a key question. Your grandfather probably doesn't know that she is in the hospital yet. I don't know if the old man is back. Li Qian interrupted Li Qinzi and started calling the assistant's office. No one answered the phone, so he frowned and called home. Aunt Lu answered the phone. Is my dad back? Li Qian said in a cold tone. He also didn't like Aunt Lu and was afraid that his father would have an affair with the nanny. How would the property be divided then? Aunt Lu recalled what Li Xingjian had said before and said, didn't the old man say that it would take more than 10 days for him to come back? Anyway, he hasn't come home yet. Li Qian felt somewhat relieved. If you haven't come back yet, then everything will be easy. Li Qian turned around and left, holding the car keys. Li Qinzi shouted, Dad, where are you going? It's getting dark. Li Qian said, pick up your sister from the hospital. We must bring the person back and not let the old man know. He thought for a moment and said, when your mother comes back, ask her to clean up her room. It's been so many days, and she still doesn't have a room? It's really embarrassing for her. Li Qinzi was so scared that she dared not speak. So when her mother abused Li Xingjian, her father was also angry. Li Xingjian returned to the inpatient department and met Song Yanjun in the corridor. He was standing in shadow at the corner of the stairs, holding the donkey. When he saw her, she waved at him. Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian walked over speechlessly and asked, why didn't you find a friend who had appendicitis surgery? That was a lie to your grandfather. Do you take it seriously? If you take it seriously, that would be great. When your grandfather comes back, I'll tell him that I came to see you. He felt that he was very afraid of his grandfather. He is threatening himself. What on earth is he going to do? Li Xingjian pointed at Song Yanjun. I'm warning you. Before she could finish her words, Song Yanjun pulled her to the shadows. She was caught off guard and fell forward under his force, right into his arms. He should be an adult. His height and build are the same as when he was an adult, tall and full of strength. A strong chest will make women blush and their hearts beat faster. Li Xingjian was too familiar with this body. Even if he just touched it lightly, she couldn't help but wanting to hold her tightly. He said he likes hugs and close skin contact. Realizing what he had thought of, Li Xingjian became angry and annoyed, and pushed Song Yanjun hard. Are you sick? Song Yanjun looked at her sideways, and thought she was the one who was sick. He wasn't trying to do anything, so why was she blushing? Song Yanjun looked at her nimble hands and feet, and changed the subject. It seems you're going to be discharged from the hospital? Then what about this donkey? I customized it specially for you. Li Xingjian. Custom made? Yes, we hired an Italian doll expert to make it by hand, stitch by stitch, and then airlifted it from Shenzhen. Otherwise, how could it take so many days? Look at the workmanship. Song Yanjun stuffed the donkey into Li Xingjian's arms. Li Xingjian. So, he was sending me a gift specifically for me. He wasn't here to cause trouble. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a tone of disbelief. So, this donkey is very expensive? How much is it? Song Yanjun said, money is not a big problem. It's not much, just over 25,000. Only, more than 25,000. I spent more than 25,000 yuan to customize a plush donkey for her. There are only 20 or 30 bear cubs on the market that are bigger than this one. He bought her a donkey for more than 25,000 yuan. A donkey? He was definitely looking for trouble. He was scolded and was not convinced. So he ordered a donkey to humiliate her. Song Yanjun, what do you mean? What do you mean? Li Xingjian could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Why didn't she know in her previous life that Song Yanjun was so wicked? Customize a donkey specifically for yourself. You mean I look like a donkey? Is that right? Li Xingjian asked. Song Yanjun said, no, it's a very expensive donkey. Look, this donkey is custom-made and has your name on it. Li Xingjian saw a golden bell hanging around the donkey's neck with his name written on it. It's really hard for you. Thank you for your thought, young master. Li Xingjian's tone was heavy. Song Yanjun said, it seems that you don't like it. So what do you like? I think this donkey looks like you. See, he did it on purpose. Anger suited his wishes. Li Xingjian thought about it and smiled. I like it. How could I not like it? More than 25,000 donkeys are enough for my 4 years of tuition. How could I not like it? After saying that, she stuffed the donkey back into his arms. If you like it, take it back and play with it yourself, and buy the big head of the donkey. Seeing Li Xingjian leave angrily, Song Yanjun couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. She was indeed angry, like a stubborn donkey. Song Yanjun took a long step and caught up with Li Xingjian. You really don't want it? Look at this donkey, it really looks like you. Li Xingjian thought that it was no wonder that he couldn't find a girlfriend to marry in his previous life. Which woman could tolerate such an idiot? Li Xingjian smiled and turned around and said, it's not that I don't want it. You can see that my grandfather has seen your donkey. How can I accept it? And it's too expensive. A donkey worth more than 20,000 yuan is enough for me to buy more than 20 real donkeys in the countryside. I don't want it if I don't do anything for it. Song Yanjun took out a passbook from his pocket and held it between 2 fingers. Then you definitely don't want this more expensive one? Li Xingjian didn't understand. Song Yanjun showed her the passbook. I wanted to write you a check, but I was afraid you wouldn't cash it because you didn't know how to do it. So I opened an account for you. Li Xingjian. There are 200,000 on it. It is indeed 200,000 renminbi. She knew that Song Yanjun was rich, but Song Yanjun was not very generous in his previous life. She had been with him for 10 years and only saved up 500,000 yuan. Just think about it. How generous could he be? They don't have any relationship now, so just give him 200,000. Is it true that what you can't get is the best? Li Xingjian sneered. Do you know how old I am? Song Yanjun looked up and down and said, it doesn't seem that big, right? Why are you so proud? Li Xingjian. Rogue, excuse me, but I want to ask you, what do you want to do with all this money? What do you want me to do? She spoke in a bad tone, as if he was going to do something shameful. Song Yanjun smiled. Oh, you don't need to do anything because this money is originally yours. When I was in Shenzhen, I bought some stocks with you and made 560,000 yuan. Without you, I couldn't make so much money, so I'm just giving it away. Isn't it said that girls may not necessarily like money, but they like the feeling of being given money by others? You. So he wanted to support her again? Song Yanjun smiled and said, what else? Oh, you asked me how old I am, right? You're not thinking wrongly, are you? My God, my dear girl, I am only 18. Chapter 47. Li Xingjian skipped classes and eloped with the driver. Li Xingjian. She could never have imagined that Song Yanjun would give her money for this reason. It's not about supporting her or buying her. I just want to thank her. Yes, he is not old enough and has not enough experience to do that. Is that because I am dirty? Li Xingjian was unwilling to admit this. No. Li Xingjian threw the passbook back. What you earn is yours. It has nothing to do with me. No matter what, the money is not hers, so she still can't take it. Even though it was 200,000, which basically meant financial freedom in this day and age, I was very tempted, but I still couldn't accept it. Li Xingjian added, my family is coming soon. Song Yanjun, you've seen it too. My family has strict rules, and I can't make friends with people of questionable character. So none of my friends will do anything with you. No matter what you want to do, please don't bother me anymore. Go away. Song Yanjun narrowed his beautiful eyes and looked at her with a hint of coldness in his eyes. I'm really angry. Li Xingjian ignored him. What she decided will not change. She felt that Song Yanjun had a crush on her. Maybe not a good crush, but he was definitely willing to be friends with her. But she said she would never be with Song Yanjun again, and this was true. She would never go back to him and go down the same old path as she had in her previous life. As for her, if she can't be lovers, she will never be friends. Because she didn't want to know that her ex was living a better life than her. Song Yanjun came from a wealthy family and was definitely better off than her. Don't want to watch it. Li Xingjian returned to the ward to pack his things, but Song Yanjun did not follow him. After a while, she looked at the door, but still no one was there. She sighed secretly. Such an outstanding man, the one she liked and who had been pregnant with a child, it was impossible for her not to feel disappointed. How can I get rid of this feeling of loss? Li Xingjian raised his fist. I live a better life than him. I am richer than him and more outstanding than him. Come on, Leo. After Li Xingjian packed up her things, she went to the corridor to wait for Li Qian. She heard the argument at the service desk. Impossible. My daughter said she is here. What is going on? Dad. Li Xingjian walked out and looked towards the service desk with aggrieved and indifferent eyes. Li Qian came there, looking very impatient, not as calm and elegant as usual. When Li Qian heard the voice and looked back, he really saw Li Xingjian. He walked over, but didn't dare to look Li Xingjian in the eye. He didn't explain anything. He just glanced at him and said, why did you contact me only after you were hospitalized? The hospital is not convenient. Come home with me. Without asking her how serious her injury was or whether she needed hospital care, he forced her to go home to avoid being scolded. For so many days, he let his daughter get into a car accident but was afraid of being scolded. Li Xingjian believed that Li Qian had never worried about her. She didn't resist and nodded obediently. Yes. Seeing how honest she was, Li Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she grew up in the countryside and didn't have so many thoughts. Otherwise, I will have a headache. Li Qian took Li Xingjian to the parking lot and got in the car. He sat in the driver's seat and looked up. Two men and an old lady were walking not far away. The old lady looked like his ex-mother-in-law. He frowned slightly, trying to see more clearly. The young man seemed to have noticed his gaze and turned around suddenly. The familiar features and temperament showed that he was Cui Jingqian at first glance. Although Cui Jingqian was still young when his wife died, his facial features have grown but not changed over the years. It really is Cui Jingqian. Li Qian could never forget the scene when the men of the Cui family ran into their house with weapons and smashed things when his wife died. A family of savages. And they still claimed to be from a scholarly family. Li Qian was so scared that he started the engine and stepped on the accelerator to drive away. Suddenly, I heard a scream behind me. When I looked back, I found that Li Xingjian had just got into the car and the door was not closed yet. This is also the descendant of the Cui family. Heaven is here to collect debts. He was very angry and yelled, "You are a disabled person. You were so slow in getting on the bus that you almost scratched it. Can you survive? If you can't survive, then go and die." Li Xingjian felt no wavering in his heart. She discovered that Li Qian was scared. Of course, he was not afraid of having a car accident, but Li Qian seemed to have met someone. Who? She just took a look and saw that it was the old lady she had helped. Them? Li Qian is afraid of them? This shouldn't be the case. Li Qian was raised very well by his grandfather. How could a young master like him be afraid of others? Do they have any special relationship? Or is there something wrong with my speculation? No matter what, Li Qian is not normal now. Li Xingjian hated that she was young and that times were not changing fast enough. Otherwise, she would jump out of the car and ask that group of people, "Dad, I don't know whether I can't live anymore or you just don't want me to live. The first time, you pushed me onto the motorcycle. Now, luckily I got on the motorcycle quickly, otherwise I might have been crushed to death under your wheels." What she said was true. She just realized what Li Qian was going to do and quickly swung up her other leg, Otherwise, she would have been caught under the wheel. She was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. So how did this person do it? He is obviously worse than an animal, but he still thinks it is my or someone else's fault. But Dad, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? Li Xingjian was originally angry because of what she said, but seeing that she was behaving well again, he was afraid that he would complain, so he tried to trick her into talking first. Why did you just call me? Li Xingjian said, I didn't know your number before, Dad. Did you come to our class to look for me? This number was given to me by a classmate who came to see me. Otherwise, how would she know it? Li Xingjian didn't know either, and wondered if it was the teacher who investigated it. He didn't even go to school to look for him. He didn't even know which class Li Xingjian was in. So how could he find him? Of course, if you really want to find it, you can find it. Li Xingjian nodded. I've been looking for you everywhere. I'm so anxious. Li Xingjian thought to himself, you are so shameless. She looked very touched. Thank you, Dad. I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Why did you leave that day? Li Xingjian was so stupid that he was too embarrassed to scold her for framing Li Chenxi. He said, I called a taxi. Okay, take a rest. We'll go home first, and you don't have to go to see Grandpa for the time being. Li Xingjian raised his lips. Okay. After Li Xingjian returned, he moved to a relatively larger room. She took a nap, and when she woke up, she heard the door open. Dad, why are you here? Li Xingjian went to open the door and found that Li Mingli had returned. Fortunately, he brought Li Xingjian back. Otherwise, it would have been terrible. Li also came back, but failed to borrow money. She thought that it would be a good idea to not let Li Xingjian go to school and give the place to Li Chenxi. This way, Li Xingjian could not make a name for himself, and she could save some money. She rolled her eyes, invited Li Mingli and Li Xingjian to the study, and said straight to the point, Dad, there's something I have to tell you. Xingjian didn't go to school at the beginning of the semester and eloped with a motorcycle driver. Chapter 48, I Know Everything. Li Mingli remained calm, but his eyes became increasingly cold. He asked, Do you mean that she has eloped with someone now? Li Xingjian frowned and looked at Li. Li hurriedly said, He is back now because we found him. Otherwise, why would he not come back? Li Mingli changed his legs and smiled angrily. I just don't understand why she didn't go to school and eloped with a driver. Why do you think she did that? I don't understand. Dad, what's so hard to understand about this? There are many people like this in the world. Once they have a man, they even forget who their parents are, let alone study. Li sighed and said, It's our fault too. This child didn't grow up with us and doesn't listen. It's very difficult for us to control him. It's your own child, what's the big deal? It depends on whether you care or not. Hearing Li Mingli's unpleasant tone, Li felt very uneasy. Would Li Mingli just let the matter go in order to protect Li Xingjian? She smiled awkwardly and said, Yes, we should have taken care of it, but it's too late now. Li Mingli raised his head and looked at Li deeply. Tell me, what do you want now? What do you mean? Li's relationship with Li Xingjian was very disgraceful, so Li Mingli never liked her and didn't even prepare a wedding for them. This was the first time she looked him in the eye. The eyes of the superior who has accumulated power for many years seem to have insight, which makes people terrified. Li lowered her head unconsciously, and she didn't dare to say the words she had prepared. But for the sake of her daughter, she gritted her teeth and said, Since Xingjian only has men in her heart, why not let her get married? As for her studies, she has worked so hard to get admitted, so don't waste it. Is it right to let Li Chenxi go? Li Mingli asked. Li smiled and nodded. Dad, I am thinking about our child's future. You see, she doesn't like to go to school. It's a pity to miss her place. But since Li Chenxi loves studying so much, why can't he get into high school? Li Mingli knew that he should be very angry, but perhaps because too many things had accumulated recently, he felt very calm inside. He looked at Li Xingjian. What about you? Do you mean the same thing? Li Xingjian looked hesitant. Li hadn't discussed this with him, but he couldn't bear to see his wife being blamed by her father, and he didn't want Li Chenxi to not go to school. Dad, what about CC studies? You can't just watch her not go to school. The child is so young. What will happen if she doesn't go to school? So, Xingjian and Li Chenxi are almost the same age. Xingjian was born prematurely, 8 months, while Li Chenxi was full term. They were both born around the same month. Who is younger and who is older? Li Mingli really couldn't suppress the anger in her heart, and threw all the books on the desk at Li. Your child is young and can go to school, while other people's children should get married. How can there be such a vicious woman like you in the world? Dad! Li was hit on the head. She wanted the old man to calm down, but he just hit her with whatever he could get his hands on. She was so scared that she ran away in a hurry. Li Qian was anxious because of his father's words. Dad, how can you say that? If Xingjian hears it. So, you're still afraid that she'll hear it? Li Mingli saw that the door was closed and shouted. Li Qian, kneel down. Dad, get down on your knees. Li Qian was forced to kneel unwillingly on the cold tiles. Seeing his wandering eyes and face full of dissatisfaction, Li Mingli felt disheartened. What has worried him most in recent years is the issue of succession. He originally had 3 sons, but 2 of them who were particularly outstanding are gone. As for this one, he and Guo Jing spoiled it, and it is completely useless. In fact, before today, he didn't think Li Qian was so useless. But when faced with Li Xingjian's academic problems, Li Qian actually agreed with Sui Li's opinion. He knew that this child was doomed, and there was no hope. For a family like theirs, even though he has risen to a high position, he actually has no real power. In ancient times, he was at most a trusted imperial physician by the emperor's side. How could he have a title for his wife and children? But who doesn't want their descendants to never be bullied and to rise to the top? Who wouldn't be jealous of a high position? Who doesn't want to go further? Li Qian was definitely beyond help, so he could only choose from among his grandchildren. Jinan is a loner and has a mother who is a nuisance to him, so he is a little worried. Jinbei is young and his academic performance is average. Now it seems that the most promising person is Li Xingjian, who was ignored by him in the past. But Li Qian and Sui Li, the couple, actually framed the child everywhere. Li Qian, I came back a long time ago. Do you know why I came? I asked Xingjian to call you and asked you to pick her up tomorrow. She was in a car accident and was hospitalized. I know everything about you escaping. You haven't sent her to school yet. She has been missing for 8 days, and you didn't go to her teacher to inquire about her situation. I know all this. Li Qian seemed to be strangled by someone. He stared at his father with wide eyes, and then his face became panic-stricken. Dad, I was too panicked at that time. I was afraid that others would know that I beat the child. Li Qian begged for mercy, almost in tears. So you can ignore the life or death of the child. There's really no sense of responsibility at all. Li Mingli's voice was still cold and calm. Then I asked you to drive her to school. Where are you? Here's the thing, at home. Li Qian discovered that there were many things that could not be said. Nothing at all. He couldn't explain. Dad, someone tampered with my car and it's out of gas. Then you take Li Chenxi to school. Li Mingli looked very sad, shaking his head and said, Second brother, you have already been very sorry to Jin's. How could you still allow Sui Li to harm Jin's child? That's your child too. When she was about to be born, didn't you have any hope at all? What are you doing now? Li Qian didn't know whether he was thinking about the past, feeling regretful, or just pretending. He lowered his head with red eyes. Li Mingli also felt that he was seriously injured. After this incident, he felt really sad. He said, Second brother, I can't be with you forever, so why should I register Jinbei in your household registration and in your name? Isn't it because I hope you will have someone to take care of you in your old age and see you to the end of your life? But Jinbei is not your biological son after all. You don't know if you will know the truth in the future. What will you have then? Do you really expect Li Chenxi to take care of you in your old age? I don't think she will. Besides, Xingjian doesn't have a mother anymore. If you treat her well, she will treat you well. Wouldn't it be good to have more daughters to love you? Why do you have to push your own child away? She's only in high school. How could she get married? You guys can think of that. Who is he doing all this for? Isn't it his son? It's really disappointing. So disappointing. Chapter 49 Sui Li collapsed. Li Qian looked ashamed and lowered his head. He still hasn't apologized. I don't know if he realized his mistake. Li Mingli is not good at speaking as a son. He sighed and said, Forget it. I don't know if you realize your mistake or not. Anyway, you can't be counted on. Go call everyone here. I have something to announce. After Li Qian went out, he asked Sui Li to call someone. Sui Li's arm was swollen from being hit by a book. She cried out in pain and said, What is Dad going to announce? Is Li Xingjian going to announce it too? Li Qian was just hurt by his father's disappointed look, and he already felt a little guilty towards his eldest daughter. Hearing Sui Li's tone, he suddenly felt angry and felt that Sui Li was becoming less and less obedient. Isn't she a human being? Isn't she a member of this family? I'll go now. Sui Li did not dare to delay and hurried to call for help. The main reason is that she has been beaten too many times recently. Li Qian's emotions seem to be unstable. Jinan and Jinbei haven't come back from school yet. Including Li Chenxi and Li Xingjian, there were 4 people standing in the study. Li Xingjian saw Li Xingjian. His face was not happy, and he asked in a low voice, "Why didn't you tell me that you saw Grandpa in the hospital?" Li Xingjian feigned innocence. "You didn't even ask me." Li Xingjian, you... Li Xingjian was very happy to see Li Mingli and greeted him sweetly. "Grandpa, when did you come? Why'd you call me so late?" He didn't even look at Li Xingjian. Li Mingli, who was originally angry, calmed down a lot and explained, "Talk to your father and others first." Li Xingjian felt very jealous after hearing this. This old man rarely spoke to her in such a gentle manner. Li Mingli sat down and said, "Let me start by saying that you are all here. In this case, you and your wife can't accommodate Xingjian, right? Then don't force yourself. I have already bought her a house in Shuefu Garden. Sui Li, bring the household registration book here, and I will transfer the ownership to her." School garden? The house with a unit price of 6,350? Sui Li had heard many people mention this house. Someone in her office said, "It's so expensive. Who would want to buy it?" Some people also say, "What do you know? This is a symbol of status." Her mother asked her to go home because of this house, and then wanted her to pay for the purchase of one for her older brother. It is said that if you buy it, you can go to school nearby without having to use connections or spend money on school selection. My eldest brother's family has been having more children than allowed. The first two daughters have already married, the two daughters in between were given away, and the last one is a boy born to my eldest brother and his young wife. He is 5 years old this year and will be able to go to school next year. She went to see the house and found that the facilities in the community were not as good as where they live now. But the decoration inside is really good. The main thing is that the new buildings are spacious and bright, and the exterior walls are very beautiful, which cannot be compared with the houses here. It's just too expensive. The smallest one is 80 square meters and costs 4 or 500,000. How can she afford it? She felt that few people could afford it. Who would spend 4 or 500,000 to buy a house? Some are sold for 2 or 3,000 in other places. I heard that some newly built buildings in the suburbs are sold for 15,000. So she could only apologize to her mother. She could only ask Li Mingli for 4 or 500,000, but Li Mingli would never give her that much. Now Li Mingli said that he bought a house worth 4 or 500,000 yuan for Li Xingjian. Sui Li felt like she had heard it wrong. Her eyes almost popped out. "Dad, what did you say? Are you kidding? Why would I joke with you like that?" That's true. Sui Li has lived in the Li family for so many years, but has never had a house of her own. He wanted to buy a house to honor his parents, but Li Xingjian and Li Mingli did not support it all. Now Li Mingli is actually going to buy such an expensive house for that little bitch. Sui Li could no longer suppress the sadness caused by Li Mingli's cold treatment, and it turned into tears that flowed out of her eyes. "Dad, you bought a house worth 4 or 500,000 for Li Xingjian. Did you really do that?" She emphasized again. "Yes." Li Mingli felt very distressed when he took out the money, as he almost spent all his savings. But now seeing Sui Li so angry that she was crying, he felt that buying this house was worth it. "It's not 400,000 or 500,000. Li Mingli said lightly. "I bought a 140 square meter house, which costs more than 800,000 yuan inside and outside. It's much more expensive than 4 or 500,000. It was as if someone threw fireworks into Sui Li's head. With a bang, everything in front of her eyes went blank. She almost lost her balance, but luckily Li Xingjian held her up. "Mom." Sui Li really wanted to cry when she realized what was happening. She could no longer remain calm, let alone her usual composure. She even pointed her finger at Li Mingli and said, "Dad, why did you do this? Why did you buy her such an expensive house? You are crazy. You are old and confused." Li Xingjian reminded her, "Don't say anything. Dad knows everything." "You know everything? You know everything." Sui Li's eyes were confused. When she came to her senses, her face turned pale and then blue as she looked at Li Mingli. "Dad." Li Mingli smiled and said, "Is it okay now? Do you know why? Because you can't tolerate her. I'm her grandfather, and I can't let her live on the streets. Go ahead and get your household registration book." Dad, you can't do this to us. I've been a daughter-in-law of your Li family for so many years. I have worked hard and conscientiously. What have I done wrong? How could you do this to me? If you buy him a house, how will others see me? How will others view us as a couple? My parents have worked hard all their lives, but they still live in a small bungalow in the suburbs, and they don't even have a building to live in. Why does Li Xingjian live in such a big building? Sui Li knelt on the ground with her hands on the ground. looking like she was crying and wailing. Li Mingli was too lazy to look at her. What did it have to do with him, where her parents lived? She called Li Qian. Go get your household registration book. Dad, if you don't take it, I can also register her household separately. Your struggle is useless. Li Qian clenched his fists and walked out with an unwilling look on his face. Sui Li cried and called him, Husband, husband, you can't take it, husband. She cried and chased after Li Qian. Li Qinxi felt that she should say something at this time. She tried to organize her words, a smile on her face as she said, Grandpa, you love my sister so much. I'm so envious. Although Li Mingli didn't like Li Qinxi, she was his granddaughter after all, so he didn't give Li Qinxi a cold shoulder. In his opinion, Sui Li was the one who did all the bad things. Li Qinxi is so young. Even if he is a bad boy, it is because he was influenced by Sui Li. So he wouldn't scold Li Qinxi, but he wasn't very gentle either. He said lightly, It's better to retreat and weave a net than to envy the fish by the abyss. Since you envy your sister, why don't you study hard yourself, and you'll have everything you want in the future. Chapter 50. People who can say such things cannot be relied upon at all. Li Qinxi hit a snag. His face turned blue and purple with embarrassment, and he cursed in his heart. This old man, why doesn't he die yet? Sui Li didn't know whether she had fought with Li Qian, and she was crying like a ghost in the bedroom. Li Mingli was too lazy to pay attention to her. After Li Qian reluctantly handed over the household registration booklet, Li Minglu called Li Xingjian, Pack up your things, let's go. Li Xingjian's eyes were timid, as if he was struggling in his heart whether to leave or not. Li Mingli said, I'm leaving. Li Xingjian then said, Grandpa, please wait for me. I have something important to take. She went to the cattery and got out the pen. Grandpa, this is a gift from you. I can't refuse it. Li Mingli naturally knew that the room was where Li Qinxi used to keep cats. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Where do you live? Li Qian wanted to answer for Li Xingjian, but it was too late. Li Xingjian said, I don't live there now. My mother asked me to live there the day I came back. Later, some grandmas from our workplace came to our house and said it was a cattery. When I came back, there were other rooms. The grandma from the unit? Li Mingli suddenly remembered that when he entered the yard, some old acquaintances greeted him, but they all seemed to be hesitant to speak. When he walked away, he vaguely heard something, Thief, there's a child living in the cattery. He was clearly surprised at that time, and it turned out that someone was waiting for him here. Li Mingli felt that this matter was not simple, and turned to look at Li Qian. What's going on? Li Qian, I narrowed my eyes slightly and looked at Li Xingjian. She always felt that this woman did it on purpose. Otherwise, she's really stupid. Why do you always tell on yourself? Dade. Li Qian wanted to explain, but Sui Li has now collapsed. She can't control her emotions at all, and just wants to fight to the death. She rushed out and said, Yes, I was the one who framed her for stealing. I made her live in the cattery. What's wrong? I even called the security department to come, and everyone in the unit saw it. What's wrong? Didn't you buy her a house worth over 800,000 yuan? Without my cattery, would she be able to live in it? What do you want to blame me for now? Old man, let's be frank. If you really give this house to Li Xingjian, there will be no one to carry banners and break pots for you after you die. Don't expect my husband to burn paper for you during the Qingming festival. Shut up. Li Qian didn't expect Sui Li to dare to say such words. She was really crazy. Before, she thought that although Sui Li had plotted against Li Xingjian, at least there were reasons for it. It was also to make Li Xingjian obedient and for Qinxi to have a good future. So he turned a blind eye. But I didn't expect that she would dare to contradict her father. She was so gentle and considerate when she was with him. How come she suddenly turned into a shrew? Bang! Before Li Qian could finish his words of blame, Li Mingli took off his slippers and smashed them on the fish tank in the entrance hall. The fish tank was not broken, but it made a loud noise. Everyone in the room was frightened. Li Qian shut his mouth, and Sui Li looked at Li Mingli guiltily. Li Mingli was really angry. Even though he already knew that Sui Li was not a good person and Li Qian was not worthy of being a father, he never expected that Sui Li and Li Qian would be so bad. It was simply to destroy Li Xingjian. The little bit of sympathy he had for Li Qian was gone. This bastard, I actually wanted to pave the way for him. What the hell? Li Mingli pointed at Sui Li and said, First of all, it may not be your turn to burn paper for me. Secondly, I raised Li Qian. I raised him to adulthood, and he started a family and a career. I have already completed my mission. I have the grace to raise him, but I don't have that for you. You can be unfilial to me, but he must be filial to me, even if I don't give him a penny in the future. Finally, for someone who can say such things, even if I give you my heart, you will be greedy and won't think of me for anything good. Sui Li refused to accept the offer and tried to make excuses. Li Mingli sneered. If you don't believe me, just calculate how much money I've spent over the years. And your family members seem to have borrowed tens of thousands from me and haven't paid them back yet. Aren't those benefits? Aren't they money? But can you please learn a little bit? Old man, what's worrying is not the lack of wealth, but the inequality of wealth. Sui Li still didn't give up, and she didn't understand how much Li Mingli hated her. How about this? I'll return the tens of thousands of yuan to you, but you give me Li Xingjian's house. Is that okay? Let's see if Li Xingjian is angry or not. Of course, the one who gets the benefit can do whatever he wants. Li Mingli was too lazy to look at him, and called Li Qian and said, "You are very good. You don't need to take care of me when I die. Let's see if I can sleep on the street." Li Qian quickly expressed his opinion. "Dad, it's not easy for you to raise me. Don't listen to the nonsense of an old woman like her." Li Mingli doesn't like men who hit women, but it depends on the situation. He thinks that if Li Qian was truly filial, he should have slapped Sui Li hard just now. After all, Li Qian might have some resentment in his heart and had thought so. So there are two kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. He should have realized long ago that if his son fell in love with Sui Li, it meant that they were both a bastard and a mung bean, and his son was not a good person either. If your son is not capable, you can't blame others. Li Mingli called Li Xingjian. "Xingjian, look back carefully. This is also your home, because this house was allocated by Grandpa and given to them to live in. Grandpa bought you a house not to let you leave this home, but to tell you that you not only own this place, but also have a way out. If you have lived here for long, you will have a new home." What does it mean? Has this place also become Li Xingjian's? Sui Li was really going crazy and shouted angrily, "Dad, what on earth are you going to do?" This time, Li Mingli ignored her and waved to Li Xingjian to leave. After they left, Sui Li realized that Li Mingli was determined to treat Li Xingjian well. She felt wronged and sad, mainly because she felt sorry for the house, which should have belonged to her. She couldn't stop crying. "Husband, do you think Dad has lost his mind? He has sons and grandsons, but he is selling the house for a granddaughter. He is crazy. Go ask him for it. If he really doesn't give it to you, you should break off relations with him. Yes, break off relations. He loves you the most. He will definitely be afraid. Of course, you are his only son." "Shut up. Aren't you embarrassed enough?" Li Qian suddenly understood. "My father is very concerned about his reputation. He said before that the house was given to Li Xingjian, but he didn't say that this is also Li Xingjian's home. This is because some people are saying that their family framed Li Xingjian and abused Li Xingjian." The old man lost face. And all this was caused by Sui Li not wanting Li Xingjian to go to school and framing Li Xingjian. "You are just a jinx." Li Qian was really scared. The old man's eyes were so determined when he left. He was afraid that the old man would really not care about him in the future. Chapter 51. Her parents? Show me more evidence. Did he really think that the old man was afraid that he would break off relations with him? The old man has all the resources at his disposal, so what kind of filial sons and grandsons does he want? But he can't do that. How can he live a good life without his father? Li Qian became more and more anxious as he thought about it. He pushed Sui Li, who was leaning over, and said, "I have warned you many times to be nice to Li Xingjian and her. Do you understand? She is my biological daughter. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Feeling that Li Qian was really angry, Sui Li's eyes became flustered. But Li Qian hadn't been very angry before, right? Although Li Qian had not indicated that he could exclude Li Xingjian before, his various behaviors did not show opposition, and he even supported it. Wasn't it him who wanted to call the security department to arrest Li Xingjian? He himself didn't believe Li Xingjian, so now he was blaming her? But Sui Li didn't dare to question Li Qian about these words. She sobbed and cried very sadly. "Husband, I'm also doing this for our children so that we can live a better life. That house is worth 800,000 or 900,000 yuan. Do you think Dad will still have money?" Li Qian suddenly said, "I'm going to go talk to Li Xingjian." Li Qian put on his shoes and ran quickly to catch up with his father and daughter. Fortunately, the old man's driver parked his car far away, and when they were about to get in the car, Li Qian finally caught up with them. Li Mingli held the car door with his hand, squinted at him, with a warning look on his face. Li Qian didn't dare to mention the house anymore. He changed his arrogant attitude and told Li Xingjian very kindly, Go stay at Grandpa's for 2 days and come back. Don't be naughty. If you want to go home, go home. This is your home after all. I am your father." He came to show goodwill. Li Mingli didn't bother to pay attention to him and sat in the passenger seat. Seeing his father getting in the car, Li Qian grabbed Li Xingjian's shoulder and said, "Xingjian, you have to understand that without me, there would be no you. I'm always your father, and your mother, she is the same. It's just that you were not with us before, so your behavior may not be compatible with ours. So we had a misunderstanding. Next time you come back, we will treat you well. You should be filial to Grandpa and let him calm down. Let her please Li Mingli and say good things for him." Li Xingjian really wanted to laugh out loud. How could he forget that he was his father when he was hit by a car? When you threw him next to Guijing, why didn't you say he was your father? Seeing that the old man really hated them, he took on the role of a father. In his previous life, Li Xingjian had never thought that Li Qian was so disgusting. He thought he was a tool, but he didn't expect that he was the one who condoned everything. If it weren't for the fact that the old man only had this one son and hadn't given up on him, she would have told him to give up now. Li Xingjian smiled and nodded. "Okay, I will." Of course, she would try to please the old man. Having the old man's support was equivalent to owning the entire Li family. She didn't really want anything, and she just wouldn't give it to them. As for speaking well of him, I'll wait for the next life. Li Xingjian suddenly asked, "Are you really my biological parents?" Li Qian looked embarrassed and a little annoyed, and whispered, "Don't say such weird things. If I'm not your father, then who is your father? You and I look a lot like each other. Not necessarily. Really parents? Judging from their actions rather than their intentions, it is really not the case when we look at their behavior. Is it her parents? Then ask them to produce more evidence." Li Xingjian curled his lips and smiled at Li Qian. His smile was meaningful. Li Mingli really took Li Xingjian to the real estate center to register for the property. The staff asked Li Xingjian to take photos, and Li Xingjian felt a little dizzy. At that time, she just felt very happy in the house, but she really didn't expect that Li Mingli would really give her this house. The estimate was correct. This really should have been bought with all of Li Mingli's cash savings. Thinking of Li Mingli, who would shake his head in disgust whenever he saw him in his previous life, Li Xingjian felt very uncomfortable at this moment. She came back to make every one of them kneel down and cry in front of her, but she didn't expect that Li Mingli would be so open-hearted to her. "Grandpa." Li Xingjian did not take pictures. She whispered, "Grandpa, I think this house should be left to you. You saw and heard it when you were at home. Not only did you have me, but you also had Dad, Jinan Jinbei, and Li Chenxi. As the saying goes, it's not the lack of wealth that's worrying, but the inequality of wealth. If you give me the house, no matter how good you were to them before, they will think that they're not good enough for not getting this house, and they will hate you. Then all your kindness will be wiped out. I can live with you, and I can ride a bicycle to school. There's really no need to buy me a house." Li Xingjian continued, "I have heard such a story. The old man was a student of I Ching. He said that when his children made mistakes, no matter whose fault it was, they would first distinguish right from wrong, and then they would be beaten regardless of whether they were right or wrong. This is not to favor the child who made the mistake, because if you don't hit the one who didn't make the mistake, the child who made the mistake will hate the other one even more in the future. This house was given to me because I was afraid that my elder brother and younger brothers would hate me. I prefer our family to be united rather than a house." Li Mingli was very stingy with money. It was really all his savings, and he had lost it all. He had to start saving money again. He felt that he was a little impulsive before, but the words had been said, so he decided to just let it go. But deep down, I was unwilling and annoyed. He shouldn't have given all the money to Li Xingjian. But after hearing what Li Xingjian said, the regret and annoyance in his heart instantly disappeared. Just look at Sui Li's character, and you will know. She even wants to turn herself into a real estate center staff and stamp the approval of this house herself. It will definitely be the same for others. They will be eager to get the property certificate. But Li Xingjian is different. She said that she disliked the discord between siblings more than the house, and cared more about the relationship between relatives. He would also tell himself stories. "I have never seen those 3 children. This child values family ties, just like himself." Li Mingli touched Li Xingjian's little head lovingly and said, "It is Grandpa's job to appease them. You don't have to worry about it. Each of them has more than you. Grandpa owed you before, and now Grandpa will make it up to you." "Grandfather." Li Xingjian felt a lump in her throat. In 20 years, no one had ever said sorry to her. No one said they owed her anything. Grandpa was the first. Grandpa admitted his mistake. Although Li Xingjian still remembered the humiliation she had suffered in front of her grandfather in her previous life, at this moment, she was really grateful to the old man for resolving the little bit of resentment in her heart. Of course, she still had a lot of resentment left. After getting the property certificate, Li Mingli took Li Xingjian to see their new house. It was a bit expensive, but the environment was very nice. Chapter 52, he seems to be looking down on others. Li Xingjian really wanted to tell his grandfather that the most expensive house here was more than 300,000 yuan per square meter, and you would be even more grateful that the decision you made today was the right one. Hold it back. And he believes that his grandfather will have many apartments in the future. It should mean that a lot of suites need to be purchased. I bought it for her today, and I will definitely give Li Xingnan and Li Jinbei a house as well. Old ox, keep working hard. There is no common area in the house now. Li Xingjian went in and found out that it is 140 square meters and is a small duplex on the first and second floors. The decoration is not very luxurious, but it is brand new. There is also a sweet-scented osmanthus tree by the back window, and it is fragrant now. It's such a pleasant environment. It's a good thing Swaley didn't come. Otherwise, I would have been so angry that I would have vomited blood. Li Xingjian still felt a little dazed when she was in it. She thought that in this life, she would definitely be able to live in such a house with her own efforts, but she didn't expect that happiness would come so quickly. God knows how much she wanted to have her own nest in her previous life. But she had no education, no career, and no one loved her. Apart from the shelter given to her by Song Yanjun, she had no place to live. Now, she really has her own home. Mr. Li isn't going to go back, is he? So she had to stay a few more nights, at least to make back her investment. Otherwise, she would be asked to return the money by old Li. They had the door open when they heard some noise outside. Li Mingli looked back and said, "An acquaintance." He went out to say hello and came back to tell Li Xingjian, "The mother of Ms. Huang is one of my patients. Her family is a family of diplomats. When she was supporting rural construction, she met an educated youth from another place, and the two got married in the countryside. Later, when the educated youth returned, her family was rehabilitated and she was transferred back. Her husband was originally unable to come with her, but her family also made efforts to do so." When Li Mingli mentioned this, his expression was subtle and a little indignant. "Your Aunt Huang is good in everything, except that she got hurt when giving birth, and the child died after birth. The current child was adopted by the couple." Li Mingli added, "I just asked, that boy is from the same school as you, Xingjian. After all, he is a kid of unknown origin. I don't like him. He said so much, but I don't know if the child listened to him. The other party wants to buy the house opposite to make it convenient for his son to go to school. He was afraid that if he lived too close to her, his granddaughter would fall in love with that boy prematurely." Li Xingjian narrowed her eyes slightly, with a hint of coldness at the corner of her mouth. She understood. She just saw that she knew this child. He was Qiao Haining, the monitor of their class 5, grade 1. In her previous life, Qiao Haining liked Li Qinzi very much and had an affair with her, thus framing her and letting her classmates bully her, causing her to suffer from depression. According to his grandfather's description, Qiao Haining was adopted, but she clearly saw Ms. Huang just now. When Li Xingjian was with Song Yanjun took her to meet Ms. Huang. Song Yanjun hoped that Ms. Huang could help him promote overseas business. At that time, Ms. Huang was going through a divorce. Not only did her husband have a lover in the countryside in his early years, but the adopted son she raised was actually her husband's illegitimate child. Her own child did not die either. After birth, it was taken away and sold by her husband's family. At that time, she was looking for her biological daughter and was fighting a divorce case, so she was overwhelmed and the deal never went through. In other words, Qiao Haining is the biological son of Ms. Huang's husband, but Ms. Huang never knew it. Qiao Haining is an illegitimate child who hurt her so badly in her previous life. Now she has caught him in this life. She will not let Qiao Haining go so easily. Li Xingjian thought for a moment and whispered, "Master, I think that boy looks a lot like the man. Is he really adopted? Could he be the man's illegitimate child? Aunt Huang doesn't know yet." Li Mingli. He had never paid attention to such things. He looked back at the door opposite, thought about it carefully, and his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Actually, he doesn't seem to look very similar, but some of his actions are very similar. But he is my adoptive father after all, and we have been together for a long time. So I am imitating him, right? I can't. Li Xingjian said, "Grandpa, it's hard to say. Some men have ulterior motives." If you hadn't introduced Aunt Huang's family background, I wouldn't have thought too much about it. I'm just afraid that Aunt Huang gave birth to a daughter and couldn't have any more children. This man's family is still old-fashioned. He was afraid of having no descendants, so he stole his biological daughter and replaced her with an illegitimate child for adoption. Li Mingli said, I don't know what happened before. When he realized what was happening, he smiled and said, How can you be so complicated? Little kid, other people's family affairs have nothing to do with us. But from what you said, it seems like you don't like that boy very much. Li Xingjian nodded and said, As soon as you mentioned the background, I didn't like it. I suspected that he was an illegitimate child. That's great. Otherwise, he would find a way to ruin the other party's deal. Li Xingjian saw that Li Mingli didn't seem to care much about this matter, so he bit his lower lip and said, Grandpa, Aunt Huang is so powerful. I'll go say hello to Aunt Huang. Maybe I can use her in the future. Although Li Mingli appears to be upright, he likes to flatter officials when he sees them. He was very happy that his granddaughter was so keen on making friends with the rich and powerful, and said, Go ahead, go ahead. People need to venture out a little. Don't be afraid, just go and say hello. The opposite side seemed to have made a decision. When Li Xingjian went in, Huang Jingyao was negotiating the price with the sales lady. Li Xingjian walked over with his hands behind his back. Before he could say anything, Qiao Haining saw him. Qiao Haining frowned, his eyes scrutinizing. Who are you? How did you get in? He thought Li Xingjian was also here to look at the house, but he looked somewhat familiar. Li Xingjian put down his hand and pretended to be excited. Squad leader Qiao. Don't you know me? I'm your classmate. My name is Li Xingjian. You, why are you here? Didn't you drop out of school? Qiao Haining didn't know Li Qinzi at this time and did not have much hostility towards Li Xingjian for the time being. But he still looked at Li Xingjian with suspicion. Seeing that Li Xingjian was dressed simply and did not look like a child from a wealthy family, his attitude was not very good. He felt that Li Xingjian was following him or trying to get close to him. How did you know I was here? What do you want to do? Huang Jingyao and Xiao Mingxing heard their conversation and looked over. Huang Jingyao said softly, Ningning, who is this? Qiao Haining said, I don't know him. Maybe he is the cleaner's child. Otherwise, he couldn't understand why Li Xingjian appeared in such a high-end community. Huang Jingyao was wearing a light yellow dress with plum blossom patterns and carrying a light green leather bag from Donkey Brand. She looked very noble and curious at Li Xingjian. Little girl, what can I do for you? She appears to be both intelligent and easygoing. Li Xingjian said, I am a classmate of Qiao Haining. I said hello to him, but he seemed to be looking down on me. Chapter 53. Let's talk about it after we get to know each other better. Good words never last overnight. Qiao Haining looked at Li Xingjian in shock. Why is this female classmate so straightforward? It sounds nice to say that she is honest, but is she stupid? She actually said out loud that she didn't like him, and she went to his parents and scolded him. Is she crazy? His adoptive mother was a very low-key person, and she never allowed him to look down on others because of his status. What on earth is this damn girl doing? Mom, she hasn't been to school for 8 days. I really forgot about her. Li Xingjian laughed and said, If you forgot everything, how do you know that you haven't been to school for 8 days? Qiao, you seem to like lying a lot. Is it a habit? Why? Do you like lying yourself? Or is it inherited? The implication is that he didn't have good upbringing. Qiao Haining was shocked and angry. How could someone say such rude words to him with a smile? He didn't provoke her. Huang Jingyao could hear Li Xingjian's rudeness towards Qiao Haining and frowned slightly, but she did not lose her temper. She straightened the strap of her bag and said in a gentle and amiable voice, My classmate, is there any misunderstanding between you and Ningning? You don't seem to be very friendly to him. Li Xingjian said, Aunt Huang, come over and I'll tell you. Huang Jingyao was stunned. Do you know me? Li Xingjian hooked his hand. You will know when you come. Huang Jingyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who was this girl? Why was she so mysterious? She turned around to look at her husband, Qiao Mingsheng. Qiao Mingsheng was still talking to the sales lady. It was obvious that he was more concerned about the house that would be named after his child and was not paying attention to their situation. Huang Jingyao thought about it and walked towards Li Xingjian. Qiao Haining didn't know what Li Xingjian was doing. He looked at him with a frown, wanting to say something. Huang Jingyao turned around and said, If there is any misunderstanding, I will help you resolve it. It's better for classmates to talk it out. Qiao Haining had no reason to stop it, but he really couldn't understand what Li Xingjian could say to his adoptive mother. Li Xingjian unceremoniously took Huang Jingyao's hand and walked to the corridor and said straight to the point, Aunt Huang, your adopted son Xiao Haining is actually your husband's biological son, an illegitimate child. In order to get you to help raise your son, he stole your newborn daughter. His illegitimate son is rich and prosperous and enjoys higher education, but your child is still alive and I don't know where he is suffering. Let's talk about it after we get to know each other better. Impossible. She won't be able to keep her words until the next day. She doesn't care whether the other party believes it or not. It's up to the other party whether to believe it or not. She said it anyway. It feels so good. Huang Jingyao looked at the strange little girl's mouth moving in and out, and it was as if someone threw a firecracker in her head with a loud bang, and she lost consciousness for a moment. What are you talking about? Who are you? Huang Jingyao asked in a trembling voice after she reacted. How did she know she had given birth to a child who died? How did she know that Xiao Haining was an adopted son? What she said sounded like a fairy tale, but strangely enough, all of them matched up. Is this a coincidence? This matter was too serious for her. It was the first time she heard of it. No one had ever talked about it before. What was going on? Who is this child? Has anyone ever dropped so many bombs on their first meeting? This was the first time they met, and this child made her feel that there might be ghosts in this world. Li Xingjian smiled and said, You don't have to believe it. Then go check it yourself. It's best not to alert the enemy. After saying that, she waved her hand and pointed across. I am the granddaughter of Mr. Li Mingli. Don't tell anyone. Of course, there's nothing wrong with telling her. She just likes to add this sentence. Kill one person in every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. When the task is done, leave without a trace, hiding your achievements and fame. It's up to Ms. Huang to fight against counterfeiting. After Huang Jingyao came in, Xiao Haining saw that his adoptive mother was physically and mentally uneasy. He was very curious, but not panicked. After all, he and Li Xingjian had little intersection, and he didn't believe that Li Xingjian could say anything bad about him to his adoptive mother. Mom, what did she have to tell you? I really don't know her. She hasn't been to school since the beginning of the semester. Our teacher said she eloped with a man and didn't want to study anymore. Huang Jingyao frowned. Is that so? The girl's young face and eyes were wise and steady, as if there was a mature soul living in the young body. How could she not go to a key school and elope with someone? She said she was Li Mingli's granddaughter. Li Mingli had a granddaughter whom she had actually seen when she attended a wedding, but it was not this one. This behavior is a bit weird, very different, extremely different. Mom, what did she say? Xiao Haining really couldn't figure out what Li Xingjian could say. Huang Jingyao came back to her senses and said, She didn't say anything. She said you're pretty good, but a little arrogant. Let me tell you, don't look down on your classmates. Xiao Haining frowned. Did she really say that? Is this girl sick? You look down on others because you have the capital to look down on them. His biological father could give him everything he wanted, so why should he look down on those poor people? At this time, Xiao Mingsheng had agreed on the price and called Huang Jingyao. What are you two talking about? Pay the money so that you can apply for the property certificate later. Xiao Haining couldn't hide his excitement on his face and pulled Huang Jingyao's arm. Mom, pay the money quickly, and we will celebrate later. What are you celebrating? To celebrate his purchase of a house worth over 800,000 yuan? When Huang Jingyao looked up, she suddenly discovered that the smiles of her husband and adopted son were exactly the same. Actually, they don't look very similar. Her husband has a square face, while Xiao Haining has a smaller and more delicate face. Her husband has round eyes, while Xiao Haining has narrow eyes. But the charm of their every gesture is very similar. If it was because adopted children imitated their adoptive parents, why didn't this child look like me at all? Why did he only look like Xiao Mingsheng? Is what Li's granddaughter said true? Whether it was true or not, Huang Jingyao would think of the pain of losing her son. Yes, they said it was a son at that time, not a daughter. The little girl from the Li family said it was a daughter. In fact, she didn't see clearly what happened. At that time, her parents and family were all on business trips and not at home. It was just a coincidence that her mother-in-law and her family were busy around. They said that the child was dead, a son, and they didn't let her see it, for fear that she would be unable to live with the rest of her life after seeing it. There was no one around her, and she had a cesarean section, so she really didn't see the child they said was dead. So, was the child taken away and abandoned by Xiao Haining and his friends? She would never have thought about such a thing before. How could such a terrible thing happen in the world? But once the seed of doubt was planted, it grew wildly in her heart. She had uncontrollably begun to doubt everything about her husband and adopted son. Chapter 54. Seeing the True Face. Huang Jingyao knew that she should not doubt her husband and children, so she could wait for the investigation to continue. If the results proved that the girl was lying, she would apologize to her husband and children. If it's true, the 800,000 yuan was raised by selling the antique jewelry left to her by her mother, plus some things returned by the government. Otherwise, how could a family like theirs have 800,000 yuan? If there is, it is corruption. It's all my own private money. If you buy the house, it will become Qiao Haining's. What if Qiao Haining is really Qiao Mingxing's child? She raised someone else's child for 16 years and then gave all her savings to that person to buy a house. Wouldn't that make her a charity? How could she allow herself to be humiliated like this? It is not appropriate to put it under your own name. Huang Jingyao said, "Actually, my jewelry has not been exchanged for money yet. Since you're satisfied, just take a look at it first." Qiao Mingxing and Qiao Haining were both stunned. Qiao Mingxing was extremely anxious. He had finally found a way to legally transfer Huang Jingyao's property to himself and his son. Why did Huang Jingyao suddenly change her mind? Qiao Haining said the same thing. "Mom, you promised to buy me a house. If he doesn't buy it, what if his adoptive mother finds out the truth and doesn't give him anything? Was it in vain that I had been her son for so many years?" He wanted to get all the family property, get into college, and then reunite his mother and father to save his parents from the pain of missing each other while living apart. Huang Jingyao, please don't ruin his parents' chance of reuniting again. You will feel at ease only when you have the money in your own hands. Qiao Haining continued, "Mom, you can't go back on your word." The sales lady smiled awkwardly, but kept urging me. "Sister, there's a discount right now. You don't know that people say not to buy a house, but the housing prices are rising every day. The land here is precious. Don't think it's expensive now. It can go up by 500 the next day. If you sell it for 500 per square meter, how much will it cost? It's all sold out here, and you really can't buy such a good location anymore." Huang Jingyao has made up her mind. She would rather lose the money that has risen in value than to find out the child's background. She cannot just work like a slave for others all her life and make wedding dresses for others. "I don't have enough money right now, sorry. I'll come back to you in a couple of days if I need anything." After Huang Jingyao finished speaking, she adjusted her bag, took a deep breath, then turned and left. Qiao Haining looked at Qiao Mingxing anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. Qiao Mingxing suddenly shouted, "Huang Jingyao, what on earth are you making a fuss about? How can you just say you don't want to buy a house for your child?" Qiao Mingxing has been very good to Huang Jingyao over the years. Except for not handing over his salary, all other housework is taken care of by Qiao Mingxing. Qiao Mingxing has never spoken loudly to Huang Jingyao. Huang Jingyao was slightly stunned, turned around and said, "I'm not making trouble. I said that the money was not changed enough. Then take out a loan. They can pay it back anyway." Qiao Mingxing came to pull Huang Jingyao. They could take out a loan. "Come and sign." Huang Jingyao struggled. Let me go, let me go. "Why do you change your mind? My son and I came out happily to buy a house. We had agreed on it. Why do you change your mind? Sign it. Sign it for me now." "I said I won't buy a house now. I won't buy one." Huang Jingyao's hand was hurt by Qiao Mingxing's grip, and she shouted, "Let go, I said I won't buy one. I won't buy one in the future. I don't want to buy one." Bang! Qiao Mingxing watched as Huang Jingyao's hand tried to break free from his grasp, as if hundreds of thousands of dollars had been lost and all his life's work had been wasted. He raised his hand and slapped Huang Jingyao hard. The air at this moment seemed to be frozen as if cast by magic, and not even the sound of breathing could be heard in the room. The sales lady was terrified and gestured silently, but she didn't know how to stop the fight. Huang Jingyao looked at Qiao Mingxing in disbelief. She didn't cry, but her eyes were slightly narrowed. Qiao Mingxing realized what he had done and was terrified. He had endured it for 20 years, but now for some reason he couldn't help but not want to endure it anymore. He knew that Huang Jingyao only had so much money, and most of the elders in the Huang family had retired, resigned, or died, so they could no longer be of much help to them. As long as he could get more money, he would find a way to get Ying a decent job, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of Huang Jingyao anymore. If Huang Jingyao could bear it, she would continue to work for him like a slave. If she couldn't bear it anymore, she would leave the house and make the three of them a complete family. Yesterday, he dreamed of the family of three reuniting, and today he was waiting to pay the money to give the house to his son. Now Huang Jingyao suddenly changed her mind. More than 800,000 yuan is something he can't earn in his entire life. They're all his and his son's. The woman just needs to make a simple payment. Why is it so difficult? Xiao Mingsheng didn't want to apologize, but he softened his tone and said, "You forced me to do this. You don't keep your word. Aren't you playing a joke?" After all, Huang Jingyao had experienced many ups and downs, so she didn't act like the little girl who was meeting Xiao Mingsheng for the first time. She thought to herself that Xiao Mingsheng had never been so excited and had never hit her before, but now he was fighting for this house. What does it mean? This is my last bargaining chip, my last money. Apart from this money, Xiao Mingsheng no longer needs me. The granddaughter of the Li family was right. The granddaughter of the Li family did not lie to her. Huang Jingyao felt that she was unusually calm at this moment. She could not reveal any flaws. She had to leave here and look for evidence. If her child was still alive, she would still be waiting for her to come back. Huang Jingyao said nothing, covered her face, and walked away quickly. Xiao Haining was extremely disappointed, looking at his father like a deflated ball. "What should I do? Why did you hit her?" "Money. The sales lady is still here, and the money hasn't been paid yet." "How did you offend her?" Xiao Haining held back the words. He stamped his feet and asked, "What should I do?" Xiao Mingsheng pushed Xiao Haining and said, "She loves you the most. Go ask her for it." "Mom." Xiao Haining finally caught up with Huang Jingyao. He said in an aggrieved tone, "Mom, do you think I'm not your biological child, so you don't want to buy this house for me? But this house is very important for my schooling." Huang Jingyao stopped, covering her face, and looked at Xiao Haining seriously. It's still the same. Xiao Haining's facial features are not very similar to Xiao Mingsheng's, but the way they like to put the blame on others is really similar. He knew clearly that she had been wronged. If he was a child who really loved her, shouldn't he be concerned about his mother at this moment, instead of telling her that he was his adopted son and forcing her to pay money? After all, he still has to pay for it himself. This kid doesn't care about himself at all. When no one gave her any advice before, she just thought that she might not be able to make her child feel warm and that she was not doing well enough. Now that she was enlightened, Huang Jingyao realized clearly that Xiao Haining was an ungrateful person. No matter how much he did, he still felt it was not enough. Chapter 55. The three brothers and sisters are all stupid and neat. Huang Jingyao never schemed against her children, but at this moment, a golden light flashed in her mind, and she said in a frustrated tone, "I'm not saying I won't buy it. I explained to your father that it's because I haven't exchanged enough money. Loans have to pay interest. What can I do with this money?" But he didn't listen or believe it, and thought I didn't want to buy it. I don't know why he thought that. Ning, since your father thinks so, I think he must have his reasons. If he is so reasonable, let him lend you money to buy it. Anyway, he keeps his salary and doesn't hand it in. He has money. After Huang Jingyao finished speaking, she waved for a taxi and sped away. Xiao Haining was so angry that he blamed Xiao Mingsheng for losing his temper. When Li Xingjian and Li Mingli came out, they happened to meet the sales lady. Li Xingjian asked, "Has it been sold?" The sales lady glanced at Li Mingli and asked, "Have you finished buying?" "Yes, I bought it." Only then did the sales lady agree to pay attention to Li Xingjian and started complaining to him. We had already agreed on it and printed out the contract for them, but suddenly they decided not to buy it. This wasted a lot of my time. Li Xingjian breathed a sigh of relief temporarily, knowing that Huang Jingyao had listened to her words. Otherwise, if she had spent more than 800,000 yuan on a family of wolves, she could imagine how upset and hysterical Huang Jingyao would be after knowing the truth. So when she and Song Yanjun went to find Huang Jingyao's mental state was not very good. She didn't have much friendship with Huang Jingyao, but since Xiao Haining had offended her, she would not let Xiao Haining have an easy time. I hope Huang Jingyao can find out the truth as soon as possible and kick Xiao Haining out. Li Xingjian advised the sales lady. The house price is rising so fast. Maybe someone will buy it at a higher price tomorrow. Good things never come late. Why are you worrying? The sales lady puffed out her chest and handed Li Mingli a ticket, smiling sweetly and saying, "Grandpa, if you have friends who want to buy a house, remember to look for me." Li Mingli thought, "It's so expensive, who would buy it?" Out of politeness, I took the business card and looked at it. It was Wang Chi. He nodded, put it away, and left with his granddaughter. Li Mingli came out and put the business card into the trash can and explained to Li Xingjian, "You should stay at my place for the next 2 days. Come back when I have time to choose some furniture." Li Xingjian knew that she was young and her grandfather bought this house for her just to piss off Sui Li and the others. and he didn't necessarily want her to live there. When he was at home, he still hoped that she could work and study under his supervision. She will follow the instructions now. After getting on a bus, Li Mingli thought of Li Xingjian's weird teacher again. Your teacher is a bit annoying. She probably wants benefits. Don't give her. For this kind of person, if you give her 500 yuan, she knows that you can take out 1,000 yuan. If you give her money during the Chinese New Year, she will still find fault with you for not giving her money on Teacher's Day. You can't give her the money. I'll take you to school tomorrow and talk to your school leaders. This teacher is too much. Li Xingjian understood that his grandfather had been injured by Li. This was also within her expectations, and it could be said that it was arranged by him. What Li Mingli said is very right. If you give money to someone like Li, she may be a little nicer to you, but she is a bottomless pit. Only power can make her kneel down and lick, wag her tail, and beg for mercy. She deliberately left a vague message in order to make Li misunderstand Li Mingli's identity. If Li dislikes someone, she will speak to her in a very unpleasant way. Sure enough, she had already gone to Li Mingli to make a scene. That's good. Li Xingjian nodded. Thank you, Grandpa. I was just worrying about how to face her. Our teacher seems to be a bit snobbish. Li Mingli looked worried. How could such a person be a good teacher? But he has been working in a key high school for so many years and is even a class teacher. He must have some background. You can't be too blind to settle accounts with others. Li Mingli said, let me investigate her background first. No matter who it is, they can't bully you. I won't let anyone bully my descendants. The old man spoke with dignity and dominance. Li Xingjian still believed this. If Li Mingli had not been protecting his son, Li Qian would have been beaten 8 or 10 times. Li Xingjian and his friends returned to Li Mingli's residence. Aunt Lu helped to get slippers. When Li Xingjian was changing his shoes, Aunt Lu whispered, your teacher really called and asked if it was Chun Ping's home. Fortunately, I answered the phone and I said yes. She was very polite and didn't say anything after that. Li Xingjian nodded. You can't hide it forever. Knowing that your family is well off, Li will want to take advantage of it. Chun Ping can't hide it either, but he can always escape for a while. Maybe Chun Ping will be admitted to a key class and won't have to suffer this. After changing his shoes, Li Mingli said he wanted to go shopping with Aunt Lu. Xingjian was discharged from the hospital today, and we also bought a house, so we have to eat something good. Then he told the driver, go pick up Jinan and Jinbei, let them have their meal, and then go back to study. Everyone was busy with their own things. Li Xingjian took a shower and changed his clothes before coming out. Just then the gate opened and the driver came down with 2 teenagers. Li Xingjian recognized the tall man. It was Li Jinan. Following behind was Li Jinbei. It was the first time he met Li Jinbei after his rebirth. In his previous life, after this kid knew about his life experience, he thought that his parents were killed by Li Mingli. So he broke up with Li Mingli and made Li Mingli angry to death. Carrying the crime of angering his grandfather to death, the gloomy and somewhat aloof Li Jinbei could no longer stay in this family and this circle. He did not want any family property, gave up college, and went south to work. He has a good relationship with Li Qinxi and an average relationship with Li Xingjian, but whenever Li Xingjian has the conditions, he will still inquire about the whereabouts of his cousin. I heard that he was addicted to adventure and traveled to different uninhabited areas every day. Finally, Li Xingjian saw a silhouette in the social news. The photo was blurry and not very clear, and they hadn't seen each other for so many years. The media said that someone committed suicide on a mountain in Zhangjiajie, and it should be him. Li Xingjian felt that it was him. Anyway, the results were not very good. Later, Li Qinxi proudly told Li Xingjian in person that it was Li Qinxi who instigated Li Jinbei and exaggerated Li Jinbei's life experience, causing Li Jinbei and the old man to become enemies. The old man happened to be ill at the time and could have been saved, but Li Qinxi sent Li Jinbei to charge in a battle and quarrel with the old man, which made the old man, who had a bad heart and high blood pressure, angry to death. After being furious, Sui Li began to exclude Li Jinbei and forced him to run away from home. In fact, she just didn't want Li Jinbei to share the family property. The 3 siblings didn't have a very good relationship, but they had one thing in common. They were all stupid and were played around by that mother and daughter. They didn't live a good life for half of their lives, let alone their entire lives. They all had a bad ending. Chapter 56. Everyone gets along well. Li Jinbei is still childish now, with a round face and big bright eyes. He looks very much like Li Mingli, but he is much cuter than the serious Li Mingli. He also has a small dimple, and When he makes expressions, he looks like a cute little tiger. But once you get to know him, you'll find that he is very unruly. It's easy to imagine that Li gave him money to spend, but was not very close to him. She flattered him all day long, and he was young and didn't know the difference between right and wrong. So naturally, he grew up astray. Li Xingjian didn't intend to pay attention to him, because this guy looked down on her in his previous life. After she used the bathroom, this guy would ask her aunt to wipe it thoroughly before using it. Li Xingjian planned to stay away from him. But she didn't expect Li Junbei to raise his arm to block her as soon as he came in. I heard that Grandpa spent $800,000 to buy you a house. Do you deserve it? Li Xingjian thought about it, then raised his hand and grabbed his wrist. Let go. Do you think I know you well? He raised his eyebrows with a look of disgust. Li Xingjian smiled and said, Don't you want to know if I am worthy? Then follow me. Li Jinan frowned slightly and looked at them, but did not stop them and followed behind. Li Xingjian pulled Li Junbei into the kitchen, then took out a bowl, scooped out the leftover food that Aunt Lu had not had time to throw away, and placed it on the dining table. Li Junbei had a look of disgust on his face. What are you doing? That's garbage. It stinks. It's disgusting when it comes from the countryside. The hygiene is worrying. Yes, the weather is hot, and if you put too much water in the rice, it might go bad in the afternoon. Li Xingjian said, Of course it's for you to eat. Li Junbei was stunned. Are you crazy? Why would I eat garbage? This is not for human consumption. Oh, you think this is not for human consumption? People can't eat it. But I have eaten it more than once. Grandma can't bear to throw away the leftovers, so I often eat rotten rice in the summer. Li Junbei was stunned. Then he looked at Li Xingjian seriously. He saw that she had a calm expression, but a hint of coldness flashed in her delicate peach blossom eyes. He frowned slightly. You said? Li Xingjian suddenly raised his hand and poured the entire bowl of rice on Li Junbei's face. I was born by my father and raised by my mother. I am the same as you, a descendant of your grandfather. Why should I suffer in the countryside with Guijing? Why do you have the right to sit in the big house and enjoy the good life? Do you think I am worthy? Why am I not worthy? You should suffer so much from me first, and then you can tell me whether I am worthy or not. Li Xingjian had long wanted to take down Li Junbei. Although Li Jinan also looked down on him in his previous life, he was older than her after all, and sometimes he would look at him with sympathy, but he would not communicate with her. Li Junbei is different. He is an idiot and is Li Qinxi's vanguard. Whenever Li Qinxi provokes him, he will make fun of himself. He despised himself for being dirty and used sarcastic words everywhere. As long as someone was a little bit nice to him, he would say they were not worthy. Fuck you. The more Li Xingjian thought about it, the angrier he got. A fierce and unwilling expression appeared on his cold and beautiful face. Do you think 800,000 is a lot? Then do you know that malnutrition will delay my growth and development and affect my ability to study and make money? You know it will affect my lifespan? Do you know how much it costs to stay in the hospital? Do you know how much it costs to restore the loss of body organs? Do you know how much money someone would spend in pursuit of longevity? Do you know how much money it costs to make up for the psychological damage of an unhappy life? You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You are just an idiot. You still care about the 800,000. You are a child who grew up in a wealthy family, but you have no vision or tolerance at all. I don't deserve it. Why shouldn't I deserve it? I tell you, if you give me all the compensation, I will accept it as a matter of course, because you owe me this. Li Jinan stood at the door and wanted to say something, but finally shut up. Li Junbei was stunned. His nose was bleeding from being hit by Li Xingjian, and he forgot to wipe the rotten rice off his face. He touched his nostrils with one hand and looked at Li Xingjian in disbelief. At first he was filled with anger, but as Li Xingjian vented his anger seemed to turn into shock, thought, and a hint of guilt. After a while, he reacted and said, Who knows whether what you said is true or false? Li Xingjian sneered. Li Junbei's eyes flickered as he said, Well, even if it's true, your parents sent you away. What does it have to do with me? Why are you angry with me? Li Xingjian said loudly, Since it has nothing to do with you, stop farting in front of me from now on. It's not yet your turn to lead the charge in this family. After saying that, she looked at Li Jinan at the door and said, Brother, you two can talk it out easily. I value family ties more. It's just a house. We are all family. Grandpa paid for it. If you want it, I will give it to you when the time comes. But you can't snatch it away or think that I don't deserve it, because I know that I can afford everything. She turned to leave, then thought of something and looked back at Li Junbei. Li Junbei looked flustered. I didn't mean to do that. Who wants your house? I have so many houses. Who wants yours? Why are you so fierce? Li Xingjian knew that what Li Zhenbei said was true. He was aloof and did not attach much importance to money and property. That was why he did not want anything in his previous life and turn around to atone for his sins. But it is precisely because of this kind of nobleness that the money is given to others in a cheap way. Li Xingjian pointed 2 fingers at him and said, "It's yours. Fight for it yourself. That's what you should do. Second, clean up the kitchen and don't cause trouble for Aunt Lu." After saying that, he turned around and left with a dark face. After she left, Li Zhenbei looked at Li Xingnan blankly. He suddenly wanted to say a few words to this cousin with whom he had an ordinary relationship. Why is she so irritable? Isn't she said to be from the countryside, timid, ignorant, and well-behaved? After being reminded by him, Li Xingnan realized that his sister was really well-behaved when their grandfather was around. Sometimes he is quite well-behaved when he is alone with himself. But as long as Grandpa is not around, she seems to turn into a tiger that looks honest on the outside, but may pin you down at any time, baring its sharp teeth and biting your neck. She was pretending. She was just being obedient for her grandfather to see. This girl has 2 faces. Li Zanan's Milatal Blesli. How could he have such a terrible sister? Strangely, he quite liked her. Wipe your nose first, Li Xingnan said. You think you should bully people from the countryside? I think you deserve to be scolded and beaten. Clean up the kitchen, or you might get beaten later. Li Mingli came back from shopping and saw his 3 children sitting on the sofa, very well behaved. Xingjian was watching the international channel. Zhennan was flipping through an academic journal, and Zhenbei was absent-minded, glancing at Xingjian from time to time. The 3 children don't communicate much, but they are very harmonious and well-behaved. He felt comforted in his heart. He had thought that the 2 of them would exclude Xingjian, but he didn't expect that he didn't have to worry about it at all. They got along very well, just like brothers and sisters. Chapter 57. Sui Li is causing trouble again. Li Mingli feels that his life is very tiring. He had lost 2 outstanding sons. One was not doing well, and he had a whole family to support. Seeing Li Qian was in a hopeless situation, he was really exhausted. Otherwise, he would not have bought a house for Li Xingjian. The main reason was that he couldn't stand Sui Li and Li Qian. At that time, he wanted to spend all the money to see how the couple would get angry. As he expected, both of them said they would not support him, revealing their true colors. If Li Xingjian hadn't been there to comfort him, he would have really been discouraged and didn't want to do anything. But when he saw such outstanding grandchildren, all his dejection disappeared. He felt full of energy, and he felt that he could work for another 10 years so that these children could grow up well. No, 20 years. He also wants to see his grandchildren get married and have children, and have great-grandchildren around him. Maybe he can even help take care of his grandchildren by then. Li Mingli sat next to Li Xingjian, looked at Li Xingnan and Li Zhenbei, and said, Xingjian is back. You all know him. Have you met him? Zhenbei, what's wrong with your nose? After Li Mingli saw his grandson's nose clearly, heartache welled up in his eyes. This grandson looked most like him, more than any of his children, so his feelings for his grandson were even deeper. This was a subtle emotion based on blood relationship. It's hard to say. As he was worried, his face darkened. Did you fight with someone? Li Zhenbei knew that his grandfather didn't like his personality, so he was very angry when he met the old man's cold gaze. He didn't even ask clearly, but he was so arbitrary. If it were in the past, he would just admit that he had a fight. What would happen? Beat him to death? But this time, he didn't know why. He thought his grandfather might not want him to get hurt. That's why he asked this? It was strange that he didn't feel so disgusted and rebellious today. I even felt that it was not easy for Grandpa to sit with everyone, and he shouldn't ruin the atmosphere. Li Zhenbei glanced at the calm Li Xingjian, gritted his teeth, and said, I went to pick up the bowl and accidentally bumped into the corner of the table. It was a bump. When he heard that it was not a fight, Li Mingli felt so distressed that his nose twitched. How could you get hurt when you're such a grown man? Have you treated the wound? Come on, I'll go and treat it for you. Li Zhenbei felt that in his memory, his grandfather's attitude had never been so good. He is always like a mountain, giving you support, but also cold. Today, he actually said he would help me treat my wounds. Actually, the skin is not broken. He was not used to being close to his grandfather. Li Mingli said, even if the skin is not broken, it can kill bacteria and heal quickly. The 2 men stood up one after another. Li Zhennan was a little dazed. It was a miracle that his grandfather and his younger brother could live in peace. Because of the younger brother's rebellious personality, The two of them would quarrel almost every time they met. Now that grandfather didn't beat him, he had to give the younger brother medicine? How strange. Aunt Lou quickly prepared 4 dishes. The quantities were small, but each dish was very affordable. There was a pot of hairy crabs, a dish of stir-fried pork belly with chili peppers, a cold dish of braised beef and soy sauce, and a dish of stir-fried mung bean sprouts. Li Mingli looked at the food and said, "We are in a hurry today. Let's make more on the weekend. The crabs are very fresh. It's the best time to eat crabs. They're delicious. Let's eat them quickly." Apparently everyone liked eating crabs, and the 3 of them started eating together without making a sound. Li Mingli ate bean sprouts the most. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, he said slowly, "Zhennan Jinbei, there's something I want to tell you. Xingjian suffered a lot before. To compensate her, I bought her a house. This house is quite expensive. Do you have any objections to this? Do you think I'm being unfair? Today I allow you to speak out." He seemed to have thought about the last sentence for a long time and said softly, not as serious as before. Li Xingjian broke the crab roe and said with a smile, "Grandpa, I've heard a saying that a good man doesn't eat the meal of a divided family, and a good woman doesn't wear the dress she wore when she got married. The money is earned by you. You can give it to whoever you want, and I think it's a good idea to give the house to Xingjian. Second uncle and second aunt didn't treat her very well. When I was around, they accused her of stealing things. I saw with my own eyes that it was clearly second aunt and Chincy who hid the gold watch. They also called the security department to come. Their behavior disgusts me." Li Xingjian was surprised that Li Zhennan, who was so cold-hearted, actually spoke well of him and sued Sui Li and Li Chenxi. Although Grandpa already knew it, Li Zhennan didn't know that Grandpa knew it. By saying this, you're doing yourself a favor, right? Sure enough, he only recognized the cake. Although Li Mingli already knew about the evil deeds of Sui Li and Li Chenxi, he felt even more disgusted when he heard his grandson say it. He didn't express it, but nodded slightly. "Looks good." Before, his grandson was not very talkative and would not answer anything no matter what he was asked. He seldom communicated with his grandson. He did not expect that his grandson was so ambitious. This is what he calls his own grandson, worthy of being the eldest son's child. Li Jinbei was shocked by Li Zhennan's description. He paused and looked at Li Zhennan. "Are you telling the truth?" asked Li Xingjian. "Did they really treat you like this?" Li Xingjian wanted to roll his eyes secretly. "Idiot." Li Zhennan said, "I don't know whether it's true or not. Anyway, this is what I saw." There was a hint of anger in Li Jinbei's round eyes. He was thinking that Li Chenxi said something different from what he said. Li Chenxi said that Li Xingjian not only stole his father's watch, but also replaced it with a fake one. They also said that Li Xingjian was very barbaric and uneducated, beating his father and scolding his mother and bullying others. She also said that Li Xingjian was a hostess in the countryside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a big opinion of his sister. Their family is considered a scholarly family. How could someone be so shameless? But judging from Grandpa and eldest brother's attitude towards Li Xingjian, it is obvious that this matter is not true. Could it be that Li Chenxi has been lying to herself? I saw that Grandpa was still looking at me. Li Zhenbei said indifferently, "Give it to her. I'm not short of money. It's just a house. What's there to fight about?" Li Mingli felt very relieved. When did his children become so obedient? How can he be so obedient? He smiled and said, "As long as Grandpa is still breathing, I will not treat you unfairly. These 2 children are orphans of his 2 sons. How could he give less? If he could earn the money, he would divide it among the 2. If he could not earn the money, all the things currently under his name would be divided among the 2 children and no longer given to Li Xingjian." After dinner, Li Xingjian was preparing things for school tomorrow. Li Zhennan knocked on the door at this time. "Second aunt has contacted your teacher and wants to expel you and let Li Chenxi replace you. They won't let Grandpa send you off, so be careful." Chapter 58, What's there to take care of? I'm not disabled. Li Xingjian turned around, looking a little confused. Li Zhennan was afraid that he hadn't explained it clearly, so he whispered, "Although Grandpa is good to you, sometimes he has to worry about his reputation, so you shouldn't let things get out of hand. Otherwise, he will just be angry, and there's nothing you can do about it. I went there once on the weekend, and it happened that second aunt was talking to Li Chenxi about your teacher. It turns out that your teacher is Li, whom we hate the most. You really have to be careful then. Li has a good academic background, and her teaching quality is also acceptable. In addition, she is the mistress of Vice President Zhang, so all honorary titles in the school belong to her, and her position is very stable. But not only does this woman favor boys over girls, she also likes to ask for bribes, which makes things difficult for poor students. He is also famous in school. One of Li's classmates lost her admission ticket the day before the college entrance examination and asked her to reissue it. She said that if someone lost their admission ticket, it would be useless to not take the exam, and they would not pass the exam anyway. So she just kept delaying and not issuing it for them. Finally, the head of the grade issued a new admission ticket for the female student, but it was too late, and the female student finally jumped into the river. She was the one who forced everyone to talk about it in private. So this teacher is hateful, and many students hate her. Everyone had been discussing privately before, saying which female student in this class would be so unlucky to have this teacher. But there's nothing we can do, parents and school leaders like her. Li Xingjian also learned from the conversation between Sui Li and Li Xingjian that Li Xingjian's homeroom teacher was Li Li. Li Xingjian said, "If Grandpa can't go at that time, I will accompany you to cancel your leave." Li Xingjian smiled and said, "She doesn't like me. What if she decides that you're not my brother, but that I am in a premature love relationship? There will be more scandals, right?" Li Xingjian. He frowned. "Then I'll go talk to Grandpa and ask him to help you cancel your leave." Li Xingjian disagreed in his heart. Li Xingjian had not been able to go to school, and Sui Li could not come up with so much money at once. Li Xingjian was pressing hard, so what else could he expect if Sui Li didn't plot against him? Since it was Sui Li's plan, she couldn't hide from it and could only face it. Li Xingjian said to Li Xingjian, "Thank you, brother. I believe in Grandpa. I will not be without education in the end, right? It's okay. Otherwise, what can I do? Grandpa can't be at home every day." Li Xingjian's face darkened. What was going on with his uncle and aunt? I am their nephew, and it doesn't matter if they're a little indifferent to me, but Xingjian is their biological child. They dislike Xingjian because he grew up in the countryside and had different living habits from them. She disliked the wildness in Xingjian's body because she didn't look like a good girl from the city. But we also have to ask who sent the person away. Isn't it their responsibility that Xingjian has become what he is today? Especially the second aunt. She is simply not a human being. Li Xingjian wondered if Xingjian's life would be better if his second uncle and second aunt divorced. Li Xingjian was going to evening self-study, and Li Zhenbei also wanted to go, so Li Xingjian sent them to the door. Li Zhenbei suddenly pulled her forward. After they got off the stairs, Li Zhenbei glanced into the house and asked in a low voice, "When you and Grandma were in the countryside, did you really eat leftovers every day?" The corners of Li Xingjian's mouth twitched. So he didn't complain because he listened to him? Li Xingjian said, "What's the big deal about eating leftovers? Just ask your classmates in the countryside and you'll know. At least they have their parents with them, but I don't. Ask them what kind of life they live. If you think about how hard it is, that's how my life is." Li Zhenbei was about to say something but stopped himself and suddenly stuffed something into Li Xingjian's hand. Li Xingjian looked down and saw the 20 yuan bill that was still hot. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Li Zhenbei's face was red. He had already opened the car door and kept waving his hands to drive her away. Go. Don't delay us from going to school." Li Xingjian thought, "You don't think I'll pay you back in a tearful manner, do you? Don't even mention 22 million is what you owe me." We had guests at home in the evening. She is Ji Yanli's aunt. And Ji Yanli's old father has something growing in his prostate, and he wants to ask Li Mingli to perform the surgery. Sui Li and Li Xingjian brought them here, and Ji Yanli also came along. Aunt Ji Yanli discusses the illness with Li Mingli. Sui Li called Li Xingjian enthusiastically. "Jian, let me introduce you. This is your brother from the Ji family. He came from the same place as you and is also in the same school. You two should keep in touch so that you can take care of each other in the future." Her enthusiasm is really like the spring breeze in February, and her smile is sweeter than the navel oranges in southern Jiangxi. Li Xingjian admired him in his heart, as they had just had a falling out. This person can immediately let bygones be bygones and act as if nothing had happened. Li Xingjian looked up and saw Ji Yanli winking at him with a very familiar and expectant look. She said calmly, "He is a sophomore and I am a freshman. He is a boy and I am a girl. What is there to take care of? I'm not disabled. Sweetie, what on earth does this little bitch want?" She had already put aside the past grudges and spoken to her in a humble manner, but she actually gave her the cold shoulder. Of course, Sui Li had her reasons for introducing Ji Yanli to Li Xingjian. She could see that Ji Yanli liked Li Xingjian, but the old man liked Ji Yanli, who was brought back from the countryside very much, and hoped that the Li family and the Ji family would marry. The old man doesn't like his daughter, so the candidate should be Li Xingjian. Li hopes that Li Xingjian will fall in love with Ji Yanli, and the old man will not stop her, but will be happy to see it happen. By then, Ji Yanli will listen to Li Qinci, and then let Li Qinci tell Ji Yanli to dump Li Xingjian. The best thing would be to get Li Xingjian pregnant, so that she would be disgraced and unable to get married. The old man was completely disappointed. Ji Yanli was polite and well-mannered, and a handsome man. Li didn't believe that Li Xingjian would look down on him. Moreover, she had inquired and found out that Ji Yanli and Li Xingjian were childhood sweethearts and neighbors. Li Xingjian had long seen through Li's cunning intentions. Li just wanted her to fall in love with Ji Yanli, and then be abandoned and hit by Ji Yanli. It was the same in her previous life. In her previous life, Li encouraged her to get in touch with Ji Yanli, and Ji Yanli really behaved differently from others and did not attack her, humiliate her, or ridicule her. Instead, encourage her and keep telling her that she is not wrong and that it is someone else's fault. He said he thought she was the purest and cleanest and that she was his lily. Let her gradually fall into his affectionate care. What happened in the end? Finally, Ji Yanli said at the wedding, in front of all the relatives and friends, that he could not accept her body. It's the body. Isn't this a naked humiliation? Not only did she lose all face and become a laughing stock, but her scar, which had never healed, was once again exposed and covered in blood. There is little water in the city, and that time when she went to the reservoir outside Beijing, she was really dying. It was Song Yanjun who was fishing who saw her and saved her. Song Yanjun said nonchalantly, "It's just a small matter that delayed my fishing. Catch 10 fish and compensate me." From then on, she started another bad relationship. Of course, Song Yanjun is different from Ji Yanli. Although Song Yanjun does not marry her, he has never thought of marrying anyone else. It never stimulated her. His character is still much better than Ji Yanli's. Chapter 59. You said I was petty, so don't be angry when I hit you. Hearing her say this, Ji Yanli felt a little embarrassed and frowned slightly. Li Xingjian said, "It's nothing, Li interrupted her. Ajian Xiaoli doesn't come here often. Take him out for a walk." Li Xingjian looked at Li Qinci, who was biting her lip and looking aggrieved, and found it very funny. Li Qinci didn't like Ji Yanli at all, but if Ji Yanli interacted with her, this bastard's face would be as red as if someone was gathering for emergency meetings. Let Li Qinci take him there. I think they can get along better. It's not like Li Qinci can go anywhere he wants without finding it. Li Xingjian turned to leave, and Ji Yanli suddenly said, "Aunt Sui, Xingjian and I have known each other since we were young. We grew up together. Xingjian, let's go out and buy some ice cream. It's my treat." Li Qinci came over and held Li Xingjian's hand. "Come on, sister. Let's go together. You don't have to be so withdrawn." Since there were outsiders present, Li Xingjian thought about it and decided not to get angry. Followed the two people out. When they got outside, Li Qinci and Ji Yanli walked forward. Li Xingjian stopped. Ji Yanli turned around and frowned slightly. "Ajian, what's wrong with you? You seem to be avoiding me." After thinking for a while, he said, "Don't worry, I won't ask you for money." Li Xingjian. "So what are you doing now?" Li Qinci finally got the point and asked, "What money?" "My sister owes you money." Only then did Ji Yanli realize that he had said the wrong thing. But he had already said it, so he told Li Qinci. Li Qinci calculated the date. Wasn't it the day she was going to the town to make fun of Li Xingjian? She found a hotel to wait in, but she didn't expect the police to come in. She asked how the police could find the person so accurately, and it turned out that Ji Yanli had let the secret slip. Li Xingjian had already plotted against her before he returned home. "This little bastard, I will kick her out of the house sooner or later and let her become a stray dog." Li Qinci concealed the hatred in her eyes and covered her red lips with her delicate hands, looking shocked. "Sister, haven't you been suffering all the time? You borrowed so much money and you still say you were suffering? Where did your money go?" Li Xingjian asked, "Did I borrow money?" He looked at Ji Yanli and said, "Didn't my grandma ask you to borrow it? How can you put my grandma's debt on me? Otherwise, you can go ask my grandpa for it." Season banquet. Does Li Xingjian mean that he doesn't want to pay back the money? 1,200 yuan is a lot of money. This was the New Year's money given to him by his relatives after he returned home, which he saved bit by bit. Li Xingjian saw Ji Yanli's worry and couldn't help laughing in his heart. After all, they are young and still attach great importance to money. But she said at the time that it was Guijing who borrowed the money, not her. The one who owes the debt is the boss, and she will not pay it back. Li Xingjian smiled and said, Second brother G, don't worry. Isn't my grandfather here? Just go ask him for it when the time comes. Li Xingjian was puzzled. Brother Yanli, who borrowed the money from you? Ji Yanli wanted to say that he should be able to get back the money that Grandma Gua borrowed, but Li Xingjian obviously didn't want to admit it. He clenched his fists and said, "It's okay, it's just a small amount of money. I'm not in a hurry to spend it." TSK, TSK, TSK. If you are not in a hurry, why do you keep talking about borrowing money? Ji Yanli changed the subject and asked Li Xingjian to buy ice cream. Li Xingjian asked with a smile, "Can't you two buy this ice cream? Why do you have to ask me to go? Can't you see that I can't stand you two? I'm fed up with you, but you still have to provoke me. What, can't you two live without me? You must make me a part of your game." Although Li Xingjian didn't understand what Li Xingjian said, she felt guilty and asked awkwardly, "Sister, what are you talking about?" Ji Yanli also said, "Xingjian, what happened to you? I think you have changed a lot." They were really close before, and Li Xingjian depended on a lot. Although after he returned home, he felt that Li Xingjian was quite annoying, having never seen the world and was like a bug attached to him. But the current Li Xingjian made him feel out of control, and Li Xingjian's cold attitude toward her made him feel very disappointed. Li Xingjian asked, "You two really don't understand?" She looked at Ji Yanli and said, "Then I'll make it clear to you. What did we talk about last time? Li Xingjian organized prostitution and wanted to harm me. We met in the town that day. She came to see me laugh. You were with her the whole time." "I didn't." Li Xingjian interrupted Li Xingjian and said, "Sister, how can you slander me like this?" Li Xingjian looked at Li Xingjian with a sarcastic look in his eyes. "You don't have to be so anxious, just talk slowly. You're even more ridiculous. Because of me, you were sent to a juvenile detention center, and now you can't even go to school. You don't hate me at all, and you can still talk and laugh with me? Do you think I'm a fool? I know how much you hate me in your heart. I won't go with you. I'm afraid of being ridiculed by you, afraid that you will suddenly jump up and stab me with a knife." Li Xingjian. She didn't want to just stab her to death, but she won't do that. "Sister, how can you slander me like this? We are a family. Isn't it all just a misunderstanding? Once it's resolved, it's over. Can't I just ignore it?" Ji Yanli said, "Yes, Cece didn't care. Xingjian, aren't you a little too stingy?" Then, Li Xingjian pointed at Ji Yanli and said, "Do you see the problem?" Ji Yanli was confused. "What's the problem?" Li Xingjian raised his hand and slapped him. Ji Yanli was furious. "Are you sick?" This was the second time she raised her hand and hit him, catching him off guard and unprepared. "Li Xingjian, are you crazy?" Ji Yanli said angrily. "Auntie said that you are a loner and no one wants to play with you. I came here with good intentions to take you out to play. Don't be ungrateful." Li Xingjian smiled. "Are you angry? You want to fight back, right? Don't deny it. You definitely want to fight back." She spread her hands and said, "See, this is why your words are weird. She framed me. Not to mention going to juvenile detention. Even jail time is not too much. It's all what she deserves. She has no right to hate me. But now you think I am the one who is fussy and she is forgiving and kind. This is really strange. The sinner must kneel before the victim. You said I was petty. I just slapped you and you screamed and glared. Tomorrow I will find a man to rape you and then expose your ugly behavior to the public. I don't believe you don't want to kill someone. You can't even do it yourself, but you always ask me to be the Virgin Mary. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" After Li Xingjian finished speaking, he spat on Ji Yan's shoes and said, "She is so bad that there is nothing to say. You are just following her advice. You think you're a balanced spirit. You have no brains at all, and you are playing the game of balance." Chapter 60, Complete Breakup. Li Xingjian was not hysterical when he spoke. On the contrary, she had a half-smile on her face and a look of contempt, so she seemed very ironic. This made Ji Yanli even more unbearable. Roaring may be due to care, but sarcasm can only be due to disgust. He didn't understand why Li Xingjian hated him. It is clear that they had a very good relationship when they were young. When Grandma didn't let her eat, he would bring her rice balls. She looked at him with sparkling eyes like a kitten and said he was the best person in the world. Why did it change? Because she also returned to her own magnificent home. She felt that he was not worthy of her. She started to be aloof. Their Ji family is also a well-known family, right? Li Xingjian turned to leave, but Ji Yanli stopped her and said, "We should have a good talk. You don't want to go to Grandpa Li. You don't want Grandpa Li to think you are rude, do you?" Li Xingjian thought to himself, isn't it because he hasn't been scolded enough? He even brought up his grandfather. Li Xingjian turned around and said, "Okay, what's so difficult about this? It's just a waste of time, and I still have that time. After saying that, he looked at Li Xingjian and said, then I'll borrow it from your brother Yanli for a while. You don't mind, do you? I can't help it even if you mind. He insisted on talking to me, and I don't want to take you with me. Li Xingjian, whose face turned red with anger. Li Xingjian raised his eyebrows and smiled. In her previous life, if she really needed someone, Li Xingjian would call Ji Yanli away. She always liked to say this. She made it clear that she minded, and Li Xingjian would go home to complain that she was bullying her. Ji Yanli would also come to persuade her, saying that he only regarded Li Xingjian as his younger sister. Isn't this just green tea? She didn't understand before why some people like to be a green tea so much. Now I understand. It feels so good to make Li Xingjian jump up and down. Li Xingjian took Ji Yanli to the lotus pond in the staff quarters. There was a wishing well inside. Li Xingjian took out a 1-cent coin from his pocket and threw it directly into the well. Ji Yanli followed suit and threw 2 coins. He said, I have a wish for you. I hope you will not be hungry in the future and will be safe and happy. He has a gentle appearance, doesn't seem to have an awkward period, and his tone is affectionate, like the high-quality male protagonist in a magazine. Li Xingjian looked at him in surprise. Why do you want to hurt me like this? Season banquet ceremony. Don't you think the gods don't know about your behavior? Which passing god will help you fulfill your wish? You actually dare to make a wish for me. You just want me to starve. Right? How vicious. Season banquet. Aegean. Li Xingjian raised his hand and said, just take care of yourself. Don't worry about whether I have enough to eat. Without your harassment, I will definitely have enough to eat. With the country developing rapidly in the future, how can we not have enough to eat? This bastard is just insulting people. Li Xingjian added, I know you want to talk to me about something. It's nothing more than that Li Xingjian can't go to school, and you want me to give her the student status so that she can go to school. What about me? Yanli Bluchet. He didn't expect Li Xingjian to be so smart and know it right away. He wanted to deny it, but when he thought about Li Xingjian not being able to go to school, he felt distressed and anxious. He wanted to get closer to Li Xingjian, but found that Li Xingjian took a step back. Ji Yanli felt very powerless. He lowered his hand and said, but you study well, you can take the exam again next year, and you can pass the exam no matter when you take it. You can get into university, even if you go to another school. Xingjian is different. She's not as hardworking as you. If she can't get into a key high school, I'm afraid she won't be able to go to university in the future. You are her biological sister after all. I won't talk about what happened before. Isn't it all in the past? I heard that Grandpa Li bought you a very expensive house. What else are you dissatisfied with? Between sisters, it's okay to just help each other out. Outsiders may also help with this. Li Xingjian rolled his eyes. Whatever she said to him before, her feelings were all turned a deaf ear to him. Li Xingjian smiled. It's not impossible, but the house was bought for me by my grandfather, and your words are as if you bought it for me. So, you can also buy me a house, and it doesn't cost $800,000. I'll give you a 50% discount, and $400,000 will be enough. After you buy it, I can not only give her her student status, but I can also help her cheat in exams. How about that? It's a good deal, right? Pay the money. How can I have $400,000? Yanli frowned. Li Xingjian laughed. Oh my god, you don't have any? Then why are you talking so arrogantly? I thought you had $1 million or $800,000 in your pocket. Otherwise, how could you dare to be a mediator? I don't even have any money. So what right do you have to negotiate with me? Why do you want me to give up my student status to help others? Ji Yanli, are you not clear-headed? That's a degree that can change your destiny. What you want me to exchange is my life. How can you say it so lightly and think it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter if I study well. So why should I help her? Your sister-in-law hasn't remarried and is still a widow. So why don't you give her to your father? Season banquet. You. How can you be so vulgar? It's not vulgar. Don't you understand? Li Xingjian suppressed his anger and sneered. You think I'm vulgar because you know everything. You just think it's okay to sacrifice me because you think I'm easy to bully. Aegean, don't be like this. You make me feel powerless. I want to talk to you nicely. Ji Yanli looked ashamed, but still struggled to explain. Did I hit you or scold you? That's not the case. Ji Yanli thought for a moment and said, I see. You're not happy with my close relationship with Xingjian, right? But she is your sister, and you are her elder sister. Actually, I'm just helping you take care of her. As long as you promise to give her your student status, I can stop associating with her. Li Xingjian looked extremely disgusted. Ji Yanli couldn't continue speaking. He said with a dark face, Ah Jian, no matter what, I took care of you when we were young, didn't I? People say that a meal should be repaid with a spring, and I never asked you for anything. So, you want to repay a favor? Li Xingjian asked very impolitely. Ji Yanli felt that it was very difficult to communicate with Li Xingjian, and that negotiating with him was simply not working. He sighed and said, "You forced me to say this. I didn't mean to blackmail you into repaying me, but I do think you are a little inhumane. If you don't help Chinsi, give me my food back." Chapter 61, She is so awesome. Li Xingjian felt nothing in his heart, and even felt like laughing. She rummaged through her pockets, searching all 4 of them, but couldn't find what she wanted, so she took out a few new $10 bills from her underwear. She folded them together and counted them, adding the 20 that Li Zhenbei gave her. "I just collected 200 yuan. She stuffed it into Ji Yanli's hand and said, "I ate a lot of rice balls from your adoptive parents. I will pay them back in the future. This money is to repay your kindness. If it is calculated in terms of money, 200 yuan is more than enough. Of course, I'm a well-educated person. I know that feelings cannot be measured in this way. So you helped me with a difficult period in my life. When I owe you a favor, I will help you once if you encounter problems in your career in the future. Or even from now on. Ji Yanli, I am very happy that you said that I am grateful for your meal today. From now on, I will not owe you anything." In fact, Li Xingjian no longer owed him anything, but the events of his previous life had not happened yet, so Ji Yanli didn't know about it. This is somewhat unfair to the seasonal banquet ceremony, so just think of it as her owing you a favor. Li Xingjian pointed at Ji Yanli and nodded, his eyes sharpening. "Ji Yanli, remember, I, Li Xingjian, am a well-mannered person, so I said I owe you a favor. But the more well-mannered a person is, the more he will repay kindness and revenge. I know exactly what you and Li Chinsi want to do. Don't bother me in the future, or I will beat you up every time I see you." The seasonal banquet ceremony is about to catch up. Li Xingjian raised his hand and slapped him. It wasn't very severe. There was a huge difference in strength between men and women, so it might not hurt when he was hit. But what was being hit was dignity, so the pain was secondary. She said that she would beat me every time I saw me, but this would not start from tomorrow, but now. This time, Ji Yanli finally stopped pestering him. Li Xingjian walked back home. At the corner door, Li Chinsi was holding a bag of ice cream and looking at her with a smile. "Sister, you came back by yourself? I don't know what Brother Yanli said to you in such a mysterious way. Is it what you want to hear, sister? If it's not what you want to hear, sometimes there's actually no point in having people around, right? It can even make you angry." She was taking revenge on Li Xingjian for the things he had just boasted about to her. Li Chinsi felt very angry when she saw Li Xingjian's cold and arrogant face. Even if Ji Yanli said he wanted to be alone with her, what would happen? What you're talking about is actually your own business. Ji Yanli still cares about himself. She didn't know what Li Xingjian was so proud of. Li Xingjian smiled and said, "You are wrong. What he said is what I like to hear. She said that you are a bad student and you are not diligent. You will not be able to get into university without help. Haha, look, he's not stupid. He knows you're a loser." Li Xingjian lowered his head, took out a bitter coffee ice cream, opened it, and took a sip. "It's delicious." "Thanks, idiot. It's really delicious." Li Chinsi knew that Ji Yanli's conversation had failed, and he hadn't gained any advantage. She clenched her fists, looking sinister. In fact, she certainly didn't expect Ji Yanli to be able to convince Li Xingjian. If it was the Li Xingjian she had heard of, he might really help, but she already knew this Li Xingjian after he returned home. He was not a good person, so how could he help? She just wanted to prove her importance in Ji Yanli's heart. It just made Li Xingjian feel uncomfortable. What childhood sweetheart? Isn't he no match for the little princess who grew up in the city? But Li Xingjian's attitude made her very unhappy. "Don't want to give it to me? It's not your call." Li Chinsi picked out all the bitter coffee and threw it into the trash can beside the flower path. Not long after Li Xingjian returned to the house, the aunt also wanted to leave. Obviously, it's been discussed. After Li Mingli sent everyone away, he didn't say anything to Li Xingjian. He made a phone call first. Half an hour later, Li Qian came over. Li Mingli said to Li Qian in front of Li Xingjian, "Can I trust you again?" Li Qian said with embarrassment, "Dad, you made it sound like I had committed some heinous crime. What do you mean I can't be trusted? Just tell me what you want to do." The attitude is very good. Li Mingli looked at Li Xingjian standing beside him and said with disdain, "Xingjian's teacher is not very good. Isn't he going to take leave? I was planning to go with her tomorrow. If this teacher is really not good enough, I will try to change her class." But the G family came to me for help, so I really can't help but help. I can't go tomorrow, so I'll leave this matter to you. Li Xingjian, do you know the purpose of your name? I just hope that you can be as warm as spring. If someone needs help, you can warm up the porridge and give them warmth. Xingjian is your child. Please don't let us down again. Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian knew clearly that even if Li Xingjian was willing to pick her up, Sui Li and her mother would not agree. So she didn't go back there that night because she was too lazy to go back. She asked Li Xingjian to pick her up at 7:40 the next morning. The class starts at 8 o'clock, and I got here at 7:40, which is not too much. Li Xingjian agreed. But Li Xingjian did not wait for her. Early the next morning, Li Xingjian packed the tape recorder and tapes and put them in the big pocket of his school uniform. She has asked the doctor to reissue her medical records and also requested 2 copies of the hospitalization certificate. After taking all these, she took a taxi to school. It was the time when morning self-study get out of class was over, and many students walked out of the school gate to buy snacks. The top students from a military academy next door were doing morning exercises on Pine Forest Road. Li Xingjian looked up and saw Song Yanjun, standing straight as a pine tree, among them. She had to admit that her obsession with Song Yanjun in her previous life was justified. Just these broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs are enough to crush many people. The fearless and unrestrained temperament developed by growing up in a honeypot is unmatched by others. He must have seen her, for he nodded slightly at her and walked over, wanting to say hello. Li Xingjian hugged her shoulders and waited. When he approached, she growled, "Get lost." Then he shook his head and walked into the campus. Song Yanjun. Song Yanjun's 2 good friends and classmates heard it and came over curiously. Chinyu put his arm on Song Yanjun's shoulder and asked, "Is he scolding you?" "That's impossible. Song Yifeng is Song Yanjun's cousin." He frowned and said, "Are you kidding me? How could a girl scold my brother? They all hope that my brother will get closer." Song Yanjun pursed his lips and said, "She was just scolding me." They both. Chunyu was very curious. Which family is she from? How come she is more powerful than you? Why is she so impatient with you? Song Yanjun glanced at her and said, "She is amazing. She is both read and expert. She is the successor of socialism." They both. Whether she scolds me or not has nothing to do with my background. Maybe I offended her. After Song Yanjun finished speaking, he looked a little disappointed and turned away. Li Xingjian felt refreshed after scolding people. In her previous life, she would never have dared to speak to Song Yanjun like this. She had experienced unbearable past events. Although Song Yanjun often told her, "It's not your fault. It's none of your business. You really scolded her, and it was annoying. I told you not to mention it. It's not a big happy event. Why do you think about it every day?" She was still natural and felt inferior to him. She has figured it out in this life. Even if she doesn't have time to save herself in this life, she will never feel inferior or think she is shorter than anyone else. Song Yanjun was right. It was not her fault. She did nothing wrong. When she feels uncomfortable, she can resist at will. Chapter 62, Reward and Redemption, are equally important. Li Xingjian stepped into the classroom again, feeling more relaxed than any other school day. The class hasn't started yet, and the students are doing all kinds of things. Everyone hasn't arrived yet. Seeing that Chen Ping was not there, Li Xingjian returned to his seat. Xingjian. As soon as she sat down, Chen Ping walked in with 2 steamed buns and a bag of what looked like pickles in his hands. Chen Ping first sat next to her, then took a long breath and pinched the back of his hand hard. Li Xingjian. Chen Ping pinched himself until he was grinning, then looked at Li Xingjian happily and said, "I'm not dreaming, and you're not fake. You really exist, right?" She turned around and asked the girl sitting behind her, "Did you see someone sitting next to me?" The girl looked at her with disdain. "I'm not blind. Why can't I see?" Then he stood up and went out. Chen Ping always eats pickles, and her classmates nearby hate her. But Chen Ping didn't feel embarrassed at this time. On the contrary, she grabbed Li Xingjian's hand with excitement and said, "Did you hear that? She can see you too. You're not fake. I'm not dreaming." It turned out that Li Xingjian had never appeared since he helped Chen Ping out on the first day. This made Chen Ping think that he was possessed by a demon, and he imagined a god coming to save him. She suspected she was mentally ill, but Lily did not chase her to ask for tuition because she felt that the god might really exist. Sometimes she would worry that Lily was asking her for tuition, but her brain blocked it out. In short, she still feels confused. How come she has been so unlucky for most of her life? But she has met such a good person. It's not true no matter who you tell it to. Li Xingjian. She looked at Chun Ping speechlessly and asked, "Why are you still eating steamed buns and pickled vegetables? Did you forget that I told you to eat an egg every day?" This sentence is even more true. She actually said it, and it came full circle. Chun Ping said with an embarrassed look, "I'm very full now. Really very full. Sometimes I even burp after eating." There were no boiled eggs in the cafeteria, only tea eggs sold outside, 50 cents for two, which she thought was still too expensive. "It's not that I don't eat it, but eating one every 5 days is already quite generous." She eats a lot of steamed buns and sometimes goes to the cafeteria to eat rice. The cafeteria had free vegetable soup, and it was a good deal to order rice for 30 cents. She ate the soup and was very full. But she never ordered any food, and the cafeteria auntie had started to keep an eye on her. She would feel embarrassed and would not dare to go to the cafeteria to eat. She also knew that her classmates didn't like her eating pickles, so she wanted to find a place where no one was around to eat them, but sometimes she choked, so she came back to drink water. After people have suffered too much, they feel contented if things improve a little. Li Xingjian could understand Chun Ping's thoughts. Sui Li used this method to make her obedient in her previous life. When others despised and blamed her, Sui Li would comfort her as her aunt and improve her food. Anyway, as long as she doesn't call Sui Li mom, Sui Li will maintain superficial harmony with her. She has suffered for too long and is afraid of being poor. She was afraid that if she didn't please Sui Li, she would be thrown back to Guijing. Although Sui Li and the others would never treat her fairly, at least she could have enough to eat and eat delicious food. She was really afraid to go back. Now that she thought about it, she was actually 15 years old. At that time in society, young people could find jobs, so she could escape and survive even if she was tired. But she was totally unaware of this at the time. Information is not well developed, and I always feel that the distant place is a very scary place. Not to mention the destination. The road is full of human traffickers, and you will be caught and sold, etc. In her previous life, it was only after she followed Song Yanjun that she had left the city, ridden a train, and seen the world. Before, she only lived a routine life and was afraid of anything unfamiliar. Chun Ping and she may have different experiences, but the smile of satisfaction when eating a slightly better meal is the same. Li Xingjian couldn't bear to blame her. Aunt Lu was afraid that she would be hungry, so she brought her some sugar cakes and 2 boiled eggs. Li Xingjian pulled Chun Ping to the end of the corridor. There's a raindrop in the open window. She took Chun Ping to sit in Yadali and then shared the delicious food. Li Xingjian said to Chun Ping, "Chun Ping, your logic is incorrect. Eating coarser food now can indeed save you money, but it will affect your studies. We are now in the stage of education. Eating better food is called intellectual investment. I don't know if you feel the same way. If I don't eat well, I won't be able to study well." This was Li Xingjian's true feeling in his previous life. Although she had excellent grades in junior high school, she actually found that the difficulty of learning was different when she reached the 3rd year. After the teacher finished his lessons in the 1st and 2nd year of junior high school, she didn't even need to review or do any exercises, as she could understand everything in the textbook. By the 3rd year of junior high school, she had to do homework to keep up with the progress. When you reach high school, the depth of what you learn is completely different from that in junior high school. Just attending the lectures without reviewing will make it impossible to keep up with the progress. But when you eat well, your mind will be clear and your logical thinking ability will improve. Maybe you will understand this problem if you just think about it a little. When she doesn't eat well, she will find that she becomes dizzy from overusing her brain, and then what the teacher explains becomes more difficult to understand. The more difficult it is to understand, the more late you should stay up to study. The more I stay up late, the more dizzy I feel. A vicious cycle is formed. Although eating well does not necessarily mean you will study well, but eating poorly will really hinder your studies. Li Xingjian continued, "Don't feel bad about spending money on studying. It will pay you back hundreds and thousands in 7 years. I know you want to pay me back, but I'm not in a hurry. Compared to money, I care more about whether good girls can soar to the sky and make a name for themselves with their own strength." Her tone was too formal, a bit like an elder teaching a younger person. Chun Ping couldn't help but sigh. "Xingjian, I have never met a girl as good as you. How come you are so kind and know so much?" Li Xingjian took a big bite of the sugar cake, looked ahead and smiled. Sometimes she didn't want to know so much. As for kindness, she is not kind. She just wants to save her previous life self, and those who have the same miserable ending as herself. This matter is very important to her. Revenge and redemption are equally important to her. Chun Ping ate the sugar cakes and eggs, and his smile became even sweeter. I promised Li Xingjian that I would eat better in the future and try to leave Li's class within 1 semester. When I went to ask her for leave, she scolded me and said I was lying. She also told me to ask your parents to come over. Chun Ping was worried about Li Xingjian while eating. She has been asking you when you will come every day these past 2 days. She said she doesn't want you anymore and wants to expel you. When she sees you, she will definitely make things difficult for you. Didn't your parents come to accompany you to finish your leave with your parents here? She should be more gentle. Chapter 63, Who Gave You the Right? Li Xingjian smiled and said, It's okay, don't worry about me. I'm still worried. Chun Ping sighed. In the past few days, she has been worried that Li Xingjian is a real person. If he is a real person, how is his physical recovery going? How to deal with Li's difficulties? It's a pity that she is nothing and can't help at all. Xingjian, it's so quiet here. This place is so nice. You've only been here for 1 day. How do you know this place? Chun Ping had wanted to ask this question a long time ago, but was interrupted by Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian looked at his classmates running and playing below, narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt bitter. Because she had been bullied for a long time and had nowhere to go, sometimes she didn't dare to go to class, so she just sat here for a class a day. She doesn't know anything else about this school, but it is the quietest place there and the least likely to be disturbed. She knows and is familiar with every corner. Li Xingjian did not answer. After finishing his meal, he stood up and said, It's time for class. Let's go. Coincidentally, the first class was Li's Chinese class. Xiao Haining turned around and saw Li Xingjian, with a look of resentment and complacency in his eyes. He sneered, Li Xingjian, you still dare to go to school? This class is the class of the homeroom teacher. He was much taller than the girls and was sitting in the front row, so Li Xingjian could see his expression clearly. Li Xingjian saw that Huang Jingyao hadn't kicked him out yet, and he didn't know whether she had investigated the matter thoroughly, but he still had the capital to be so arrogant. Li Xingjian said calmly, Oh, you are not afraid of calling your class teacher a tigress. You're still in school. I didn't curse anyone. Why am I afraid to go to school? What did I call my homeroom teacher a tigress? Li Xingjian saw a figure at the door and said with a faint smile on his face, Since it's not a tigress, why should I be afraid? Xiao Haining said, Because she is very fierce and scary. She will ask you to get out. Li Xingjian smiled. It's okay. I'm not as fierce as you say. I'm a beautiful woman. Lily came in with a book and looked at Chun Ping's seat out of habit. She was immediately furious. He threw the book onto the table and said, Li Xingjian, get out. Xiao Haining. He was so angry and was fooled by Li Xingjian again. He should stand up and explain to the teacher now, but he didn't dare. Li's expression was so frightening. Of course Li would not blame Xiao Haining, as he was the descendant of a diplomatic family. Xiao Haining's father was very sensible and gave him a lot of imported goods. So there is only one hateful person, and that is Li Xingjian. When she yelled like that, the classroom suddenly became quiet, and the students were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. Li Xingjian sat still, her hands clasped in the pockets of her school uniform. It was so quiet that she was a little afraid that the sound of the tape turning would be heard by others. She did nothing and looked dazed. Chun Ping huddled up nervously, shaking like a fallen leaf in autumn. Lily frowned. Are you deaf? I told you to get out. What's wrong with this female classmate? He looks dull and like an idiot. You could tell at first glance that he is from the country. City kids wouldn't be so stupid. Li Xingjian said slowly. So you were talking to me. I'm a little surprised. Why? Didn't I pay the tuition? So I can't listen to your teachings and guidance. A teacher is someone who imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. It's a very simple sentence, but it is the highest praise for the teacher. Lily is about to kick people out. So how can she teach and answer questions? Lily could hear that the girl was speaking sarcastically, mocking her for being a role model and not worthy of being a teacher. She has been teaching for 9 years and was valued by the school right after graduation because of her outstanding appearance and undergraduate degree. Parents came to her class because of her reputation and vied to sign up for her classes, which made it easy for her to teach students. Because those parents will say, Teacher, I leave my child to you. If he doesn't listen, you must beat him. It was the first time she met a classmate who dared to play tricks on her. It's totally outrageous. Lily said coldly, No reason. You were expelled for skipping classes, so get out. Xiao Haining smiled and looked back at Li Xingjian. This bitch, Who knows what she said to her adoptive mother, but now the house that he was about to get is gone. Of course, he didn't think Li Xingjian had this ability, but it was certain that Li Xingjian was a jinx. Get rid of this jinx quickly. The adoptive mother has been busy lately, going out early and coming back late. Maybe after she finishes her work of driving Li Xingjian away, she will take him to buy a house again. Li Xingjian's mood remains very stable. She thought about her previous life. She was clearly bullied in her previous life. Lily said that there was mud on her school uniform and that she was disrespectful to the teacher. She also told her to get out of the classroom. At that time, she didn't dare to resist and obediently went to a corner to heal herself. Now thinking about it, why was I so stupid back then? Perhaps it was because young people have a natural respect and fear for teachers that she did not dare to resist. Now, what the hell is this? Isn't she a human being too? Why are you afraid of her doing something? Li Xingjian said calmly, "Oh, I missed class. I asked for leave because I was sick and in the hospital. I have a medical record. Here is my medical record." Li Xingjian placed the sorted medical records on Li's desk. Lily took a look and found that it was indeed a hospitalization record from a regular hospital. She suddenly threw the medical record to the ground and said, "I won't read this. You didn't ask for leave from me before you were hospitalized. I didn't give you leave, so you're absent from class. I was hit by a car. If I could come back and take a leave, I might not have to go to the hospital, right?" Li Xingjian still spoke slowly and in a drawn-out voice. She clearly had no resistance, but somehow people felt that she was arguing back. This made Lily seem very unkind and unreasonable. Lily was a little furious. That won't work either. Anyway, you didn't ask for leave from me, so I won't recognize these. Li Xingjian stopped talking, returned to his seat, and looked at Li with a smile. The smile was neither salty nor bland, peaceful, but without any warmth, and was obviously a provocation. Li's eyes widened. "Are you deaf?" Li Xingjian shook his head. "I'm not deaf, I just don't accept it. Why do you have to expel me? Not to mention that I paid the tuition. Even if I didn't pay the tuition, you were just an ordinary teacher. What ability do you have to expel a student who studied hard and got in? Who gave you the right? Who the hell do you think you are? You're not even the head of the grade. Even the principal can't fire me at will. Are you crazy?" Her last sentence finally showed her contempt for Li, and her classmates were extremely shocked. Isn't this female classmate too bold? Xiao Haining. Li Xingjian is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins. I thought she would be more restrained when she met the teacher, but it turns out she is so reckless. It seemed like nothing happened that day when I directly said that he looked down on others. Chapter 64, I Am the Sky. There's a vicious side to Li Xingjian's words, which is that Lily has always wanted to get a professional title and promotion, but her character is really bad. Although Vice President Zhang supports her, there are also the principal, several directors, and many senior faculty and staff above her who nominate her every time, but she always ends up being a runner-up. She has run as a runner-up 4 times. I signed up again this time, but the result hasn't come out yet. It seemed like Li Xingjian was cursing her to never be able to get promoted or make money in her life. Lily was furious, and then she walked towards Li Xingjian in her high heels and raised her hand to grab Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian had already stood up. When she reached out her hand, she raised her hand to catch it and slapped Li in the face. Chun Ping was so frightened that his whole body was shaking and an egg could fit into his mouth. Lily was also confused. She covered her face and looked at Li Xingjian in surprise. Li Xingjian suddenly cried out, "Teacher, why do you hit me when you can't argue with me? I just want to know what's so great about you. I passed the exam and the school is owned by the government. I took leave because I was in the hospital. Why should I be expelled? What right do you have to fire me? And why do you hit me? My parents never hit me. So why do you hit me?" Lily was stunned for a moment. Li Xingjian looked hysterical, as if he had really been beaten. But she was the one who was beaten. No, the whole class is here. How could she confuse right and wrong? Lily was furious and shouted at the top of her lungs, "You little bitch, you were the one who hit me, but you're blaming me instead. Yes, it was clearly you who hit the teacher. I saw it all." Xiao Haining stood up and testified loudly. He had offended the teacher before, so shouldn't he show his determination now? Li Xingjian pouted. "Everyone knows that you are Li's dog. You could be a coward, but you can't really be a dog. But you just love to be a dog. She made you the monitor without any selection. So of course you speak for her, and of course you have to give false testimony." Xiao Haining. "I did not perjure myself. I saw it with my own eyes." Li Xingjian snorted coldly. "Even if we go to court, your testimony will not count. You know the relationship between you two very well. Xiao Haining. He was actually a little depressed because his father had given a gift to Li. Wouldn't the judge find out about it? Bah, bah, bah. What kind of court is this? Isn't this a classroom? And he did see it. It was Li Xingjian beating the teacher. Didn't the other students see it? He looked at everyone and asked, didn't you all see it too? Seeing that Li Xingjian's face was as gloomy as if it was going to rain heavily, she even dared to hit the teacher. Who knew where she came from? Another thing is that few people like Li on weekdays. None of the students would be a witness for this kind of thing. They all kept silent and lowered their heads. Li Xingjian smiled coldly and looked at Li and said, Teacher Li, you don't let students go to school and you beat them. I'm going to go to the principal and sue you. You're still suing me? Li Xingjian, just wait. I have to fire you today. Lily had never suffered such a loss before and walked out angrily. Li Xingjian held his pocket. The Walkman was tied there and would not fall off. She followed him out. Chen Ping held her hand worriedly. Li Xingjian said, It's okay, I'll go talk to the teacher. Li Xingjian caught up with Li, stood in front of her, and said, Teacher Li, how did I offend you? Why are you doing this to me? I believe you know that your behavior is not in accordance with the rules. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by your superiors? Besides, you're a teacher and I'm a student. This is only the second time we've met. Do you really have to make it so life and death? She's not very tall, but taller than Li. In addition, Lily had been slapped by her before, so when she met her half-smiling eyes, she was a little scared. Lily was also very angry. Normally, it was the teachers who blocked the students, but this Li Xingjian was too rampant. Not only did he beat her, he even dared to chase her and block her way. Rampant, too rampant. How could there be such a rampant female student? There is no family background. Only uneducated rural people would do such a thing, right? Or was she actually trying to make peace with him? Lily thought about it and felt that Li Xingjian was asking for peace. Otherwise, she didn't believe that a female student from the rural area would dare to treat her like this. She has taught many rural female students, and each of them is very timid and easily bullied. There really is no such person as Li Xingjian. Li Xiao let out a sigh of relief and sneered. Are you scared now? You know you won't be able to explain yourself when you go back, right? If my guess is correct, your family doesn't want you to go to school. What's the point of a girl reading so many books? If it weren't for your good academic performance, your family would definitely not support your education. Am I right? All rural female students are like this. I've seen this many times. It's not easy for you to go to school, and you're still causing trouble. Li Xingjian's heart was in turmoil. She knew that people like Li would take advantage of others' weaknesses. She knew too well the plight of female students. She herself was a woman, but she never thought of helping female students get out of their plight. She only wanted to suppress them. As soon as he has a little power, he wants to crush a few people. This is the real viciousness. Fortunately, on this point, Li Xingjian always has respect for Li Mingli. Although she and Li Qinxi are girls, Li Mingli never treats them unfairly in education. In this regard, Li Mingli, a pedantic feudal old man, is more than 10 times ahead of these beastly female teachers. Li Xingjian's throat moved, and he said with a smile, Teacher, I think you are also very arrogant. I don't understand why you insist on expelling me. It doesn't seem to be of any benefit to you, but I will cause trouble. Li sneered. Without an outsider here, I'm not afraid to tell you that your position has already been taken by someone else. They have investigated your family conditions thoroughly. Although you have parents, you have been raised by your grandmother since you were a child. They don't care whether you go to school or not. As for your grandmother, although she raised you, as long as you don't die, she would rather you go home to accompany her and won't let you go to school. Your grandfather would take care of you, but he wants to save face and is afraid of causing trouble. If your student status is taken by someone else, he will not care about you because he is afraid of damaging his reputation if he makes it public. Am I right? Look, the only thing you can rely on is throwing a tantrum. What's the point? The other party bought your student status. His family is very well connected and can speak to the big leaders. But before you could even make a scene, they locked you up. Lily added, You don't have to keep staring at me. I'm telling you, I've been teaching for 9 years. The school leadership and the director of the Education Bureau all have my background. Don't even think that I can find an excuse to fire you. Even if there is no excuse, they will help me find one. I've been teaching for 9 years. Isn't it easy to suppress a little country bitch like you? Lily finally found her advantage. She let out a long breath and said to Li Xingjian, You can sue wherever you want for the rest. In this school, I am the boss. Chapter 65, Attack One by One. Wonderful, so wonderful. Li Xingjian heard 80% of what he wanted to hear. She also believed that some of the words must have been said by Sui Li and Li Li. For example, the family situation. Throughout her life, Sui Li never said that they were relatives, pretended to be strangers, and belittled her family situation. That's because Sui Li felt that as long as the matter was a fait accompli, Li Mingli would have no choice but to swallow his anger for the sake of his family's reputation. In fact, it is true. What can Li Mingli really do? It is nothing more than compensation. When he bought her a big house as compensation, Li Xingjian knew that Li Mingli actually couldn't do anything to Sui Li. Sui Li's plan was very good. She herself is great and heard it all. Li Xingjian smiled, rubbed his shoes on the ground, and said in an embarrassed manner, "Teacher Li, you are not bragging, are you? Who has such great power? You can make me give up. Also, I don't believe that everyone in the school will help you." Huh? Li laughed wildly. You don't believe it? Well, then go find the principal and see who'll take you in. Li continued, I don't mind telling you who wants to buy your student status, but it's useless to tell you. Your family will never be as high as other families. Does 301 Hospital know? The granddaughter of the former dean. Originally, if you had cooperated with me, I would have given you 500 yuan as compensation. 500 yuan, isn't that enough for a rural kid like you? Li shook the Chanel earrings worth hundreds of dollars on her ears, and her tone was sarcastic, implying that rural children deserve 500 yuan and that 500 yuan should buy out their lives. At worst, it's enough for you to go back and study, but since you've already been named after someone else, you probably won't be able to take the high school entrance exam if you don't change your name. Besides, I don't plan to give you this money, Li Xingjian. You slapped me, and the 500 yuan is gone. I'm not happy that you still want to compensate me. Just wait for me. After saying this, Li covered her face and twisted her butt and walked away. Li Xingjian believed that she was going to celebrate and welcome Li Qinxi to school tomorrow. Li Xingjian smiled and waited for Li to leave. She found a corner to rewind the tape and listen to it. She just happened to hear Li say, at worst, it's enough for you to go back and review. But since you've already been named after someone else, you probably won't be able to take the high school entrance exam if you don't change your name. Besides, I don't plan to give you this money, Li Xingjian. You slapped me, and the 500 yuan is gone. I'm not happy that you still want to compensate me. Just wait for me. The smile on her face widened, and it was all recorded. Li Xingjian then took out the tape and stuffed it into the pocket of his shirt inside his school uniform. She prepared it specially and sewed a pocket inside it to ensure that it would not be discovered or lost. This school uniform is really good. It is durable and can be worn. After doing all this, Li Xingjian put a new tape into the Walkman and put it in his school uniform pocket. She also adjusted the pockets of her school uniform, making them deep enough so that nothing could fall out. Then she put her hands in her pockets, touched the recording button with her fingers, and walked quickly towards the teaching building. She looked at the principal's office and pushed the door open. There was a middle-aged man with glasses inside. Seeing that it was a student, he frowned slightly and asked, What do you want? Li Xingjian said, My teacher won't let me take my leave. Go find Vice Principal Zhang. You have someone in charge of teaching. Don't come here casually if you don't have anything to do. Li Xingjian looked at the principal's mailbox outside and said, If you can't even talk to him in person, then writing a letter won't solve the problem, right? What's the use of you then? After saying that, he slammed the door shut. The principal stood up and looked outside in disbelief. Are students so uncultured nowadays? After asking around, Li Xingjian found Principal Zhang's office. Principal Zhang's office is shared with another vice principal. Li Xingjian remembered that when she left school in her previous life, Li was selected as an outstanding teacher, and Vice Principal Zhang also fulfilled his wish and moved to a new office. So their affair was not reported until more than 10 years after she left. Li Xingjian pushed the door open and saw that the other principal had gone out for a meeting. Li was looking for Vice Principal Zhang to complain. Seeing Li Xingjian coming over, she pointed at her face and said, This is the student who hit the teacher. Expel her. Vice Principal Zhang is a handsome man, tall and dressed in a suit. Although he is 10 years older than Li, he has a good temperament and you can't tell the age difference at all. If he had not married and had 2 children, Li Xingjian would applaud them and even give them gifts when they got married. Unfortunately, it is a story about an adulterer and his mistress. After hearing what Li said, the vice principal looked at Li Xingjian with curiosity. Li Xingjian was dressed simply, but his eyes were bright and deep. It was the first time he had seen such a pure yet profound look in someone's eyes. Such a girl does leave a deep impression on people, but she doesn't seem to be the kind of person who can do anything. Would she hit a teacher? Li Xingjian said calmly. Vice Principal Zhang, I didn't hit the teacher. It was Teacher Li who said someone wanted to buy my student status, and she had to expel me. So, she found an excuse to expel me. I believe that under the golden plaque of teaching and educating people in the bright and clear world, you will not protect such an educational scum, right? Lily hated him very much, but she was not afraid. She pointed at Li Xingjian and said, Listen, she has sharp teeth and a sharp tongue. She is obviously a troublemaker. It's a pity that she comes from a poor family. Don't be afraid of her. Vice Principal Zhang hissed. Then he smiled and said, Student Li, no matter what, hitting the teacher and skipping classes are wrong. It's clearly written in our student handbook that if you miss 3 days of class, you'll be expelled. I've looked into it, and you've been absent for 8 days, so today makes it 9 days. Li Xingjian said calmly, I didn't skip classes. I had a medical condition, so I asked Li for leave. It's Teacher Li. Vice Principal Zhang sat down and took a sip of Biluakun tea, his big hands leisurely resting on the chair to keep the rhythm. He laughed and said, Look at you, classmate. You don't even call the teacher teacher, but call her by her full name. You have no respect for the teacher at all. Now I firmly believe that you beat the teacher. As for the cases, where are they? Lily looked at Li Xingjian proudly. Because she threw the case away. Li Xingjian smiled and said, My hospital has a foundation. You know that, don't you? Student Li, Vice Principal Zhang said in an official tone, but the school rules stipulate that you must apply for leave 1 day in advance. No matter what you have, you didn't apply for leave. If I could take a leave, I wouldn't have to be hospitalized. It was precisely because I couldn't come back that I didn't notify the school immediately. Vice Principal Zhang said in a long voice. What should we do then? He spread his hands and said, Then there's nothing I can do. Rules are rules. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, you hit the teacher. Chapter 66 waiting for you to beg me. Li Xingjian looked unwilling. Vice Principal Zhang, you are the principal. Do you also think that such unreasonable school rules are reasonable? So even if I have a perforated appendix, do I still have to come back here and ask for leave? If someone dies because of this, who will be held responsible? Are you dead? Where did you die? Lily said, Not only are you fine, you're alive and well, and your mouth is still very powerful. Vice Principal Zhang laughed and said, Yeah, there aren't that many cases of appendicitis perforation. You didn't die, did you? Let's talk about it after you die. Li Xingjian thought that their school had not produced many talented people in the past 5 or 6 years, and that the atmosphere in their school improved only after the principal was investigated and stepped down and a new principal was appointed. He no longer understood. These people are rotten to the core. Vice Principal Zhang finally lost patience with arguing with Li Xingjian and handed him a list and said, Sign it, and you can still take the college entrance examination and transfer to another school in the future. If you don't sign it, your expulsion will be recorded in your file, and it will be difficult for you to continue your education in the future. They really calculated everything clearly, and no matter what step you take, you dare not disobey their proposal. Even an adult may not be able to withstand these combination punches, let alone a child. Li Xingjian felt angry. If this person wasn't her, she didn't know what she would have been forced into by these scumbags. If they really have a little power, they can control a person's life and death. Li Xingjian never believed that his destiny would be in the hands of others. She gave Vice Principal Zhang and Lily a thumbs up and said, You two are in cahoots with each other. You are so awesome. I will never sign this. I don't believe that there is no place for reasoning in broad daylight. I'm waiting for you to beg me. After saying this, Li Xingjian turned around and walked out. Li and Vice Principal Zhang were almost dying of laughter. A little girl actually said that they would go and beg her. Is there anything funnier than this in the world? It's really funny. Lily laughed and said, If she doesn't sign, I'll sign for her. As long as everything is perfect on the books, it means she voluntarily believes that there is no problem with our management system. She knows she made a mistake and agrees to be fired. It has nothing to do with us. Lily signed Li Xingjian's name. Vice Principal Zhang always felt that something was wrong. How can a country girl be so tough? She's not pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. She actually has a strong background, right? Lily said, I cursed her grandfather. Vice Principal Zhang looked inquiringly. Lily said, If she really has a background, her grandfather would have come to me long ago. How could she be scolded by me? Don't worry, she is nothing. The poorer they are, the more they like to pretend to be noble, and the more they like to make people unhappy. Have you forgotten that the stones in the toilet are smelly and hard? That's what I mean by them. Which powerful family can't adapt? They all believe in mutual respect and mutual benefit. So this female student is just rushing around blindly. She must have no background at all. Vice Principal Zhang was convinced and nodded. Yes, if the family has connections, the parents and relatives would have already gone there. How can we wait for the children to seek justice themselves? The powerful and wealthy do not act according to reason at all. They just need to show their status. Lily gave Li Xingjian a notice that if she continued to stay in class, she would not be able to attend the following classes. The whole class will be delayed, so let her figure out on her own. So Li Xingjian had to leave, otherwise her classmates would complain and she would not be able to stay. So you see, they have a little power and they have a lot of ways to torture people. Chen Ping came out to see Li Xingjian off and was so angry that he cried. Xingjian, what are you going to do? Teacher Li is so wicked. It's okay, just treat it as a holiday. I'll rest for 2 days and I'll be back in 2 days. Don't worry, you can go back first. Li Xingjian was sure that she was fine, but in this situation, Chen Ping coming to see her off might anger Li Li. Li will let the students isolate Chen Ping. Go back now, no need to send me off. Chen Ping wiped his tears and said, Xingjian, although I am a coward, I still have a conscience. If I can't even do such a small thing as sending you off, then why would you help me? Even if you help me, I will be an ungrateful person. Don't worry, I've figured it out. If Lily can cover up everything in this school, it means there's something wrong with this school. Why would you want to go to school like this? It's better not to go to such a school. You don't have to worry about me. Li Xingjian still remembered how she hunched her shoulders and trembled just now. She is really timid. She felt comforted and sad that he could actually say such words. The world is full of holes, but the ones who patch them up are often the people who have had a hard life themselves. Li Xingjian patted her shoulder and said, Go back. I said I'll be back in 2 days, and I will definitely be back. Go back. When Li Xingjian walked to the gate, he was suddenly stopped by a woman's voice. Li Xingjian, I have something I want to give you. Li Xingjian looked back and saw that the girl was about 170 centimeters tall, with short hair, capable and pretty. She was so tall, so Li Xingjian remembered her even though he had never met her twice. This girl is a classmate of theirs. She has average grades, and her family seems to be in charge of taxation. And the name of this female classmate is very interesting. His name is Yang. Li Xingjian had never spoken to her, so why did she come to give her something? Li Xingjian looked at her in confusion. Are you here to see me off? Yang nodded. I guess so, and handed Li Xingjian a school bag. Li Xingjian opened it and saw several stacks of papers inside. She looked at Yang in confusion. Yang said, I found these things in the empty space under the chair. Have you heard about the incident where one of our senior students jumped into the river? It should be your test paper. There are many comments from Lily on it. Their current classroom is the classroom of the previous senior class. Li Xingjian opened it and saw that there were indeed a lot of abusive words from Lily on it. She criticized the senior student's composition for being nonsense. Even when there were punctuation mistakes, she would still write that the student was worse than pigs and dogs. Li Xingjian only flipped through 2 or 3 pictures, and there were a lot of personal attacks on them, saying that others had time not to study, but to seduce boys. Yang said, I asked around. I heard that Li was okay with that senior student before. Later, Vice Principal Zhang specifically asked a few girls to clean the windows, one of whom was a senior student. After she came back, she became like this. I think it's inhumane to fire someone just because they can't take leave, but I don't know what I can do to help you. If you want to sue, maybe these could be used as evidence. This is all I can do to help you. Li Xingjian suddenly thought of a detail. In her previous life, when she was bullied by Li Chenxi's gang, her face was swollen. Yang flashed by, and there was a bottle of purple medicine in the desk. But she thought someone was trying to harm her again, so she didn't dare use it. Is it her? Li Xingjian believed that Yang was not taking advantage of her and might really want to help her. She smiled and said, Maybe someone is watching here. Aren't you afraid of being targeted? Yang said, I'm fine. I'm the only child of my parents, and they love me very much. If she dares to touch me, my parents will tear her apart. But I can't help you openly. She didn't have the courage and, of course, didn't want to cause so much trouble. Li Xingjian understands that being a good person comes at a price, so one must have the ability. Not everyone has the ability and conditions to be a good person. Li Xingjian nodded gratefully. You have helped me a lot. Thank you, warm-hearted female classmate. Chapter 67 My Buddy is Famous. After Yang left, Li Xingjian came out of the teaching building. Seeing Li Xingjian waiting for the bus opposite the school, he told the security guard to open the door and walked out. Li Xingjian said, Grandpa doesn't have time, right? I'll go find your teacher. Li Xingjian pulled his sleeve and said, Let me tell you something. Li Xingjian put an earphone into Li Xingjian's ear, and Principal Zhang's brazen remarks entered Li Xingjian's mind. Li Xingjian's handsome eyebrows were about to be twisted into a knot. How on earth did such a person become a colonel? Take it and sue them. Li Xingjian couldn't help laughing. Isn't the discipline inspection problem the leader's problem? She would never do such a thankless task. Who knows if we might run into officials protecting each other. She still has to solve this problem in her own way. Li Xingjian said to Li Xingjian, Okay, I'll go back and sort out some materials. Li Xingjian said, I'll help you sort out, and then we'll tell Grandpa. Although he said this, he was worried in his heart. Even if he won the lawsuit, he didn't know how long it would take to solve the problem of his sister's schooling. And this matter also involves Li Chenxi. I was afraid that my grandfather would show mercy for the sake of his reputation, and in the end it would be my sister Xinjian's studies that would be delayed. So this matter is really tricky and difficult to handle. Li Xingjian didn't want Li Xingjian to follow him. You should go back to class quickly, otherwise if Grandpa finds out, you'll be scolded as well. I'm just organizing the materials. I'll ask Uncle Xiaohu for help when the time comes. Don't worry. Uncle Xiaohu is Li Mingli's assistant. Only after Li Xingjian repeatedly assured him that he could do it did Li Xingjian go back to class. As soon as she left, Li Xingjian walked forward for a while and finally got a taxi. Go to Zhongguancun. She can't go home for the time being, so she wants to make a backup copy of the recording. It is unknown how advanced electronic equipment has become today. Li Xingjian asked 3 or 4 companies, but they all said they could not provide backup. When she arrived at the door of the store where she bought the Walkman last time, before she could go in, the waiter from next door came out and blocked her way. What do you want to buy, little girl? We have a new Walkman. Would you like to try it out? Li Xingjian smiled. She understood. This person must have recognized her. Last time I saw that she was wearing shabby clothes, I didn't want to do business with her. Later, when I found out that she was a real customer, I regretted it. Although these people are smart and can earn a lot of commissions, it seems that they will never achieve great things. Li Xingjian gently pushed her hand away and said, I'm sorry, my family is poor, and 1 Walkman a year is enough. You don't need to bother me. I don't have money to buy things and waste your time. After saying that, he went to the one he wanted to go to. Other side, I could tell it was sarcasm, naked sarcasm. The young waiter that Li Xingjian knew has been converted to a regular employee and is even more capable than before. She also recognized Li Xingjian, and after asking him about his needs, she shook her head. I guess few people can do your project unless they have recording studio equipment, but it's too expensive, and those are all custom-made, and you definitely can't customize one. Li Xingjian thought that if there was really no other way, he could only use this one. As she was about to leave, the waiter suddenly thought of something and handed her a new tape. This is a gift. You can give it to someone else. Take it. Last time Li Xing briefly taped it, she didn't. Li Xingjian smiled and said thank you. Although the tape is not expensive, it feels good to be remembered and appreciated. She left the store and asked 2 more, but neither of them could deal with her tape, so she guessed she would go home empty-handed. Li Xingjian was thinking about something when he walked up the escalator, but he couldn't move forward and bumped into someone head-on. That person said, Big sister, you are going the wrong way, don't you know? Ew, aren't you a master? Li Xingjian looked up and saw that the man was wearing a leather jacket, sunglasses, and a mask, making him look as mysterious as an underground informant. She didn't recognize it at all. Blink your eyes. Qin Lang took off his sunglasses and said, Me, Qin Lang, I'm famous now, and I have fans everywhere. How come you can't recognize me? Li Xingjian. But wasn't his anger something that happened in his previous life? Li Xingjian smiled and said, Congratulations. Her tone was calm and unperturbed. Qin Lang thought to himself, no wonder he could become a master at such a young age. Look at his knowledge. She saw the tape in Li Xingjian's hand and found that it contained her single, which moved her deeply. The master really liked himself so much that he came specifically to buy his single tape to take home. Master, since we have met today, it means we are destined to meet. Come on, I will treat you to a meal. Qin Lang said, By the way, let's talk about my future fortune. Li Xingjian. Won't you die in the future? Li Xingjian suddenly thought of something. He was already famous, so he must have a recording studio. Li Xingjian said with some embarrassment, "Qin Lang, I won't eat. I'm in trouble. Can you help me? I have 2 tapes that need to be backed up. Can you help me back them up?" Qin Lang said, "What's so difficult about this? It's a piece of cake. You are my savior. Not only can I back up the tapes, I can even give you a recording studio." In fact, Qin Lang was looking for Li Xingjian everywhere. His music became really popular, and he became even more scared. He went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said he had a tumor in his throat. Fortunately, it was discovered early. Although the surgery has not yet taken place, a time has been set. There's still time. If it weren't for the master's guidance, he wouldn't have realized it. The doctor said that he was very lucky that it was discovered very early. Being late can be life-threatening. Li Xingjian thought, forget it, he is tone-deaf. Qin Lang took Li Xingjian to his recording studio and explained his purpose to the sound engineer. The sound engineer asked Li Xingjian to take out the tape as he wanted to process the recording. The recording studio is not big, but the sound is extremely clear. When Qin Lang and the staff heard Li's strange remarks, several people were confused. One of the sound engineers asked, "Is this really a teacher? This looks like a robber." Qin Lang thought about it and quickly accepted it. Because he likes music very much, his music teacher said that because their family is poor, he still wants to do music. It is better to go home early to help his parents do something. Just because his music teacher asked him to participate in the activity, he didn't want to spend money on the costumes. These people don't care whether you have talent or dreams. If you don't do what they want, they will attack you. Of course, there are also very good teachers in the world. His train ticket to the north and his food expenses for the first few days were funded by his class teacher. This job is done by people. Some are good and some are bad. Chapter 68, Get Lost. Qin Lang felt a little sorry for the master. He suggested, "Master, you are so capable. Why do you have to endure such humiliation? Why don't you stop studying and become a master?" Li Xingjian. She was a little amused. She became a master. There happened to be an old-fashioned cabinet in the recording studio. I wonder what they used it for. Li Xingjian asked, "Who drew this? Does anyone know which gardener painted this?" Li Xingjian pointed to the painting of Mona Lisa on the wall and asked, "Who painted this?" Qin Lang said, "This is a world-famous painting called Mona Lisa's Smile, and the author is a great painter." "So, have you discovered the difference between reading and not reading?" Li Xingjian said, "A painter who has studied becomes a painter. A carpenter who has studied can become an architect. If a person who plays the eru reads books, he will become a musicologist. If I don't read, I'm just a charlatan at best. But after reading, it's different. I'm a master of metaphysics." Qin Lang's eyes lit up, and he looked at Li Xingjian thoughtfully. "I thought that if I studied, I could become a musicologist." Then an idea came to his mind that he should pick up his books and find a school to study in. The two of them chatted for a while the tuning master made backup copies of both tapes. He also made 3 spare ones for Li Xingjian. "Listen, you don't have to worry about losing them this time. You can use them at will. If you don't have any, come back to me and I will carve another one for you." Li Xingjian felt relieved. "Thank you quickly." The tuner said, "You are Qin Lang's benefactor, and you are our benefactor. Why, thank me, master. If you really want to thank me, please count it for me too." "Master, can you help me calculate it?" "Master, can you help me calculate it?" Li Xingjian. Fortunately, when Li Xingjian was with Song Yanjun in his previous life, he had nothing to do and read some books, such as the Book of Changes and the 5 Elements for a few days. She really can't tell fortunes, but when it comes to lying, she may be better than the fortune teller under the overpass. She first told everyone, this person has lived his life relying on the word destiny. What is fate? The past is fate. What is luck? The future is luck. Fortune-telling can only predict past fortunes, but not future fortunes, because future fortunes are related to your own lifestyle habits, level of effort, and personal connections. In fact, you don't need to tell fortunes. Just remember one sentence. Confucius was a great admirer of the Book of Changes. He read the Book of Changes and asked Laozi about it. He summed it up in one sentence. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Can you succeed in something? First, see if you have done your best. If you have done your best, then look to fate. If you have not done your best, don't ask about fate. A series of famous quotes came down in a combination punch. He was stunned by what these people said and nodded heavily as if thinking about something. They all felt that Li Xingjian was particularly knowledgeable and cultured. Qin Lang patted Li Xingjian's shoulder heavily. Master, You are the master in my heart. All right, all right. Master has finished his calculations. We're going out to eat. Brothers, I will leave first. Qin Lang insisted on taking Li Xingjian to eat Western food. He was so enthusiastic that Li Xingjian couldn't refuse. So he took the good food and went with him. The people in the room began to sit down and digest what the master had said. After thinking for a while, I don't know who suggested it. So, in the end, the master didn't calculate it for us. If the future can't be calculated, then why did she calculate Qin Lang's future so clearly? Everyone. Yes. Just don't count it for them, right? Right. Snort. Chen Yu and Song Yifeng followed Song Yanjun to the entrance of the Western restaurant. Chen Yu looked inside and frowned slightly. Is that go dating? You want to get close to her, just like this? Is she that nice? Song Yanjun nodded. What do you mean get lost? Li Xingjian is amazing. You just don't appreciate him. Song Yifeng said. Then just go after him. What are you afraid of? Song Yanjun puffed up his cheeks, full of resentment. She won't let me. Song Yifeng and Chen Yu. Did they hear it right? Young Master Song, he just listened to others telling him not to pursue him? Aren't all girls like this? Playing hard to get, right? Chen Yu asked. Song Yanjun shook his head. No, she just annoys me. They both. How can you say that he is just annoyed by you and feels so wronged? Young Master Song not only listens to girls, but he also feels inferior. Song Yifeng said. Then what do you say we should do? Let's go and trap that kid in a sack. If you can't catch her, just pretend that no one is chasing her. They both knew that Song Yanjun was originally very happy, but when he saw Li Xingjian with a man, Song Yanjun suddenly became unhappy. That guy is quite famous, a little star. They also didn't expect that Li Xingjian had such a wide network of contacts. But no matter how popular a star is, he is just a star, and he can't be moved. Song Yanjun put his fist under his chin and thought about it. He really wanted to do this, but he was sure that she would be even more disgusted. For some reason, he didn't want to see her disappointed and disgusted look, as if he were a scoundrel. He raised his eyebrows and said, Don't act rashly. Watch me. Okay, bro. Song Yifeng looked at Song Yanjun expectantly. His cousin is an all-rounder and is the best fighter. He wanted to watch that boy being beaten and humiliated by his cousin. Then they watched Song Yanjun walk in, with one hand in his pocket, avoiding eye contact, and walked behind Li Xingjian, not daring to say a word. Li Xingjian felt the gaze, turned around and looked at Song Yanjun with a slightly frowned brow. Get lost. Why is it him again? The haunting. Song Yanjun. He was so angry that his eyes turned red, but he didn't lose his temper. He closed his eyes, took a long breath, and said, I'm his fan. Please help me get him an autograph. Song Yifeng, Chen Yu. Can you make it? You just said he was a love rival, but now he's a fan? Li Xingjian. Mr. Song, what are you talking about? When have you ever been starstruck? Don't you hate celebrities the most? Qin Lang looked at Li Xingjian in confusion. You two seem to have a good relationship. This guy treats you well. Are you good friends? Li Xingjian. Which eye did you see that with? Qin Lang was naturally angry because she had insulted him so disrespectfully and he just left, but the other person didn't notice that he was angry. It's rare for a boy to have such a good temper. It just looks like they are flirting. He had a good impression of Song Yanjun, so he stood up and shook hand with Song Yanjun. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Shall we sit together? Li Xingjian thought, how could Song Yanjun sit at someone else's table? He would only take over the entire room and would rather drive them away than be inferior to others. This incident really happened. She had made an appointment with a classmate to do some business, but he saw them, booked the restaurant, and kicked them out. Unexpectedly, Song Yanjun moved the dining chair and wanted to sit next to her. Li Xingjian raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Yanjun, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. Song Yanjun sat down next to Qin Lang again with an awkward look on his face. Li Xingjian. Song Yanjun had already sat down and said that he was a fan of Qin Lang. Even if Li Xingjian was uneducated, he couldn't yell and chase him away at this time. She just ate her food and ignored him, waiting to see if he could come up with anything else. People really don't care whether she speaks or not. Because Song Yanjun was obviously more enthusiastic about Qin Lang than other men, he kept talking to Qin Lang. Song Yanjun is actually well-educated, graceful, and knowledgeable. If he wants to please someone, he will make that person feel like a spring breeze. He and Qin Lang were chatting and laughing, and soon Qin Lang told him everything. Li Xingjian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Song Yanjun, thinking to himself, I want to see what tricks he has to play. But in the end, Song Yanjun rushed to pay the bill, took the signature, and thanked Li Xingjian very gentlemanly. without harassing her at all. Then he left. Li Xingjian pinched his chin and fell in a deep thought. This was not in line with Song Yanjun's character. What on earth is he going to do? Or, I misunderstood him. He is still a young man. Is he really here to chase stars? Chapter 69, I don't care about it myself. After Song Yanjun came out, Song Yifeng and Chinyu surrounded him. Song Yifeng was so disappointed. Brother, what are you doing? You are chasing stars, do you know that? You are a red boy with a strong character. Do you know that you're chasing stars? Chinyu nodded. I know that too. You were a bit of a bootlicker just now, and you even showed your arm to ask for an autograph. Song Yanjun, what do you know? This is called strategy. At least now he knows what the relationship between Qin Lang and Li Xingjian is. It just doesn't matter. Li Xingjian once again acted as a kind person, and Qin Lang thanked her, so they had dinner together. However, Qin Lang is only in his early 20s this year, young and handsome, so we have to be on guard. Song Yanjun said, You say, now that I'm a #1 supporter of this star, are we a family? Are we good brothers? Stars, it's not good for you to steal the wife of your supporter, right? What's the difference between that and eating grass in your own backyard? Song Yifeng and Chinyu. Song Yifeng frowned, speechless. Brother, listen to what you said? Why can't they rob? What can you do if they rob? Song Yanjun touched his chin and said, That's right. If I become his boss, he won't dare to steal the boss's wife, right? Song Yanjun smiled and went to find a place to make a phone call. It was time for his mother to enter the entertainment industry. Chinyu looked at Song Yifeng in confusion. What does your cousin mean? Song Yifeng said, I feel that he not only worships his love rival, but now he wants to use money to attack his love rival. In 2 words, he is supporting his enemy. He took a completely different path from others in suppressing their love rivals, which has never been taken before and will never be taken again. Could this be the power of role? Is he afraid that people will ask her to leave, so he has to take a roundabout way? Then he really likes her, which is completely against the nature of men. Chinyu, he said, but your cousin is so rich. That can't be helped. My aunt is rich. Qin Lang wanted to send Li Xingjian away, but Li Xingjian refused. On her way back, she stopped by a farmer's store, bought a shovel handle, and asked the owner to help her saw it off. Hold one in each hand, and just enough to tuck it behind your waist without being noticed. Afterwards, she took a taxi straight to where Sui Li and her family lived. It was just time for dinner. Li Qian's family of 3 were eating at the dining table, talking and laughing. Li Xingjian approached quietly and heard Sui Li say, I have said hello. You can really go to school tomorrow. How can you afford 40,000 yuan? You men just don't know how to communicate. I will go to a very popular teacher in their school. That teacher has connections and will let you go to school directly. How can you afford 40,000 yuan? Li Qian said, Anyway, don't cause any more trouble and don't make the old man angry again. Go and pay the phone bill. Your phone will be shut down soon. My dad is such a fool. He acts as if you're not his biological child. He only wants his granddaughter. Then their voices stopped abruptly, and they saw Li Xingjian standing at the door with a sullen face. Li Qian thought about not sending Li Xingjian to school in the morning. His eyes looked a little empty, but he could not admit his mistake. He said in a bad tone, What are you doing standing there? Are you acting as a door god? She really didn't like the look of Li Xingjian. Although people say that Li Xingjian's eyes are like his own, when he looks at Li Xingjian's eyes, he will think of Cui Jin's resentful and disappointed eyes. He was very repulsive. Li Xingjian asked, Why didn't you pick me up this morning? Do you know how long I waited for you? I have something to do. Li Qian didn't dare to tell Li Chenxi that he felt dizzy in the morning. He didn't dare to leave for fear that Li Chenxi would need a car. He thought that Li Xingjian's tone was not a scary question, so he raised his head angrily and said, It's not like you don't know the way, and you're not a child. Primary school students go there by themselves when school starts. What? Are you a fool? Do you need me to take you there? Sui Li smiled and said, Hubby, don't talk about the child like that. Then he looked at Li Xingjian and asked, Who sent you to school in the countryside? You just got back. Don't be too squeamish. We all have jobs. Who can send you to school every day? If you can't go by yourself, you don't have to go to school. Yeah? Isn't this the task assigned by Li Mingli to Li Qian? After all this time, it seems like she has become spoiled. In fact, Li Xingjian had no idea whether Li Qian went to pick her up or not. She thought to herself that he definitely wouldn't go. See, Li Qian never disappoints, and his guesses are always correct. Li Xingjian said to Li Qian, I think both of you are not idiots. You should know what happened. I am too lazy to argue with you. I might as well make it clear. Our class teacher, Li Li, didn't allow me to go to school because Sui Li bribed her with 10,000 yuan to give my student status to Li Xingjian. Li Qian, do you care about this matter? How did you? Don't mind the name issue. Don't you want to be my dad? I just want to ask you, do you care? Are you going to stop me from going to school? Li Qian thought for a moment, looked at Sui Li, frowned, and said, What's wrong with you? Didn't you say Cece could go to school? Didn't you get into trouble? Sui Li smiled and said, Hubby, we are all family, what's the trouble? She looked up at Li Xingjian and said, You are the elder sister. What's wrong with giving in to your younger sister? Besides, it was you who violated the school rules. Even without Cece, they would have expelled you. If you had been expelled, wouldn't it be a pity that you won't be able to continue your studies? You should thank me. At least I'll let Cece help you study. Otherwise, if no one in this family studies, Grandpa would be mad to death. Sui Li finished speaking, touched Li Qian's hand and said, Hubby, I've given her all the money, otherwise she would have been expelled. Let's not pursue this matter. Ask Dad to find her another school. It's the same in any school. We're not stopping her from studying. Why is she so angry and making things complicated? Li Qian thought that Li Xingjian was a good student and could do well anywhere. Besides, the matter has been decided. Even if the old man gets angry, he can't go to the school to cause trouble. Otherwise, the family will lose face. It turns out that this can be done this way. Li Qian sighed and said, Li Xingjian, you haven't made any contribution to the family over the years. Just think of it as you loving your sister and helping her with a high school entrance exam. Anyway, I won't treat you unfairly. So you just don't care? Li Xingjian saw that Li Xingjian's eyes were filled with anger. So she stood up and shouted, Sister, you haven't eaten yet. Oh, don't worry. You don't have to go to school tomorrow anyway. You can eat anytime. I won't go to school so that you can go. You want to go to school after you pass the exam. After Li Xingjian finished speaking, he pulled out his stick and smashed it on Li Xingjian's shoulder. Li Xingjian screamed and fell to the ground. Li Xingjian used 2 sticks to smash the dishes, bowls, chopsticks, plates and bowls on the dining table into pieces. No one cares, right? Then she has to take care of herself. Chapter 70. You like others to judge you, don't you? Then I will really help you. What are you doing? Li Qian was furious and wanted to arrest Li Xingjian. During the struggle, he was hit twice by Li Xingjian. He didn't dare go any further. Li Xingjian continued to smash everything, and all the pots, pans, and utensils in the kitchen were smashed. After smashing the kitchen, they smashed the living room. Sui Li had just bought a 3-year-old Japanese color TV series, which cost her more than 4,000 yuan. Li Xingjian smashed a big hole in it using Li Qian's ashtray. There were loud noises in the room. Then came Sui Li and Li Xingjian's dressing room. She smashes anything good she sees. Why should they let her suffer while they live in luxury? Since I couldn't get into school, I wanted to snatch her place. Why do you enjoy it so much? Fuck her grandma. If she didn't risk being arrested for arson, she would have set fire to the house. Seeing that she stopped, Li Qian, Sui Li, and their family dared to step forward. Sui Li was watching the TV series. Her eyes almost popped out her head with anger. Are you crazy? Are you crazy, Li Xingjian? That's money. She cried and looked at Li Qian. Husband, look, this is outrageous. How old are you and you dare to hit us? Will there be any good for us when we are old? You will torture us to death. Li Qian was about to speak. Li Xingjian pointed the stick at Li Qian's throat and said, Sometimes you should think about your own problems. Why don't I hit others instead of you? You are so kind. Why don't you give up your job to someone else tomorrow? You have your grandfather to support you anyway, so you could do any job you want. Why not? Because you know what's good and what's bad, and you know where the work is easy and the pay is high. You are all smart people, and you know what is the most beneficial thing in the world, but you advise me the same thing every day. Do you think I'm a fool? Yes, you treat me as a fool or a coward for enduring everything you do. I'm sorry, you picked the wrong person. Today, I'll see who dares to touch me. I'll kill you. Li Qian. This is really crazy. Is this going to kill himself together with me? I'm your dad. I'm your dad. Li Qian Ruadat. Sui Li slapped her knees and cried. What sin have I committed to raise such a beast? Someone come and take a look. Li Xingjian is beating his father and cursing his mother. Li Xingjian understood Sui Li's meaning and asked everyone to watch Li Xingjian go crazy. In this way, Li Xingjian's mental state will be questioned, and he might even be sent to a mental hospital. She's going to open the door. Li Xingjian smiled. You like others to judge the truth so much, right? Then I will really help you. After Li Xingjian finished speaking, he went out with the stick in his hand. 2 neighbors at the door heard the noise at their house and went to find the security guard, who was now standing not far from their door pointing and talking. Among them was a fat auntie who looked like a caring person. Li Xingjian went straight over and threw himself into the arms of the auntie. "Auntie, please save me. My grandfather is on a business trip. My parents won't let me go to school. They insist that my sister go to school and sell me off to get married. I'm only 15. He pulled the guard sleeve again and said, "Brother, I don't want to drop out of school. I want to study, and I don't want to get married." Several people were shocked. What kind of community is this? They are all well-known families. Who is short of money? How could they not let such a young child go to school and get married? Just then, Sui Li, Li Qian, and Li Qinzi chased out. Li Qian scolded Li Xingjian, "Get back here." Li Xingjian burst into tears, his voice reaching the sky. He was really heartbroken. The aunt was about to cry after hearing this. His eyes turned red with anger. He blocked Li Xingjian behind him and pointed at Li Qian and said, "I know you. I even know your father. The old man is a good man. I know that you two are lazy and greedy. What do you want to do? Are you breaking the law by forcing a child to marry? Go, call the police. Call the police and arrest these two human traffickers." Li Qian, "I didn't force her to get married. He asked me to give my student status to my sister and forbade me to continue my studies." Li Xingjian shuka. The aunt said, "They said they didn't force me to get married, but they didn't even let me study. I'm sure they'll force me to get married in the future." Li Qian? He didn't. Sui Li was furious, but she couldn't yell in front of people outside. She said aggrievedly, "Aunt, come in and see. She has smashed everything in the house, beat her father, beat her sister, scolded me, and lied. She is lawless. How dare we let her get married?" Li Xingjian stopped talking and said coldly, "Can you swear to God that you didn't give our head teacher 10,000 yuan to make me drop out of school and let Li Qinzi replace me? Do you dare to go to school to verify this? If you have the guts, don't let Li Qinzi go to school. Everyone knows that she didn't even make it to high school." Sui Li was furious and asked, "We paid a premium. Isn't that okay? You yourself can't go to school because you're absent." Li Xingjian showed everyone his hospitalization records. "I was hospitalized and asked for leave, but my family refused to give me leave, so they said I was skipping classes, but in fact I was skipping classes just to let my sister go to school. I was raised by my grandmother, and when I just came back, they didn't treat me as a family member. I don't even know if I'm a biological child or not. How could they do this to me?" Li Xingjian brought evidence with him, and because he was thin, he cried adorably. This made the neighbors feel very distressed. Sui Li, she even carries her medical records with her? How could she be so sick? The grandmother closest to the Li family said tremblingly, "I know this, but I have never seen this child. They raised him in the countryside. Why should one of the two children be raised in the countryside? Isn't he adopted? It seems that they are not biological children. She is my biological daughter. I know her grandfather. Whether they are your biological children or not, how can you treat your children like this?" Everyone talked at once and attacked Li Qian and Sui Li together. At first, the aunt pointed at Sui Li and said, "I deserve to destroy your house. How can you be a parent like this? You are so heartless. Report them, report their family to the street office, and don't let them live here. I don't want to be neighbors with people like this. Yes, report them, and then go to the Women's Federation." At this time, even Li Qian and Sui Li had to save their dignity. They had no time to blame Li Xingjian and hurriedly explained that it was all a misunderstanding. But they couldn't explain themselves clearly and started arguing with their neighbors. Li Xingjian took a stick and knocked on the door of a house at the end of the community. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman who looked very serious and was dressed meticulously. "Who are you?" This woman is Ji Yanli's biological mother. Ji Yanli's mother is a college politics teacher and is very serious. In her previous life, Teacher Wen had always been against her relationship with Ji Yanli. But Ji Yanli refused to break up with her, and Teacher Wen once looked for her behind Ji Yanli's back. Teacher Wen asked her to sit in the bright and spacious reading room. Teacher Wen was wearing a turtleneck sweater and had her hair tied up, looking elegant and proud. She said, "Children from decent families would never marry a prostitute. Li Xingjian, do you think you can really marry into our family?" He had never actually met Su Bai, but had only heard about Su Bai and knew that Su Bai was a professional with extremely strong talents. How is that possible? If Su Bai loses, my name will be written upside down. After hearing this, Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this true? Are you so confident in Su Bai? Is this young man really worthy of your high regard? Vice President Gao couldn't help but frown. Yes, Dean, There are many students in our academy who are at level 5. His level is probably level 3 at most. It is not easy to complete a cross-level challenge. 3 turns versus 5 turns. Normally, there's only one way to go, which is death. The other 2 vice presidents frowned and spoke quickly. What you're talking about is a normal situation. Subai is completely abnormal. If you don't believe me, go to the ring and take a look for yourself. Jiang Lin patted his robe, leaned back in his chair, and hummed a little tune. The 2 of them looked particularly comfortable. I'll go take a look. It's been a while since I've seen Imperial Capital College so lively. I'll go take a look too. What is the charm of a champion candidate? These deans all walk towards the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena is a rather special platform, which is equivalent to a secret place. However, this secret realm has one advantage. That is, if you die in the secret realm, you will not really die, but will directly escape from the secret realm. It is precisely because of this that these guys dared to provoke Subai and want to test Subai's strength. Many people still have doubts about this genius who ranks number 1 in the entire Meteorite Empire. Chapter 77, Subai's Strength. Outside the martial arts arena, there were many people gathered, most of whom were there to watch the fun. Look, even Vice President Gao is here. Who said it wasn't? It seems that Subai's reputation is really big. He has attracted the attention of the deans. In addition to Vice Dean Gao, Dean Wang, Dean Li, and even some senior teachers are here. This scene is really grand. It's no less impressive than the campus competition at school. Come on, this is the champion marquis, who has made a great name for himself throughout the country. Isn't it normal for the dean and others to pay attention to him? Everyone looked at President Gao and the others, with a hint of emotion in their eyes. A big shot like this dean-level person would not easily show up in front of the public. Except for some major events, they are rarely seen during normal times. I'm actually quite puzzled by one thing. Subai has such a strong talent and such a terrifying strength. Why didn't this guy come to our Imperial Capital College, but instead went to a remote place like Qinglong College? You are right. Subai's talent is more than enough to enter Qinglong Academy. Didn't the dean recruit him? He ranked first in the college entrance examination. How could the dean not recruit him? Then why is this? Everyone felt a little confused. With Subai's ability, he could easily enter the Imperial Capital College, but he joined another college. These guys probably could not have imagined that their dean sent Subai to other places in order to protect him. As a result, this kid was very restless and managed to get the title of Champion Marquis. If I had known the situation would be like this, I would have recruited this kid directly to the Imperial Capital. Instead, I let that old guy's son Sean get the advantage. Those who provoked me just now, come in with me. Subai walked directly into the mysterious space of the martial arts arena, and his figure floated in the space. Let's go. Let's see how strong Subai is. Don't be afraid. He's just one person. I don't believe he can take us all down. That's right. We can't lose face for our Imperial Capital today, no matter what. Take down Subai and defeat Champion Ho. Everyone clenched their fists with a hint of excitement in their eyes and dived into the whirlpool. Subai, let me quick blade Lunan. See how powerful you are. A man stood up, holding a long knife in his hand, with a sharp look in his eyes. 5th turn. It's not that I look down on you. You're really no match for me. Don't waste time. Just come on together. Subai patted his robe, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. You are so arrogant. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed in Lunan's eyes. He picked up the long knife in his hand and rushed toward Subai. Since you guys don't want to do it, I'll do it myself. Come out, baby. Subai waved his hand, and his figure disappeared from the spot. The sky above everyone's heads suddenly darkened. They looked up and saw a huge monster floating above their heads, exuding an extremely terrifying majesty. This is Subai's beast. Dragon. It's actually a dragon. How is this possible? Aren't dragons born as gods? How can they be controlled? It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. This is my first time seeing a dragon, and a beastmaster at that. I've never heard of one before. It's terrible. Those standing outside the venue looked at the giant dragon that stretched for hundreds of meters and swallowed subconsciously. How could it be a dragon? Impossible. No. In the martial arts arena, the weapons in everyone's hands fell directly to the ground, and there was a hint of disbelief in their eyes. Dragons are such terrifying creatures that they are completely beyond the reach of human power. Destroy them. Subai looked at these guys with a hint of indifference in his eyes. When Xiaobai heard this, a bright light burst out from his body, instantly covering the entire space. Before these guys could react, they were frozen into ice sculptures. With a crisp sound, the bodies of these guys who were frozen into ice sculptures instantly exploded, turned into pieces, and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Just give it a second. Is this the strength of the #1 prodigy in the Meteorite Empire? This is too scary. Those guys didn't even have the ability to resist and were killed instantly. How could his Beastmaster be so strong? At the very least, they are reverting to their ancestral state. These beasts are at least at the reverting stage. Yes, that's absolutely true. Oh my god, is this how terrifying a Beastmaster is? Everyone looked at the scene happening in the martial arts performance space, with a hint of disbelief on their faces. No wonder the dean said this was just a farce. It's true, these people had no room to fight back in front of Subai. They were just like a child. Dean Gao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. Subai is worthy of being called the #1 genius in the entire Meteorite Empire and was given the title of champion candidate by His Majesty. Don't even mention them. After Subai's level is raised, even I won't be able to defeat that beast when facing it. The other two deans looked at each other, with a hint of unspeakable fear in their eyes. It's incredible that he can reach this level at such a young age. At this time, before everyone had recovered from their shock, Subai rode on a giant white dragon and retreated from space. Besides them, do you have anyone else who wants to challenge me? No matter who it is, as long as they want, I can accept it at any time. Subai patted his robe and said with a smile. At this moment, everyone had fallen completely silent. They don't know how to face this peer in front of them. Why are your talents and strengths so terrifying when we are all professionals? Who dares to do this? Anyone who dares to provoke Subai is courting death. I feel like even a 7th level job changer is no match for him. That's right. If you're below the 7th level, don't even think about going head-on with Subai. Do you think Mu Yin can beat Subai? At this moment, everyone looked at Mu Yin not far away. As the #1 genius in the Imperial Capital Academy, Mu Yan's level and strength are so strong that ordinary people are no match for him. Don't look at me. I'm no match for Subai. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. You guys just stay here and be shocked. Mu Yin leaped and jumped onto Xiaobai. Xiaobai did not reveal any disgust as he circled his body and rushed towards the mountain behind the academy. Chepter sendisat osum Mu Yanis shok. How did you cultivate it? How come your beast is so powerful? Also, where did you contract a dragon? Sitting on Xiaobai's body, Mu Yin said with some curiosity in her eyes. She knew Subai's family situation better than anyone else. Both of them were orphans, and Subai definitely had no money to raise these guys. This is a long story. In fact, it's not that difficult to train a beast. I'm lucky and have awakened a special talent. Subai did not hide it from Mu Yin and ordered Xiaobai to land on the top of the mountain behind. Why did you two come to my place? Looking at the two people in front of him, Mr. Jianglin sat up from the recliner and asked softly, Grandpa, please do me a favor and help me prepare some materials. Don't worry, I won't give you anything for free. How about I exchange it for a non-attribute divine crystal? Subai has a fairly large amount of attributeless divine crystals in his hands, so there's no problem in taking out some of them. What material? Hearing this, the old man immediately asked. 2 bottles of dark holy water and 1 bottle of forgotten river water. Subai directly opened the panels of the 2 beasts and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Beast Tamer, Blood-Eyed Wolf Demon. Rank, Atavism rank. Level, LV 150. Physique, 158,000. Strength, 15 million. Spiritual power, 158,000. Agility, 156,000. Comprehensive combat power, 170,000. Skills, Sea of Blood, King's Might, Bloodthirsty Demon Eyes, Wolf King Clone, Netherworld Willow Wonder. Hidden Evolution Route, Blood Eye Wolf Demon, 9 Int Demon Wolf. Materials required for the Hidden Route Evolution, 100 Dark Godstones, 100 Nether Godstones, a bottle of Dark Holy Water, a bottle of Forgotten River Water, and a Dark God Crystal. Current status, cannot be advanced, basic attributes do not meet the standards. Beast Tamer, 9 Nether Skylark. Rank, Atavism rank. Level, LV150. Physique, 15000. Strength, 1160000. Spiritual power, 1325000. Agility, 1125000. Comprehensive combat power, 1802000. Skills, Endless Void Flame, King's Might, Sea of Black Flame, 9 Polar Aurora. Hidden Evolution Route, 9 Nether Skylark. Netherworld Mysterious Bird. Materials required for the Hidden Route Evolution: 100 Dark Godstones, 100 Nether Godstones, a bottle of Dark Holy Water, a Nether God Crystal, and a Dark God Crystal. Current status can be advanced. Basic attributes have reached the standard. These two little guys haven't made any advancement in a long time, so it's time to let them enjoy some peace and quiet. Such a rare material. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but frowned, with a serious look in his eyes. Materials of this level are usually only needed by 9th level strongmen to create equipment. Even in the entire empire, they are extremely rare. Of course, just tell me if you can find it. When Subai heard this, he quickly asked, I'll find it for you now. It should be no problem. As the dean, he can mobilize the treasury of the entire empire. Since it is an equal exchange, he naturally cannot refuse. Then I'll trouble you. Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's not so easy for him to upgrade the grade of his beast now. It probably won't be long before he has to make another trip to the Demon Abyss. Since the old man has already promised him, it proves that there should be no problem with these things, and he can get them soon. After the old man left, the two of them sat on the cliff, looking at the sunset in the distance and chatting. Yes, it's what you want. If you want these precious materials again next time, you may not be able to find them in the Imperial Library. You will have to look for them in those very scary dungeons, where you can find these materials by going down to the demonic abyss. Old Master Jiang Lin was very efficient. By evening, he had prepared all the materials Subai needed. How much divine crystals do you think these two materials are worth? Subai didn't hesitate and put the things away directly. No need for money. The emperor said that you are a hero of the entire meteorite empire, so I won't charge you for the materials this time. The old man curled his lips with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He is a member of the royal family, and the two of them have the same blood. The Lord of Meteorite did not ask him to pick anything from the treasury. Why do you seem unhappy? Subai looked at the old man in front of him, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Get out of here now. Don't let me see you. Get out of here. When the old man heard this, he rolled his eyes and immediately started scolding. That doesn't make sense. He's already old and must have passed menopause. Why is he so irritable? Subai held Mu Yan's little hand and walked down the mountain, looking back suspiciously. Dean is like this sometimes. Shall we go out for dinner? I'm tired of eating the food in school. How about you go out to eat with me? Mu Yan blinked and spoke softly. Of course it's no problem, but you have to wait for me for a moment. Feed them the beast-taming materials first. Subai heard this and said immediately, It's a good opportunity for me to take a look at your other beasts. If they are short of training resources, I can help them. Mu Yan heard this and spoke quickly. From the beginning to the end, she thought that Subai only had this one beast that was so powerful. After all, no beastmaster would train all the beasts. The first is that it does not consume that much energy, and the second is that it does not have that many resources. The resources consumed in training each beast are terrifying. All right, when Subai heard this, he waved his hand. A total of 6 beasts appeared in front of Mu Yan. These 6 figures blocked out the sky and the sun, covering the entire mountain. Is this your beast? Mu Yan looked at the scene in front of her and was stunned for a moment, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She had never seen so many terrifying beasts. Of course it's not bad. Subai smiled slightly and said calmly. No wonder the dean asked you to accompany me to the lower secret realm. He is planning to sweep the entire secret realm. This is really horrible. At least they are at the stage of atavism, right? Mu Yan looked at those huge figures and swallowed subconsciously. You guessed it right. Each one of them is in the ancestral stage. Subai nodded and threw the evolution materials directly to Jiuyo Skylark and Blood-Eyed Demon Wolf. Upon seeing this, the two beasts opened their bloody mouths and swallowed all the evolutionary materials into their stomachs. Let's go and eat. Subai thought that these two little guys would need some time to evolve, and then he took Mu Yan and left the academy.
Time flies.
and some time has passed since the war that shocked the entire East Continent. However, most of the forces on the East Continent are still on the verge of a war and remain highly vigilant. Humans are afraid of the evil dragon's counterattack. If the evil dragon counterattacks, human countries will face a catastrophe. And the evil dragon they mentioned was also on guard against retaliation from humans. The only exception is the Dwarf Empire, which is sandwiched between the two. This force, which remained neutral throughout, was not affected much from the beginning to the end of the war. It continued to go about its business as usual, mining, drinking, and playing some friendly games with its good brothers every day. Until this day, an uninvited guest came to the Big Hammer Tavern of the Dwarf Empire. Drink. Keep drinking. Go, Audibas. Drink him to death. For the glory of our Dwarf Mutual Aid Association, you can't lose. Come on, Whitebeard, drink up Audibas. And me, I'm going to raise the stakes by 10 pieces of iron ore. I'm betting on Whitebeard to win. The small tavern was now packed with dwarves, and noisy roars and shouts were vented in the tavern. Because there was really no room left for them, many dwarves simply climbed onto the shoulders of other dwarves, piling up one layer after another, like a pyramid, until they reached the roof. In the center, surrounded by dwarves, was an ordinary stone table filled with wine bottles. On both sides of the table sat a dwarf, one with a signature big beard covered with oil and wine stains, looking as sloppy as a beggar. Judging from the way he swayed from side to side, he was obviously drunk, but he still held the bottle of wine in one hand and poured it into his mouth with his neck raised. Those eyes were fixed on the guy sitting opposite from beginning to end. He was a somewhat peculiar dwarf, wearing animal skins that were much cleaner than those of other dwarves. There are not many stains on his big beard, only a small amount of alcohol. The most eye-catching thing is the hair on his body. Different from the hair color of ordinary dwarves, the hair of this dwarf is all as white as snow. When exposed to light, it reflects a metallic light, which is quite strange. Because of his rare white hair, this dwarf was given the nickname Whitebeard when he came to the Dwarf Empire. No one knows where he came from. He only said that he was a traveler who liked to travel everywhere, see the scenery, and taste the world's delicacies. If that were all, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. The main reason is that Whitebeard drinks too much. After only one day in the Dwarf Empire, dozens of people were drunk and fell down, and there was no rest in between. In the eyes of these big, alcoholic guys, this was undoubtedly a provocation by despicable outsiders to their local dwarves. As a result, more and more dwarves heard the news and simply put down their work in the mines and came to challenge. Those who thought they were not as skilled as others simply chose to watch the fight. During this period, as more and more people gathered, naturally, some people started gambling, betting on which brother could drink more than this outsider. However, the situation does not seem good. So far, Whitebeard has not shown any signs of being drunk. Instead, there were batches of dwarves coming to challenge, and the number of those who were thrown outside the tavern after getting drunk formed a small hill. Bang! As the dwarf named Audibas, who was sitting opposite Whitebeard, slammed his face heavily on the table, the drinking contest officially came to an end. Suddenly, the entire tavern erupted in shouts like a tsunami. Some were laughing uncontrollably, and some were wailing. Some dwarves lost the bet and reluctantly took out they had worked so hard to dig from their storage rings. Some dwarves won the bet and made several times the amount of they bet. Then they happily took the minerals to the bar, exchanged them for a large bottle of red wine, and continued to wait happily for the next challenger to appear. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge our invincible barrel god of war, Whitebeard? A dwarf who was temporarily acting as the host and part-time referee stood on the bar, holding a bottle of wine as a microphone, and roared loudly. Are you guys just giving up like this? Are our brothers in the Dwarf Empire not as good as the guys outside? I'll do it. In a crowded crowd, a dwarf could not resist the instigation and raised his broad, calloused hand. The other dwarves immediately shouted to make way for him, and watched as this brother walked towards the stone table that symbolized the challenger with the determination to die. Okay, the dwarf who was hosting the event shouted at the glass bottle. Now let's invite this warrior to come on stage. I wonder if he can drink Whitebeard down. Let's wait and see. Other brothers, you can start placing bets now. But before the new challenger stepped onto the ring, a rough voice suddenly rang out from outside the tavern. Specially brewed. Why didn't you call me for such a good thing? The pub fell silent. When everyone turned around, they saw the wooden door of the tavern being pushed open, and a dirty dwarf walked in with a manuscript on his shoulder. Judging from his dark body, which is as black as a coal briquette, he must have just come out of the coal mining area. However, just when this dwarf, who was so ordinary that he couldn't be more ordinary, roared, the other dwarves fell silent for several seconds. Just because this dwarf who is as black as a coal ball is their uncrowned king. The dwarf king, Herbert Alexander. Could it be that the king wants to personally participate in the drinking contest? This was a sudden thought that popped up in the minds of the dwarves. The dwarf king, who is the biggest drinker in the entire empire, faces this Whitebeard who appears out of nowhere. This is the battle of the century. If I could witness these two strong men drinking together, it would be worth it even if I had to pay for all I had. The eyes of the dwarves became brighter and brighter. I don't know who was the first to react and shouted, "King!" Like a chain reaction, all the dwarves began to shout, and under the powerful shouts, the roof of the tavern began to tremble. In order to live up to the trust of his people, the dwarf king Herbert threw the manuscript on the ground, stretched his muscles, moved his neck, and with a force, 2 streams of black smoke mixed with slag came out of his nostrils. He walked to the stone table as the crowd spontaneously made way for him, grabbed the arm of the drunken former challenger who was lying on the table, and with a strong force, threw him out of the tavern in a graceful parabola. Sitting on the stone chair, picking up a bottle of red wine on the table, Herbert looked at the white-bearded man sitting opposite him, who was still drinking nonstop. After taking a sip of the wine, he used a special method to transmit his voice. "You guy, why are you here to get drunk again?" Chapter 94 Dragon Dad. Whitebeard seemed to be concentrating on drinking and not paying attention to the situation outside. Or maybe he felt that the outside world was too noisy, so he used some magic to block out the noise in advance. Only after hearing this voice transmission did he take his eyes off the wine bottle, slowly raised his head, and looked at the dwarf king Herbert sitting opposite him in some surprise. His beard trembled for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal, and he also greeted him in a plain way through one-on-one voice transmission. You're here." To outsiders, this scene was just a battle of wills between 2 big guys before a drinking contest. On the surface, the newcomer, Whitebeard, was obviously weaker in momentum. Suddenly, the entire tavern fell silent, for fear of disturbing the competition between the two. In secret, the dwarves all quietly took out various minerals from their storage rings, preparing for a big gamble, betting on who can drink better, the dwarf king Herbert or the outsider Whitebeard. If you win the bet, everyone is naturally happy. You don't have to mine for several days after that. You can spend every day in the tavern and exchange the one or for red wine. As for those who lose, those who are luckier can only declare bankruptcy and have to go mining miserably. If you are unlucky, you may also receive a commission to forge equipment. Without, or it would be impossible to complete the commission for a while. In order to avoid paying liquidated damages, these unfortunate dwarves may be forced to find a few gentler dwarf brothers to provide them with warm-hearted and wonderful services in addition to working overtime to mine, in exchange for some ores to fill the gap in forging materials. In simple terms, it means selling ditches to pay off debts. This has become a common occurrence for some dwarves who are unlucky and often lose money. In a sense, this also promoted the circulation of money within the dwarf empire and made an indelible contribution to economic development. The dwarf king Herbert naturally knew about this extremely shameless behavior. So when the dwarves were secretly placing bets, he inadvertently took out a large piece of mithril or from a storage ring and threw it out, placing a bet for himself as well. Then he narrowed his eyes and his slits, raised the bottle, and gulped down the bright red wine, while asking the white-bearded dwarf sitting opposite him, "Let me guess, Christine, did you go looking for that female dragon and get hammered?" After hearing Herbert's message, the white-bearded dwarf called Christine, raised the glass bottle, and poured wine into his mouth. He hesitated for a moment, as if he recalled some bad memories. He shuddered, and a lot of wine spilled on his beard. Then he slammed the wine bottle onto the stone table, making a dull bang sound. Where the stone table touched the wine bottle, there were circles of spiderweb-like cracks. Seeing this, Herbert knew that he had guessed correctly. He also put down the bottle, touched the wine stuck on his beard, and said in a voice transmission, "How can you be so depressed? Why do you have nothing better to do than to go looking for her? Take my advice, a forced melon is not sweet. Besides, this melon is harder than, and you can't twist it. Herbert, you don't understand." Kristen seemed to be annoyed by the dwarf king's nagging, and interrupted him rudely with a voice transmission. and then said, "I am not only doing this for myself, but also to find an explanation for my children. My two poor children. How have they survived all these years? I can't imagine. They actually ran to a place like the godforsaken land, and they were killed at their doorstep by weak humans. I can't even imagine how much they have suffered. Damn Silveri, how could she treat our child like this?" As she said this, Christine actually covered her head and started crying. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. I felt pity for her. His memory was involuntarily pulled back to decades ago, the painful memories that he could not bear to recall. At that time, he, Christian, was still a young dragon who was young and frivolous, kind-hearted, and yearning for poetry in distant places. Because he was picked up and raised by an ancient silver dragon that loved to travel around, his character has always tended to be kind and lawful. At the same time, his hobby is the same as Silver Dragon's mother. He likes to wander around and travel around the world. In her adolescence, Christine left the protection of her mother and embarked on her own journey. However, he didn't expect to meet an adult female black dragon in estrus on the way, so he was pressed to the ground without any explanation. I was insulted for several months. Then, just when Christine thought he could leave, the female dragon unexpectedly imprisoned him. Regular humiliation, torture. The games are getting more and more extravagant. From then on, Christine became a ruthless tool for sexual gratification. This process continued until he was 100 years old and grew into adulthood. He had a certain amount of resistance. Then one day, when the moon was bright and the wind was strong, he took advantage of the moment when the cruel female black dragon was preparing magic props and quietly escaped. That time, Christine fled all the way to the Dwarf Empire. Seeing that the female black dragon stopped chasing her, she breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt tired. So she disguised herself and went into a tavern to get drunk, trying to bury lost youth and chastity. After drinking for several days and nights and calming down a little, he remembered that all the things he had on him had been looted by the female dragon. As a result, there is no money to pay the bill. I wanted to show my true dragon nature and go all out and just run away. But Christine never expected that there was a legendary master hiding in the small tavern. She was caught and beaten before she even left the house, and even 2 of her teeth were knocked out. Although he later became friends with the Dwarf King who beat him under the influence of alcohol, he gradually became less depressed after being counseled. But due to the indelible shadow cast by the female black dragon, Christine resolutely left this sad continent. It was not until recently that he received the news that he might have 2 children, so he hurried over. As a result, when he arrived, he heard that his child was almost slaughtered by the soldiers sent by the human principality. He couldn't help but go to find the child's mother to argue. The result: once again, he was pinned to the ground and humiliated for several days. "I don't understand," Christine said in a voice transmission. "She was cruel to me, but why did she treat our children so cruelly? They are so young. What if they are in danger? I can't imagine how wrong they must have been these years. In that barren land, they must have had to eat dirt to grow up." Ah. Herbert stared at the adult white dragon in front of him who was disguised as a dwarf and kept pouring wine into his mouth. After thinking for a while, he still didn't say the words, "Isn't this what a 5-colored dragon should be like?" Chapter 95, Long Dad's Guilt. After holding it in for a long time, Herbert could only utter one sentence. "Actually, I feel your 2 dragon cubs should be living well, at least better than you think. If you really feel guilty, why don't you go and see them?" Christine paused in her crying and covering her face, her eyes filled with loneliness. "Forget it." After wiping away his tears twice, he took 2 more sips of wine, then slammed the bottle heavily on the stone table. "I don't know how to face these 2 children. They probably won't recognize me as their father. After all, they are different from me. They were raised by Silveri and are real dragons. It's hard for me to imagine how a black dragon as ferocious as Silvelli would raise 2 children. I'm afraid he has been subjected to inhumane torture and training since he was a child." Thinking of the torture she had suffered, Christine couldn't help but shudder. She felt her legs go weak and her crotch get cold. "So you choose to escape like you did back then and get drunk here?" Herbert said, and inadvertently threw out a few more pieces of mithril, or adding a heavy stack of chips to himself. As if a thorn in her heart had been stabbed, Christine didn't even use the sound transmission magic and roared loudly. "I didn't run away." But then, noticing the sudden silence around him and the surprised looks from the dwarfs, he closed his mouth again and used telepathic magic to whisper, "I stayed here to protect my children. God knows whether the humans in the East Continent will attack them again." As he spoke, Kristen lowered his eyes. By the way, this can also be regarded as making up for the lack of care for them over the years, and trying my best to fulfill the responsibilities that a father should fulfill. Man, if you spread this out, I'm afraid those bards with nothing better to do will make it into some obscene poem and spread it all over the continent. Herbert smiled and shook his head. It's a chaotic, evil color dragon, but it cares about blood and family just like a lawful, good metallic dragon. This is even more ridiculous than the jokes told by those brainless devils in Bador. I never said that I was from the evil, chaotic camp. Christine looked at Herbert with a firm look in her eyes. I remember I told you that my mother was a great silver dragon. Under her teachings, I have long believed in Bahamut, the god of good dragons. Please don't compare me with those same kind who believe in Tiamat, the mother of evil dragons, and whose minds are full of fighting and killing, okay? Okay, man. Herbert perfunctorily said helplessly, raising the bottle in his hand and touching Christine's bottle. This bottle is dedicated to His Majesty the Platinum Dragon, God Bahamut. I'm sorry for saying the wrong thing. Then he drank the entire bottle of wine in one gulp. Then he picked up another bottle, pulled out the cork, and rubbed his red rosacea. But my friend, your worry is unnecessary. I have received news that the Eastern countries have sent envoys to negotiate peace with your two precious dragon cubs. According to the time calculation, the envoys should have almost reached the godforsaken land. Completely ignoring Christine's wide eyes, Herbert continued to speak. To be honest, this surprised me. Those tall guys actually gave in so easily. But it's good this way. At least I don't have to worry about not being able to drink this delicious red wine. Are you serious? Christine stood up suddenly and slammed her hands on the stone table, making a dull thud. The hard stone table shook violently, and several wine bottles fell over, rolling to the edge of the stone table and falling off the table with a thud. Ended up in pieces. Realizing that her actions were a bit too much, Kristen quickly sat down again, pretending that nothing had happened, and secretly asked, "Where did you get the news?" Of course it's true. Herbert blinked and shook the bottle in his hand. As for where the news came from, my friend, I can only say that your source of information is really outdated. We dwarf brothers are spread all over the plane. Of course, many of us have also infiltrated the human empire and duchies. Some lucky ones have even been hired as royal blacksmiths. So I received the news a few days ago, before those old guys from various countries had chosen their envoys. However, I didn't expect that it would be so troublesome for a group of tall people like them to select an envoy. The efficiency is ridiculously inefficient. You know what I mean? Whenever something happens to that group of tall people, it's always like this. The countries have to weigh the pros and cons and plot various schemes. In the end, whichever country can't hold on will voluntarily contribute a poor nobleman to serve as an envoy. Then, as if he had thought of something, Herbert's already flushed face put on a very evil, perverted smile, as if he had seen a cute little loli, and his eyes kept looking at Christine's face. By the way, old friend, did you bring money this time? I've been itching to get a full set of armor. Hearing this, the smile that had just appeared on Christine's face slowly faded, revealing a painful expression. After thinking for a while, she took off a storage ring from her finger and threw it on the stone table with a light clicking sound. Inside are the scales I've shed over the years. Just consider it as wine money. More than enough, just consider it as the reward for taking care of my child's business. After saying this, he stood up from the stone chair. When the dwarves saw this, they thought that Whitebeard had finally given up after drinking no more. Their invincible dwarf king had won once again and defended his supreme title as the #1 wine barrel in the East Continent. Then the whole tavern was in an uproar, and the dwarves were howling like ghosts and wolves as if it was New Year's Day. Some dwarves were so excited about making a fortune that they tore off their tattered clothes on the spot, throwing the rags around and laughing wildly. There were also those who, as gamblers, wanted to go all in and bet everything on Christine, but ended up losing everything. Now he was covering his butt and preparing to go to the red light district of the dwarf empire in shame to carry out his tragic plan of selling his prostitutes to pay off his debts. There was also a dwarf who wanted to scold Christine for match fixing, but after looking around for a long time with the wine bottle in his hand, he found that the white-bearded figure had disappeared from the spot. No matter how these people asked or how they searched, no one saw where he went. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, disappearing suddenly from a spot. But no one noticed when he disappeared. This made those guys who lost money and wanted to beat Christine couldn't help but shout, "Dwarf King! The undead are making trouble in broad daylight." Chapter 96 Messenger. At the same time, the envoys sent by the eastern countries had just passed through the dangerous Ghana forest and were using levitation magic scrolls to cross the El Sanciero River, which was full of ferocious aquatic monsters. As a delegation of envoys from the eastern countries to the godforsaken land, this team consists of only 11 people, led by the Holy Kingdom Church, Saint Vina Alice. At the same time, as a high-level silver clergyman, she is also the strongest one in the team. It's not that Vina is too arrogant and doesn't bring more powerful gold-level warriors to escort her. Instead, almost all of the Holy Kingdom's gold-level warriors were killed in the recent battle with the Mother of Shadows. The few remaining survivors have not recovered yet. Even getting out of bed is a problem for them, let alone traveling thousands of miles to the godforsaken land. Although the current rumor circulating the East Continent is that the Rose Empire's Valkyrie Tracy fought the Black Dragon alone and finally defeated it. But in fact, it was just a sedative deliberately spread by the top leaders of various countries. As a high-ranking member of the church, Vina knew exactly what had happened. Originally, the eastern countries only thought that it was an adult black dragon of the golden rank, so they allowed the Valkyrie Tracy to go and challenge it. But no one expected that the black dragon had already touched the threshold of the legendary realm. Although he has not yet fully proven himself to be a legend, he is still not something that ordinary human legends can contend with. So, the battle had just begun when Tracy was absolutely defeated by the Black Dragon and was seriously injured. If the Eastern countries had not dispatched 2 legends and 7 gold-level warriors again after emergency consultation to temporarily delay the Black Dragon, Tracy would probably have died there. But even so, they were unable to defeat the Black Dragon. In order to prevent the Black Dragon from suddenly proving its legend during the battle and causing an unnecessary catastrophe, the Eastern countries were forced to take the initiative to negotiate peace and sign an armistice treaty with the Black Dragon. After making many conditions, the despicable Black Dragon swaggered away from the sphere of influence of the Eastern countries. Signing a peace agreement with the 2 Black Dragons in the godforsaken land was one of the many conditions agreed to at the time. The Pope of the Holy Kingdom was one of the 2 legends who went to hold back the Mother of Shadows. In that battle, not only was the Pope injured, but almost all of the high-ranking members of the Golden Church who went with him were killed. This is why they were at a disadvantage in the negotiations with the Eastern countries and were forced to let their own saint take on the role of peace messenger. Of course, other countries did not provide any subsidies. They wished that all countries except their own would be destroyed so that they could dominate the entire East Continent. In such a situation, Vina, as a messenger, had just crossed the El Sanciero River. The moment she landed, her legs went weak and she was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, the female captain of the escort rushed up in time and supported her, thus preventing the envoy from making a fool of himself before he even achieved his goal. After thanking the captain of the guards, Vina ordered the envoys to stay where they were and rest. Then she sat down on the ground, took a long breath, and felt relieved. But when I thought about having to walk through the Ghana jungle again when I go back, I couldn't help but feel irritated. He cursed all 18 generations of the dwarf's ancestors who did not allow them to cross the river through the dwarf empire. As a priest of only silver rank, it was definitely not an easy task for her to cross the Great Forest of Ghana, not to mention that the Great Forest of Ghana was now more dangerous than usual because of the Black Dragon. Along the way, the disgusting swamp mosquitoes and the inexplicably increasing number of goblins made the young priest exhausted. At the most critical moment, they were even surrounded by a large number of goblins and ogres, and were almost forcibly dragged back to the nest by the goblins to be fed porridge. When she thought of the goblins looking at her with disgusting and strange eyes, Vina had the urge to use the holy flame to purify the entire Ghana forest. But that was all she could think about. If she really set fire to the mountain and angered the evil dragon, she would definitely be regarded as the sinner who caused a war by all human forces in the entire East Continent. No matter where she ran to, she would be caught and killed in front of the evil dragon, just to appease its anger. In the hot climate, Vina became more and more annoyed the more she thought about it. The pustules on her body caused by the bites of swamp mosquitoes seemed even more itchy at this moment. At this moment, when she was almost driven crazy by the depression, Vina chanted words of praise and cast a magic spell for herself. As the magic took effect,
A holy light as soft as water enveloped her. The redness and swelling caused by the bites of swamp poisonous mosquitoes were gradually dispelled under the illumination of this holy light, and the redness and swelling gradually returned to normal. When the itching and pain all over her body were gone, Vina stopped praying and opened her brown-yellow eyes. The fatigue on her face disappeared, and her determined look returned. The female guard leader who had seen this scene wiped the sweat off her head, stood up, walked over, and said, "Please forgive my offense, Your Highness, but we will go on the rest of the journey. You have a special status and should not take this risk. The Pope's order to us was only to ask you to come here. He did not say that you must hand over the contract to the two evil dragons in person. Why don't you rest here for a few days? I'll take the contract and hand it over. Now that His Holiness the Pope is seriously injured, you are the core of the entire church. Please put your own safety first." Vina's eyes swept across the face of the captain of the guards, and she said in a very calm and indifferent tone, "The Pope is the representative of the God of Light in the world. His words are the will of the God of Light. Do you want me to disobey my God Pero?" "Aye." Seeing the captain of the guards showing a panic expression, Vina waved her hand and continued, "Raya, don't worry too much. You have to know that we are only sent here as messengers to convey the will for peace. We are not going to declare war on those two evil dragons and fight to the death. Besides, there are always two sides to every coin. Although we were excluded from coming to this wild land as envoys because of the serious injury of His Holiness the Pope, isn't this an opportunity?" Chapter 97 Envoy. Those orcs and beastmen have been atoning for their sins in this sinful land for thousands of years. Now it is time for them to return to the embrace of my God Pero. "What do you mean?" asked the captain of the guard, Raya. "I will preach in this cursed land and make those ignorant orcs and half-orcs return to the arms of my God Pero." Vina had a crazy smile on her face. "If we can unite these orcs and half-orcs, they will become your followers. When the time comes, Your Majesty will surely grant me a miracle." Captain Guard Raya's expression turned a little strange. Although she had always known that her saint's ideas were radical, she had never expected them to be so crazy. But at the same time, because she knew the saint well enough, Raya also knew that once the saint made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. She could only sigh, assemble the team, and prepare to set off again. But at this time, who? As if she had noticed something, Vina suddenly let out a cry of surprise and looked around vigilantly. But nothing was found. "Your Highness, is there anything wrong?" asked the captain of the guards, Raya. "You." Vina's eyes were still alert, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. "Did you notice a prying gaze just now?" Prying eyes? Raya turned around and looked around. There was not even a single person in the desert. She had no choice but to turn her head and look at her own saint with some heartache. "Your Highness, you must be too tired. We are now out of the Ghana forest. There will be no goblins spying on us in secret." "No, I'm not talking about the goblins." Vina looked around, and after a moment, she was sure there was really no one there. She could only sigh, "Maybe I'm too sensitive. Yellow sand is blowing all over the sky, and the scorching sun is high in the sky." After several days of trekking, Vina and her group finally reached their destination. Glancing at the obelisk standing in the yellow sand, Vina licked her cracked lips and focused her gaze on the figures holding wreaths under the obelisk. "I didn't expect these barbaric guys would also mourn their dead companions," Vina said to herself. As a saint, she grew up in the church, and her understanding of the outside world mainly relied on hearsay and books. In her understanding, orcs and orcs are extremely barbaric and brutal, incomparable to other intelligent life forms. When food is scarce, they will even resort to cannibalism. Instinct far outweighs reason, more like savage beasts than intelligent species. At the same time, this is also the view of most humans. After seeing this scene, although Vina's attitude towards life in these savage lands did not change much, she became more determined to preach here. If you can mourn your companions, you can pray to the gods. And she secretly vowed that when her missionary work was successful, she would tear down the obelisk and replace it with a statue of the God of Light. In the heart of this fanatical saint, only the statue of His Majesty the Great God of Light is worthy of being located in this position to accept the prayers of all people. Equipment Department. Minister Gao was excitedly discussing the research and development plan of the chainsaw sword with Irene, and a number of scrap samples were piled up in a corner. Most of them are sawtooth breakage and wear. Some are still emitting black smoke, obviously having just been scrapped not long ago. In the research and development of generation after generation, the shortcomings of the copycat chainsaw sword have become clearly apparent. This kind of melee weapon, which is close to black technology, can easily wear out or even break during use due to high-frequency vibrations because the saw blade is not strong enough when used. The first experiment failed because the material was not strong enough, resulting in direct breakage. Even if you engrave magic runes on it, it cannot solve the fundamental problem. The original weapon is suspected to have used a very advanced technological means, which can greatly avoid the wear and tear of the saw blade. However, due to the erosion of time, it is completely impossible to replicate it. After studying this technology, Irene named it single-molecule edge technology. It is envisioned that if this technology could be realized, even the body of a gold-level warrior would not be able to withstand a single blow from a saw blade. But because of the technology tree, Irene and her team are currently unable to discover this key technology. I can only sigh that the height that the ancient Orc's technology tree has climbed is really outrageous. In response to this, Gal has been continuously researching and coming up with two more common solutions to the problem of easy wear and tear on chainsaw swords in recent days. The first thing is to make the chainsaw sword bigger, longer, and wider, and then prepare a few more spare saw blades. In his own words, "I thought if I made it bigger, I could chop it off in one go, so I wouldn't need a second cut, and the wear and tear would naturally be less." However, because the saw blade would eventually wear out and break, and the result would be that the saw blade would fly out and easily hit nearby, friendly forces, this plan was eventually forcibly abandoned. The second research plan is to use more precious metals. But because it was too expensive and could not solve the problem, it was eventually abolished. Gal also tried to replicate the metals suspected to be special alloys on the ancient Orc spaceship, but no matter how he smelted them, he could not achieve the desired effect. Even if he dismantled the spaceship and melted it for reuse, it would be difficult to completely melt it. The metals used on the spaceship were extremely resistant, so in the end he had to give up. Now, with the help of Irene, the modification of the chain's word has taken a more reliable direction. Although they don't have single-molecule blade technology, they have magic. Irene envisions using magic particles instead of molecules to realize magic particle blade technology. By attaching a layer of high-speed, flowing magic particle flow to the surface of the saw blade, the functions of cutting and protecting the saw blade are achieved. If this technology can be successful, it is foreseeable that the offensiveness of the army under Irene will be greatly enhanced. Although the magic particle blade is not as powerful as a real single-molecule blade, it should be able to cut ordinary magic items and magic shields without any problem. However, due to lack of experience and depth of research on magic, this idea has not yet been fully implemented into reality. It only exists in the plan. Just when Irene's dragon brain was overheating and was running the laws of magic at high speed, a report from a human envoy asking for a meeting interrupted her thoughts. Chapter 98 Meeting. Inserting the chainsaw sword test machine in her hand directly into the steel cast ground, Irene turned her head, her golden eyes full of solemnity. "Those stupid humans. Do they still want to go to war with me?" No, Your Majesty." The Orca reporter was frightened and opened and closed his mouth several times. He stuttered for a long time before straightening his tongue out, but they said they came to sign a non-aggression treaty. Non-aggression pact? Erin had a weird look on her face. Although she believed that the heavy damage she had inflicted on the invading army of the Principality of Rennie was enough to temporarily intimidate the eastern countries, so that in a short period of time, after weighing all aspects, they would most likely not take action against her. But no one expected that this group of humans would be so straightforward as to give in and sign a non-aggression treaty. This feeling is just like when you're playing a 1v1 game and you just reduce the opponent's health bar a little bit, and the opponent immediately gives up. It's just as ridiculous. Irene had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if she had encountered a country in her previous life that was very good at surrendering. But then she thought of a guy. Her mother, the Black Dragon Silveri. Not long ago, Irene received news that Silvelli took action personally and took advantage of the Principality of Rennie's massive invasion of the godforsaken land and the country's depleted national strength to completely destroy it. In the end, it took the legendary forces of the Eastern nations to drive her back to the great forests of Ghana. Thinking about it this way, the fundamental reason why human countries want to make peace is probably because of the Dragon Queen. Involving someone of her own kind, and her own mother, Irene couldn't help but start thinking more deeply. Could this be the condition that Dragon Queen obtained through some shady deal she made with the Eastern nations? This thought popped up in Irene's mind involuntarily, and became more certain after combining it with her mother's personality. She didn't think this was her mother's love for her. On the contrary, for the Black Dragon, an evil dragon that is extremely good at playing tricks, Eileen only felt that the mother of dragons wanted to treat her as a cash cow that had not yet grown up in the back garden. As time goes by, it is foreseeable that this back garden of the godforsaken land will accumulate more and more wealth. By then, as a neighbor separated only by a river, the mother of dragons would only need to make a slight move to easily harvest the ripe fruits and put all the wealth in her own pocket. With a light sigh, Irene shook her head helplessly. After thinking it through, she felt relieved. She gave Gar a few instructions and asked him to continue studying the feasibility of the chainsaw sword. Then she walked out of the equipment department and prepared to meet the human messenger. To her, although Dragon Queen was suspected of stealing money, it was just stealing money. Although the feelings between the five-color dragons are weak, it is common for blood relatives to turn against each other. But all five-color dragons know their limits and rarely kill their own kind on their own initiative. Of course, it's not because they care about their old friendship, but there is a bottom line that must be followed. That is, you cannot kill your own kind. This is also the rule set by the five-color dragon Mother Tiamat. Five-color dragons of the same kind can be enslaved and bullied, but they cannot be killed. Otherwise, given the brutality of the five-color dragons, the race could be wiped out by civil war alone without the involvement of other races. When there is no faith, Aunt Tiamat will be doomed. Therefore, the battle between the five-color dragons usually ends with one side handing over the treasure and admitting defeat. With this bottom line in mind, Eileen was not too worried about Daenerys. She even regarded this unreliable guess as Daenerys collecting protection money, in a sense in exchange for time to develop in peace. If one day in the future I really have to face my mother and I can't beat her, the worst that can happen is that I give all my treasures to her. As long is fine, it is only a matter of time before he makes a comeback. What's more, Irene has never valued treasure. She cares more about her own strength. Treasure is just a means to quickly improve her own strength. A dragon's true wealth is always itself. Your Majesty. As soon as she came out of the equipment department hidden underground, Irene was greeted by the Imperial Guards led by Wong Kai. They all tapped their left chest with their right hands to express their highest respect to Irene. Each of these guys is wearing power armor. As the closest army to their own king, their duty is to guard Irene's safety at all times when they have no other tasks. However, due to the recent experiments being carried out in the equipment department, various instruments and scrap metal have almost filled up the entire underground space. These big iron lumps have nowhere to stand and can only guard outside the equipment department. Let's go and play with the human messenger. Irene walked out of the path made by the Imperial Guards. There was no expression on her face, but her brisk steps showed that she was in a good mood. Yes, Wong Kai was the first to agree and followed closely behind Irene. As the third in command besides the two crowns, he naturally also learned about the human envoys asking for peace. The cracked mouth under the helmet had already revealed a mouthful of fangs. In the yellow sand, under the obelisk engraved with the names of the sacrificed soldiers, a group of human messengers led by Vina were surrounded by members of the Imperial Guard wearing power armor and holding broadswords. Your Highness, the alchemical equipment these guys are wearing is so strange. Captain Raya leaned over and whispered into Vina's ear. As a warrior, she also longed for this kind of armor that was very visually impactful at first glance. If it were not a matter of power, she would have wanted to go up and touch the texture of these armors to feel how they felt. So what? Vina curled her lips, glanced at the power armors, and muttered softly. These are all creations cursed by the great gods. Those two evil dragons are so bold that they dared to conduct research privately. I don't know where they dug up these ancient artifacts from. We must take them all back to the Pope to be destroyed personally. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from far away. Tap, tap, tap. As the Imperial Guards surrounding the envoys spontaneously made way for them, Irene walked out leisurely, as if she was taking a stroll. At first glance, Vina noticed Irene walking towards her. At this time, Irene was wearing a white robe, her black hair casually draped behind her head, and her golden eyes were full of aggression. Plus that cold and beautiful face. But she didn't know what was wrong with her brain, but Venus secretly complained in her heart. Tiaske, not as good looking as me. Her mind was a little distracted, and before she knew it, Irene had walked up to her and was looking down at her. Her emotionless eyes met hers, and a sense of oppression that belonged only to dragons came over her. At that moment, Vina quickly saluted Irene using church etiquette, trying her best to suppress all the emotions in her heart, and said stiffly, "Respected Her Majesty Irene, Vina Alice pays you the highest respect." Chapter 99, The Ideal Saint. Irene raised her head slightly. As a giant dragon, she has never been interested in these complicated human relationships and all kinds of wrangling. In order not to waste time, Irene got straight to the point and said in a cold voice, "Human, I already know your intentions. As a five-color dragon who loves peace and dislikes violence, I have no interest in your complicated business competition and power struggles. I am very pleased that you and the Eastern countries behind you have taken the initiative to seek peace. After all, it would be quite troublesome if we take action." Without paying any attention to Vina's increasingly ugly expression, Irene asked back, "Isn't it?" Then, without waiting for Vina to answer, Irene held out a hand. "Come on, under the witness of the gods, let us both sign a contract symbolizing peace." It was so straightforward that Vina was a little slow to react. This made all her plans go down the drain. As a saint who grew up in luxury in the church, according to Vina's ideal, the evil dragon would not surrender so easily. Even among human nations, for such a major event between two major powers, a party would be held first, and then the two sides would express their most sincere greetings to each other, while constantly vying for the greatest benefit for their side. And finally, under the witness of the gods, a contract representing this historic moment would be signed. Negotiating with a dragon is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you will end up with no body left. She had already made many preparations for this. A set of both soft and hard measures have been prepared. But what is going on in this situation now? You just agreed to it? Vina looked at the humanoid dragon in front of her with some disbelief. What else? Irene raised her eyebrows. I said before, I am a peace-loving dragon. Then Aaron hooked the hand she extended. Don't waste your time. My patience is limited. Okay. Vina was a little confused in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface. The education she received in the church since childhood allowed her to hide everything well, and she even had a smile on her face. Since Your Excellency is so anxious, let's sign a contract here. After saying that, Vina took out a piece of parchment emitting magical light from her storage ring and handed it over with both hands. Just sign your real name on it. Under the witness of the God of Light, the party who violates the contract will be punished by God. Irene took the parchment, and with just a glance, she saw densely packed names shining with magical light. Those were the real names of all the leaders of the Eastern countries. And at the very bottom, there's a vacancy. The general meaning of the contract is, from the signing of the contract, the Eastern countries will establish peaceful relations with Irene and her subordinates. Irene shall not actively invade the territories of the Eastern human countries, nor shall she send her subordinates to invade the territories. The contract expires in 100 years. Irene looked up at Vina and saw that her expression was normal, and she didn't notice any unusual fluctuations in the contract. Then she took the quill handed to her by Wang Kai and signed her real name on the contract, Irene Afra Christina. As the real name was signed, the contract was officially established, and the parchment gradually turned into a point of light and disappeared. After doing all this, Irene felt a little relieved inside. Finally, I don't have to be so cautious anymore. 100 years is more than enough time for her to grow to adulthood. By then, let alone protecting herself, I'm afraid ordinary legendary masters will have to avoid her when they see her. After she had thought about it, Irene remained calm on the surface and said to Wang Kai indifferently, Wang Kai, please send the guest away. Having said that, he turned and left. However, before Wang Kai could make any move, he heard a cry of surprise. Please wait a moment. But it was Vina who raised her hand. Irene turned her head and saw the little saint biting her lip, suppressing the joy on her face, as if she had made a decision, and said seriously, Your Majesty Irene, since you have signed this peace contract, you have been integrated into our Eastern countries. There are some things I want to make clear to you. First, please allow me to preach in this land of God's forsaken land. I will spread the glory of the God of Light throughout this land. Let these humble and pitiful fellows return to the arms of our Lord. Hearing this, Irene's eyebrows were already furrowed, but Venus seemed not to care at all. She looked around at Wang Kai and other Imperial guards. Also, back when we were in the Holy Kingdom, I heard that you had some alchemical equipment that looked like ancient artifacts. I don't know where you got these artifacts from, but as a believer in the God of Light, I advise you to hand over all the artifacts cursed by the gods, and I will take them back and destroy them all. After saying this at a very fast pace, Vina had a sweet smile on her face, and her eyes met Irene's increasingly cold eyes. Although the task given to her by the church was only to sign a contract, it was completed easily. But when she realized that the other party didn't seem as cruel as the rumors said, and seemed quite easy to talk to, Vina was naturally unwilling to leave just like that. So she just completed her job. So she simply spoke out all the thoughts in her mind. If she could do these things, she believed that both His Majesty the God of Light and His Majesty the Pope would be proud of her. However, what she didn't notice was that the female guard Raya who was guarding beside her had an ugly expression and her body tensed up. Raya didn't know whether she should just pull her prince away. According to her duty, she shouldn't say too much, but the prince's current behavior was tantamount to seeking death. She actually dared to speak to an evil dragon like this. Should we say that she is worthy of being the saint who grew up in the church and has never experienced any hardships in the outside world? As expected, the next second, Irene frowned and said in an unhappy tone, "What are you talking about?" I said. Vina thought that the evil dragon didn't hear clearly and ignored the guard who was pulling her sleeve frantically. She wanted to say it again, but just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Irene again. "Forget it. I'm not interested. Wang Kai, send this not-so-smart girl away and don't let her dirty this land." "Yes," Wang Kai responded, and with the mithril lines on his power armor flashing, he walked in front of Vina, stretched out a hand, and drove her away condescendingly and indifferently. Such a dramatic turn of events obviously frustrated this idealistic saint. Chapter 100 Kill You. At this moment, the girl clenched her back teeth, raised her head abruptly, and said in an extremely resolute tone, "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Do you really think that we signed a peace agreement with you because you defeated a mere principality of Rennie?" Then she swung her arms violently, breaking free from the captain of the guards who was pulling her and shaking his head in hints. Her eyes seemed to pass through Wang Cai's solid body and met Irene's displeased look. "Since you are unwilling to cooperate, I will just say it straight. The reason why we are willing to condescend to come here is because of the request of the Shadow Mother. Otherwise, do you think you have the strength to have an equal dialogue with me?" Vina's eyes swept across the crowd. "I don't want to cause conflict between the two parties, so you'd better cooperate and voluntarily hand over all the creations cursed by the gods. We will pretend that nothing happened and continue to live in peace. Otherwise, you don't want to bear the wrath of God, do you?" After saying all this in one breath, Vina felt her chest pounding and her heart was about to jump out. But when she thought of the expression of fear and terror that might be revealed on the other person's face, an inexplicable pleasure arose in her heart. She had never felt this feeling before. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife. It was thrilling, yet extremely enjoyable. At the same time, as her voice fell, the area fell into deathly silence. It was so quiet that the only sound you could hear was the rustling of wind and sand. And the captain of the guard, Raya, who was standing aside, feeling somewhat helpless, had his breathing gradually getting heavier. At an unknown second, a sudden sound broke the silence. "Haha, what a brave little fellow." Hearing this voice, Wang Kai glanced sideways slightly, then took the initiative to step aside, revealing Irene walking back slowly. "You are one of the few who dare to talk to me like this. I admire you very much." There was a faint smile on Irene's face, and she felt somewhat happy because her previous guess about the mother of dragons was confirmed. Vina seemed to be very pleased with what Irene said. She puffed out her chest with some pride, and her well-developed figure was more clearly revealed under the veil. "Thank you for your praise. His Holiness the Pope also said that to me." Irene sneered, but then put away her smile. She came in front of Vina with a flicker spell, slowly bent down, and said word by word, "Are you proud?" The little saint was obviously frightened by the sudden approach. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and she took half a step back. But then, looking at that face, she felt jealousy or some strange emotion suddenly surged in her heart. She bit her lip and took a step forward, her face almost touching Irene's. Her two watery eyes opened wide, and she said, "Yes, I am very proud because I have the capital to be proud. I am a messenger of the God of Light on earth. I am God's most beloved child, I. Before she could finish her words, Irene had already put a finger on Vena's lips and made a hushing gesture with the other hand. Then, Her Highness the Saint, the most beloved of the great God. Irene slowly took her fingers off Vena's lips, her eyes met those watery eyes, and her tone became very gentle, just like the older sister next door. Then, can you help me do an experiment? What experiment? Vena asked subconsciously. Thanks. Irene had an evil smile on her face, like a wicked witch who had succeeded in her plan. A long time ago, when Irene learned from the notes of the golden-level archmage that the gods had disappeared, she began to have some doubts. I wonder if the gods really disappeared, died, or fell into a deep sleep? After all, the technological creations she has in her hands now are, after all, creations cursed by the gods. If one day the gods suddenly wake up, there will still be some minor troubles. It would be better to take advantage of this good opportunity, in the spirit of experimenting to seek truth, to kill a saint destined by God, and try to see if the God behind her will show up and take her soul into the kingdom of God. After all, as a saint, no matter how bad she is at least a fanatical believer. A believer of this quality may not appear even once among 10,000 people. The power of faith she generates, both in quantity and quality, is incomparable to that of ordinary believers. According to the records of Dragon Heritage, when such a believer dies, the gods will appear in person and lead him into the kingdom of God. With this in mind, Irene spoke. It's very simple. Help me do an experiment. If I kill you, will His Majesty the God of Light show up? You. Vena swallowed her saliva, and a layer of fear suddenly covered her heart, but she still tried to remain calm and asked, What do you mean? I mean, as Irene spoke, dragon horns suddenly grew on her head. A long dragon tail sprang out from her back, and 2 pairs of huge dragon wings tore through the white robe. Then, her body swelled rapidly, getting bigger and bigger, until the terrifying figure covered the area. Vena was completely shrouded in shadow. She could only crane her neck and stare at the behemoth in front of her with horror. At this moment, she finally recalled the fear of being dominated and ruled by dragons countless years ago, which was engraved in the blood of every intelligent race. It was at this moment that she finally understood that the person she was facing was never a human being. No matter how gentle the other party is still an extremely ferocious 5-color dragon. A cold voice then came from the mouth of the giant beast in front of him. I want to try. If I kill you, will the great God of light take the initiative to show up and take your soul to the kingdom of God? As she spoke, Irene spread her huge wings with a bang. The huge black wings were like a thick dark cloud, completely covering the place, causing everyone present to involuntarily feel an emotion called fear in their hearts. Irene lowered the dragon head on her own initiative. The golden vertical pupils on her face, covered with cold black scales, were almost touching Vena's face. A slight exhalation almost made her fall to the ground. A sound like metal friction was squeezed out from between teeth. This is a very interesting experiment, isn't it? Faced with such a horrifying scene, the female captain of the guards, standing by, finally couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to stop the black dragon in front of her and take the opportunity to let her own saint lady escape. Chapter 101, Threat. However, there are people who are faster than her. When she just made a move, Wang Kai had already drawn the double-edged broadsword from his back and put the tip of the sword against the neck of Raya, the captain guard who was about to attack. The sharp blade easily cut through the tender skin, and a few points of blood dyed the black blade red. At the same time, the other Imperial guards present also acted quickly. They took complete control of the human envoy group as quickly as possible. This scene happened in a flash. Vena, who had just reacted, saw that everyone was under control. She focused her eyes again on the ferocious dragon head. The pampered saint lady mustered up her last bit of courage, looked directly at the black dragon in front of her, and said in a mosquito-like voice, You can't kill me. The Holy Kingdom is behind me. I am an envoy of the Eastern Kingdoms. Are you trying to make an enemy of the Eastern Kingdoms by attacking me? What a coincidence. As if she had heard a very funny joke, Irene opened her big fang mouth and showed a smile that only belonged to an evil dragon. The last person who said that, I broke his neck. He is dead as hell. She lowered her head and said playfully, Well, guess what? Will those old men sitting on the thrones of the Eastern Kingdoms tear up the treaty and go to war with me, just for you? No. Vena hesitated for a moment, And the next moment, as if she had finally recognized the reality, her eyes suddenly opened wide. She felt the murderous intent that materialized. The other party was not trying to scare her. This evil dragon really wanted to kill her. Vina immediately stopped pretending. Her face turned fierce, her storage ring flashed with light, and a scroll appeared in her hand. There is no doubt that this is a magic scroll of legendary level. This is her confidence. However, the next moment, an extremely majestic dragon power enveloped Vina, slowing her movements for a moment, and then an invisible wizard's hand completely restrained her. Can't move at all. The scroll containing the legendary magic fell to the ground with a thud. Irene's reaction was too quick. Having suffered a loss once, her reaction this time was almost subconscious. Everything happened in a flash. Then a huge dragon head came towards them, its sharp teeth flashing coldly, and it was about to bite Vina to pieces. Looking at the fangs getting closer and closer, Vina's eyes finally revealed despair. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what His Holiness the Pope taught her before he left. Control your character. This is not the church. Seeing that the huge dragon's mouth had already wrapped around her, a light bite would end her life. The saint was so frightened that she couldn't even muster the strength to resist. She could only raise her head blankly. Her pretty face became distorted because of fear, and 2 lines of tears slid down her distorted face. But just when Irene was about to bite this not-so-bright saint in half, she subconsciously sniffed. Then she frowned. The dry sand beneath Vina's body had become a little wet at some point, revealing a dark color that didn't match the surroundings. A strong, fishy smell emanated from the wet sand. This guy was actually scared to death. Irene raised her head with a look of disgust. What a disgusting guy. Irene retracted her neck, and her body shrank in a burst of magical light, returning to human form. At the same time, a brand new black robe appeared on her body. Vina felt the pressure relieved, and her whole body withered and died like a flower that had lost all nutrients, and she sat down on the ground dejectedly. But she hadn't given up yet. While her eyes were on Irene, her hands subconsciously wanted to touch the magic scroll. But Irene, who had suffered losses from the magic scroll before, was always on guard. Before Vina's hand touched the scroll, she saw it thrown away by the invisible wizard's hand. Wonkai, who was standing by, reached out and caught it. Then, Irene leaned over, lifted Vina's chin with her hand, exerted a little force, and said in an extremely frivolous tone, "Don't struggle. Thank your gods, I changed my mind." Vina's watery eyes widened in disbelief. "I can let you go." Irene looked at this pretty face, revealing 2 sharp little fangs. "But I want you to exchange it for the book that records the magic of the dead." Irene tilted her head, as if thinking. "As for the quantity, it should be the same as the weight of your team. 1 book of the same weight in exchange for 1 life. That's a good deal, right?" "Hey, I'm not a devil after all. This is simply an outrageous request. You know, under normal circumstances, the evil profession of necromancer is very rare. Most of them call themselves necromancers after receiving some sporadic inheritance. Now, as soon as Irene opened her mouth, she said books that weighed as much as a team of people, which was quite a lot. But now the target of blackmail is the Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom, which makes sense. Recently, in order to guard against human counterattacks, Irene had been studying hard to catch up on information about the Eastern countries. She also had some understanding of this special country, the Holy Kingdom, which was founded on religion. The entire country of the Holy Kingdom is ruled by the church. Its churches belonging to the God of Light are spread all over the entire Eastern continent. They must have done many immoral things, such as eliminating cultists and chopping necromancers into pieces and then cremating them. These evil books might still be left when the books are cleared out. Faced with such an impolite request, Vina subconsciously wanted to refuse. In the eyes of this saint, handing such an evil book to an evil dragon personally was tantamount to actively spreading necromancy. In her opinion, this was no different from those heresies that blasphemed God. For a fanatic, this is more painful than killing her directly. What is this evil dragon thinking? Is it trying to humiliate me in this way? Vina couldn't help but think so in her heart. In her heart, she was determined to resist exchanging her life for these dirty things. If it were in the past, she would definitely choose suicide without hesitation. As a clergyman, the thing he fears least is death. For her, death means returning to the Lord's arms and returning to the Lord's kingdom of God. But now it's different. His Holiness the Pope once left the East Continent a long time ago. After returning, he kept muttering that gods no longer existed and no one could return to the Lord's kingdom. Although the Pope never mentioned this matter again, Vina always kept it in her heart. She didn't dare to gamble. If she loses the bet and cannot return to the kingdom of the Lord, true death will await her. So, when it comes to defending the Lord's dignity in her own life, Vina's expression changes from shock to anger, to despair, and finally to expressionlessness. He showed a look of immense struggle. Not until Irene's face gradually showed impatience did Vina finally reveal a crazy smile, as if something was lost from her. There have been some subtle changes in her beliefs. 2 clear tears flowed from those watery eyes. She looks so weak and helpless, which makes people feel distressed. I see. As if she had let go of something, Vina showed an extremely twisted smile and said frankly, "I will do as you say." Then he stretched out his hand to pry Irene's hand away, but he was unable to resist at all, so he could only say helplessly, "You can let me go now." "Haha, you're a sensible little fellow." Irene let go of her hand and used a cleansing spell on it with some disgust. When the restraints were suddenly released, Vina's body went limp and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and supported herself on the ground with her hands in time. "Just feel the moist touch in your palms. Looking at the wet sand beneath me." She gave a sad smile. Under Irene's gaze, this arrogant saint lowered her head, tremblingly climbed up from the ground, and prepared to leave. Under the veil, drops of strange liquid were dripping slowly, wetting the dry sand and turning it a dark color. "Wait!" Irene suddenly spoke again. Vina only felt a chill on her back, shuddered with fear, turned her head tremblingly, and heard Irene say in a playful tone, "When doing things, one must be honest. I am a rather suspicious dragon, so how about this? I will swear a solemn oath to your lordship of the God of Light before leaving." Chapter 102. Founding of a Nation. Irene has never been a kind-hearted dragon. Ever since she was reincarnated into this different world and gradually accepted that she is no longer a human, her mentality has also been changing. If she were asked to kill a human being who disrespected her now, she might not even think about it for a second. Therefore, when Irene was about to kill the Holy Messenger, she really had the intention to kill. But just as she was about to take action, Irene suddenly thought of another possibility. If the gods still sit high in their kingdom, looking down upon the world, will God punish you for killing a fanatic of God so brazenly? It's not impossible. Although those so-called gods do not pay attention to their believers all the time, most of the time, they automatically respond to prayers with their divinity. They completely treat believers as leeks to be cultivated to provide faith. But that is for ordinary believers. If ordinary believers are like the stars in the sky, the power of faith they generate is of average quality, but they win in numbers and quantity. If 1 or 2 are missing, it won't be a big deal and the gods won't bother to care. Then the faith of fanatics, in a sense, is equivalent to a bright moon surrounded by a sky full of stars. There are some extremely devout believers who are rare in a century. Compared with other ordinary believers, the strength of their faith is even as dazzling as the sun in the eyes of gods. The gods usually pay special attention to such excellent leaks. Although they won't pay much attention, they will at least devote a part of their mind to pay close attention, respond to the fanatic's prayers at any time, and perform miracles to improve their favorability and maintain the fanatic's faith. This will help the leeks grow stronger. Even if this kind of leek dies, the god will lead its soul into the kingdom of God, and then pray for the god to which it belongs, until the soul is completely assimilated by the kingdom of God and loses its independent consciousness, and then it will become a puppet guarding the kingdom of God. Continue to squeeze out the remaining utilization value. Therefore, once a fanatic dies, it is inevitable that he will attract the attention of the gods. If it is a normal death, it is fine. But if it is killed and the gods are in a bad mood, when guiding the souls of the believers back to the kingdom of God, they will punish the believers for revenge. That will not be fun. It was with this possibility in mind that Irene, who followed her heart, decided to be a good dragon after a brief thought. However, asking a fanatic to swear an oath to the righteous God of her own faith to actively spread the knowledge of evil books is almost a blasphemous oath, which is probably more painful than killing her directly. In a way, this could be considered another test of the gods by Irene. If the God of light that this saint believed and paid any attention to her, he would have to punish her for such blasphemous words. However, This punishment is only aimed at Vina. This is much safer than attracting the attention of the gods by killing a fanatic. Even if the gods really disappeared and Vina was not punished, Irene could still use this opportunity to get the book she wanted. No loss either way. Make the most of the surplus value of this little saint. Sure enough, when she heard this request, Vina's face showed a look of panic. As a saint of the church, agreeing to such a thing is already a heinous crime. Now she is required to swear an oath to her own god of light. How is this different from seeking death? Irene laughed in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face. She looked at the hesitant little saint in front of her and said indifferently, "Why? Don't you want to?" Then his tone gradually became more serious. "Are you trying to deceive a great real dragon?" However, Irene still underestimated a person's desire to survive. The reason why people are human beings is because they have a complex heart. Vina hesitated for only half a second, and then, as if she had understood something, she took out an emblem representing the god of light from her storage ring. "I hope you can keep your promise." Then, in front of the shocked eyes of the envoys, she swore an oath to the divine emblem. "My lord Pero, Vina Alice swears here." Perhaps she had finally broken through the shackles in her heart, or perhaps her faith had been completely distorted. Vina's tone became increasingly exaggerated, and she almost spoke the last few words of her oath with a smile. Just as the oath was completed, an invisible wave descended from the sky. That was not a punishment from the god of light for the blasphemous behavior of his fanatics, but it meant that the god had accepted the oath. "Call!" Vina breathed a sigh of relief, and her strong body suddenly bent down like a deflated balloon, and she could only feel her heart pounding. But then she raised her head again, tightly grasping the divine emblem, with an ugly smile on her lips, staring at Irene, and said word by word, "Now, can I go?" "Evil dragon, your majesty." Of course. After confirming a guess in her mind, Irene clapped her hands and signaled the imperial guards to release the envoys. Then he looked at the little saint girl with a distorted face and turned to leave with admiration and said, "Give my regards to the rulers of the eastern countries. I look forward to developing deeper cooperation with them. After all, I'm not some evil dragon." Vina paused and held her hands tighter. The captain of the guards, who was let go by Wang Kai, ran up in 2 steps and quickly supported his own holy lady. After turning around and glaring at Irene, he supported Vina and led the envoys away. Tap tap. 2 footsteps were heard. It was Wang Kai who walked forward, knelt on one knee, and presented the magic scroll that had just exploded from the little saint to Irene with both hands. After taking the scroll, Irene instantly injected her mental power into it, and then raised her eyebrows slightly. Wow, a legendary scroll of divine arts. Irene looked at the envoys who had gradually disappeared in the yellow sand and whispered, "What a warm-hearted little fellow, coming to visit and giving me such a big gift. I feel a little embarrassed." If Vina, who had already walked far away, heard this, she would probably be so depressed that she would want to kill someone. God have mercy on her. This scroll was drawn by His Holiness the Pope at great cost to save her life, but now it has become a wedding dress for others. After putting the scroll into the storage ring, Irene changed her serious expression and stretched. The whole dragon suddenly felt relaxed and waved her hand casually. "It's done. Call it a day. Call it a day." "Yes." Wang Kai bowed his head and responded, then stood up and walked towards the city gate with Irene. But after taking only 2 steps, Irene suddenly turned her head, her eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. For some reason, at that moment just now, she had a strange feeling that someone was watching her. Wang Kai also looked back but found nothing, so he could only ask in a low voice, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "It's okay." Irene turned her head and yawned, revealing a trace of tiredness. "Maybe I'm too sensitive." As if she had thought of something, she frowned and thought for a while, then raised her head slightly. "Pass the order down. 3 days later, I, Irene Afra Christina, will officially establish a country. Black Dragon Empire." Chapter 103 Black Dragon Empire. The dim light of dusk shines into the towering Royal Mage Tower through the hollow-colored glass. The royal magicians who were in charge of revising the historical materials of the East Continent once again added a few heavy strokes to the thick book. That is, the human nations could not bear to see the lives of the people destroyed, so they extended an olive branch of peace to the special force established by the 2 black dragons in the godforsaken land. After much discussion, they jointly decided that Her Highness the Saint of the Holy Kingdom, Vina Alice, would lead a team as a symbol of peace to the godforsaken land to sign a non-aggression treaty. This journey was destined to be dangerous, but the envoys entrusted with the important task decided to go without hesitation. After going through untold hardships, they finally signed a non-aggression treaty symbolizing peace and friendship with the leader of the Black Dragon forces, a female black dragon named Irene, in the godforsaken land. When the news spread, there were bursts of laughter in many taverns in the eastern countries. For those people who have drunk red wine, this news is undoubtedly worth celebrating. This means that they will most likely have the opportunity to drink that cheap and delicious red wine in the future. But then, even more explosive news came. The Black Dragon, named Irene, actually announced the establishment of an empire. This caused an uproar among all the ordinary people who learned the news. To them, the news was as shocking as if an alien had taken office as president of a country. This is not only incredible, but also rare in history. Throughout the history of the entire plane, although there have been a few dragons that have established countries, most of them are kind and neutral dragons such as metallic dragons and gem dragons. For a brutal dragon like the five-color dragon, it would be better to just lie down somewhere and steal some gold coins and treasures from neighboring human countries than to go through the trouble of building and running a country. That life was easy, comfortable, and pleasant. But considering that before, these two black dragons disguised their identities and sold drinks for a long time like legitimate businessmen, this behavior was very undragon-like. As a result, the people of the eastern countries quickly accepted the fact that Black Dragon had established a country. The top leaders of the eastern countries breathed a sigh of relief when they confirmed that the two Black Dragons had not made any other major moves except announcing the establishment of a country. After receiving the news that the Black Dragon Empire was about to hold its founding ceremony, some of them, driven by curiosity, sent their envoys to the godforsaken land to observe this rare founding ceremony of an empire established by dragon. And today, the founding ceremony of the Black Dragon Empire was officially held. The Black City, which was naturally appointed as the capital of the Black Dragon Empire, was crowded with people at first glance, and the streets were filled with floating heads. The density is no less than that of tourist attractions during holidays. Most of them were orcs and half-orcs who came from tribes scattered throughout the godforsaken land and belonging to the Black Dragon Empire. A small number of them came from all the way from the Dwarf Empire and the eastern human countries to watch the show. These foreign humans and dwarves are not worried about their own safety. After all, there are a large number of envoys from various countries to back them up. If anyone dares to take action at the founding ceremony, it would be tantamount to directly provoking conflicts between human countries and the Black Dragon Empire. This responsibility is not something that ordinary people can bear. What surprised these outsiders was that many orcs and half-orcs who came to the celebration were holding flowers and wreaths in their hands. If they were just ordinary flowers and wreaths, there would be nothing special about them. But the key point is that these flowers, without exception, are pure white. Someone stepped forward out of curiosity to ask, and found out that the Black Dragon, named Irene, seemed to have a special liking for white flowers and white flower wreaths. For this purpose, a statue was even built in the inner city to accept tributes of white flowers and white wreaths. If one wanted to pay tribute, one had to pay some copper or silver coins. The orcs and orcs all agreed that offering white flowers to the statue would gain His Majesty's mysterious protection. This surprised some guys who had never seen the world, and they exclaimed that it was worthy of being a black dragon that could build an empire, and that its taste was truly unique. But before they could finish their sigh, these guys holding white flowers and white wreaths were tied up and carried away by a dog-headed man and a group of guys wearing some kind of black alchemical armor, like they were escorting prisoners. Soon, some alert people discovered that there were many more white flowers and wreaths around the obelisk outside the Black City. It turned out to be brought by the orcs and orcs before. Those guys who were ready to give away free flowers were buried like radishes in the sand around the obelisk, with only their heads sticking out. If you get closer, you can vaguely hear them shouting some strange words like, "I am innocent. I don't know anything. I don't want to rebel." This scene immediately made some people who were planning to resell large quantities of white flowers from various human countries to the Black Dragon Empire give up the idea. And he secretly swore in his heart that he would never bring any white flowers into the Black Dragon Empire. Otherwise, who knows if you will be buried in the ground like a radish before you even enter the city. Apart from this little episode, the founding ceremony of the Black Dragon Empire went relatively smoothly. Specifically, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two black dragons descended from the sky in their dragon bodies. After releasing their dragon might and fiercely displaying a wave of claws, they transformed into humanoid forms and climbed up the wall of the inner city. Afterwards, Irene, dressed in a solemn black dress, announced the establishment of the Black Dragon Empire. Then, he issued a very high-level founding declaration. The level of professionalism is no less than that of the speeches given during church missionary work. This made those who came to watch with a curious mentality exclaim that it was outrageous. Such a freak actually appeared among the 5 color dragons. What surprised them even more was that after the founding declaration was issued, the evil dragon in their eyes actually personally received envoys from various countries. He also solemnly stated that he would implement the lofty ideal of peaceful development with the goal of promoting the overall economic development of the East Continent. From today on, we will put aside the past grudges and not only continue to export large quantities of red wine to the countries of the East Continent, but we will also launch higher quality wine products. We hope to establish a more friendly business model and build a stable business path. These words, while making the messengers exclaim that they had seen the dead in broad daylight, naturally won a lot of cheers. At the same time, the messengers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. According to the news they got, the journey of Vina Alice's envoys was not smooth. Vina, the core, has not been seen since returning to the Holy Kingdom. However, the guards and others who were traveling with him were unwilling to reveal what had happened. This made the management of the eastern countries unanimously believe that the 2 black dragons in the godforsaken land must be extremely difficult to get along with, and there would probably be trouble in the future. But now it seems that this style is more metallic than that of a metallic dragon, and they can't help but feel ashamed of their own groundless associations and smears. As a result, some of the church members, after thinking for a long time, did not have the courage to ask for the destruction of the power armor and technological items left behind by the ancient orcs. Although it was more out of their heart, the envoys this time were not pure girls like Vina. On the contrary, these guys were shrewd, and they knew deeply which was more important, their own life or the teachings of the church. The evil dragon has already taken the initiative to show his goodwill, and now you are taking advantage of him. Isn't that courting death? Except for those people in the church. Most of the messengers felt in their hearts that the blood flowing in the bodies of these 2 black dragons might be the blood of the silver dragon, the kindest among the giant dragons. Oh no, there should be only one with the bloodline of the silver dragon, and the black dragon, named David, should have the pure bloodline of the white dragon. This can be seen from his outfit, which is so weird that it makes him lose sanity. As for why he didn't think that the blood flowing in his body was from those chaotic and funny people in the abyss, that's because the accompanying clergy secretly conducted a series of tests on the little black dragon. As a result, not even a trace of the abyss was detected. This made them feel relieved, and at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that the Shadow Mother's standards for choosing a mate were really open. Even if she can wait, can Songji wait? He may not be fighting with anyone somewhere right now. Even if she could continue to transmit energy to him, he was still immortal after all, and it would not work if she continued like this. And there were Robert and Eugene. She couldn't wait to meet her old friends. Li Xingjian was thinking quickly in his mind how to sneak out and find someone. Just then, someone at the door called out, "The queen is here." Li Xingjian suddenly felt a strange energy approaching her. She looked over alertly and saw a young and noble middle-aged woman wearing a violet satin cheongsam walking towards her. Her temperament is graceful and elegant, like a fairy from heaven. There was a girl with a ponytail following him. She was also pretty and cute, about 17 or 18 years old, and as pretty as a little snowball. Both of them have outstanding temperament and fragrant smell, which makes people feel extremely comfortable. Li Xingjian couldn't help but stare in amazement, and couldn't help being attracted by their aura. The people around her bowed down, and she almost followed suit. Just as she was stunned, the ring on her ring finger suddenly felt hot. The heat made Li Xingjian gasp, and she suddenly felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. When he looked up again, the scene before him had undergone a shocking change. The young, beautiful woman suddenly turned into an old lady with a pear-shaped figure and rough, dark skin. You could take it to the vegetable market and sell vegetables directly at the stall. The little girl also became a very ordinary girl, the kind that you couldn't find even if you threw her into a crowd of people and searched for a long time. Li Xingjian then realized that she had been tricked silently. A psychic controlled her brain and made her see what he wanted her to see. Fortunately, the slave ring pulled her out of the illusion in time. However, Xingjian herself is also a psychic. As long as she can realize that something is wrong, she will wake up quickly. This kind of mind control ability, if it is of a high level, can be very difficult to deal with. However, this person's rank is so low that Xingjian doesn't even want to abuse her. What are you fussing about? You can't even have dinner. The girl who looked like a maid shouted angrily, and everyone lowered their heads instantly, not daring to speak. The maid turned to look at Xingjian, and the queen also noticed her. In the eyes of outsiders, they still look like perfect fairies. The queen tried to appear dignified and elegant and looked at Xingjian. It made Xingjian feel creepy. I don't know what's the point of their tricks. Suddenly, the queen narrowed her crow's feet eyes and revealed a gentle smile. It's really beautiful. The king will definitely like it. She walked over and took Xingjian's hand. The king knows you're coming and is very happy. He has already said that he will summon you to the bedchamber immediately. Come with me.